Chapter 1730 Willful. Ryu bolted across the city, feeling the changes as he moved. They had all been randomly teleported, and Selhira had resisted entering his inner world at the last moment, so this was the current situation. Inwardly, Ryu had known that Selhira had been struggling with something for a while. He had a small bit of an idea of what it was after observing for so long, and retrospectively, he should have been able to guess that this would be the outcome. It could be said that she was playing a very dangerous game, and maybe purposely so. This wasn't a shit test for Ryu like it had been in the past, trying to see if he would definitely come to save her. Though, unlike in the past, Ryu had already claimed her as his woman. In his current opinion, even if it was, he wouldn't blame her in the slightest. That was the difference between being his family and not. But no. Ryu believed that Selhira had forcefully placed herself in this position because she wanted to. She was a crystal dragon, but she erred on the side of arrogance nonetheless. She had always been dissatisfied with how her father and her ancestors had done things, even to the point of setting out on her own. However, when Ryu suddenly swooped in and fixed all her problems, it felt like her purpose in the world had vanished, and she found that she didn't like that at all. She had never resisted falling in love with Ryu. That was because she had never thought that he would have such capability. It wasn't that she didn't think him to be talented. It was more so that no one should have been able to do what he did for her. What she couldn't have expected was that that love would have come into conflict with her own Tao heart. She felt like if she didn't do anything, and she continued to allow things to progress like this, her Tao heart would shatter, and let alone keeping up with Ryu's steps, she would become his burden. In another few dozen years, she would grow old and decrepit and eventually die. There was no amount of embryonic chi that could do anything to change that if she didn't have the heart to continue. Ryu could only sigh. He had never dealt with such a situation before. It was amusing, though, in a bit of a sad way. The kind of woman he liked most were those prideful peacocks with all the confidence and arrogance in the world carefully placed inside a muted package of elegance and grace. Considering that, it was surprising that this didn't happen more often to him. Sometimes, helping too much actually had the opposite effect, and he truly didn't expect that to be the case until this very moment. In fact, it could be said that rushing after Selhira right now was probably the last thing he should do. The problem was that this situation was truly too dangerous. Had he known she would do this, he wouldn't have gone and provoked all those people. He wouldn't have mentioned May at all because he knew what kind of storm it would bring. He knew that Selhira wasn't jealous because he had another wife, but it was possible that she was pushed over the edge by the reaction others had for May. Maybe she wanted to bring that kind of honor and adulation to him as well. Maybe she wanted to see her husband fight against the world for her sake too. Ryu cursed under his breath, shooting forward at an even faster speed. It was difficult to sense anything in this place. He could barely gain a faint grasp of where she was, and the more he ran in this direction, the more he felt that those senses might just be a mirage. What the hell was happening in this place? What could obstruct even his senses? Just as he was about to pause and reevaluate, a pill of black light suddenly came out from the ocean. One of the most disgusting creatures Ryu had ever seen in his lifetime appeared. It was an anglerfish. But the problem was that it was so mutated and warped beyond compare that it somehow managed to look even worse. Ryu was truly speechless at the moment. An omniscient god-beast? He was absolutely certain that the strongest genius to enter this place was only in the perfect sky god realm. There was no way that the first beast he came across should have this level of strength. Was he missing something? The mutated anglerfish's antenna suddenly whipped out at Ryu. And at that moment it became clear that it not only had a tongue, but also teeth. Shit! Ryu cursed again. He wasn't a fool. He knew he was missing out on something. And even though he had defeated an omniscient sky god before, that also required bringing out practically all of his talent at once. It wasn't something he could do with a snap of his fingers. If he had to do that so early, how many more times would he have to do it? And would he even have any steam left to deal with everything else? Outside, watching the scenes flash by, Ianger fell to the ground laughing. He really thought he might pop a lung from wheezing too much. Chapter 1731 Missing. Piss off! Ryu cursed, slapping out a palm. It was almost immediately absorbed by the anglerfish as though he wasn't even there. Getting a gauge on the beast's actual strength was difficult as it didn't seem to conform with any sort of norms. The antenna enlarged before his eyes, its teeth baring as it bit down toward his body. This sort of attack, even if you managed to survive it, could only lead to bad things. Who knew what kind of terrible toxins and troublesome infections you'd have to deal with because of a small nick, let alone an all-out bite? Ryu clenched his teeth. The attack was fast, too fast. He was letting his frustration influence his judgment when that was the last thing he should be doing. He was better than that, far better. Space warped around him and his expression changed again. His space-time soul nature was suppressed to this extent in this world? Why? Bang! Ryu was sent flying, the faintest flickering images of an immortal Sakura forming in the air for just a moment before the blow connected. Rather than biting down Ryu, the anglerfish found its antenna spiraling back and out of control. Ryu coughed, feeling a spike of pain in his spiritual sea. The immortal Sakura was ultimately still a visualization, and the harm done to it could reflect back on his soul if he wasn't careful. But at the same time, he realized something else. This mutated anglerfish was also far weaker than it should have been. Even an omniscient sky god from the sixth heaven should be stronger than this. Was it because of the state of its body? The confusion just continued to pile up. He had suddenly run into an omniscient god beast when this trial should have been designed for juniors far weaker than this. His spacetime soul nature was at a point where even the ninth heaven had no ability to suppress him, so how the hell could this world do so? And now the anglerfish's strength was fluctuating wildly in his senses. And that was just the most obvious stuff. Beyond that, what was going on with his eyes? Since when could the wool be pulled over his pupils so easily? Why hadn't he seen through this already? Ryu realized that his frustration was getting to him again. Something is attacking my mind? No, it isn't that simple. His frustration was real. His wife was likely in danger already, and his comprehension, his greatest reliance, seemed to be lagging behind when it was something it almost never did. Not only was it lagging, but it being slow for maybe the first time in his life was also exacerbating the first problem. It was a vicious cycle, and even if something external was taking advantage of it, Ryu couldn't say that he wouldn't have been frustrated one way or another. Ryu took a breath, but he couldn't even enjoy that. The air was so foul that it made him want to gag. Everything about this world seemed set up to agitate him, to frustrate him, to make me act rashly. Ryu landed on the surface of the black rotten sea. The anglerfish had sent him flying away much further than it wanted, but it had also not come after Ryu either. Well, at first Ryu thought it would because it dived back into the sea. But even after several moments, it didn't return. Ryu scanned the region, trying to pick up on any clues, but there was quite literally nothing. Now that he thought about it, there was nothing but a flat stretch of sea in all directions. With how powerful his eyes were, even if everyone was randomly teleported in, he should be able to spot him. If the world here was so large that he couldn't spot anyone even with his eyes, then didn't that mean they were never meant to run into one another? But that didn't make sense at all. Ryu didn't move, he stood in place, his eyes continuing to shift as though he was trying to calculate something. Then he looked beneath his feet. Did they want him to dive into this disgusting water? Ryu frowned and a flickering chi skin appeared around him. He would have preferred to use space for something like this as his chi still felt like an extension of himself, but his spacetime soul nature didn't want to cooperate with him. He stopped bobbing on the surface and allowed his body to sink into the water. The first thing he noticed was how restricted his spiritual sense was. He had long since stopped counting just how far it could go because there was never a point in actually looking so far. At this stage, most almost never used their spiritual sense to their maximum degree. Not only would it be highly likely to offend the wrong person, but no one needed to actually see so far. However, when it was restricted to this extent, you couldn't help but notice. Ryu's own was a mere single kilometer now, and he had a feeling that for most of the others it was probably even worse. Luckily, he had third perspective, but when he shifted to using it, it was once again a perfect single kilometer. Ryu came to a full stop. Instead of descending further, he went back up to the surface. His expression was serious. If before he only had the vague feeling that someone was messing with him, right now he was absolutely certain that this was the case. Restricting even his heavenly pupils? It was absolute nonsense. There was something else going on here. Ryu looked around again and then unleashed his Tao. The full brunt of a founding Tao rushed out in all directions and his 8 trigram diagrams appeared in his irises. The water churned and rippled, the dark clouds above rolling in waves. Then it all came to a stop. Something is missing in my Tao. Chapter 1732 Show them. Ryu stood there not moving at all for a long while. He checked his talents one by one and they all seemed to have a limitation of some sort. Even when he tried to pull out his inner world to suppress whatever suppression he was currently under, he couldn't even seem to communicate with it. Whether it was Elise, her butler, Eska and Icemine, or even his new summoning trainee, he couldn't sense them at all. Ryu closed his eyes. There was one thing that didn't seem to be affected at all. His bloodlines. Everything else, even his chi to a greater extent than he had noticed until now, was suppressed in some form or fashion. Obviously, this was a clue. What was the description of the rotten sea again? Wasn't it a place that houses the mutated and decomposed bloodlines of all those that had fallen here in the past? In that case, did this have to do with bloodlines? But was understanding that even a good thing? If he took a step back and accepted that this was all about bloodlines, didn't that mean he was screwed? All of the bloodlines here were obviously related to the 9th plane and the true nether plane. What place did he have here as a human with the bloodlines of several ancient beasts? Ryu's eyes slowly opened, his hair fluttering. He felt focused and at ease. Slowly, he began to descend through the rotten sea once again. After he rushed in Selhira's direction, he had suddenly been intercepted by that anglerfish. But this had also made him forget one key and obvious detail. He had been able to sense her. If they were really in different worlds, how was that possible? But then he recalled something else. When he first stepped into the nether plane, he had been able to sense May immediately as well. But back on the true martial world, he had only been able to sense Elena after he entered the martial god's territory. He remembered feeling that it was weird, that she was both an unfathomably large distance away, and yet he could sense her just the same. There was really only one explanation for all of this, something that he could feel even more intimately now that he was in this odd world. The true nether plane didn't resolve distance, time or space like the true martial world did. The nether plane was ultimately a land of reincarnation. The fundamental laws of reality were different here even if it seemed to be built like every other society. There was an intersectionality between all times and moments in history in this place. There was little to distinguish the past, the present, and even the future. This matter recontextualized what he had learned about nether chi. He had described nether chi as breaking things down for the sake of allowing them to grow, almost like how a forest fire could allow better growth in the future. But he was naive in describing it like that. Or, more accurately, he was trying to fit a round peg into a square hole, forcing nether chi to conform to an understanding he had already made for the world. It wasn't that nether chi broke things down for the sake of building them up. It was more accurate to say that nether chi was fine with breaking this down and allowing them to exist in a disordered order. It suddenly clicked for Ryu with a final thought. If Aika were to have built her Tao on a foundation of nether chi rather than real chi, it would be maybe as much as 10 times more powerful just due to the added compatibility alone. There were many things that were theoretically possible that never happened in practice, especially on large scales. There was nothing in the physical laws that said the world had to tend toward chaos, that energy couldn't spontaneously return to a usable form, that a cup of water that had spilled could return to its original state. But the problem was that, on a large enough scale, these things never happened, they had never been observed, and they would likely never be observed. Such things could only be seen on the most quantum of levels, and that was what Aika's Tao was based upon. But what was the nether plane all about if not reversing the irreversible? Returning a life to its most infantile state and allowing the universe to bless them once more. Wasn't this precisely the spontaneous impossibility that the laws of the world never claimed to be so, but never allowed to be possible regardless? A disordered order, the perfect sort of chaos that could allow all things to be true at once. It was a different kind of order, but it was an order nonetheless, entirely distinguishable from chaos. Everything fell into place for Ryu, and he seemed to vaguely understand what was going on in this trial. His thoughts and feelings about how close or not Selhira was couldn't be trusted because it was likely that they weren't in the same world at all. At least not in the normal sense. If Ryu was correct, this world had, indeed, projected them all to the same place, but the way they interacted with this place was different on an individual basis. And what decided that uniqueness should be their bloodline itself. This was a chance for the others to improve their bloodlines and become stronger. But obviously, Ryu had no ability to take advantage of this. He wasn't a demon king, nor did he have any demon king bloodlines. The closest thing he had to being a demon was Mei's primordial Een, and that wasn't going to cut it unless he wanted to redesign his entire body around it. Could be said that Ryu was quite screwed. This was a trial designed for literally anyone but him. It was no wonder they didn't care to limit who participated or not. What good would it do? Ryu grinned. He'd just have to show them. Chapter 1733. Not enough. Bang! Ryu's feet hit a barrier, and he understood he had found what he was looking for. Although he didn't know exactly what form it would take before he found it, after running into the barrier, it all made sense. The rotten sea had to be stratified. Since running from side to side was impossible, then it had to be the case that it was downward. Now, it was a matter of how to make it past, and he had some thoughts about this as well. This matter was concentrated on the bloodline, which meant that the key to moving past these barriers was also inward. There were probably a few methods. The first was to take this rotten water into your body and use the power of your bloodline to purify it. The second was to do the reverse of that, in a way. Imposing the will of your bloodline onto the surroundings and purifying it that way. Since the barrier was almost certainly formed from the power of the rotten waters, then it was likely that doing so would shatter it as well. And the third method was to meditate and comprehend something before being able to move past. Others might not feel it, but that was because they weren't used to having multiple bloodlines within them like Ryu was. This rotten sea, an amalgamation of countless bloodlines, distilled down and eventually left to rot. Wasn't it just what would have happened to his own body had he not taken drastic measures? In his first life, his body had atrophied and weakened because of his clashing bloodlines. Before his awaken ceremony, he had a perfect bill of health and had a body that could crush children that had already awakened. But after his awakening ceremony, there was a slow downward slope toward the point where his emotions couldn't become too agitated. The fear of what his fire dragon bloodline might do, and how the others would respond to it, was too much to bear. It could be said that this sort of rotten sea was the form of bloodlines that Ryu was the absolute most familiar with. However, Ryu didn't make a move immediately. He first observed his surroundings. This problem wasn't as simple to solve as it seemed. He still felt that there were multiple facets to this test, otherwise suppressing his eyes would be impossible. It was likely that the genuine test was actually a combination of the three possibilities he had mentioned. For this world to restrict his eyes and somehow even his inner world, the only explanation was that something had already seeped into his body. In all likelihood, there wasn't just a seal on the outside here, but one inside of his body as well. As expected, after a moment of pause, Ryu found it. It wasn't obvious earlier, but after he came into contact with this physical barrier, the one inside his body reared its ugly head. I was so worried about Selhira that I didn't even notice they messed with my body. How bold of them, Ryu sneered. In truth, he knew there was no foul play at hand. The changes to his body were the same that everyone else had experienced. It was an immediate reaction catalyzed by stepping into this world alone. It wasn't meant to become obvious in the first place until you reached this point. It's probably the case that almost everyone breached this barrier pretty much instantly. They've already gone to the second layer, and I wouldn't be surprised if the fastest are far beyond it. As expected, though, none of these seals respond to my bloodlines. If I had access to my inner world, then I could make a few adjustments to trick it, but unless I get rid of the seals, it's unlikely that I would be able to. Ryu dumped his mind of distracting thoughts, his focus reaching an unprecedented state. At that moment, watching from the outside, many of the experts were watching with sneers on their faces. Despite being indifferent, the Tao Lords of the Dream Wraith couldn't help but have a flicker of disdain in the depths of their eyes. The timing of Ryu's threats had perfectly coincided with the opening of the Rotten Sea realm, and soon afterward he had been the first to enter. Because of that, no one had gotten the chance to tell him just how stupid he was for making such assumptions. At the very least, that dragon girl had a bloodline quite close in proximity to a demon. Both because of the bone serpents, and because she was an anomaly herself, a beast who had embarked upon the path of a human. But Ryu was different. He had no ability to dash. Crack. The barrier shattered beneath Ryu's feet, but he still didn't move, standing there in silence as though he were trying to sense something deeper. His breakthrough in understanding Nether Chi set him on a different sort of path. It made him realize just how many holes there were in his Tao and how many he had yet to fill. His Tao had once had two halves, each one separated into 4 aspects. He had eventually fused them, forming them into a single entity with 2 halves, each also with 2 halves. He realized just how right he was about only breaking through in his Tao when he had found a meaningful path forward. But this breakthrough didn't seem like one that would increase the level of his Tao, but its grade. And without his inner world, it was impossible for him to break through the limit of peak founding Tao. Ryu opened his eyes. Not enough. The first barrier wasn't enough to break the seal on his inner world. But that didn't mean the next wouldn't be. And if the second wasn't enough, he would go to the third. He didn't like people controlling him. A sudden whipping tentacle lashed out at Ryu. Chapter 1734 Scram. Ryu had already expected this. This first barrier was nothing more than a checkpoint. One probably 100% of the geniuses who dared to enter would pass. The only reason he had triggered the appearance of the anglerfish was because he had almost stepped out of bounds. And the reason he had felt that the anglerfish's attack was weaker than it should have been was precisely because it was. It wasn't trying to kill him, it was trying to knock him back in bounds. However, that didn't mean that things would continue to stay the same. There would almost certainly be problems soon. It was just that for Ryu the trouble came instantly. False Sky God. Much more manageable. Ryu was already quickly deducing how this place would work, and he also realized that the density of the Rotten Sea was probably another test. False Sky God was weak to most of the geniuses here, but what if you were in water that not only restricted your movements but also your senses, and seemingly your talent as well? Now that was a different beast entirely. Ryu calmly blocked the rotten, mutated tentacle with his forearm, but without the footing of the ground to stabilize him. He found himself shooting through the water, having been blown back. He had never battled in water before, so he noticed quickly that many of his close combat methods didn't quite work the same. He couldn't passively take attacks just to counter in this situation. He would end up soaring away just like this, even though his body was still entirely unharmed. He had to meet forward momentum with forward momentum. Attack was the only defense in this place. Everything else was too useless. The attack of the tentacle sent him flying out of the range of the tentacle beast and even further out of range of his senses. However, Ryu's limits didn't seem to apply to the creature that lived in this rotten sea year-round. Quickly caught up, swiping down at Ryu from all sides. It realized that Ryu's body was much too strong for a single strike to work, so it could only use quantity to make up for quality. Ryu shook his head. This is an annoyance. Not because able to use my space-time soul nature feels like a hand is being tied behind my back. He would almost think that someone was targeting him purposely, but everything he sensed clarified that the Demon Kings were actually being quite fair. Overwhelming power it is. Ryu's gaze flashed, and his arm bulged. Bang! A swirling vortex appeared in the depths of the water, forming a vacuum that ripped a hole right through the creature's colossal head. Ryu was about to turn and leave when he faintly caught something out of the corner of his eye. He rushed up to the rotting corpse and pulled something out of its body. His spiritual sense picked up as a red crystal shard, almost like someone had shattered a ruby like glass. Well, if that ruby was also enormous. The shard was over 2 feet long and Ryu couldn't quite wrap his hands around it. Put it down. The voice came from the side, projected through the dense waters and drilling into Ryu's eardrums. Ryu ignored it, continuing to analyze the ruby shard. After breaking through the first barrier, the range of his senses hadn't increased, but he had changed his method of sensing. Rather than using spiritual sense or third perspective, he was sensing the shifts and changes in the water. Sound also traveled much better in water as well. It could be said that he was relying on very mortal senses. However, his senses were anything but mortal. With the strength of his body, those senses were on an entirely different level. He just never used them because he never had a need to. This shard, it's likely related to bloodline as well, but what exactly about it? Ryu turned it over in his hand before he understood. Breaking through the internal shake was much more difficult than breaking the outer one. Not only did you need to make it to the next barrier, passing through hordes of beasts and likely idiots like the guy bearing down toward him now just to even sense it, but you also needed sharp intuition and feel for your bloodline as well. This shard could help to amplify that feeling, and judging by the reaction of the demon coming his way, it was more likely than not that not every beast you killed would have one. It seemed he had gotten lucky. Ryu put the shard away and suddenly punched out. Bang! 2 fists met in the blackened sea. Ryu didn't move back even a single inch, but the demon took 3 steps before forcefully stabilizing himself. Ryu looked at him with his third perspective and shook his head. You're not on my kill list, you can scram. You dash. Scram. Boom. A sound wave echoed through the water, and the demon felt his eardrums shatter. He became disoriented and dizzy in an instant, but Ryu had already shot by him. It wasn't that Ryu had suddenly become such a merciful person. Quite frankly, he would have much rather killed this person. But right now, he was not only trying to prove a point, he would also like to do without becoming the enemy of the entire 9th plane if he could help it. Ryu killed 3 more beasts on the way, but as expected, not a single one of them had a bloodline shard. His feet rebounded against the second barrier not even an hour later, entering a calm state of meditation once more. The elders on the outside watched this scene with a frown, still not having recovered from what happened the first time around. None of this really made any sense to them. How was Ryu doing it? Was he actually a demon? Crack. Ryu made it through the second barrier and he suddenly sensed Selhira more clearly. Chapter 1735 Weak. Ryu's head snapped in a particular direction, and he shot toward it without hesitation. He was, in one part, relieved that Selhira had made it to the 3rd layer. This meant that she wasn't completely helpless, and she had managed to figure out what was happening as well. Though she had a bit of an advantage because it was easy for this world to mistake her as a demon. But he was worried. Not only did this layer have even more danger, but if Ryu was correct, it probably had the current largest concentration of other participants. The odds that she would run into a hostile party were too high. The concentration of enemies in the 3rd layer was far too high. This was also a good thing, though. If he had broken through this barrier and still couldn't sense her clearly, it would mean that his chances of doing so at all in this world would plummet to 0. Bang! 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 Ryu kicked at the water again and again, surging forward with his greatest speed. From time to time, he would tweak his form as though he were back in that vast room of white once again. He was trying to attune himself to the best movement patterns for this world. He truly had no experience fighting in the water. It differed completely from doing so in the air and required just as much adjustment as battling and flying at once. In this place, it wasn't just an environment, but the water itself could become a weapon. Damn it, Ryu cursed. He had alerted an enemy. Soon, yet another tentacle was sweeping toward him. Ryu frowned. There was something off about this. Demon. He came to a sudden and forceful stop, a shock wave of water booming out in all directions. A vacuum formed in an instant, one the tentacle was rapidly repelled from. Ryu didn't even look in its direction as he turned back around, thrusting out a fist. It had all been nothing more than a distraction. The tentacle was so long that his senses couldn't grasp its full length, but that didn't stop his other senses from picking up that there was no body attached to the end of it. Someone had thrown it at him to distract from the fact they were creeping up behind him. They're taking advantage of the lack of visibility, Ryu calmly noted. His senses locked onto the enemy, and his eyes lit up with a murderous intent. Bang! Ryu took a heavy step backward as the water crashed down around them, but the enormous fist before him, one that practically dwarfed his body, was unmoved. Fractures accumulated along Ryu's forearm, but he shook it off, a single drop of embryonic chi healing it instantaneously. Even embryonic chi is weaker here. Just what the hell is this place? Although he had healed up, Ryu realized it was slow, almost as though it had lost its edge. Luckily, the wound was minor, or else it might have taken even more time. The opponent standing across from Ryu, obscured by the black waters, was the very same fire giant branch descendant that had stepped out to defend Wunakai. He was on Ryu's kill list. This time, Ryu didn't hesitate. The fire giant was about to say some savage words to get over his embarrassment of not being able to kill Ryu in a single blow. But he didn't expect that Ryu would suddenly attack without a word. The giant was enormous, with skin of black steel and menacing horns that curled from his forehead. He was the stuff of nightmares, the sort of demon parents would tell their children about. But to Ryu, he was an ant. Ryu's indifference toward his threat immediately enraged the giant, and he punched out again, this time even fiercer. "You will respect the black steel giant race," he roared. Ryu didn't say a word, sidestepping his attack and punching out at his cheek. The sound of clanging metal echoed. The giant shrugged off the blow, opening its mouth and roaring at Ryu. Unfortunately for it, Ryu had already vanished, leaving nothing but a booming echo of water behind. Bang! Ryu's fist slammed into the giant's back, the same echo of metal resounding. The giant was getting annoyed. He was very used to fighting those of a smaller stature than himself, and Ryu wouldn't be able to do this normally if it was flat ground. But he had yet to fully adapt to battle in these thick, heavy waters, while Ryu seemed to have done so with great ease. That filled him with a hint of fear. How was that even possible? The truth was that the giant hadn't known that it was Ryu at first. He just sensed someone ahead. He had an advantage compared to everyone else because the surface area of his body was so much larger, so he could sense more fluctuations in the water at a given time. So he had sensed Ryu before the latter sensed him and before he knew who Ryu was. If he had known it was Ryu, he wouldn't have used a sneak attack at all. But now he was wondering if he should have used an even more sinister method. Ryu's attacks couldn't even penetrate its tough skin, but as time went on, the giant sensed something frightening. Every time Ryu attacked him, the next reverberating echo through its body seemed heavier and heavier. At some point, even the waters resonated with that very same particular frequency, and suddenly, the giant coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Ryu unleashed a fury of 3 fists in quick succession. His expression the picture of absolute indifference. Boom! The giant froze as Ryu's last fist descended. In that moment, its inner organs were completely crushed, its tough skin having become the impetus for its death. Weak, Ryu said coolly before turning and continuing on his way. Chapter 1736, Are you okay? Ryu hadn't even used any strength against that giant. He had found the battle to be nothing more than a joke. But it also awakened another thought in him. Sometimes, the environment was just as important to a battle as the power and skills of the individuals. In the battle just now, it was more important than any other single factor. This was something that he had always vaguely known, but it hadn't truly set in until just now. He had used no abilities but his close combat against the giant. He had somewhat refined it to be in tune with this environment, but he wasn't satisfied yet. The fact that the giant was overwhelmed could only mean that he was too pathetic. However, it was because the giant couldn't move with as much fluidity as it was used to that Ryu had been able to flicker around it like that even without his space-time soul nature. Then Ryu used the fact waves traveled further in the water to amplify the resonance of his attacks. The first few punches he had thrown were just probes, trying to understand the density of the giant's skin and how far the protections went inside of his body. After grasping that, he locked onto the frequency, controlling the strength and cadence of his fists to resonate with it. Soon, not only did the giant's body become a cage, but so too did the surrounding water, echoing and amplifying the resonance. In the outside world, it wouldn't have worked nearly so well because the waves would dissipate too well through the air. He would have to make an extra effort to attack even faster or else it would have fallen flat. Environment. It felt like another piece of his Tao was missing, but he was well aware of that as well. His Tao was very good at targeting people and individuals, but for external matters it was more difficult and more hit or miss. He slotted this thought into the back of his mind and moved forward with an even greater speed as he began to understand more and more of the surrounding environment. If he could perfectly align himself with the rotten sea, especially as they moved downward, and the pressure increased, he might not miss his suppressed talents at all. In fact, he might be the one with an immense advantage. Ryu came across 2 more beasts that blocked his path, but he could kill them with even greater ease than the second layer beast. They might as well have not been there at all. Finally, he felt Selhira was within range, and he felt he was no more than a few seconds from her location. Though a few seconds to him was still hundreds of kilometers. He shot forward, and the sounds of battle billowed toward him in waves. It was the kind of commotion that made one feel as though there were certainly tsunami-like waves traveling to the surface. Ryu's eyes went red as he urged himself forward. Soon, he could vaguely sense what was happening, but he wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing. It was a battle royale, and there seemed to be at least 5 people and a beast involved. The people seemed to both be fighting amongst themselves and also working together to fight against the beast. It was hard to tell if this was because the beast was truly so powerful, or if it was because there was something valuable on the beast. Until now, Ryu had only run into one of these bloodline crystals, but since then he realized how rare they were. Not a single other beast he had come across had them. Ryu oriented himself toward Selhira and rushed up. When her circumstances became clear to him, he wasn't sure if he should sigh a breath of relief or be enraged. She was already injured, but it wasn't to the point of it being fatal or near fatal. Though, for a dragon like her, it would take quite a bit to put her in that state. Even so, who dared to harm his wife? He was infuriated. With a step, he appeared by Selhira's side and suddenly punched out, a cyclone of force drilling a vacuum of air through the dense waters. Ryu didn't like the result. It still wasn't as perfect as what he wanted, but that didn't mean that it wasn't effective. The tentacle flying toward Selhira shattered into pieces as Ryu suddenly grabbed downward. A large amount of primordial water chaotic chi took shape and formed a palm that squeezed. Not that either, Ryu frowned. This rotten sea didn't seem to have any water chi in it, and his primordial water chaos chi was useless against it. Even so, once again, that didn't mean it wasn't effective. Bang! The head of the beast shattered, and the shimmering image of a blood-red crystal shard radiated out in the waters, illuminating the surroundings and allowing them a rare chance to see the environment clearly. Selhira had already known that it was Ryu. She could sense him just the same as he could. Though her senses weren't nearly as sharp, whether by virtue of Ryu's talents or the fact it was her primordial Een that had been taken away and not the other way around. There seemed to be a hint of guilt on her when she saw Ryu. He must have been rushing after her this entire time. However, when the light illuminated the surroundings, all she saw was a caring expression without a hint of dissatisfaction. "Are you okay?" Ryu asked, checking her body. Selhira looked as though she was going to cry. Why was her mind like this? Why did she have to go even when she knew it was stupid? It was like she would rather die than lie down and take this loss, even though this loss was just a victory her husband had handed her. Chapter 1737 Blood Resonance. Ryu looked over Selhira's body twice and then thrice over as though he didn't trust his senses. In this sort of environment, he didn't want to miss anything, and he didn't trust Selhira to be honest with him about her situation right now. There was no other choice but to check himself. "What are you crying for?" Ryu smiled. "A mighty dragon can't shed tears so easily." These words had the opposite effect to what they intended. Selhira's tears came forth in a stream, and she buried her head into Ryu's chest. Feeling that her arms alone weren't enough, she wrapped her wings around him as well, practically swallowing him up whole. Ryu's expression softened, his hand rubbing her back. He could feel that there was a great amount of weight on her chest, but, "Isn't this what you wanted?" Ryu said softly. "If your bloodlines are still dictating your actions to this extent, doesn't that mean there's still a long path ahead for you to follow on your own?" Selhira froze when she heard these words. She had never looked at things like this, but Ryu's words had repositioned everything in her mind. This sort of impulsiveness wasn't normal. The moment they entered the rotten sea, it was like a strong compulsion had overwhelmed her, forcing her hand. What was odd was that she wasn't a fire dragon. She was a crystal dragon. She had never drawn the connection because she had been forcing herself to act and be unruly all her life, trying to separate herself from the moniker that had tagged her crystal dragon race all its life. She believed that the crystal dragons had been pushovers, so she became the opposite, even putting the man she loved through a countless series of tests to the point of almost pushing him away. All this time, she had thought that those actions were her own will, but was it? "You're human now," Ryu started. "At least in part. Human bloodlines do not work like dragon bloodlines do. Even if there is one superior bloodline, the second will be dormant somewhere else within. Humans always carry the bloodlines of both parents. You do not have to force yourself to be something that you are not, and part of controlling your impulsiveness is likewise part of controlling your bloodline, or bloodlines." Selhira lay on Ryu's chest as though there was no battle going on around them. She felt safe, and she wondered why she had ever wanted to be separated from him in the first place. Even now, it seemed that her bloodlines were, indeed, still influencing her to a great extent. How silly of her to think her journey was finished. In the path of cultivation, was there any end destination? Didn't even Tao gods spend endless days and nights in seclusion? "Thank you, husband," she whispered. "What are you thanking me for?" Ryu smiled, picking up her chin and looking down into her eyes. "Didn't I tell you before? My wives are allowed to be as willful as they desire. If you want to poke a hole in the skies, just tell me." Selhira's heart fluttered. She was fairly certain that this was the first time Ryu had called her his wife, or at the very least, this was the first time he had done so right to her. She had never assumed herself to be a main wife. But now, Selhira wanted to kiss Ryu, but the chi barriers that separated them made it particularly annoying. It was hard to be romantic when you were surrounded by rotting currents of blood. That was when she felt Ryu's lips on hers. She didn't know how it happened, but the rotting smell vanished and so too did the rest of the world. By the time she came up for breath, her eyes were a hazy mist and her breathing was slightly hurried. Her hips wiggled a little bit, coming with a blood-boiling jiggle, but she caught herself in those last moments, remembering where they were. Selhira pouted. "You did this on purpose?" She spoke in a soft, coquettish voice. Ryu grinned. Right here, in this moment, he could see through the layers of Selhira's facade, down to her true self. She was a gentle, caring woman. He had known that for a long while. Their first few interactions were her just sitting by and watching him eat, as though his own satiation was more important than hers. It wasn't until after she felt she was falling for him that her actions changed subtly, going from a gentle and caring woman to someone who was still gentle, but far more aloof at the same time. Now, he felt he could see down to her true self. The waters exploded around them, shattering the illusion of romance they had been lost in. When Ryu killed the creature, he had taken the blood crystal for himself, of course. Considering how this treasure illuminated the surroundings, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Ryu gazed at the coming enemies. They seemed to have only now noticed Selhira, and judging by how they looked at her, Ryu could tell they saw her as his weakness. This was enough for his expression to run as cold as the blood through his body. If they had noticed that it was Selhira earlier, what would they have done instead? No one on his kill list was present, but since they wanted to touch his bottom line, they could die. Ryu took a step forward and threw out 3 punches. Bang! 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 3 vortexes spun through the water, appearing before 3 demons in quick succession. They were so fast that they all seemed to land at the same time without a hint of variation between them. Ryu took a breath. Still not enough. What am I missing? Water chi didn't work even though this was the sea. When he tried to strip himself of all chi entirely, the result was even weaker. At least when he used chi, there was something fueling it outside of his body alone. His body was powerful, but not to the point of looking down on everyone. Ryu's eyes widened. That's it. Suddenly, Ryu's skin glowed with a slight sheen of red. Yes, this is it, he spoke to himself, taking another step forward. He punched out again. This time he was slow and deliberate, almost as though he were struggling with the weight of the water. But the moment the demon kings on the outside saw this, they stood from their seats. Their eyes opened wide and their hearts beat from their chests, releasing resonate howls. Bloodline resonance. Bang! Ryu's punch accelerated, a clap of thunder resounding through the water. Rather than a vortex vacuum forming, the water seemed to become an extension of Ryu's body, forming a spiraling whirlwind of water as it appeared before his enemies in an instant. Good! Bang! A head exploded into a rain of blood and gore. Ryu was already preparing another strike, calmly taking another step forward. This time his fist was just a hint faster. Bang! The result replayed itself, their blood and bone being incorporated into the rotten sea as though they had never existed in the first place. With every step, Ryu killed another, but by the time he was done, he felt a drain on his body like nothing else he had ever felt before. He circulated a drop of embryonic chi, but it was slow. It took 5 before he finally calmed himself, but he found that the stacking effect was poor. The only way to make it a bit better was to allow them to work on separate sections of his body. Ryu took inspiration from his battle with the giant. There was a good reason his water chi didn't work. This wasn't water, it was blood. If it was blood, didn't that mean that it didn't work with chi but vital chi instead? When he punched out before, he wasn't satisfied with the result. Too much of his strength was wasted pushing the water away, so by the time it got to any enemy, it didn't even have a fraction of its true strength. He had been trying to tune his fists so that it could be in line with the waters, but the problem with that was the fact the waters didn't seem to want to bow to his will. The rotten sea was a mixture of countless bloodlines with countless more variations within. Although it looked uniform, the changes were drastic from one place to another. Resonating perfectly with them all at the same time, and even at a considerable distance, was too difficult. It required a fist with just as many variations, and complexity was practically the bane of close combat. But what if he took a different approach? What if he used vital chi as the conduit instead? Ryu had unwittingly, and to the shock of the spectators, stepped into a realm of control so rare that it was the minimum requirement for reaching the bottom of the rotten sea, a place no one had been in countless generations. Chapter 1738 I see. Tisk! Ianger clicked his tongue. This is no fun. He might have bet on Ryu, but his actual intention was to watch him struggle for a bit longer. But what happened? He got slapped away by one beast, and then it was practically smooth sailing the rest of the way. After some thought, though, Ianger comforted himself. It was definitely going to be a shit show when Ryu finally took a step out. That would be nice to see. You know him. The words came from nowhere and descended onto Ianger from all sides. It looked as though they were trying to suffocate him. Ianger looked up and snorted. The surrounding pressure was incinerated to ash and the person who spoke yelped, reeling back. High in the skies, the body of a demon manifested. It was a member of the black steel giant race, and the confusion and fear on their face was clear for all to see. Logically, you shouldn't be able to set someone's aura on fire, but why did it seem like Ianger could break the physical laws of reality to force it to be so? What profound control over the fire element did this take? The black steel giant had already noticed that Ianger was a Tao Lord, but he could also sense that he was a human. Demons never took humans in the nether plane seriously. The strong among them were all on the 9th heaven and had no reason to come here, because it would only hinder their progress. The only humans here were fugitives or meager in talent. How could this black steel giant expect to run into not just one human monster but two? This action by Ianger, though, made most conclude that he had to be with Ryu. By this point, Empana had long gone inside the rotten sea to participate, so he had no plausible deniability whatsoever. No one was paying attention to this corner of the mountain ranges to begin with, so they had no idea who Ianger had come with or who he was representing. Ianger was left speechless when several unfriendly gazes landed on him. Son of a bitch! He cursed under his breath. His gaze shifted, looking toward where Lucard had vanished, probably still being pursued by the bone serpents. Ryu had really screwed them both over. A dangerous light danced in Ianger's crimson gaze. I'd advise you all to piss off. I'm in a good mood, and I'd prefer not to ruin it by dealing with ants. Ianger's words might as well have been throwing oil onto a fire. Damn it. I still can't control my mouth. Ianger cursed again, making sure to levy another large segment at Ryu. Back then, the reason he got into conflict with Ryu all the time was because he couldn't control his mouth when his temper flared up. All things considered, he had no right to be so rude to the ruling clan of his father's sect. But that hadn't helped. It seemed that he was still the same person. Ianger cursed again. Fine. Fine. Ianger's eyeballs erupted, becoming dancing lights of multicolored flames. His aura multiplied several times over, and the fire giants looked over as though they had felt something stirring within them. You all want to fight, right? Then let's fight. You must think I'm a pushover or something. Ryu took Selhira's hand and guided her deeper down the rotten sea. She fluttered along with a smile on her face, wondering why she had ever felt so uncomfortable before. Having her husband's protection made her feel like she was floating on a cloud. It was the best feeling in the world. Here it is, Ryu said. Take your time and see if you can resonate with it. This was the barrier to the fourth layer. If Ryu's calculations were correct, the real geniuses, at least relatively speaking, were probably already in the fifth. This fourth layer, though, was a clear watershed. It was no wonder the concentration of participants was so high in this region. Most probably couldn't make it through this barrier. Well, it wasn't that they couldn't, but rather that they needed the blood crystals to help, which also explained why they had made such a big deal of it. Okay. Selhira nodded, going into a state of concentration. What does it feel like? Ryu asked. He was curious. He could make guesses as to why his wife registered as a demon, but he wasn't 100% sure. The reasoning was clear. Humans have the most variable talents and beasts had the most locked-in talents, and demons were right in the middle. Ryu had realized this when he was thinking about talents and their restrictions. Namely, this being caught in between of the two races, beast and human, was the reason demons were susceptible to summoning necromancers. Selhira was a beast that had come to follow the path of a human, so she was the perfect reflection of a demon. Just that the steps she took to get there were a bit different than most. Whenever I sense the barrier, it feels like two sides of me are tugging at once. The barrier itself seems a bit confused about exactly what I am, but it's close enough that it activates. Regardless. Thinking to this point, Selhira opened her eyes and looked at Ryu. But how are you getting it to recognize you? Ryu grinned. Bloodmancy. Selhira blinked in surprise. She had never heard of this discipline before. She considered herself to be quite knowledgeable as well, so it was a surprising oversight on her part. It's a discipline from another world. I didn't know about its existence until recently either. But this sort of blood-resonating barrier and internal seals is exactly what it's most useful against. In fact, it's also the reason I can resonate with the blood in this rotten sea. His dominance path forced the surrounding blood into submission, making it resonate with the cadence of his own bloodline. The trouble was that this way was far too draining. It would be far more efficient if he did the reverse, but to succeed in doing that, he would need more time to decipher exactly what was happening. The fourth layer took Selhira a few hours to break through. Ryu wasn't impatient. As far as he was concerned, so long as all his targets were in this sea, they would die one way or another. Once she had broken through, he took action as well. Having had the benefit of observing the barrier for so long, it didn't take him more than a few seconds to burst through. How's it feel? Ryu asked. Selhira didn't answer immediately. There were definitely changes occurring inside of her. She just didn't know if it was a good thing or not. Her fire dragon bloodline, after having been suppressed all her life, was showing signs of returning. But the odd part was that it wasn't in the same way. For example, she felt no affinity toward flames at all. Instead, she was beginning to feel the temperament of a fire dragon more and more clearly, and it was somewhat overriding her usual temperament as a crystal dragon. More complex than that, she even somewhat felt that she could still guide it, molding it into something new. But she wasn't sure what path to take. She hesitated before shaking her head. If she couldn't lean on her husband, then who could she lean on? What do you think I should do? Selhira asked, after explaining her situation. What do you think the main path of the crystal dragon is? Ryu asked. Selhira blinked. Control? Ryu thought for a moment but didn't agree. Words were especially important, especially when deciding a path like this one. Control somewhat. From what I can feel from your primordial een, it's more accurate to say guidance. You are never really controlling anything. Instead, you're giving it the room to bring out the best of itself. Although this could be seen as a form of control, in practice there's a subtle difference to it, an important one that can make or break a lot of things. Selhira's eyes lit up. Then, you can give your awakening fire dragon bloodline some intentionality that other fire dragons do not have. Rather than viewing your crystal dragon bloodline as a weakness, view it as a strength. Ryu didn't say anything more. In truth, if it wasn't for his Tao, he likely would have said too much already. Comprehension was the one thing he couldn't put his fingerprints over. He had to give much more subtle guidance. If not, it would lead to trouble down the line. I see. Selhira's eyes glowed, and her thoughts churned. Seeing her lost in her own world, Ryu chuckled and just lifted her up, placing her onto his back before walking forward. The pressure in the fourth layer increased substantially. Even with Selhira's weight, it felt like he was walking on solid earth. Could hardly be called water any longer. It was more like a cured, toxic sludge. Chapter 1739 Attacked. Ryu glided forward. This thickened water was actually a good opportunity. While his movements had slowed significantly, it gave him a chance to focus on his blood resonance on a much smaller scale. The last time he used blood resonance, it had left him drained. If not for his embryonic chi replenishing his vital chi, he would have been down and out for a long while. At least an hour or two. He couldn't accept that sort of result. If he was in battle and he could only attack 3 or 4 times, what would be the use? Plus, these shackles on his body were getting annoying. Not being able to use his space-time soul nature, his eyes being suppressed, his spiritual sense, all of it. It felt like he was hopping around on one leg with both hands tied behind his body. This was unacceptable to him, though to the outside world, he already had a ridiculous advantage, and that was only getting larger. The Rotten Sea was a unique realm, and entering it was very expensive, even for the 9 Demon King clans. The only reason they didn't care about who entered this time around was because the price wasn't dependent on how many entered, but rather set at a flat rate depending on a few factors. As such, there were only 2 reasons they would choose to bear this cost. The first was an event like this one where everyone bore the cost evenly, and the second was to allow a top-of-the-line genius in. The problem with the second approach was that you could either only let one or an infinite number in. If you were only sending in one supreme genius, then the cost was lower as well. As a result, none of these secondary or tertiary geniuses had ever stepped foot into the Rotten Sea before. That was all to say that if they wanted to learn blood resonance, it would usually have to take place near the bottom layers. Any time before that, it would not only be far too difficult, but they would be suppressed, much like Ryu was. Of course, Ryu had his reasons to be concerned. Many of the things that were suppressed in him now were the reasons for his outrageous combat strength. Without his space-time soul nature, he couldn't use absolute domain to its full potential, so his maneuverability would be lacking compared to these geniuses who were several cultivation realms above him. His Tao was suppressed as well, along with his inner world being inaccessible, so this meant that his internal matrix had gone back to giving him just a +1 Tao level boost from a +3, and the worst part was that it was boosting a limited Tao on top of that. Then there were his eyes. Third perspective practically had an infinite range right now. The only reason that Ryu didn't use it like that was because there was only so much information his focused chi and soul could withstand taking in. But there was a large gap between nigh infinite and the few dozen meters he was locked to now. It was like they had systematically targeted his greatest strengths and kneecapped them all. It was far more devastating to him than it was these perfect and transcendent sky gods. So, every time Ryu moved, he found himself recalling memories of when he had been in that large room of white, where vertigo would threaten to make him vomit every time he took a step that wasn't in line with the heavens. But it was far more difficult. The blood had too many changes, too many variables. Even if his palm was resonating right in one area, his elbow might not be. If he took a step forward, at the initial location his foot might be fine, but the instant it rose or pushed forward, it might be touching onto something completely antithetical and send him right back to step one. The issue seemed unsolvable. Well, that wasn't particularly true. Ryu had many solutions, the best of which was using his inner world to steal this rotten blood of its faith and make it more malleable to his whims. But with it sealed, how would he do that? I wonder how many other things in the world are capable of sealing me like this? Isn't this a unique application of bloodmancy? The seals should have been instantly placed within my bloodlines the moment I entered this place. I wonder. The Rotten Sea didn't seem to be owned by any one clan, so the question was, who created it? When you were on the lower planes, it was easy to hand-wave away amazing phenomenon because there were always more powerful existences to pass the buck to. But when you were on the 9th plane or the 9th heaven, these were the gods, they were the deities that everyone worshipped. The dream wraiths were quite literally in charge of cleansing souls and sending them into reincarnation. In this sort of situation, who did you pass the buck to? Ryu looked up, realizing he had come across his first enemy in the 4th layer. They were 300 or so meters away. If not for his newly minted sense, courtesy of bloodline resonance, he wouldn't be able to sense them from so far away. Now, though, he was in a situation where both his spiritual sense and third perspective abilities were next to useless. Not on the kill list. Ryu turned away and ignored the person, continuing downward. Wait. Why have no beasts attacked me? Ryu's eyes lit up as he came to understand something. It seemed that using this resonance method made him almost impossible to detect. The demon he spotted didn't even react to his presence because he didn't sense Ryu at all. Ryu grinned. Now, this could be interesting. He wasn't interested in sneaking up on people. That wasn't his style. But if he could avoid beasts. Chapter 1740 Commotion. Ryu looked down at the blood crystal in his palms. He had taken it out rather than hiding it, illuminating the surroundings once more. Selhira was still on his back in a deep meditative state, but she might as well have been in a deep sleep. His focus was primed, and he tried to sense the unique characteristics of the crystal. His thoughts were more malleable than others, so how he looked at things was also different. The moment he realized that he could keep beasts away, he wondered if he could attract them. And then, he took it even a step further than that. Was it possible to attract a certain kind of beast? Couldn't have been a coincidence. He was attacked the moment he tried to leave the boundary of the trial by that omniscient god-beast. Then, when he entered the 1st layer all the way to the 3rd, he was continuously attacked by beasts. Did the 4th layer suddenly become so mellow, or was there another explanation for it? The beasts should have a unique method of sensing the surrounding creatures, and if Ryu was correct, it should be related to their mutations. The humans and demons that entered this place obviously didn't have the same ghastly mutations as the beasts that lived in this place. This should be a strong distinguishing factor. In fact, those mutations that the beasts experienced should be their own weaker form of bloodline resonance. It was just that they had to suffer a lot more for it. Didn't that mean that, if he reversed it, the waters churned, and Ryu quickly put the blood crystal away. He spread out his senses and felt for what was happening. I might have gone a bit overboard. Large beasts, each one at the pinnacle of the true sky god realm, and some at the half-step perfect sky god realm, all surged toward Ryu. Luckily, they lost their connection with him soon afterward, but that was when Ryu realized something interesting. They teleported here. There's no other way for them to get here so fast. Are they being spawned? Or? Ryu's pupils constricted as he dodged. One of the beasts had come close enough that it stumbled onto him and he was forced into a retreat. Unfortunately, that retreat led him into the range of yet another beast. If this continues, I'll be swamped by them all. If I have to worry about stepping into another's territory, I won't be able to fight to the best of my abilities. Either. I have to go through them. Ryu picked a direction, and his body churned. He punched out, eliciting bloodline resonance to drill a lance of rotting waters forward. The result was out of Ryu's expectations. The rotting beast seemed to gain a crimson glow from their eyes, and the strength of Ryu's bloodline resonance weakened considerably. In the end, instead of losing its head, the beast was just knocked away. Ryu was taken aback, but it didn't slow his reaction. He rushed forward and out of the encirclement, his path ahead clear for the time being. But because he didn't manage to kill the beast, he had to use up more vital chi than he was expected. So a wave of fatigue hit him soon after. He circulated his embryonic chi using up 5 droplets, but the process of recovery was too slow. He could only use up another 5 when he sensed that the beast had already recovered and was coming after him. At the same time, the second tentacle beast that had assaulted him had never been knocked off its path to being with, so it was already pursuing him. As though this wasn't bad enough, the other beasts started to catch wind of the commotion through the churning of the waters. Ryu shook his head. He had already held back, worrying that something like this would happen, but to think that he would still somehow summon a half-dozen of these monstrosities. The one I attacked should have a blood crystal in it. It was able to use that blood crystal to cancel out my resonance, which I didn't expect. It seemed that even bloodline resonance wasn't a guaranteed victory. Well, the Demon Kings had described it as the bare minimum to enter the final layer. It was just that Ryu didn't know that. No choice but to kill them all, Ryu decided. With Selhira on his back, he had to be a bit more cautious. He suddenly spun around as a tentacle was about to slap out against him, throwing a punch. This punch contained nothing more than the bare minimum resonance he needed to glide it through the thick waters smoothly. But it was also a test. The beast that had caught up was the second one, and Ryu wanted to see if it could weaken his resonance as well. He quickly got his answer. Couldn't. Ryu reeled back, the strength of the beast too much for him to take with a simple punch, but he still managed to punch out again, ready for the result. This time, he put the full brunt of his bloodline resonance behind it. Bang! The thick, rotting waters were forced into a tight spiral that tore a line toward the beast. As expected, this time, it could do nothing, and its head was ripped apart in a splatter of blood. Good to know. Only those with blood crystals can cancel out my bloodline resonance. Doesn't that also mean that I could use the crystals as a method to cut the time I need to comprehend down? Ryu was already retreating again. The remaining 5 beasts were still after him, the one with the blood crystal being the closest. But now he was wondering if any of the others had a blood crystal as well. With such a good opportunity before him, he couldn't possibly let it fall into the hands of someone else, right? As he was thinking about his next step, the commotion he caused started drawing other participants of the 4th layer over. Chapter 1741 Just Attack. Ryu's eyes lit up with his realization, but he also understood that the longer he spent embroiled in this battle, the more trouble he would bring to himself. The trouble was that with all the suppression, he really didn't have an easy way of ending this battle quickly. He slid through the waters, sending out a pulse of bloodline resonance that acted like a benign force field, sensing things in a large region. It swept over the beasts and into the distance. Once it was dozens of kilometers away, Ryu got the feedback he was looking for, realizing that there were indeed demons headed this way. Oh! Ryu's gaze flickered as he realized something else. When he sent out that pulse just now, the beasts reacted as though they had lost track of him. In fact, the ones without the blood crystal looked lost, and even the beast that did hold the blood crystal took a while to orient himself back toward Ryu and Selhira's direction. That confirms that just one of the original 6 has a blood crystal. It also seems that I can use bloodline resonance to hide my presence, but I already knew that. I just didn't expect that it could be used even when they were right before me. The only reason Ryu had acted like this in the first place was because he realized an oddity, that oddity being that no beasts had attacked him. But it seemed he could use this ability far more actively than he assumed. Good. Ryu sent out another gentle pulse. It didn't take up much of his stamina at all, and the blood crystal beast was confused once more. By then, Ryu's embryonic chi had already circulated as he sent out a series of punches. The beasts exploded one after another. Each drain on Ryu's vital chi pulled him down toward an abyss, but his strong Tao heart kept him upright. Not many would withstand the feeling of their body inflating and deflating so frequently, but Ryu had no other choice. This world could even limit his embryonic chi. If he didn't take drastic measures, he would die here. The blood crystal beast finally caught wind of Ryu again, only for the latter to send out yet another pulse that sent it into a reeling confusion. Ryu's figure flickered, and he appeared beneath the beast. He pulled his fist back and his gaze sharpened. Standing just a meter away from the beast's head, he roared and punched out. Bloodline resonance activated once more, but this time he was far too close for the beast to shrug it off. Ryu had realized during their earlier exchanges that the beast's ability to weaken his bloodline resonance wasn't a passive ability. It was active. That was why he sent out a gentle pulse. The beast couldn't immediately deal with it because it wasn't targeted toward it, but rather the surroundings. This was also why, before he called these beasts over, even blood crystal beasts hadn't been able to find his location. If the beast lost his position, and he suddenly erupted with all his strength from point-blank range, it didn't stand a chance. Bang! The body of the tentacle beast reacted as though a bomb had just erupted within its body. It was shredded to pieces, its form becoming an unrecognizable mass of blood, gore, and rotten flesh in a single blink. At that moment, a radiant light thrummed out from within it. Ryu didn't have the luxury of attacking with the intention of protecting the blood crystal within, knowing that danger was coming. But to his surprise, his strongest attack, at least while stuck in this realm, was actually withstood so easily by the gem. Just what is this thing? Ryu wondered in silence, and he reached out, grabbing it. A shudder in the waters caught Ryu's attention. With the appearance of the gem, the entire surroundings were illuminated, making Ryu the center of attention in this region. Annoying. Ryu made a move to leave when he suddenly paused. In the fourth layer, there was actually a surprising character, and she was actually being followed around by an entourage. It was Wunakai, the Dream Devil. To think he would run into the Black Steel Giant who protected her not long ago and then meet her so soon afterward. The real reason Ryu was surprised wasn't because of who she was, but rather by the fact that she was still here at all. The true geniuses should be in the fifth layer at worst by now. Although he wasn't a fan of the woman, he knew that she was among the strong. She wasn't at the same level as the Demon King disciples or the Thunder Wraith young man, but she was firmly atop the second tier of geniuses that had appeared here. That Ryu could tell with a glance. What was just as interesting was the fact she had such a large horde of sycophants following after her. They were all men, and each one, though not absolutely strong, was at least decent if they could make it this far. If it had just been a loose collection of people, Ryu wouldn't have thought much about it. But these people were clearly together, and clearly more than willing to target him. That wasn't to say that they had come here with the intention of looking for Ryu in specific, but rather that they were attracted by what was happening here. And now that they had arrived, they wouldn't mind acting together to do just that. Ryu's gaze narrowed, and Wunakai showed a hint of surprise when she saw him. So you aren't entirely human after all. You have demon blood. Ryu couldn't be bothered to explain himself to most people. He didn't have a mind to care what this woman was talking about or the will to correct her. I must say that I'm surprised. I didn't expect for dash. Just attack. I don't have the patience for this. Chapter 1742 Simple. After Ryu's voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward and punched out. The light in the waters vanished as he stored the blood crystal away. At the same time, he sent out a pulse of bloodline resonance. It all happened in an instant. The waters were agitated beyond recognition. Their senses seemed to tell them that Ryu was everywhere and yet nowhere at the same time, all while they had lost the light source that they had been relying upon before. The blood crystals seemed to be the only things that could light up these rotten waters. Even those with light or fire abilities found themselves out of luck in this regard. So the moment Ryu put the blood crystal away, it was like they had once more been thrust into the jaws of hell. Ryu's pulse of bloodline resonance covered two bases for him at once. First, it obscured him from their senses, and second, it allowed him a perfect lay of how they were reacting. Wunakai had retreated into the encirclement of sycophants, while the others looked around warily, trying to find exactly where Ryu was. Wunakai herself seemed to be particularly calm. She stood there without a word, her gaze shifting from side to side at times until it suddenly landed in Ryu's exact position. Ryu was likewise calm when this happened. She's pretending. She never lost track of me in the first place. He was too good at reading people for these little tricks to work. Wunakai had methods of seeing through these waters that others did not, and more shocking than that was retrospectively, It seemed that even her shock at seeing him should have been an act as well. She had likely spotted him from an exceptionally long distance away. All things considered, Wunakai wasn't actually on his kill list. The her he had referred to back then was an ice queen who seemed a little too fond of his wife. Wunakai and he didn't even really have a grudge between them, and after this slight against her, she hadn't said another word. Her worst sin was just trying to mediate a situation she shouldn't have stepped into. In the past, Ryu might have marked her for death just because of this, but he had mellowed out a lot over the years. He couldn't be bothered to expend the energy just for this. But the question was if Wunakai was willing to let it go. A fiendish grin spread across Ryu's face. It seemed that that answer was no. And most surprisingly, it didn't seem that this was because she wanted revenge against him, per se. His Tao might be heavily suppressed in this region for reasons he had yet to fully unlock, but he could still use it. With dividing chaos could see that the root of Wunakai's unhappiness wasn't quite Ryu, but it was more like he was associated with something she didn't like. It was either he reminded her of someone she wasn't fond of or… Ryu chuckled. Wife, oh wife. It seems you're getting your husband into trouble. Obviously, this Wunakai felt a certain distaste for Mei. Her hatred for Ryu had increased tenfold after learning of his identity. It seemed that escaping would be a problem if she could so casually lock onto his location. If she was committed to hiding her true abilities, it might be possible. But Ryu had a feeling that her hatred would override whatever trepidations she had, especially since she would be able to guess that most of the real geniuses had already gone off ahead. All right, let's do this, then. Ryu's gaze turned cold, and the amused light in his eyes vanished. Wunakai seemed to realize that he was indifferent, looking right at her, and for some unknown reason, her heart actually skipped a beat. At that moment, embryonic chi began to thrum through Ryu's body like an ocean. He rarely used his second set of meridians so actively. Usually, it just sat within his body, passively circulating. Only when he needed to direct a droplet somewhere would he pull at it with his will. But right now, he was practically saturating his body with embryonic chi. So much so that his skin glowed with a gorgeous, milky luster one couldn't help but want to reach out and touch. I'm using up at least 1% of my embryonic chi a minute at this rate. Let's end this fast. Bang! Ryu shot forward. Wunakai might have eyes on him, but the rest of the group didn't. Depending on how she was communicating with them, there would almost certainly be a lag. It was difficult to use the chi line technique in these waters due to its very nature. It was only worse that they had to protect themselves with chi skins, so penetrating that needed another layer of control as well. That meant the best communication method was actually just talking normally, but how much time would that waste? Wunakai sent out orders immediately about where Ryu was coming from, but by the time they realized, he had already shifted. Ryu pierced down with a finger, the aura of a spear radiating out from him as he thrust right through the forehead of another black steel giant. Before his bloodline resonance and close combat abilities, they might as well have not been there at all. By the time they reacted, Ryu had already killed 3 of their group of nearly 40. He sent out another bloodline resonance pulse and then vanished again. It had been a while since he slaughtered to his heart's content. He remembered his battle in Sacrum, facing off against a sky full of gods with the arrogance of an immortal ring realm expert. His blood boiled and he grinned wildly. He had almost forgotten just how much he loved to fight. In his first life, he was suppressed so greatly, only being able to use his tongue to lash out in the most vicious ways he could muster. But now he preferred not to talk at all. They stood in his way so they would die. Simple as that. Chapter 1743. Most. Ryu was like a specter of death, and Wunakai quickly realized that her method of command wasn't working. If she didn't take action, Ryu would truly retreat. To Ryu's surprise, Wunakai actually made such a choice. It seemed that even if she did have a great hatred, it wasn't yet to the point of forgetting about everything else. But what did that have to do with him? Ryu sneered. Coming as she pleased and also going as she pleased? How could he ever allow such a thing? At that moment, Ryu reversed his pulse of bloodline resonance. This time, instead of hiding from beasts, he called them forth once again. Wunakai's expression changed, but it was already too late. "I'll remember this," she said coldly. In the carnage, Ryu was easily able to slip away. He had no intention of getting tangled up in so many beasts. Before, he had held back a bit, so only 6 appeared. But this time, he had summoned over 20 of them. With a quick pulse, he checked out which of the beasts had blood crystals in them. Since there were so many demons around covering for him, it was easy to sneak up on these beasts and kill them in a single strike. Ryu slipped away with another 2 blood crystals, narrowly avoiding the rampage that happened when the black waters illuminated. He was practically like a fish in water. Then, he vanished toward the 5th layer's barrier, chuckling all the while. Since this woman held such a grudge, he would be sure to teach her this lesson slowly. Honestly, even with his character mellowing out a bit, it still wasn't his preference to let people who wanted to kill him go. But there was something particularly dangerous about that woman, and until he had more strength, it was best to teach her a small lesson and then slip away. Well, to him it was a small lesson. To Wunakai, he had probably just destroyed years of preparation. Who knew how much she had to do to pull so many of those men to her side? And now more than 80% of them were likely to be dead. Ryu didn't know what she was planning, but whatever it was had to be ruined by now. Interesting enough. Is it as simple as wanting to find more blood crystals? Or does she have other intentions? Ryu wanted to believe that things were that simple, but he had a feeling that they weren't. Soon, he made it to the 5th layer's barrier. The true geniuses were on the other side, likely divided between the 5th and 6th. If he was correct and this trial world was in line with how the cultivation realms usually did things, then there were 9 layers and there was a watershed every 3. It was highly unlikely that there was anyone who had managed to enter the 7th layer just yet, and in Ryu's estimation, every time the Rotten Sea opened to such a large population of people, there would likely only be a handful. If you factored in the fact that the Demon Kings hadn't brought their best geniuses, it was unlikely. Though the Demon Princes had done so, Ryu felt around the 5th layer for a bit and nodded to himself. It'll bring me closer, but it's still not quite enough. He waited for a while. If he broke the barrier now, he and Selhira would be separated again, and he certainly wouldn't leave her in the 4th layer alone with that succubus running things. As he waited, he observed the barrier, feeling it though not quite resonating with it just yet. By now, he was starting to understand more about this world. This Rotten Sea was an amalgamation of bloodlines, and it seemed to have the unique ability to allow demons a deeper connection with their own. What was interesting was that it was using principles of both human and beast cultivation to allow this to happen. Beasts couldn't easily change their bloodlines, whereas humans could easily, relatively speaking, swap out their own. Then there were demons who sat right in the middle of this, not being fully constrained by their bloodlines, but also not quite having full freedom with them, either. Normally, this was a huge detriment. This was why demons could become the summons of necromancers to begin with. Their bodies were easily exploitable in this fashion, both having a strong connection to the heavens and the earth. What the Rotten Sea did was exploit this connection as well. When you entered, there was a seal placed within your body that wasn't much unlike a summoning seal. However, rather than being used to control you, it was an opportunity. This was why Ryu was so well suppressed. It was because it wasn't an external item suppressing him, but rather a cognitive control that was influencing his body. His mind had been suggested that he was suppressed, and his body was restrained in this exact fashion. The result was him actually being suppressed. It was the exact same as how a summon could have all aspects of its life controlled by suggestion as well. The reason why Ryu shouldn't be able to break the barrier was that, as a human, he lacked the natural affinity for the heavens that a demon should otherwise have. To make a complicated matter simple, in this world, the Rotten Sea became the new heavens, and by descending into its depths and breaking through its barriers, one could resonate with it deeper and fundamentally change or amplify their talent. Every time one broke through a barrier, they would undergo a baptism. Unfortunately, this wasn't a baptism that Ryu could undergo. He lacked the final connection point that demons and beasts would have. However, he was progressing on a different path entirely. Not only was he refining his bloodmancy to a new level with every step he took, he was learning new applications of vital chi and, most importantly, Chapter 1744 Force. He was finding methods of breaking his Tao past the artificial cap it was placed under. If he could reach the end and regain the abilities of his inner world, and, of course, accumulate enough faith to withstand it, he was confident that his Tao would break past the pinnacle of the found Tao realm. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen then. Would there be a qualitative change? Ryu actually wasn't certain of this. That was because he wasn't sure if peak founding Tao was an official metric standard across all worlds, or if it was something else. Take the Tao God realm, for example. He had only just learned that not all of them were created equal and that there were large gaps that broke laws of reason. Could it be, then, that breaking through his artificial cap would just be like inching forward? Maybe the change wouldn't be huge, but rather incremental, just like those Tao gods took millions to billions of years to slowly push past the limits their world had placed on them. That wasn't all Ryu thought about either. If there were other worlds out there on the same level as the true martial world, maybe worlds like the one Ailsa was stuck on, or the world the Ruin Master Guild called home. Who was to say that the true martial world was the pinnacle? What if two equally graded Taos from different worlds actually had vastly different strengths because one world was more powerful than the other? Ryu hoped that he was thinking too much, but it felt suspicious that the true martial world could only withstand the birth of three peak founding Taos. Selhira suddenly shifted on Ryu's back and slowly awoke from her state of enlightenment. "How is it?" Ryu asked. "Comfortable," she said, a bit muddle-headed. Ryu laughed. "I meant the enlightenment." Selhira blushed a bit. Her might was still a bit foggy, so she hadn't understood Ryu immediately. It wasn't really her fault, though. This entire time, regardless of how violently Ryu moved, she hadn't felt a thing. She hadn't even heard the commotion outside. "I think I'm getting there," she started. "But every step I take forward seems to elucidate an even longer path ahead. It feels like I'm not making any progress at all." "That's good." Ryu nodded seriously. "What you should fear is not a long road, but rather not knowing where to go. That's where the real trouble can start for you. You're only a false sky god right now. It's nowhere near time for you to feel like you've run out of rope." Selhira nodded, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. Ryu really helped put things into perspective for her, even though she knew he would never take his own advice. Her husband was obsessed with becoming stronger. Even now that he could flaunt many of the lower sky god realms when others couldn't cross even minor realms to do battle, she could tell he wasn't satisfied. The couple began to break through the fifth layer together, and this time Selhira was much faster. She got the hang of it quite quickly. Ryu timed his breakthrough with hers, and they soon entered the next realm together. Selhira made no movements to get off his back, so Ryu just smiled and let it happen. "I should be able to tweak it like this," he thought, refining his bloodline resonance to a new level by incorporating the insights of the barrier. Ryu's head turned, and he headed in a specific direction. He sensed a familiar aura a long distance away. The range of his senses had already increased to 20 kilometers. If he sent out a pulse, even touching 10 times, that wasn't impossible now. In this vast sea, this was actually still a pitifully small distance, but it was good enough for Ryu. He moved swiftly, and soon the vaguely familiar aura in his mind sharpened into the image of Impana. The lizard race young man was still dressed like a prim and proper pimp. The color of his red shirt popped for extra effect. There was even a tuft of scales on his chest that seemed to take the place of what should have been hair. However, he was locked in battle with two demon princes. Ryu didn't understand much about the situation, but from context clues it seemed they had a grudge with Impana. Ryu didn't have any hatred for Impana. Instead, it should probably be the other way around, if anything at all. He had ruined Impana's chance of becoming the fifth plane's chosen, instead helping his wife to claim that title instead. In fact, Ryu had flipped the whole board, causing the benefits May receive to be likely more than even what the ninth plane's chosen had received simply by virtue of performing so much better than everyone else. However, what was interesting was that Impana never really showed any hatred for this. The young lizard demon was solid in his conviction and took losses in stride. He never strayed from his baseline of confidence, and even though he seemed to be hiding it for some reason, he certainly had the heart of a hero. It was just unfortunate that as someone born and raised on the fifth plane, Impana's talent was lacking compared to the others. He had the heart of a hero, but rather than being at the second tier of genius, it just barely allowed him to be at the first tier. His temperament was equal to someone just below the monster tier, but his actual genius level was at the same level as the fire giant Ryu had crushed in the arena. It was something that couldn't be easily changed. Maybe I should. But would he be willing? Empana didn't show his hatred, but that didn't mean he didn't have any resentment. In fact, he had probably buried it deep within, using it as fuel for his cultivation. Even if he accepted such a suggestion, wouldn't that just put out his flame? At that point, he'd become useless. Seems I'll have to force him to submit by force then. That way, he can keep that fire and make it burn brighter. Chapter 1745 Light. Ryu observed the situation for a while longer, his expression calm. Empana was fighting valiantly. His opponents were two creatures that had crowns of flame above their head. It reminded Ryu a lot of Lord Crown Fire from the seventh heaven. But the difference was that these demons relied not on a Tao, but rather their natural strengths. Interesting. Is it just a coincidence? The abilities seem too similar, though. It's not impossible that the Lord of Jojo's sect would have found inspiration from another race. Selhira, how much do you know about Jojo and her sect? Ryu spoke to his wife, who was still lazing around on his back, clearly enjoying the treatment. Selhira blinked. Are you interested in Jojo, husband? Ryu laughed. Am I so lecherous? Selhira didn't reply immediately, clearly weighing her options. This only made Ryu laugh harder. No, that's not why I asked. It's just that those demons have a presence that's very familiar to their patriarch. It makes me wonder. I feel like there's too much overlap for it to be a coincidence. Lord Crown Fire? Selhira asked. Yes. Maybe, but would the heavens allow him to take such a title if it was really based on a demon prince clan? Ryu nodded. This was a good point as well. By all rights, whether in talent or standing, Lord Crown Fire was far too weak to take precedent over a demon prince clan. Although they weren't demon kings, a demon prince clan could easily carve out a place for themselves on the 9th plane, or in this case they could easily become overlords of the 8th plane. Compared to the leader of the Raging Inferno sect that could only be the lackey of the Fading Star sect. Well, the gap was far too large. Does husband know him? Selhira asked, referring to Empana. In passing, he can have some use. I just want to see where his limits lie first. Scales erupted across Empana's body, his eyes becoming slit. He roared, and a halberd appeared in his hands. He swung it in a wide arc, forcing the two crown fire demons into a retreat. The flames flickering on their heads seemed to give out for a moment, as though bowing in obedience to Empana's strength. But not long afterward, their bloodlines had been stimulated by this and they lashed out in full force. Their crowns erupted, expanding to double their usual size and almost burning like golden halos. Both wielded a scepter, raising it up and tapping at the surrounding waters in quick succession. What looked like Magus arts took shape, burning through the waters and boxing Empana in. The two demons used guerrilla tactics, suffocating Empana. They seemed to know that Empana had a great deal of strength, but they were too good at restraining his strengths. Their crowns flared up, suppressing the lizard demon again and again. It felt like a tug of war was going on as they wrestled for supremacy. It also seemed like the Rotten Sea was having a huge impact on the battle as well. Empana was lacking in terms of talent, having only been born on the 5th plane. The fact that he had made it so far was already shocking. He's about to lose, Ryu thought to himself. Empana didn't seem like he had expected for this to happen. There was a great amount of unwillingness in his expression. But Ryu was more interested by the methods of those crowned demons. He had the Magus Sky God's inheritance. The problem was that the man had only been an omniscient sky god and by now the only useful ability to Ryu was the Magus lock that kept his mind gated. A lock that was entirely useless in this place, it seemed. Ultimately, the grades of the methods were too low for Ryu's usage. That said, only Ryu would dare to say such a thing. Most at his level were only using the true grade methods they picked up from their sects and clans. Ryu was among a rare few that could have such weak cultivation, and yet rely entirely on battle methods he had created himself. Only at the Tao Lord realm would Tao vessels become common. Most omniscient sky gods wouldn't even have their own Tao charm techniques. Time to step in, Ryu suddenly thought. His figure flickered and vanished. Empana grit his teeth, his fury mounting. We are disciples of the same sect. Do you know how many people can see this? Do you think that you'll be able to escape? The gaze of the two demons flickered. How could they not know this? Their determination increased several-fold as they launched a fiendish assault. But it was right then that a figure suddenly appeared between them. They didn't even notice his presence until they launched their attacks. The two demons and even Empana frowned. He couldn't see Ryu's silhouette because Selhira was on his back. But then he put two and two together. He wasn't familiar with Selhira, but how could he not recognize those wings? That tail? It was hard to miss. Ryu looked down as the flames rebounded across his body. It had been a long time since he could rely on the immunity of his rebirth flame. It was nice to see it in action once again. Unfortunately for these two, their flames were far too weak. In fact, whether it was him or Selhira, such flames were entirely useless now. He took a step forward and punched out. Bang! Bang! The waters churned and the two demons were forced back again. And then again. The world churned. The bloodline resonance coming from Ryu was clearly on another level after crossing the fifth layer, and he was making great use of that. His body sang, and he systematically walked the two demons down. Every step came with another fist and another lance of spiraling waters. The world hummed and Ryu's silvery eyes sharpened in the darkness with their own light. Chapter 1746 Observe. Ryu smiled, feeling as though the surrounding waters were quickly becoming an extension of himself. Bang! 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 The scepters in their palms shattered before his barrage, their chests exploding next, and then came their heads. Ryu didn't seem to notice his fists continuing in a flurry. It wasn't until the barrage of craters in the water subsided that he could see what was on the other side. Seems I went a bit too far, Ryu said. He had originally entered this ocean with the intention of only killing those on his kill list, but circumstances didn't seem to want him to stick to this plan. These two hadn't offended him at all, but in the cultivation world, this didn't seem to matter even in the slightest. Ryu's moral compass had always been the same. He cared little for those unrelated to him and very much for those that were. He drew the world into two teams and had a completely different set of rules depending on which side you stood on. And he felt not the slightest hint of guilt for that. Ryu looked back toward Empana, who was looking at him with a complicated expression. The first time he met Ryu, he wasn't even a World Sea Realm expert yet, let alone a sky god. That Empana could have killed Ryu with a flick of a finger. Yet, it was also that Ryu that had led them all by the nose, even destroying his stepmother as though he hadn't been an ant to them all. In the end, he helped his wife to benefit the most, and the crown that should have been his own was taken by another. Empana took a breath and cupped his fist. There didn't seem to be any hatred in his eyes at all. He calmly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help, Ryu. I cannot thank you enough. If there is any way there is. Ryu smiled. Become my summon. Empana froze. With his head lowered, he didn't say anything for a long while. Well, in reality it was just a few seconds. But with the thinking speed of sky gods like them, if such a time were translated to what a mortal might experience, it would be as much as hours. Even so, Ryu knew that Empana spent most of that time simply in a state of shock. But the response was Ryu's own turn to be shocked. Okay. Ryu blinked. Even Selhira, who wasn't paying much attention, looked up at Empana curiously. The crystal dragon descendant knew well what kind of ask this was. The word summon sounded nice, but it wasn't much different from being a slave. Your life and death were no longer under your control. Instead, they were all at the whims of your master. Ryu didn't expect this at all. But when Empana looked up and met his gaze, he couldn't help but grin wildly. In the past, Ryu was a very stubborn person. If he was in Empana's position, even if someone had saved him, he would have rather died than become a summon. Even now, that was the case as well. Hypocrisy wasn't something that bothered him much, and that was part of the reason his Tao heart was so firm. But, Even though he would never do it himself, that didn't mean he couldn't see Empana's merit. The man had the strongest Tao heart Ryu had ever laid eyes. Even his own could only be said to be equal in this regard. What sort of firm resolve did it take to accept such a thing? Much like comprehension, one's temperament wasn't decided by what you did, but rather how you did it and the reasonings as to why. Another person could have, much like Empana, agreed to be a summon, but this person might have reacted out of fear of death or fear of Ryu. Empana wasn't afraid of Ryu, nor was he afraid of death. Ryu could see as much in his eyes. The reason he accepted was because, on his moral compass, this was what he should do. Ryu had saved his life, so his life was now Ryu's. Until the day came that he could either repay Ryu or surpass him. Seeing that fire in Empana's eyes that had yet to fade, he could see that there was no dejectedness in this young man's eyes. His heart was a blazing lamp in the darkness. At that moment, Ryu couldn't help but think of Starlight as well. He was another that could look dead into Ryu's brightness and still come out the other side with a resplendently shining Tao heart. Ryu was far from the only person in the world of cultivation who had firm resolve. And the further along in cultivation you went, the more what was in your heart mattered. Whether it was Starlight, or Hraka who followed through on her bet without hesitation, or Empana, who was willing to hand over his life, their talent might be lacking, but their talent wouldn't be their limiter in this life. Good. Ryu's voice boomed. Follow me. I will bring you to the 9th layer. Ryu took a step and began to move toward the 6th layer. Empana's gaze flickered, but he followed after. He didn't ask any questions about when Ryu would complete the ceremony or anything of the like. Quite frankly, he wasn't even sure how it would work. They swiftly made it to the next barrier. This time, Ryu just directly avoided all conflict along the way. That was because he knew that it would take time to get Empana to this level. It was unfortunate that his inner world was suppressed, or else he would have brought out Hraka as well. First, try to comprehend it yourself. I will observe first. Empana nodded, still somewhat in shock that they had made it here so easily. If avoiding all the beasts and other participants was so easy, everyone would do it. He took a breath and focused on the opportunity before him. Chapter 1747 Amusing. Ryu watched Empana slowly sink into a state of meditation. Quite quickly, the latter began to struggle, unable to make much progress forward. But Ryu could also tell that he was calm and unbothered. Rather than bucking up against the wall he faced, he pressed his palms against it and began to slowly push. His effort was consistent, and though his progress was slow, he was making some. Though he obviously hadn't seen Empana go at it with any of the other barriers, Ryu was pretty confident that whether it was the earlier ones or the coming later ones, they would all go pretty much the same way. Empana wouldn't give up. Rather, he would run out of time. Eventually he would have run into a bottleneck he simply couldn't press past at all, but Ryu didn't believe he would have the time to even reach that stage in the first place. Lizard Demon Race. Ryu's thoughts spun as he began to piece together some of the information he had. Back when he was captured by the Lizard Demon Race to be their ruin master, he had gained access to their libraries, and it could be said that aside from their most important core techniques, he had read pretty much everything else, including their history and other matters. Thanks to this, Ryu was well aware of some secrets that he otherwise shouldn't have known. The Lizard Demon Race descended from a pairing of what were known as demon serpents. There was speculation that they had some dragon blood within them too, but Ryu felt that this was nonsense. From his reading of their history, he was fairly certain that they had descended from a demon serpent and a weak offshoot of the dragon race at best, like a wyvern. Their writings also seemed to allude to the fact that this so-called demon serpent they descended to was precisely the bone serpents, or rather world serpents, that were the arch-nemesis of the dragon race. It could only be said that this fifth plane clan certainly had an overinflated sense of self-worth. Even if it was the case that they had descended from these creatures, so what? With how many wives, lovers, and children powerhouses tended to have, even if it was rare for them to conceive, over enough cycles of 100,000 years, how could many children not be born? When the age of these clans was taken into account, how could they possibly house all of these descendants? Ryu wouldn't be surprised if there were a few First Heaven clans that were distantly related to former or even current Ninth Heaven clans. The Dream Azuras were descendants of the Dream Wraiths, But that didn't even mean anything until May managed to become the chosen of the fifth plane. This situation was much the same. If the lizard demons spent less time pining after their ancestors and more time improving, if they really had such talent hidden deep in their veins, maybe they could have brought out some of that potential by now. This aside, there was a fairly simple way of telling how talented a lizard demon was. The closer they resembled a snake, the purer their bloodline. That was what made Empana so odd. Unlike his stepmother, he walked on two legs, and his serpent features were minimal at best. It was clear that not only was Empana a poor talent compared to those of the ninth plane, and even eighth, he was a poor talent even when the comparison was the fifth plane alone. This should be why his stepmother had been able to gather up so much power in the first place. Those old fogies of their clan must have been obsessed with how pure her bloodline was, while Empana, though the pride of their clan, had a bloodline that was far too weak. It was the pinnacle of ignorance in Ryu's opinion, but that clan and their mistakes had nothing to do with him. He was sure that, by now, Empana had already set those people straight. All right, I understand now. Ryu called out for Empana to pause. Your bloodline is quite weak even by the standards of your lizard demon race, right? Empana looked over at Ryu and nodded. My mother and father both were quite talented. I'm not sure what happened to me. Empana shrugged, clearly not caring much about the issue. How much do you know about the origin of your clan? I only know what they've told me, and I've never bothered to check again. It's very difficult for a demon to improve their bloodline under normal circumstances, so I've invested far less time into this. Ryu nodded. Humans could just swap out their bloodline at any time, they were the freest. Though, of course, actually finding a powerful bloodline was another matter entirely. Beasts were perfectly in tune with the heavens. It wasn't necessarily easy either, but just training was enough for them to refine themselves. After all, their entire cultivation system was built off the backs of their bloodline. Then there were demons that were caught in the middle. They were restrained by their bloodlines and unable to swap them as easily as humans could. And at the same time, their connection with the heavens wasn't as great as beasts, nor were their cultivation methods so streamlined, so actually progressing this pillar was a nightmare for them. There was another matter as well, something that Ryu was only just starting to understand and something only a few could grasp. And Ryu believed that this was actually the key to helping demons improve. Nether Chi was a special sort of order, one designed to find order in disruption, so much so that an untrained eye might assume it to be chaos. But Ryu was too intimate with chaos to fall for such a thing. His lip curled. Empana was going to be the blank canvas he needed to take the next step in his Tao. This time, Ryu wouldn't rely on embryonic chi. He felt that doing so would only be a detriment to himself and understanding the real processes going on here. The rotten sea itself was enough of a catalyst for growth. He just had to find the best way to take advantage of it. Ryu took his time tweaking his bloodline resonance and guiding Empana. He passed on some methods of bloodmancy and watched the scene before him unfold. Took time, over a day in fact. However, in the end it was yet another success. Empana's eyes brightened. It should have taken him 3 days to break through. The fact it had only taken one was huge. Plus, he felt that near the end, he had begun grasping something special that filled him with excitement for the next hurdle. But soon, that excitement plummeted as the suppression of the sixth layer hit him in waves. It wasn't just the suppression, but echoes and waves of battle seemed to be radiating from everywhere at once. It was clear that Ryu was correct. Not only were there a large number stuck in the fifth layer, but there seemed to be a substantial population stuck in the sixth as well. Ryu and Selhira crossed over with Empana and felt the fluctuations as well. Ryu's lip couldn't help but curl. This was about what he expected. The geniuses in this layer were in fiendish pursuit of crossing the next one. There was a qualitative change every 3 barriers, and it could be said that for most that made it this far, the 7th layer was the absolute best most could hope for. The pressure down here was enormous. The 5th layer had already felt like wading through a sludge, but this felt more like mud that was only a few hours away from drying out completely. Ryu stretched his body a bit, getting a feel for this new layer and feeling that there truly was an exponential increase in difficulty. If the 7th layer progressed even worse than this, it could be imagined how difficult taking that step would be. After some thought, Ryu chose to head right for the 7th layer once again. If they were going to do this, they had to do it right. After breaking through the 6th layer, he felt that his bloodline resonance had increased, but not as much as it had while he was guiding Impana. It seemed that he had found a bit of a shortcut. He weaved his way down, avoiding all the battles happening around them. They are probably searching dashed. Ryu was about to say blood crystals when a bright light illuminated the barrier ahead. Someone was using a blood crystal in an attempt to break into the 7th layer. So bright! Ryu's eyes sharpened. The moment the blood crystal appeared, it was like the entirety of the 6th layer fell into silence. And then the chaos came. The demon at the barrier was doing their best to remain calm as the blood crystal's aura seeped into them. Ryu grinned. A bone serpent, huh? These guys are all so arrogant. This should be amusing. Chapter 1748 Opportunity. The bone serpent had clearly been preparing for this for a while. With how many battles there were going on at once, it wasn't too surprising that one might manage to sneak through with a blood crystal before anyone else could react. However, there was no hiding the situation now. The bone serpent was trying its best to remain calm, but Ryu could sense that the pressure it was under was enormous. His Tao heart was strong, but not nearly strong enough. That said, maybe only Ryu would dare to say this. This fact that it had dared to do this when it knew what would happen as a result meant that it at least wasn't a coward. But in Ryu's views, if you dared to do something, what was the point of feeling fear at that point? You would just be hindering yourself. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Was it still bravery if there was no cowardice? Were you brave if you jumped into every situation without blinking? Or were you a baby tiger that didn't understand the cruelty of the world? Temperament. Ryu mulled this over again. He had begun to think about and integrate new methods into his Tao. Ever since he stepped into this world, he had been touching upon new thoughts and perspectives. What was unfortunate was the fact he couldn't add to his Tao just yet. Whether that was due to suppression or due to the smaller insights being unworthy, both were problems. His thought on temperament just now was interesting, though. Could he say that he was brave if nothing ever really fazed him? Could he use confidence in his abilities as an excuse? Or was he that baby tiger he had just thought of? As Ryu thought about it, he realized the answer wasn't so simple. In his first life, his confidence came from his family and some of his own abilities. As the scion of the Tatsuya clan, no one could touch him. He relied on that to do a great deal. In his second life, at least in the start, he relied entirely on his own abilities and talents. But it was hard to say if his confidence was warranted. However, when Ryu got to the core of the issue, he didn't believe that this was a problem. That was, just as always, how you came to be something or why you believed something was more important than what you believed or what you became. Was Ryu's confidence rooted in his belief that he was not capable of losing? Of course not. His conversation with Patriarch Ember spoke volumes. Just like he had said back then, if he was really so weak of talent, his corpse would have long been humiliated at the hands of the summer birds, picked dry of everything that had once been Ryu. The point of those words back was to tell Patriarch Ember, the man that had once held the rights to Ryu's life and death in his palms, that Ryu would never become him, not because he wasn't capable of losing, but because he would rather die than not do things on his own terms. Was that bravery? Maybe not. It could be seen as foolish in the eyes of others, and Serial would certainly be among the few that fell into that crowd. When Ryu remembered back to his falling out with Serial, he no longer had the same visceral reaction. And honestly, she had not only his maturing to thank, but Impana as well. Impana's Tao heart was the strongest Ryu had ever seen, but he had done something that Ryu himself would have never done. Who was he to say that Serial's Tao heart was weak? If it was just the fact that she was cowardly and willing to lower her head just to skate by, he could look down on it firmly, but was that the case? The Serial he knew was no less prideful than himself, but she was willing to lower her head, nonetheless. Considering her starting position, couldn't it be argued that her Tao heart was even stronger than his own? For the sake of the rebirth of her clan, the revival of her race, she was willing to do things she otherwise never would. Ryu stood in his silence, his eyes glistening as he looked downward. Suddenly, He seemed to have become a separate existence from the world around him. As though a god observing from high above, he was silent and seemed to grasp everything at once. The bone serpent's body shone as the barrier suddenly cracked. Its large body surged through, and all those converging from the surroundings hit nothing but empty space. Unhappy expressions were abound, but what was interesting was that the blood crystal remained hovering around the crack. The region stayed illuminated and large numbers of demon geniuses found themselves staring at one another. A horned devil suddenly broke the calm atmosphere and tried to rush at the shrinking blood crystal. The gazes of many flickered as they rushed ahead as well, not wanting to miss out. What they didn't notice was that many hung back, not wanting to get involved at all. How could a used blood crystal be so casually taken? Ryu's gaze slowly returned from his state of enlightenment, and he looked toward the scene ahead. An opportunity! A blood crystal suddenly appeared in Ryu's palms. But because everyone was so focused on the chaotic scene ahead, not to mention the fact the region was already illuminated by the first crystal. The crystal trembled in Ryu's hands and he suddenly launched it. Empana's eyes widened. What was Ryu doing? Didn't he know how valuable that crystal was? He, of course, didn't know that Ryu could call over more blood crystals whenever he wanted. In fact, that was exactly what he did. A large number of beasts began to appear in the region. The instant they did, Ryu sent out a pulse of bloodline resonance, obscuring him and the others from their immediate lock-on. Those watching on the outside of the rotten sea could just barely register what was happening here, having a bird's-eye view on the situation. But even they didn't realize what Ryu was doing until it was far too late. "Let's go," Ryu said, taking a step and rounding around the chaos that was ensuing. One creature ended up blocking his path, but he didn't react to it at all, sending out a fist that shattered its head. His bloodline resonance was even stronger now than it had been in the 6th layer. Even though these creatures were in the perfect sky god realm, Ryu had probably reached the point by now where his combat strength in the rotten sea was more explosive than his combat strength on the outside. Of course, this was only in terms of raw power. He was still missing many of his usual methods, so it was hard to say if his combat prowess had caught up yet or not. Regardless, he wasn't thinking of these matters as he approached the barrier from a vacant location. The chaos seemed to have nothing at all to do with him. "Break through. We don't have enough time," Empana replied with a frown. If it wasn't for the chaos, they could have had a chance. But he didn't understand why Ryu felt that it was necessary to go so far. What he expected even less was for Ryu to suddenly toss a blood crystal at him before handing one to Selhira. Speed was the name of the game this time. The 6th layer was far too congested. Even if they had snuck over and tried to break through with normal means, it would definitely attract attention. The 6th layer seemed narrower than the others, as though they were all being funneled into a cone as they went down. Up above, especially on the 1st layer, it should have been at least several tens of thousands of kilometers across. But even then, it only took a few moments for Ryu to run into a barrier. Or, in other words, the omniscient god beast that knocked him back and nearly killed him. In this 6th layer, the distance from edge to edge was only a few thousand kilometers. For sky gods like this, they could cross this distance in a few jumps. Luckily, the layer was also thousands of kilometers thick, so there was still some breathing room. But it truly wasn't much. If they were going to break through, it had to be like this. Selhira and Empana didn't hesitate. Realizing that the timer had started the moment the blood crystals appeared. Ryu stood calmly. While bearing much the same situation as the bone serpent, their temperaments were like night and day. He closed his eyes slowly, his breathing even and unhurried. In just a few seconds, Selhira was already halfway there, but Empana lagged behind. He stood at around 20% of the way through. Ryu's eyes opened, a sharpness dancing within them. Here they came. Chapter 1749 Vents. It was impossible that no one would notice. Although the region was already lit up by blood crystals and chaos, hiding the existence of another two was too difficult. But that was precisely why Ryu had summoned so many beasts. Even if they noticed, would the beasts allow them to get through so easily? Ryu watched as the first pair of eyes landed on him. Then another. Then another. He didn't flinch, watching them realize what was happening one after another. In his opinion, it didn't matter how many noticed. What was important was how many that could actually do anything about it had noticed. The sixth layer had the highest concentration of people, but just to make it to this level, they had to have a certain degree of talent. Even so, that didn't mean that there weren't large divisions between them regardless. It suddenly made sense why Wunakai was gathering up so many geniuses to support her. She definitely knew far more about this rotten sea than Ryu did, so she already expected such a thing to happen. Unless you had a great deal of supporters, making it through the sixth layer was nigh impossible. Ryu obviously hadn't known this, but he managed to find a path nonetheless. And since he was here, he might as well take some time to deal with those on his kill list. His gaze shifted and his eyes landed on a dream wraith. He was among the first to notice, and it wasn't surprising. Among the demon kings, the sensory sensitivity of dream wraiths was certainly near the pinnacle. Ryu's lip curled, his indifference shining through as he met the gaze of the dream wraith. This dream wraith was the one that had spoken to him earlier, but he had placed him on the kill list, nonetheless. Of those who jeered, the dream wraiths were the ones he needed to put in their place the most. Ryu raised a hand and beckoned him forth. Vence was surprised to see Ryu in the sixth layer at all. They hadn't had the time to jeer at Ryu for overestimating himself because he entered the rotten sea immediately, but most had been looking forward to dealing with him once they stepped out. Seeing Ryu here, and seemingly supporting two others to break into the seventh layer, how could he not be shocked? He looked at the chaos in his surroundings. Was this a coincidence? No, it had to be. How could a human cause all of this? Even so, seeing Ryu taking advantage of the situation, he was livid. The smile on Ryu's face just took him over to another level. "Support me," he roared. "I'm breaking through." The three dream wraiths around Vence were confused until they saw the same scene he had. Their expressions changed and they immediately understood. In fact, they felt the same rage. A formation took shape around them, protecting Vence in the center, and they rushed toward the avalanche of beasts. From the distance, Ryu observed the battle style of the dream wraiths. This was a good opportunity for more reasons than just the fact he wanted to kill Vence. He didn't know much about the dream wraiths at all, and even his understanding of the dream Azuras was rudimentary at best. Well, he understood Mei's battle style, but that was a version of Mei that had yet to undergo all of her current changes. It was hard to say that she'd be the same. As expected, the dream wraiths were completely different. Mei's body was still powerful, but the dream wraiths avoided hand-to-hand combat like it was the plague. They were clearly mental realm experts, and they relied entirely on soul techniques. The first time Ryu had seen soul techniques was in the first heaven. He was surprised that the true martial world didn't have a concept of visualizations, but soul techniques could be just as lethal and far more flexible. A mental realm expert of sacrum could usually only slowly master one visualization. The good news was that they never had to switch and the visualization would grow in power as they grew. But there was no such thing as a visualization that could do all things. The closest to this was his master's elemental war god, but that required a whole other level of investment entirely. It wasn't so easy to study the blood vessels of legendary beasts. The casting is near instant. They're flexible, easily slipping between different elements as though they have strong affinities for them all. Their coordination is even better, likely because of their communication rather than any special effects of their soul techniques. Chains, shields, weapons of all kinds, plumes of fire, and waves of water. They were the most flexible combatants Ryu had ever seen. That said, none of their attacks were particularly potent, and if he was correct, that was because their main strengths weren't effective against these beasts. Dream wraiths, from what Ryu understood, should be more like the conventional mental realm masters once banned in Sacrum. However, these mutated beasts likely didn't even have souls to attack. But he did. Vence suddenly burst through a rain of illusory flames. He charged through the water, his gaze blazing with a fierce intent. Ryu looked back toward Selhira and Empana. Selhira was almost through. At most half a minute would be enough. But Empana needed longer, at least 3 minutes. These times were short to mortals, but to sky gods, it might as well have been counted in hours instead. Ryu rolled his shoulders and looked forward once again. Seemed it was time for him to test out how much he had progressed. He took a step forward, his blood churning. At that moment, vents took control of a spiraling array of rotten waters. Miniature cyclones took shape and formed into drills, attacking Ryu from all sides. Ryu took another step forward. This isn't quite bloodline resonance, it's only similar in appearance, but in substance. Ryu sent out a ripple of bloodline resonance and the cyclones dissipated. This caught Vence off guard. This was one of his strongest methods and it took up a lot of soul quintessence. But he wanted a swift and decisive victory because he could feel that Selhira was close. Taking control of the Rotten Sea was exceptionally difficult, but it was also the best weapon in this place. As he was shocked, Ryu's third step landed and his momentum seemed to have grown to a peak. Bang! Ryu sent out a fist. He had realized that controlling a resonance didn't have to be all in one go. He could take his time, allowing one set of rotten blood to harmonize with what was around them, using them as a catalyst instead. Against an enemy who used close combat methods, he wouldn't have the time to do this. But since Vence insisted on keeping his distance, he would have to pay for it. A lance of spiraling rotten water shot through the water. Vence panicked, feeling that the strength was beyond anything he could have imagined. Quickly, he began to put up barriers in the water. Vence panicked, feeling that the strength was beyond anything he could have imagined. Quickly, he began to put up barriers in the water. Worried that he would have a repeat of what happened last time, this time he didn't take control of the waters, using a brute force method instead. The waters were forced apart beneath his shields. In contrast, more and more water spiraled into Ryu's attack, forcing the battlefield into two halves. Bang! 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 The shields exploded one after another and Vence quickly formed hand seals. He moved like lightning, his gaze suddenly glowing a violet light as his soul quintessence surged. Boom! Another sound echoed in Vence's ears, this one even fiercer than the first. Before his attack could even land, his heart lurched into his throat. The cyclone of rotten waters, spiraling toward him and radiating a red, suddenly doubled in size. It was instantaneous and immediate, the shockwave of its growth nearly shattering the remainder of Vence's barriers all on its own. Violet flames erupted across Vence's body, an armor of radiant amethyst coating him from head to toe. He hadn't expected to have to use his accumulated soul quintessence for this, but he had no choice. The cyclone of water was already over 20 meters wide. It was an insignificant distance, but Vence truly felt like he could escape no matter where he went. Then it came. Boom! The spiraling lance doubled in size once again and suddenly accelerated. The sharp point slammed against Vence's chest before he could react. Crack! A crack instantly appeared and an instant later, the entire armor shattered. A reverberating impact echoed out in all directions, causing Ryu's eyes to narrow. That wasn't the sound of death. The armor had exploded outward in that last moment, pushing away what remained of the attack. Vence appeared out from the turbid waters after several long seconds. When he was clear in Ryu's vision once again, he was nothing more than a husk. He looked like he might collapse any moment now, his body beaten and bloodied, while his bones stuck out in several locations. At that moment, behind Ryu, Selhira flashed and vanished. The barrier cracked and the blood crystal was left behind. Chapter 1750 Tremble. Ryu stood silently, watching Vence. He didn't need to turn back to know that Selhira had made it through. Though he was a bit worried about her, he was also confident that she wasn't a glass vase. She would be able to survive the length of time he needed to get to the other side. And Panna was quickly approaching his breakthrough as well, and he had the upper hand in the battle. Unfortunately, he still didn't attack to deal a death blow to Vence just yet because another powerhouse had made it through and was rushing ahead at their greatest speed. Ryu didn't know much about horned devils. The first time he had fought one, they had been summoned by the martial gods back on Sacrum. Back then, everything was a blur, and he just crushed everything in his path. Aside from their enormous size and sturdy bodies, the rest of his knowledge was limited. It could be said, though, that horned devils were the more stereotypical of the demons mentioned in mortal realms. If they had red skin and a spade tail, it would be perfect. This horned devil in particular even wielded a weapon that seemed a cross between a pitchfork and a trident. The weapon was an ink black, and if not for the illumination of the blood crystals, even spotting it in these churning waters would have been difficult. The waters around the horned devil trembled with every step it took. It seemed to be moving slowly, but its enormous body allowed it to cross a ridiculous distance with every step. "I'll give you just one chance," Ryu said lightly. "You aren't on my kill list. Try not to be." The horned devil was stunned when he heard Ryu. He had been striding over so confidently, but Ryu wasn't even looking at him. His gaze was still focused on Vence, as though his most important task was to tick another name off his kill list. "Ha ha ha!" The horned devil laughed and suddenly struck out with its trident. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It seemed that these demon kings were obsessed with death. Vence was a lower perfect sky god, as was this horned devil. However, they were suppressed much like Ryu was, whether in moving through these waters or in their talent. The difference was that Ryu had found a method of increasing his strength while they had not. He was so far ahead of the others in terms of bloodline resonance that they could only lag behind. In this sort of situation, so long as he wasn't surrounded by hundreds, a problem already dealt with thanks to his schemes, what chance did they stand? Even so, the strike of the horned devil caught Ryu's attention. Even in the now bright red waters, it looked as though the trident had vanished. This shouldn't be a normal strike. It's much closer to bloodline resonance than this dream wraith is. Part of the trident's disappearance was because of the technique the horned devil was using, but another part was it perfectly fusing into the waters. It was no longer pushing back against the heavy waves or thick pressure. Instead, it was moving as freely as it would in a vacuum. This was still short of gathering strength from the waters to power up, but it was definitely much better than what Vence had accomplished.
Danger!
Ryu reacted quickly, slapping out at the water with a palm and sending out a controlled bloodline resonance. At the same time, he sent out another fist toward Vence, not wanting to give the latter the breathing room to start attacking his mind. Magus Lock had done him a great deal of service until now, but he had a hard time believing that it could withstand the methods of a dream wraith, especially if said dream wraith was given vanguard support. The horned devil found their trident rippling. It lost grasp of the resonate wave it was riding, and its trident appeared at the last moment, right before it reached its peak power output. Boom! The waters exploded, and the horned devil took a disbelieving step back. It had just faced a backlash from its own attack. That said, it was limited. Ryu had reacted fast, but there was still a distance between himself and the horned devil. In addition, he didn't have the time to accumulate and layer the resonances like he wanted to. It also didn't help that he had needed time to replenish his vital chi with his embryonic chi after the first round with Vence. The result was a partially interrupted attack that still had quite some striking power. It appeared before Ryu in a flash. Ryu's gaze sharpened. His fighting stance shifted and his right leg swung back in a graceful arc along the ground. His palms faced out in a relaxed, loose posture, before one slowly tapped at the air. The aura of a staff god resonated. It was just a light touch, but it looked as though Ryu was guiding the piercing power of the strike away from him, amplifying his bloodline resonance to a new degree. The staff was a weapon that was well associated with pacifism. Among the 9 weapons, it was the one with the greatest number of defensive stances, and though it could unleash a great deal of power in a sudden burst, what it was best at was forcing an opponent to make mistakes first. Ryu's palms glowed, and he took a step forward. His eyes pulsed as though they wanted to erupt with the light of 8 trigram diagrams, but it was once again repressed by this world. Even so, it didn't slow his movements in the slightest. Like a master of Tai Chi, his arms glided through the air, the piercing attack of the horned devil rounding his back and following the strike of his second palm. With every successive flow, it grew larger, expanding to the point the outline of 3 blades looked as though they could encompass the world. The horned devil's eyes widened, but it was far too late. His attack was reversed back toward him at an even faster speed than it came. With his enormous body, his trident was obviously appropriately sized as well. But now, it felt like he was meeting a giant even by his criteria. The waters shook and rumbled. The trident's pierce suddenly accelerated, seemingly flashing across a large distance and appearing before the horned devil in a blink. He roared, trying to fight back, but it was meaningless. His body was shredded to pieces. Ryu didn't even spare him a second glance. His body touching upon a state of enlightenment he had grasped earlier once again. He had already realized that his Tao was missing many things. Temperament had been one, but the environment had been another. He was very good at reading people, but not as good at reacting to the environment and what changes it might cause. In fact, Ryu believed that the inaccuracies of his lines of fate and his Tao could be greatly attributed to not taking into account the environment enough. This was highly ironic in his opinion, especially since he was a ruin master. What he should be best at was observing the environment, taking in context clues, and acting upon them. That said, being a ruin master wasn't so simple. It was a lot of reading about and understanding history. A lot of the work of a ruin master was done before stepping foot into any ruin. However, what if he changed his perspective? Did he need such in-depth knowledge about everything in order to grasp something in the middle of battle? No. The foundational knowledge he had as a ruin master was enough. In this case, he wasn't using his ruin master knowledge at all, though. He was relying on bloodline resonance and the faint understanding he had of the Horned Devil's technique from canceling it out. The results spoke for themselves. Ryu turned toward Vence, who was struggling with the fist he had sent out earlier. He was clearly on his last legs. In the distance, another figure had broken through, but seeing the death of the Horned Devil, they froze in place, not knowing what to do. Ryu sneered, ignoring them entirely. Bang! Vence's head exploded. Ryu looked up seemingly at nothing. But at that moment, to those of the outside world, it felt like he was staring into each and every one of their souls. It had been a while since people tried to convince him that he wasn't worthy of his wife. Selhira's parents were dragons and even they hadn't gone so far. Who did these people think they were? He would kill and kill to his heart's content. Let them be enraged. Let them be infuriated. The name Ryu Tatsuya would echo far and wide. When the title Steel Battle began, they would know exactly what kind of monster they were facing. And he would make them all tremble in fear. Chapter 1751 Cancerous Growth 1751 Cancerous Growth. Ryu gave them all a glance, and then directly turned his back to them. He approached the barrier and closed his eyes. His tranquil appearance painted an image most who saw it would never forget. Then, mere seconds later, he phased through the barrier. There was no commotion, no fanfare. He didn't even use a blood crystal. He seemed completely at peace. Looking at this scene now, one would have thought that he was among the demon kings with the purest and most tyrannical bloodlines, when in reality he was just a human. Ryu appeared on the other side and the first thing he did was sense for Selhira. But the surrounding changes caught his attention first and caused him to frown. The pressure here was multiplied several times over. It was to the point that he felt like his body might collapse. He had yet to raise his body to a true sky god standard, and that was suddenly showing. In a gang of contestants that were at the lower perfect sky god realm at worst, he stuck out like a sore thumb. That wasn't the only problem, but as a human that didn't have a bone structure like his father's, for example, his body was naturally weaker. Comparatively speaking, Selhira or the demons would all have powerful flesh and bone from birth. It could be said that he was at a disadvantage twofold. Ryu felt that his bones were about to fracture. If it wasn't for the fact the methods of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect were taboo and allowed his false god body to be equivalent to a true god body, he would have already been crushed. This wasn't the only problem Ryu was facing. The reason his Nine-Pillar Flame sect method had begun to exhibit its real power was because he managed to disassociate it from the fate of the true martial world and anchor it to his inner world instead. In the past, this taboo method had only allowed his false god body to match up to the true god body of a seventh heaven sky god. After the change, his false god body could match up to the true god body of a normal ninth heaven sky god. The difference was enormous, and it was a large part of Ryu's current battle prowess. But without his inner world, how could this still be true? Without its support, The taboo method was once again restricted by these heavens, and his bodily strength had plummeted from a 9th heaven sky god to a 7th heaven sky god. Ryu reacted quickly enough and used some bloodline resonance to alleviate the pressure. But this was quickly draining his vital chi. If he didn't do anything to change the current status quo, he would eventually run out of both vital chi and embryonic chi. The worst part about all of this to him, though, was the fact that Selhira felt impossibly far away. It was a feeling almost identical to what he had faced on the surface. She felt here and yet not here at the same time. Could she had progressed to the 8th layer already? Ryu had belief in Selhira, but not that much belief. Although he didn't know this, the 7th layer was very often the cap in most years. Over 90% of the time, no one would manage to enter the 8th layer, let alone do so with such speed. This meant that it was a quirk of the 7th layer. It seemed to be making it more difficult for everyone to team up. If I can dial in my bloodline resonance, I don't believe it can stop me from finding her. Since senses were so dull in this place, Ryu wasn't worried about people finding Selhira. The main issue was rather the beasts that spawned from thin air. Thinking to this point, Ryu quickly entered a state of meditation. His eyes were still heavily suppressed, to the point of almost being useless. But at least this method still seemed open to him. He allowed his embryonic chi to rush through his body, trying to combat the rapid loss of his vital chi. Cracks that appeared along his skin were rapidly healing, but the frown on his face was only quickly deepening. He wondered, was he wasting his time? Had he pushed himself too far? This test was all related to vital chi. It could be said that the only part of Ryu's body that wasn't suppressed was his body. It was unfortunate, though, that without his inner world, his bloodlines might as well have become useless again in the fact of these geniuses. He had neglected this before because he had had a powerful bloodline for too short a time. It was easy for him to sink back into the state of just shrugging when his bloodlines didn't cooperate with him. But when he realized this, it put something into perspective. What if the bare minimum requirement was having a strong body? What if even with bloodline resonance it was impossible to progress without one? Even if you could rely on bloodline resonance, wasn't the fact his vital chi kept running out while using it another problem? And didn't his vital chi keep running out so quickly because his bloodlines were too weak in this state to hold any more of it? Ryu's frown deepened, and he opened his eyes. Where were these thoughts coming from? Since when did he doubt himself so much? He looked around, but found nothing but an endless blackness. Wisps of aura came off of him, alleviating the pressure, but his face was already pale from the constant drain on his vital chi. Should I do it? Ryu suddenly thought. In reality, he had another method of using bloodline resonance that he had thought of long ago. It would be far more efficient than what he was doing now, and its synergy with his bloodmancy would be on another level entirely. But he had been hesitant. This world could even suppress his heavenly pupils and his inner world. Even his soul nature wasn't safe, and that led to a whole host of downstream effects like his embryonic chi reverting back to its previous state. That made Ryu feel like the person or persons who created this world were practically all-powerful. If he used a taboo method in a place like this, what would happen? Did the demon kings even have the same visceral reaction to the taboo powers? It wasn't like it was their battle, right? But what if information spread from here? At that point, would it even matter? Ryu stood up. His thoughts were in disarray, and he was almost certain that it wasn't because of himself. He hurriedly checked his body, trying to spot something, but even after a long while, there was absolutely nothing. What? It wasn't that Ryu hadn't thought that it could be the world around him, but it was completely antithetical to everything it had been testing until this point. Why attack the mind when it was trying to get him to refine his bloodlines? How was vital chi related to the soul at all? Ryu was strong in his conviction, and he kept check his body again and again, but it was difficult to do so when his senses were also widely suppressed. However, he didn't move. When he sensed the odd doubt in his heart, questioning his every move, it was only further assurance to press forward. He was Ryu Tatsuya. He didn't doubt himself, he never doubted himself. Although Ryu was worried about Selhira, he forced everything down. He had to find the problem as quickly as possible. If he left in this state and began to battle, who knew when his judgment would be affected next? If he slipped up in battle, wouldn't he die? What if he put her in even more danger? It took Ryu 3 hours, 3 entire hours, before he found the cancerous growth in his magus lock. He had skipped over it so many times before that it didn't even quite register. However, his persistence proved fruitful. Dream Wraith. Ryu's gaze flashed with a deadly killing intent. It seemed that he hadn't managed to stop Vence from sending out a mental attack after all. It was so clever and expertly controlled that he hadn't even noticed. In fact, if not for the change in his temperament, he would have never noticed. If it wasn't for the fact his Tao heart and self-assurance were so strong, on top of the fact he had been meditating on temperament and the differences between people recently, he would have never stumbled onto it so fast. And yet, even knowing something was wrong, it had still taken him so long. His heart trembled. Vence wasn't even the strongest of the dream wraiths. What were the others capable of? He hadn't even detected this attack land. And worse than that, how was he going to get rid of it? Chapter 1752 Sudden Break. 1752 Sudden Break. Knowing that he wasn't crazy, Ryu calmed down immediately. The effect of the hidden cancer in his mind wasn't nearly strong enough yet to suppress his true temperament just yet. Now that he had confirmed that it was there, it was even easier to suppress the restless feelings in his heart. This is a bit tricky. The cancer was subtle, so it didn't affect him too obviously. But the trade-off for that was that it was buried deep. It was hard to tell where it started and where it ended, and because of that, it was difficult to grasp just where his own soul started and finished. However, Ryu's lip curled a moment later. In that case, he just wouldn't guess at all. A sharp aura flashed in Ryu's soul and a tearing pain erupted. The sound of something ripping apart echoed in his ears and even the surroundings. Ryu paled instantly. No matter how flexible his soul was, ripping away a part of it was still a blow he couldn't easily shrug off. Because he was worried about how deep the cancer might go, he took the extra cautious route of ripping away more than he thought he needed. In that single motion, he had stripped away over 20% of his soul. Ryu pressed a palm against his forehead and pulled. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, a large piece of soul was stripped away. What was more shocking than anything was that it was a dense black. Right then, there wasn't a single soul who didn't recognize the perfect Black Buddy soul. Each one of them shuddered, realizing what must have happened. All the while, the dream wraiths had been sneering. At first, they were surprised that Ryu was standing there at all. His movements were odd, and the fact he wasn't rushing away at the first opportunity wasn't in line with what they had seen from his character. But then he noticed that his body seemed to be giving up on him, and the subterfuge in their gazes condensed. They had almost forgotten how weak Ryu's cultivation was. Of course, this would be the outcome of stepping into the 7th layer. But as he sat there, long swaths of time passing by, the situation became odder and odder. Ryu didn't seem to make any progress at all. They laughed, feeling that he had finally reached his limits. There had to be a limit to someone's comprehension. If continuous breakthroughs could be made so easily, then everyone would be able to become a Tao god, regardless of anything else. However, when Ryu suddenly ripped his own soul out, their hearts leapt into their throats. Who didn't know the pain of a soul injury, let alone what Ryu had just done? Ryu had just done the equivalent of ripping his own heart out of his chest. It was the kind of thing that could make even Tao lords fear a person. The dream wraiths, of course, had the fiercest reaction. While others might not have sensed what Vence had done, how could they not? They hadn't considered the fact that Ryu was actually looking for the imprint in his soul until this very moment. Standing amidst the dream wraiths, an older, middle-aged woman who still had beauty that could topple nations stood. Her pupils had constricted to the max, her gaze so fixed on Ryu that she couldn't quite sense the trembling in her heart. None of what Ryu had done to this point made much sense, but even then, she had hardly reacted at all. There was only the slightest flicker of emotion after Vence died. However, this, send a report back. Fairy Gelida is that. Send a report back, she repeated. The dream wraiths no longer dared to hesitate. She was the only Tao sovereign among them. It simply wasn't their place to say anything more. After the Tao Lord left, Gelida turned her attention back to Ryu, her gaze unreadable. Ryu didn't care what the outside world was thinking at this point. His entire focus was on the blob in his hands. He had compressed it to an extreme, but he didn't destroy it just yet. He circulated his self-created soul cultivation method, using his internal matrix as a conduit to quickly replenish his spiritual chi. Rather than taking it from the surroundings, an endeavor that would have been useless, he pulled it directly from his meridians. The chaos plane seemed to be the only thing this world couldn't suppress inside of him. Well, as long as it remained inside of him, that is, the moment his chi left his body, it lost its usual bravado. I don't have time. I've wasted too much of it. The worry on his mind hadn't vanished yet, but now he was facing another dilemma. He still didn't quite understand the technique that had been used against him. If he ended up in another battle with a dream wraith, wouldn't it just be a repeat of what happened the first time? At that point, if he was forced to rip away a piece of his soul mid-battle, it would be devastating. But no matter how he observed and twisted the remnant soul in his hand, he couldn't find any clues. It definitely didn't help that his eyes weren't working as they usually would. This shouldn't have been a surprise. He couldn't understand it even when it had been a part of himself. How could he understand it now that it was a separate piece? The only explanation was that it was a method of spiritual quintessence application that was beyond him. Maybe even a form that was influenced by nether chi in some way, shape, or form. Soul quintessence or spiritual chi was ultimately refined down from normal chi. What would happen if instead of using real chi, you used nether chi to complete this process instead? What if you used ethereal chi? Ryu had never thought about these things before because he had only ever spent a significant amount of time in worlds ruled by real chi. The thought suddenly struck Ryu like a bolt of lightning. Was that really the case? Was he looking at it wrong to begin with? Ryu hesitated. Should he try it? Had he been too cautious until now? His gaze sharpened. He was no longer being influenced by this cancer, so why should he hesitate now that he had the thought? Ryu changed his tactics, and rather than absorbing chi from the chaos plane and then using it to condense spiritual quintessence, he tried to pull it in from the surroundings instead. The rotten sea was a bit murky, not only in its looks but also its energy composition. It was mostly made of vital chi, which was why bloodline resonance worked so well. That said, the demons were a special race. As he had thought many times before, they were somewhere in the middle of beasts and humans. Beasts could only use their blood, and their entire cultivation system was built on their spiritual roots. Humans could use all three systems freely. Being somewhere in the middle, demons could do a combination. And that meant that usually no single realm, whether body, mental, or chi, was completely separate from the other. So there was chi here. It was just that it was scarce, muddled, and hard to control. But when it came to chi control, Ryu had always felt that he was second to none. Even while being unfamiliar with nether chi, he still managed to pull it out and slowly began to observe it. First, he paid attention to the changes this might cause to his body. But as expected, there was little to nothing. His main pair of meridians were constructed from the third most durable material in all of existence. Even if there was trouble to be found, the nether chi certainly wouldn't cause it there. However, when he pulled the nether chi into his mind, his thoughts seemed to go blank for a moment. Boom! Ryu's soul broke into the true quintessence realm, completely out of his control. He was shocked by what happened, but he understood a moment later. Logically, this seemed to make sense. After all, didn't those Tao lords and sovereigns who had been stuck at the pinnacle of their worlds manage to see a path to break through after coming into contact with ethereal chi? But this didn't feel like the same situation. For one, Ryu's soul was special. His cultivation realm didn't denote his strength because he could expand it beyond those limits. His soul might have been in the false quintessence realm, but it was easily stronger than most true sky gods, whether of the ninth heaven and plane or not. He was constantly pressing to push it past its limits so that he could have more room for growth, and it should still have some space. It didn't make sense to break through like that. Second, nether chi wasn't ethereal chi. It wasn't the mirror of real chi. It was more like a very specific antithesis that strode toward the same goal with entirely different means. So why had his soul just broken through when he didn't want it to? Chapter 1753. Not just yet. 1753. Not just yet. Ryu was baffled. Even after several moments, he hadn't managed to come up with a solid answer, and it was beginning to annoy him. He absolutely hated being suppressed like this. Part of the reason his personality had become so cold in his first life was because his constant inability to cultivate despite having the will and desire to was an attack on his mind every day. This situation didn't feel much different. The fact the other participants should be experiencing the same things should have comforted him. But it didn't. He was definitely, by far, the one being suppressed the most because he had lost all of his most powerful abilities. If he still had access to his full range, he would have comprehended this already. Nether Chi. Ryu's eyes narrowed. First, he chose to take a step back. He was used to leaping over several bridges of logic and coming to an immediate conclusion. So this time, he would just have to cross each one of those bridges slowly. So, instead of trying to absorb more Nether Chi, he focused on the changes to his actual soul. What happened to his strength? Was a substantial leap? Did it regress? What about the limits of his spiritual sea? Did they increase, regress, stay the same? Ryu began to build a list of checkpoints, going through them one by one until he built a solid picture of what happened. That was when he realized something incredibly important. This wasn't normal cultivation. He had been trying to repair his soul. That meant that he hadn't been adding Nether Chi spiritual quintessence on top of his foundation. But rather, he was adding it to his foundation instead. This had clearly caused a great array of changes that he wasn't quite ready for. The Nether Chi, its boundaries, the amount of space it took up, etc., were all different from what he was used to. But it wasn't just the Nether Chi spiritual quintessence alone, but also its interaction with real Chi spiritual quintessence. It somehow made his soul feel fuller. So that's what it is. Ryu finally settled on a conclusion, and he realized that this was only possible because he had a perfect black buddy. No one else could reform the foundation of their soul like this, not without suffering severe after effects. It seemed that the interaction and balance between real Chi and Nether Chi had resulted in this effect. But there was still something Ryu didn't understand. Usually, he used Chaos Chi and turned it directly into spiritual quintessence. Chaos Chi was categorized as a form of real Chi, but it wasn't quite the same as what one might expect from it. Even further, Ryu didn't always use his Chaos Chi. Back when he had to hide his chaotic silk meridians at all costs, he would just absorb normal ambient real Chi. He had never considered what changes this might cause to his spiritual quintessence. But now he couldn't help but wonder, had he been too random with what kind of Chi he used to form his spiritual quintessence? Was there a real, tangible difference? What Ryu didn't know was that the only reason he could be so casual with what kind of Chi he used was precisely because he had a perfect black buddy soul. His soul allowed him nigh endless flexibility in how it was used and how he applied its strength. This was the only reason this was possible. A dream wraith could never use real Chi to form their spiritual quintessence, and a fairy or fae couldn't do that either. Ryu was slowly piecing this together, and he seemed to realize now that there were likely some aspects of the perfect black buddy that had still yet to be fully explored. It was either that or he had yet to come into contact with these truths, much like how the secrets of the chaotic silk meridians had been hidden from him as well. After some thought, Ryu continued to absorb Nether Chi and turn it into spiritual quintessence. His recovery was fast, and his cultivation continued to skyrocket. He just felt so full. His spiritual sea was almost bloated in a way he had never experienced before. He was used to it expanding nigh infinitely, but now it seemed to be showing some slight discomfort. Ryu realized that his spiritual sea had, indeed, shrunk. But by contrast, it was still far more powerful than it had been in the past. One strand of his spiritual quintessence was now worth triple of what it had been in the past, and that shocked Ryu, because he had only changed 20% of his spiritual sea. After some hesitation, Ryu pressed a hand to forehead and tore away another 30% of his soul. The excruciating pain hardly made his pupils constrict, as though he were forged by fire. Soon, his spiritual sea was half formed of Nether Chi spiritual quintessence and another half formed by real Chi spiritual quintessence. The bloated feeling actually disappeared, as though this was the balance his spiritual sea had been chasing after all the while. Now, if before a strand of his spiritual quintessence had been worth 3, it was now worth 10. The shocking part about this was that this had nothing to do with his breakthrough into the true realm. These calculations were based on his deductions for how strong he would have been had his soul broken through the normal way. This change was shocking. To be worth 10 times as powerful, his soul, which could easily crush those a realm above now, could seem to easily do the same for 2 realms above now. Under these circumstances, even if he ran into another dream wraith now, even if he lacked in skill compared to them, he could easily brute force his way to stopping them. His mind felt clearer than it ever had before, and he realized that he wasn't finished just yet. Chapter 17. 54 second rate. 1754 second rate. Ryu's attention turned to his internal matrix. His self-created method was built off the back of real chi alone. Even after all the changes to his soul, he hadn't touched it. But now, he felt a state of enlightenment coming that he couldn't suppress. The moment his gaze turned to the internal matrix, it was as though something had exploded in his mind. Waves of essence descended, forming a golden pillar as he lost himself in thought. He didn't even have time to register what level of enlightenment he had just triggered. He had already begun to tear apart his internal matrix and reform it. If he had gotten these many benefits from just the fusion of real chi and nether chi, didn't that mean if he split his spiritual chi into perfect thirds, incorporated ethereal chi as well, it would rise to another level? But this was just speculation. He didn't know for certain. What he did know, though, was that his internal matrix now had a lane for improvement he had simply never considered before. Vence would never expect that his last sinister action would actually be the impetus for Ryu to improve by leaps and bounds. Not only was his soul far stronger than it had been in the past, but he had touched upon something incredibly profound. The fact that Ryu didn't understand what Vence did or how he did it was a blow to his ego, but it was also a reminder of something clear. He wasn't perfect, yes, but this wasn't his main takeaway. What caught his attention even more was the fact that there were certain systems of cultivation and methods that he had never even seen. It could even be said that if any one of the methods of the Demon Kings appeared in the true martial world, they would be no different from taboo methods in that case. They were built upon fundamentally different realities. But there was a stark difference between taboo methods and demon methods. The former was suppressed by the heavens, not having enough faith to display their real power. The latter, however, was perfectly in tune with the heavens. And the weight that difference held was enormous. Ryu's mind shuddered, and a big bang seemed to echo through his mind. It felt like all the stars in the universe were reflecting in his eyes. The world felt so large and yet so small at the same time, as though it was resting in the palm of his hands. Nonetheless, he reconstructed his internal matrix entirely. This time, not only did he use nether chi, but he also used ethereal chi. It wasn't difficult for Ryu to get the ethereal chi he needed. He relied on his wife's primordial yin. He didn't need much at all, just enough to trigger the changes he needed and comprehend the slivers of things that were beyond him just moments before. His internal matrix began to strengthen considerably, shimmering as the only light of gold in the endless sea of black that was Ryu's spiritual sea. Before this change, Ryu's internal matrix was able to help him to exhibit the hollow form of a Tao 3 levels above his own. Now that he was in the true realm, this allowed him to exhibit at least the skeleton of an omniscient Tao. The problem with this was that it wasn't complete, and often it didn't allow him to maintain the full strength of a founding Tao either. As such, though it definitely made his Tao far sharper, it was still limited in what it could do, and the result wasn't nearly as exaggerated as one might have hoped. But this stage was entirely different. Somehow it felt more whole. Ryu couldn't just exhibit a skeleton now. His Tao was well and truly 3 stages above his own. His Tao, which was at the true grade, could now fully exhibit the strength of a founding Tao at the omniscient grade without losing any of its efficacy. The unfortunate part was due to the suppression of the rotten sea. He couldn't access his inner world. As such, his internal matrix had returned to its original state. Even so, this still allowed him to exhibit the full scope of a founding Tao in the perfect grade. Even better than that, this perfect grade Tao that he could exhibit showed clear signs of surpassing the ceiling placed upon it by the heavens, peaking beyond the founding grade to a world beyond. When Ryu opened his eyes, his gaze flashed like lightning. The golden pillar of light around him was slowly dissipating, But that didn't stop him from spotting all the figures that had approached him during his meditation. He couldn't control what had happened. He had truly not wanted to miss that state of enlightenment. Truthfully, he knew this would happen. He just didn't give a damn. Ahead, a looming fire giant stood. Off to the side, there was an ash tree ant, its black bark and branches spreading out to encompass over a kilometer. To another side, there was an ice queen, one with a radiant blue crown above her head. All three were on Ryu's kill list. How convenient of you all to come to me. Ryu stood to his feet, stretching his neck. At that moment, the surrounding waters became incredibly still. His bloodline resonance stabilized, breaking through several tiers of control and forcing the heavy waters into submission. His huge breakthrough had brought his comprehension back to a level where it had been in the outside world. As far as he was concerned, this battle was already over. The second-rate geniuses weren't worthy of standing before him. They were lucky he had even graced them with his presence. That said, for their thoughts about his wife, they would have to die. The Ice Queen seemed to be instantly irritated by Ryu's words. A twin pair of small daggers appeared in her hands. I'm going to castrate you and flush that disgusting thing down your throat. Ryu sent her an indifferent glance. I hate to break it to you, but my wife quite likes that disgusting thing. I'll kill you, she roared. Important announcement below. Also, we're back, baby. Chapter 1755 Wealth. 1755 Wealth. Ryu was speechless for a moment. This woman was actually so infuriated? What did she think husband and wife did exactly? After a moment, despite the attack coming toward him, he began to laugh. Each wave of laughter caused another boom to echo across the black waters. Even without moving an inch, the Ice Queen was rebuffed and sent flying backward. The dichotomy between her fierceness and the result was so striking that the others didn't know how to react. Let's end this as quickly as possible, shall we? My patience for those with thoughts about my wife is lower than the ninth plane itself. And the price to pay is death. Ryu took a step forward and punched out 3 consecutive times. He aimed for each one of them just once, as though he couldn't be bothered to use more than a single attempt for them. The Ice Queen was in the worst position, her body having been sent flailing backward. Facing Ryu's sudden fist, she found it difficult to even stabilize herself first. Her thoughts were consumed by how fast she was moving backward despite the density of the waters. Were they truly still in the 7th layer? Bang! 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 The Ice Queen crossed her arms, cracks of ice akin to fissures in space appearing before her in a vain attempt to block. The shield shattered instantly. Her daggers trembled for just a moment, managing to hold their form. But the rest of the energy traveled up her arms, shattering the lovely pair like broken glass and cracking ice. The fire giant had brought out a hammer of ages, one with a head as large as his own. When it swung down, the waters in its way didn't have the time to move. In the end, it looked as though the rotten sea had become a part of its strength. But in Ryu's eyes, this was just the very same trick Vence had used. It looked good, but it lacked substance, lacked strength. The moment the hammer and Ryu's fist aura collided, the former was blown out of the way, the rotten seas that had become part of its strength incorporating into Ryu's strength instead and gathering into an all-out assault on the fire giant's chest. Blood and bone exploded. The rotten sea absorbed them instantly, sapping it up and even latching onto the fire giant. The viciousness was akin to a parasite sinking into its prey. The ash tray ant seemed to be in the best condition, but this was only because it didn't seem to be a being of flesh and blood. Its branches and bark littered the waters. Despite how much of its body it used to block, it was like the energy of Ryu's fist was endless, breaking through them one after another. Ryu took a step forward, appearing amidst the constantly snaking branches of the tray ant. He moved with a fluidity that touched upon a realm these few demon kings had simply never seen. He appeared in front of its main trunk, stretching out a hand slowly and almost gently placing his palm on it. The ash tray ant froze. Afraid? Ryu asked softly. I really want to know, though. Did an inconsequential plant like you really think it had a chance in this game? I've outcompeted even life partners before. Who do you think you are? A dull bang echoed. Ryu didn't even seem to put much strength into it. He had been suppressing how pissed off he was for a long while. Now that there was finally a string of individuals on his kill list right in front of him, how could he not lash out? Yana had a life partner herself. It was a black rose. But hadn't she chosen him in the end? This ashtray ant really thought too much of itself. No one could have any thoughts about his wives. Not even if they were life partners. Ryu vanished and appeared by the fire giant's hammer. It had lost control of it after the initial strike, and the blow to its chest only made it worse. He casually picked up the heavy weapon as though it weighed nothing at all. The flames that licked at his hands tried to rip him apart, but he was entirely unmoved. He took a glance at the fire giant struggling to stand to its feet. Trash! Bang! His wrist gently waved and the fire giant exploded. It wasn't even clear where the attack came from. It was as though Ryu had gained control of his space-time soul nature once again and did the impossible, controlling even the inside of the fire giant's body. Ryu looked at the weapon and shrugged. The materials were decent enough. He was still a bit broke. Maybe he could make something out of it. Now that he thought about it, maybe he should be stealing the spatial rings of these geniuses. He had never got into such a habit because he was used to being rich. The last time he had stolen a spatial ring was probably way back when he participated in the Ember Clan's tournament. That was the day he had found the tome wrapped in human skin. He chuckled to himself, wondering how many had taken advantage of his kills over the year. But that was part of his pride. He didn't kill to rob people. He just killed people who pissed him off or were in his way. Sure, why not? Ryu spoke to himself as though the Ice Queen wasn't still alive. He waved a hand and the spatial rings of the ashtray ant and the fire giant both came toward him. Surprisingly, the fire giant's was the only gigantic one. The ashtreant's spatial ring was of a normal size. It had clearly hidden it on one of its many branches. I do wonder, though, how does the ashtray ant coordinate its attacks? It must be difficult to control that many limbs at once. The mental capacity of gods was exceptional, but that didn't mean it was infinite. Also, everything was relative. Sure, a true sky god would have a far greater mental capacity, but they also needed it. It served a purpose. The complexity of god-grade techniques were on another level entirely, not to mention what was needed to sustain god-level comprehensions and wield god-level weapons. It wasn't as though sky gods had a ton of excess mental space they just didn't use. Then, there was also the fact that the ashtray ants had quite a number of branches from their youth as well. How did they control them back then? Worth exploring. Might be yet another path to improve my inner matrix. The Ice Queen was shivering with fury, trying to reform her arms and having decent success. The Ice Queen Demon King race looked quite a lot like humans did aside from the ice crown perpetually hovering above their heads and their unnaturally pale skin. However, their bodies were almost entirely constructed of the ice element. Due to this, so long as they had chi, healing from even the most grievous of injuries wasn't difficult at all. It was just unfortunate that it didn't matter. Ryu appeared before her. Finally, her eyes showed signs of panic. You can't kill me. I'm a woman. What kind of man are you? Yes, I can, Ryu replied simply. He flicked a finger, and her head and crown shattered. While it was true that she could replenish her body, that didn't mean it didn't come at a cost. She had put everything into trying to heal her arms because that was the only way she could have any hope of fighting back. But that also meant that her chi was completely diverted to the task as well. She was the easiest to kill of them all. Ryu took her spatial ring as well. He didn't waste any time. He picked the direction he sensed Selhira in and shot toward it, his speed blazing. It wouldn't take him more than a few dozen seconds to reach her. His speed was too fast. As he moved, he took a look at the rings and didn't find much interesting other than precisely what he was looking for. Wealth. The three of them were quite rich. Their wealth piled into the tens of millions of mid-level true nether crystals. It was orders of magnitude beyond what Ryu had on him now since all his wealth was in the lower level of the kind. Other than that, there were just some secondary treasures and some life-saving measures. Even of the latter, there weren't many. Presumably because these three usually walked around with Dao guards. There were also some techniques, but Ryu had gotten used to using his own self-created methods. That said, they would be interesting reference. He spotted something interesting in the Ashtrent's ring that made his lip curl. It was a technique, and it happened to be related to something he was just wondering about. Chapter 1756 Invincible. 1756 Invincible. Ryu didn't have a chance to take a deep look at the technique. He had already arrived. This time, he found Selhira in a state of deep meditation, a frown pinching her delicate brows. She wasn't in any imminent danger, or so it seemed on the surface. But Ryu quickly found what the issue was. Her body was, indeed, stronger than his in this state. The problem was that she hadn't grasped bloodline resonance, and her cultivation was much lower than those that would be able to reach this stage. Although she was advancing by leaps and bounds, she wasn't going to be able to make up for years of delayed cultivation in just a few days or even months. She had already missed the ideal window for fast progression, and now she was heavily relying on her talent and resources instead. Ryu wasn't worried about this because he was certain that he could help her to overcome that hurdle, but that wouldn't change the fact that this 7th layer was too much for her. He quickly rushed up and put a hand on her shoulder. It was only then that the pressure around Selhira finally alleviated, and she let out a haggard breath. She collapsed into Ryu's arms, fainting. Her breathing became shallow and quick, her skin paling. Ryu felt a pang of guilt. He had brought her here before she was ready, and she had likely been here waiting for him. She had likely expected that he would quickly catch up. Instead, he had forced her to endure alone for over a half-day. He picked her up into a cradle and dispelled all the black water around her. Her body finally fully relaxed, and her frown smoothed out, but judging by the erratic beating of her heart, she wasn't out of the woods just yet. Ryu only sighed a breath of relief after he realized that there was no immediate danger to her life. In fact, he realized that although this situation was dangerous, she had benefited quite a bit. Her skin was covered in droplets of impurities, likely forced out thanks to the tremendous pressure she had been under. Ryu carefully cleansed her body, controlling a pulse of ice chi to freeze them over and shatter them. From what Ryu could see, after Selhira left this place and gained access to real chi once more, she would be able to take a straight shot right into the perfect sky god realm at the very worst. It wasn't just this, but the pressure also forced her fire dragon side into a more active role, and more shocking than that, Ryu actually began to sense other dragon bloodlines in her body. That was when it hit Ryu. If Selhira had a fire dragon bloodline hidden inside of her, why wouldn't the other bloodlines, suppressed through her lineage, not be there as well? He sensed aspects of wind, water, earth. There were even traces of rarer dragons, like spatial dragons, in her blood. They were, obviously, much weaker than her crystal dragon bloodline, but this was an analysis Ryu made based on their quantity, not their quality. Ryu grinned. This had nothing to do with him. Selhira had realized that if she used her crystal dragon bloodline as the main pillar, forcing these other bloodlines into subservience was possible. Wasn't this exactly what Ryu had done after he gained Selhira's primordial Een? Back then, when his master taught him bloodmancy, it still wasn't enough to corral his bloodlines entirely. So, he took advantage of the crystal dragon's ability to control, increasing his hold on them. Ultimately, he was able to exhibit some more control over his blood. Of course, now, his methods of controlling his bloodline were far more profound. It could be said his method of relying on his inner world was the best method ever created. He had directly stripped the bloodlines of all their fate, allowing them to exhibit their power directly. While losing their fate weakened them somewhat individually because they were fused as one, the ultimate result was far better. In addition, as Ryu continued to accumulate faith, he could use it to bolster his inner world. In the end, he would even be able to make them even stronger individually than they were in the past. And once they fused, well, he would become a true monster. Selhira was taking a similar path but through a completely different method. And, because of the nature of her path, she might be able to succeed in using conventional methods alone. At some point in the past, the crystal dragons were the only race of dragons that all others listened to. Even the fire dragons listened to their advice. That meant that faith-wise, These bloodlines were already inclined to give deference to Selhyra's blood. This meant that if Selhyra could refine this method, her bloodlines wouldn't clash and force the others into suppression. It would be their natural state to harmonize. This, obviously, meant that Selhyra wouldn't need an inner world like Ryu did to keep things orderly. Of course, this was all just the ideal result. It would still be up to Selhyra to strengthen her comprehension of her crystal dragon bloodline sufficiently so that it could keep all these other bloodlines in line. But once she succeeded, Ryu almost burst into a booming laughter. If it wasn't for the fact his wife was in a deep sleep, he truly would have. He already had one Tao god for a wife. In his opinion, he wouldn't be satisfied until they all were. He wouldn't leave a single one of them behind. Ryu continued to carry Selhyra in his arms and rushed ahead. This time, he didn't use embryonic qi to speed up her recovery. This was an important crossroads for Selhyra. Sure, using embryonic qi now would heal her quickly, but Ryu felt that she would have far more room for enlightenment while her body was still a battlefield. As she slowly resolved it herself, she would improve by leaps and bounds. This environment also happened to be the most perfect for bloodline improvements. Once she succeeded in reaching a new baseline, only then would Ryu give her embryonic qi. At that point, not only would it solidify her improvements, it would help them tend toward greater perfection. Now, let's find Empana. Ryu began to send out pulses of bloodline resonance. The geniuses in this place were too spaced apart, so it was hard to find them. Though the region was narrower, there were also far fewer participants. Ryu finally sensed a person. He wasn't sure if it was Empana because the distance was too far, but he could only go one by one in this situation. So he set off. As he did so, he turned his attention back to the Ashtrance method. It was such a fundamental technique of the race that it didn't even have a name. It was a lot like the martial arts that Ryu practiced as a youth. But as Ryu read, he was completely blown away. Ryu was almost never impressed. It took his master finding his wife across countless world barriers before he even acknowledged her. It wasn't that there weren't people that could do what he couldn't. It was more so that it was rare for him to come across someone he didn't think could only do so because they had more years of cultivation than himself. Ryu always felt that he could accomplish more than others should the circumstances be the exact sum. Though he acknowledged that the world was fair. But this was truly impressive. In the outside world, the Ashtray-ants were bristling with rage at the fall of their genius. There were only 3 Ashtray-ants that had made it so far, and Ryu actually killed one of them so easily. It was nothing short of a humiliation. But when they saw him reading their technique, their reaction wasn't furious at all. That was because this technique fell into a rare category. It was a technique that was both a core method of the Ashtray-ants, and yet one that they never bothered to try to put restrictions over. Not only could any Ashtray-ant practice it and even carry a copy regardless of status, the technique had been passed on so far and wide that every demon clan had a copy in the 9th plane. Even the weaker ones. It was simply a technique which, even if one came to comprehend it, it wouldn't make a difference because it was entirely reliant on the unique body of the Ashtray-ants. On top of that, even other lesser Trayants couldn't make use of this technique because the requirements were too high. As such, this was a unique technique. They could only sneer at Ryu's actions. He'd have better odds looking at what the other 2 might have been carrying. Ryu had no idea what the Ashtray-ants were thinking, nor did he give a damn, because the moment he saw this technique, his heart was practically beating out of his chest. This was the method. I will use this to bring my close combat to an all-new level. If I accomplish this and succeed in improving my Tao the way I want, it should be almost impossible for anyone beneath Tao Lord to even scratch me. The fierce glow in Ryu's eyes could burn a world down. He could finally take strides toward that ideal he had dreamed of since he was a child. One day he would be invincible. Chapter 1757 How? 1757 How? The technique was shocking, and though Ryu didn't know what the Ashtray-ants were thinking, if he did know, he would feel that their assessment wasn't entirely wrong. Just on its surface, this technique was nigh impossible to use for anyone without both exception soul talent and the body of an Ashtray-ant. Due to the former reason, Trayants of weaker stock were unable to use this technique. While due to the latter, even geniuses of other races were out of luck. The reason this technique was so difficult was because of one reason. It was created based on chaos. Of course, this was chaos as related to the chaos plane, but rather chaos in reference to the scientific principle. Ryu was shocked by the scientific advancements of the humans he had seen in those other worlds. Whether sacrum or the true martial world, neither progressed down this path. However, that didn't mean that Ryu wasn't aware of some scientific principles, even if he didn't necessarily look at them like science. For example, Aika's Tao. It was based on quantum mechanics, and Ryu understood what he was seeing the moment she used it the first time. In this case, it was yet another principle that he understood perfectly, that being the so-called three-body problem. Though Ryu also didn't refer to it this way. He simply knew it was lowercase chaos. The three-body problem, described simply, was essentially the scientific principle that when there were two large bodies in space, both with gravity acting upon each other, it was simple to create a predictive model of where they would end up a long way into the future. However, once a third body was added, everything changed. In a three-body system, you could reach an initial state of what was known as chaos. Even small changes to the starting position could lead to drastic changes. The best way to think of a three-body problem was a double-jointed pendulum. It had 3 points, each of which would move independently and force change onto the system. The technique of the treant worked precisely on this chaotic nature of three bodies. When the technique was active, their branches began to move in unpredictable patterns that were nigh impossible to block or dodge, because they wouldn't follow the usual battle cadences. As a result, reaching their most vulnerable trunk was practically impossible. Of course, this was all built on the principles of nether chi, which used destruction to reach its goals, something that was perfect for lowercase chaos. There was an obvious question here. If it was the three-body problem, then why could only the treants use it? After all, even though most humanoid species only had 2 arms, they had 2 legs as well. If they were close combat specialists, wouldn't this be enough? There were several issues with this. First, most humanoids weren't close combat experts to begin with. In this cruel world, going into battle without a weapon was like putting your hand on a silver platter. Most couldn't afford to casually lose limbs like the treant race without a care in the world. Second, the three-body problem was only named as such because it was the simplest form of chaos. There existed a 4-body problem, a 5-body, and so on, each one exponentially more complex than the last. To a mortal, deciphering a 3-body problem mid-battle was impossible. To sky gods, though, it might as well have been as easy as reading the pages of a book. There was a reason that Ryu had been able to so casually reach the heart of the ash treant and kill it in a single blow. The number of body problems the ash treant could form wasn't enough to surpass Ryu's calculative abilities, even while he was suppressed. As such, progressing through this technique of the ash treants required continuously raising the body problem standards of the user. For limbs simply weren't even remotely enough. Then there was a third and final problem, and this one was likely the most obvious. Humanoids like Ryu had joints to worry about. How could they use such a chaotic technique? What made the 3-body problem so potent was that the bodies involved could end up anywhere at any time. But Ryu and other humanoids were limited by their own bodies. Due to joints, there was a limited range of movement that Ryu could exhibit, and if he went too far beyond them, he would end up snapping his own arms and legs in half. He could even kill himself if he wasn't careful. The treants, by extension, had no such worries. The flexibility of their branches was endless, and even if they snapped, they didn't care. They could just grow more. This was why the ash treants were the only race in existence that could use this technique. It wasn't like others hadn't tried to think of workarounds. For example, using flying weapons or formations instead. But the issue with that approach was that using this chaos method put such a great weight on the mind to begin with. If you were also diverting your attention to control things that weren't direct attachments to your body, how much greater would the pressure on your mind be? Ultimately, it wasn't even worth the exchange. You would end up with a far weaker product than what you started with. However, Ryu had something that the true marital world didn't have: visualizations. Not only did he have visualizations, but he also happened to have the perfect tree for exactly this process. Of all the trees in existence, the immortal Sakura probably had the largest branch-to-trunk ratio, with its trunk being short and stumpy compared to the rest. The obvious issue, though, was just as was stated above. Even if Ryu had a powerful soul, which of the Demon King geniuses didn't? If he had to use this technique and a visualization at the same time, even he would run into a wall. So how? Chapter 1758 Bastardized. 1758 Bastardized. Ryu wasn't a fool, nor did he overestimate himself due to his own bravado. The Ashtray-ants weren't just some throwaway race of beings. They were demon kings, existences on the same level as the martial gods in terms of power and influence. If their techniques could be circumvented just through some lower world methods and a powerful soul talent, they would have never been so lax in letting it spread to begin with. The perfect Black Buddy soul wasn't the only top-tier soul talent with large reserves of stamina. In fact, it wasn't even that was the easiest to cultivate in this regard. Sure, Ryu had great soul stamina, but it was at the cost of heavy efforts and long cultivation. Given the amount of energy he had absorbed through self-created pills and his new soul cultivation method, he should have long since had a perfect soul at the very worst. This was because the perfect Black Buddy soul's main ability wasn't the stamina it granted, but rather its flexibility and durability, thus its namesake. By contrast, there were other souls out there that specialized in stamina and large spiritual seas specifically. And though visualizations weren't common throughout the true martial world, how often did the best geniuses travel to lower worlds to temper themselves? Could it be that Sacrum was the only one that had grasped this form of soul control? Did no one at least have anything analogous or close? With these measures alone, Ryu could certainly become one of the very best non-Ashtray-ants in the usage of this technique. But the effort-to-output ratio would always be terrible for him, no matter what. Even if he grew to surpass the best Ashtray-ant there was, because he finally climbed beyond the limits of this world, it still wouldn't matter. He would still be losing out, and there would always be better techniques to use. Not to mention the fact he was a long way from accomplishing that to begin with. But Ryu truly did have something that no other existence had. An internal matrix that would do all the calculations for him. Ryu didn't need to burden his soul with the calculations. He could entirely focus on sustaining the immortal Sakura visualization. After some modification, its enhancement to his close combat abilities would be monumental. Not only would he be able to have one of the best defensive abilities in existence, but he would likewise fuse it with one of the strongest. This wasn't all either. Ryu was already thinking of methods of making the three-body problem more complex. The immortal Sakura would be an extension of his soul. If he incorporated aspects of spacetime into it as well, what would happen to this technique? He definitely wasn't the first to think of this. With so many geniuses among the Ashtray-ants, there were certainly some of them that had space affinities as well, maybe even time affinities, though Ryu doubted that there'd be both. However, Ryu didn't care about others at the moment because the synergies he was thinking only continued to become more wild. He had been able to incorporate his Phoenix heavenly patterns into his visualizations for a long while already. That would definitely be an extra added boost as well. He had been making large strides to combine his talents into one single path for a long while, and it was clear that his progress in this facet was simply immaculate. He had yet to do much other than memorize the Ashtray-ant technique, and had yet to begin figuring out how to have his inner matrix take the load for him. But the thoughts of what he could accomplish alone were truly shocking even to him. Ryu continued to search, but he couldn't seem to find Impana. He had already run into several individuals by now, but not a single one of them was him. He didn't even bother to interact with most of them, and as for those on his kill list, they died likely without even knowing who attacked them. Ryu simply pocketed their treasures and then moved along, not feeling much of a burden as the experts on the outside continued to grind their teeth. This human had truly stomped on their pride again and again, and there was nothing they could do about it. There was no doubt that news of this would spread far and wide across the ninth plane, and some of them were even thinking of killing everyone here to stop such a thing. However, they couldn't go so far. Not yet. At the very least, they got some sick comfort thinking of what had happened to Impana. Looking at Ryu searching around like this, they all couldn't help but release dark sneers. Ryu continued to search, and another hour ticked by without any progress. That was when he spotted it. He almost ignored it because it didn't register as a living being, but the shape of it caught him off guard. Ryu appeared the object and with he illuminated the surroundings. He found Empana's corpse. It was missing a leg and both arms. His eyes were still open wide, and the rotten seas were compressing down around his remains. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He didn't know Empana very well, and he didn't very much care about his death itself. But this was a man he had designs on, even having plans for the future. Who dared to kill his property? Ryu's gaze flashed with a dangerous light, and he was about to leave when he noticed something else. He's not dead. Is this a special ability of the lizard demons? It seemed similar to shedding skin, except Empana was doing it with his whole body and his soul. If he had to describe it in a single line, it was like a bastardized version of the Phoenix's rebirth, but not nearly as glorious nor as effective. And Empana had used it at the worst time because it was for the sake of survival and nothing else. Chapter 1759 Brighter. 1759 Brighter. Empana clearly hadn't been as lucky as Selhira was, but that ironically might have been because, unlike Selhira, he could actually walk around. The result of that was him running into enemies he could defeat and suffering for it. Though honestly speaking, that could be just about anyone in this place. Making it to the 7th layer definitely meant that you were exceptionally powerful amongst that group of geniuses, so there were simply no safe zones around here. The moment you ran into someone, if you didn't have the strength to protect yourself, you would be finished. This was probably also the reason why Ryu had only been surrounded by 3 geniuses instead of a dozen or more. After sensing the golden pillar, many probably realized that they were too far away to be among the first to get there, and there was too much to risk by trying anyway. It was better if they searched for opportunities elsewhere. That was especially the case since, unlike Ryu, moving around would definitely get them targeted by beasts as well. Could be said that Selhira was also very lucky in this regard. Or, at the very least, she had grasped just enough bloodline resonance to keep her body protected and mask her aura. Ryu reached down and placed a hand on Empana's forehead, confirming what he had already known. His soul was definitely still buried deep in there, and his body was in a quasi-state of rebirth. All of his organs had shut down or ruptured. Even his heart had been completely shattered. There was only a small kernel of life deep within. It would have been easily missed if it wasn't for the fact that this was exactly what Ryu was looking for. Once again, some droplets of embryonic chi would have probably done the trick, but much like Selhira, Ryu sensed something curious. The methods of the lizard demons were clearly much weaker than the Phoenix's. This bloodline talent should be based on skin shedding or something similar. It was designed to be likely used just once in their lifetime, and rather than a holistic change, it was targeted as more of a bloodline change. Comparatively speaking, the Phoenix's rebirth was exactly that, a true rebirth. Ryu even speculated that a great deal of embryonic chi might be involved in the talent as well. Though he was unconscious at the time, so he had no way of confirming. He had seen his father's rebirth before, but he hadn't even been able to approach at the time. Even if he had used his spiritual sense, his soul would have been burnt to ash. What was interesting about this was the fact this skin-shedding rebirth of sorts had almost perfect synergy with the rotten seas. The trouble was that because Empana hadn't triggered it in optimal condition, he was moments from dying. In fact, though he was fighting now, had Ryu found him a few hours later, his death would have truly been inevitable. This was truly unfortunate for Empana. Even in comparison to the lizard demons, his talent was poor. That was why he looked so much like a human and had so few lizard demon features. That likely meant that he hadn't even awakened this talent until this very moment. But luckily for him, he had Ryu. Rather than pulling out a pill or something of the sort, Ryu decided to take a different approach. He would see how much fight Empana truly had in him. Triggering his bloodline resonance, Ryu began to weaken the pressure around Empana, allowing his body to breathe a bit. Part of the reason Empana couldn't find a path out of this mess was precisely because the pressure in the 7th layer was far too much. So instead of helping him out directly, Ryu took this path instead. Much like Selhira, if Empana could accomplish this on his own, the result would be far more favorable. Ryu wasn't in a rush to go anywhere. If he descended to the 8th layer right now, he would be letting those on his kill list off. He highly doubted that much more than a handful, if any at all, would be able to enter the 8th layer. That meant that the seventh layer was his last opportunity to catch them all in one place. In that case, why not take his time to help out his wife and his new summon? This wasn't entirely a waste of his time, either. Setting aside the fact that Empana would become a part of his fighting strength in the future, this was the first time Ryu would get to witness a rebirth up close. Of course, once again, it was nowhere near as close to a real rebirth as the Phoenix's talent was. But that didn't mean that it didn't have its own merits. Not only would this help him to understand much more about Empana's body, which would help him increase this lizard demon's strength into the future, it would also be an opportunity for him to deepen his Tao and comprehension of the world. Ryu continued to lower the pressure. He could feel that the will in Empana's heart was still incredibly strong. Even until the last moment, he refused to give in. The lizard demon had no idea what was happening around him at all. But that didn't mean he wouldn't take advantage. Even so, it wasn't until Ryu had lessened the pressure to what was on the second layer that an equilibrium was finally reached. Finally, Empana began to make some progress forward in his rebirth, latching onto the chance like a thirsting man in the desert to water. The process was slow, and though Ryu could have weakened the pressure even further to help speed it up, he didn't do so. In fact, at a certain point, he began to weaken his bloodline resonance, increasing the pressure around Empana once more. As Ryu observed, his eyes glowed brighter and brighter. Chapter 1760 Boon. 1760 Boon. Truly fascinating. It wasn't just flesh and bone being regenerated. It felt like Ryu was watching the recreation of a race. But what was even more shocking than this was the fact that this race was also mutating at the same time. It was practically like watching the constellations change in the skies. It was truly that fantastical. Aside from this, he had already been impressed by Empana's Tao heart before, but now it was as bright as day. Enduring this kind of near-death experience and crawling back, albeit slowly, wasn't something most could do. In fact, almost no one could do it. It was like the first time Ryu came in contact with the divine chains of the martial gods. Except even then, his subconscious knew that it was an effect of the chains and not reality. Yet it had still taken a moment for him to pull himself out of that state. What Empana was going through was very much real, and yet he was still clawing and biting. Ryu could almost sense a savage, demonic nature coming from him. One that was one part unbridled rage, and another part almost psychotic and primal in a way. Ironically, Ryu was learning a lot more about temperament while observing this than anything else. He could almost watch as Empana's tendencies and personality were being baked into himself, how his bloodlines were trying to force him to act in a certain way. More interesting than that, he could see exactly what aspects of his bloodline were forcing it, and exactly how the mutations were either enhancing or weakening them. As the hours ticked by, Ryu had slowly raised the pressure back up the sixth layer. Empana's progress was still moving forward at the pace of a snail, but the fact he could withstand the sixth layer on his own now spoke volumes about the kind of progress he was making. His body still looked like it was in pieces. His limbs were still missing. His skin was still cracked and riddled with wounds. Even his soul was still trapped in a layer of hidden runes that he had yet to manage to shed. However, Ryu could feel his vitality coming in greater and greater surged, and by this point the observers on the outside had also come to notice exactly this as well. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Most didn't have an understanding of talents so far up the plains, but those that did soon explained what was likely happening, causing the entire atmosphere to sink. It wasn't that Empana was alive that really pissed them off. They didn't care whether this lizard demon lived or died. It wasn't even that they had hoped to see Ryu in despair, either. After his initial reaction to Empana's state, it was clear that he didn't have deep feeling for this lizard demon. The main issue they were all thinking of was, how was Ryu using bloodline resonance so easily and so continuously? It was clear that Ryu had managed to have an unfathomable breakthrough. They had been worried about it before, but seeing the actual result left their expressions twisted and ugly. Ryu slowly increased the pressure until it returned to the seventh layer. Then he let go. He sat there in silence, knowing that this was where things would truly begin to ramp up. While he was using bloodline resonance, he had no choice but to suppress the actual effects of the rotten sea. Due to that, Empana was only getting small segments of the surrounding waters. Now, however, he was truly basking in the pressure of the rotten seas and getting a full baptism. Almost instantly, the cracks across his body began to glow a bright red. His progress suddenly accelerated and his bloodline was tempered again and again. Ryu's eyes narrowed because he could sense something ancient awakening in Empana's bloodline. Ryu had already said that he didn't believe the lizard demons descended from dragons, but he was inclined to believe that they had descended from some powerful snake beasts of the past, and maybe even the world serpent. The rivalry between the dragons and world serpents was well known. It was so deeply ingrained that even after the world serpents became the bone serpents, it was still a grudge that remained. It was said that the world serpents were the largest beasts in all of existence, known for having bodies that would wrap all the way around entire worlds at their peak. It was also said that even as children, they had worlds inside their bellies, allowing them to devour any and all things. They were insatiable creatures, and rather than wrapping around a world, it was more accurate to say that they swallowed them whenever they got the chance. Just now, Ryu had sensed a hint of that devouring character coming from Empana. How could he not react to it? However, it was clear that this devouring character was mutated and seemed to also be tailored toward flames. Ryu didn't care. This was a huge change, and an unexpected boon at that. He had never told anyone, but he had a theory for why it was that dragons won their battle, and it wasn't that the world serpents were weaker. The world serpents were a creature very much hated. They threw off the balance of worlds and their karma was absolutely terrible. Even before they became demons, they were well known as such. In their prime, the world serpents might have been even stronger than the dragons. Their abilities were more shared across their species, so they had larger numbers of experts working on refining the same path. By contrast, the dragons had countless variations within themselves. If Ryu could awaken a world serpent, at least in part, this would be a huge boon. Boom! There was a sudden bang that came from Empana's stomach, and Ryu's eyes began to shine as bright as stars. He had actually done it. He had formed the world-devouring stomach. Chapter 1761 Me? 1761 Me? The world-devouring stomach was obviously one of the greatest talents of the world serpents. In fact, it was to the world serpents what the lightning seed was to the Qilins, or rebirth was to the phoenixes. This world-devouring talent was clearly incomplete, and was only capable of dealing with flames, but that didn't change just how shocking it was. Just by virtue of its existence, Empana had actually gained far more immunity against flames than even Ryu's rebirth flame allowed. It was truly shocking. Just with this alone, it was clear that Empana's gains were excellent. In this regard, Ryu could only sigh. If they didn't suppress his inner world, he could have allowed his other summon to appear as well. Her gains would likely be just as great, if not more so, because her foundation was deeper than Empana's. While her Dao heart was definitely weaker than the lizard demons, it wasn't by a large amount. He could tell that she was certainly strong of will as well. But there was no use crying over spilt milk. There was still some time. Maybe if he made it to the 9th layer, he could make a breakthrough that would shake him free of this suppression entirely. Once that happened, he would truly be able to take his summons to another level. Or maybe, if I understand this rotten seed deeply enough, it's possible that I could replicate it in my inner world. But such a thing is certainly easier said than done. This is a world capable of suppressing even my eyes. Even if I can replicate it, at least in the interim, it won't be as powerful as I would like it to be. As Ryu thought about this, Empana was undergoing another world of changes. In order to withstand the existence of the world-devouring stomach, it was impossible for his body to remain the same. Just by virtue of gaining a world within himself, he was being forced to grow stronger just to fight back against the drain it had on him. It also had to be remembered that the world serpents were beasts. This meant that their cultivation system was entirely built from the body. So, when Ryu said stomach, he meant so literally. It wasn't just hovering around in a similar location, but it was truly in his stomach, right above the location of his dantian. It seemed that Empana was undergoing a similar evolution to Selhira, though not completely analogous. The difference was that while Selhira was a beast becoming more human, Empana was a demon becoming more beast. A true one-to-one comparison would be if Empana had been a human instead. But that made observing the result all the more interesting. The inner organs were the location of the 7 corporeal souls. Watching the evolution and change was a true boon to Ryu, and he felt that his understanding of the world was deepening in ways he could have never imagined before. Empana's eyes suddenly flashed open, a radiant light coming from them. The first thing Ryu noticed was that his eyes were now slit. Of the lizard demons, Empana was the most human-like due to his weak bloodline. But now, it was impossible to look at his eyes and not feel as though a true demon was staring into your soul. That might have been the first thing Ryu noticed, but that was only because before this, he had witnessed the growth of something far more shocking. Empana's lower legs had been mostly blown off by his previous battle, but now it was replaced with a long snake tail. Each one of its crimson scaled reflected as though they held a world of burning fire within, though this was mostly an illusion. Another obvious change was Empana's sheer size. In the past, he had been even shorter than Ryu. But now, Ryu looked up as Empana stood in the waters. He stumbled a bit, not understand exactly what was happening. When he tried to use his legs, he realized that there was only a single one. He felt a bit downcast, but recovered quickly. It wasn't impossible to regrow a limb, it was just that the cost skyrocketed depending on your cultivation level. It would cost a breath of air, given his current wealth, to repair the limb of a mortal. But a perfect sky god like him, even given his poor talent, it simply wasn't something he could afford. Since those below Tao God couldn't fly on the 9th plane, that would make his life even more troublesome. But he had fought through far worse with far less power at his disposal. He felt like he could accomplish anything. That was when it hit Empana. Why didn't he feel any pain? His mind had been consumed by this pain for the last several days. It felt like he was constantly clawing back from the jaws of hell, but the devils wouldn't let him free. But now he felt good? Ryu's lip curled as Empana finally realized his situation. At this moment, Empana stood even taller than a fire giant of his cultivation level. He loomed at 20 meters tall, and his body strength was so powerful that his heartbeat resonated like a clap of thunder in Ryu's ears. His face and upper body were still humanoid and attractive by the same standards, but his tail had become a looming monstrosity that would shake even the oldest ancestors of the lizard demons to their very core. If he stood on the tip of his tail instead of the flat of it, he would have been at least 30 meters tall. Empana looked down at himself and then noticed Ryu. Realizing the size disparity between the two, he felt his heart lurch into his throat. When he finally felt his own current power, his eyes glazed over in shock, his body and heart trembling despite his Tao heart. "This is me." His words lingered in the dark sea. Chapter 1762 Tired of Calm. 1762 Tired of Calm. Ryu smiled, looking at this scene with satisfaction. This was about barely enough to be worthy of being his summon. Empana with this strength and his Tao heart was bound to be a true monster. It was likely that even now, there were very few left in the rotten sea that could match up to him. If Ryu was correct, it was likely only that Black Thunder Wraith, Wunikai and one other he had a memory of that could do so. This still wasn't enough in Ryu's opinion. These 3 were excellent talents, but they still weren't considered to be the true monsters of the Demon Kings. Those would be existences like his wife and others who didn't even show up today. But it was a decent start. As for what would make Ryu satisfied, well, he had not a single care in the world for the standards of the true martial world. If he wanted to reach the pinnacle of the world, to soar across existence and find his wife, to protect his loved ones from any and all things, his goals had to be beyond this. And by extension, those that he wanted to make a part of his power likewise had to be beyond. Until Empana could crush Tao gods and look down on them with impunity, he wouldn't be satisfied. And it was likely that even then, he would be looking toward an even taller peak. "Let's go," Ryu said. "I'm sure that now you can move around on your own." Empana blinked, still in a stunned state of shock. But eventually, he nodded as well, following Ryu, who had already shot off into the distance. Empana was slowly beginning to recall his memories of what had happened. As he did so, he realized that if not for Ryu's timely appearance, this would have been the place he died. He hadn't expected that his family core talent would awaken in his to begin with. His talent was far too low. But for it to have such a shocking resonance with the rotten sea was even more shocking to him. The sad part was that even if he returned home and told his people of this, what difference would it make? Most couldn't even survive on the 7th plane without being crushed by the pressure, let alone the 9th plane, or even further the 7th layer of this rotten sea. And even if they could, how many of them had awakened this talent? Most would never. And even further than that, his family had disappointed him a great many times, the last of which was when they took the side of his stepmother instead of himself. Those blind fools chose her simply because she had a purer bloodline. How much more did he need to prove to them? Was making it into an 8th plane sect not enough? Grievances began to bubble up in Empana's heart, but he forced them down. Ryu came to a stop, and the trio stood before the 8th layer's barrier. Selhira had lazily shifted to Ryu's back, having awakened a few times in the last few days, but also having gone to sleep soon afterward pretty much like clockwork. Ryu had always read stories of how much dragons like to sleep, and after seeing his mother-in-law sleep to the point of becoming a mountain, and now his wife, he realized that these stories were true. Selhira would often vanish for months at a time when he was in the Radiant Star sect. He hadn't actually thought much about it because he, too, disappeared a lot, but he wondered if that was because she was busy sleeping all the time. He chuckled to himself at the thought when Selhira suddenly bit his earlobe. Her little temper tantrum made him laugh harder. "I'll give you the opportunity to vent, Empana," Ryu suddenly said. Ryu didn't explain. Instead, he took out yet another blood crystal. This time, the entire 7th layer was illuminated. It shimmered so brightly that it was impossible that those around didn't spot it. And just like clockwork, several powerful existences zoomed over, striding over large distances. This time, no one cared about the danger. They had been stuck in the 7th layer for too long. Their bodies were tired and many were giving up hope on ever entering the 8th. Back when Ryu's golden pillar descended, there were far fewer existences in this layer, and the risk also wasn't worth it, especially not for something they weren't sure of the origin of. For all they knew, a powerful creature had just spawned. But this time, there was no mistaking what it was. It was clearly a blood crystal. Not only did they know exactly what it was, they were also aware that this was their only chance to make it to the 8th layer. Succeeding in such a thing could change their entire lives. Maybe they, too, would be named among the truly monstrous geniuses. There you have it, Empana. How about you show the world the new you? Empana trembled and clenched his fists. In the crowd of surging geniuses, he spotted a shadow moving through the waters. He practically didn't hear Ryu's words at all. All he remembered was the supposed genius sneaking up on him and then slowly torturing him to death for hours on end. He remembered every cut, every fracture, every sadistic chuckle and laugh. As his fury rose, so too did the water's temperature. Empana suddenly unleashed a furious roar that echoed across the blackened water. His rage froze several individuals, but that didn't mean that he came to a stop at all. His tail suddenly lashed out more by instinct than anything else, and 3 of the Demon King geniuses shattered into a rain of blood and gore that was quickly soaked up by the rotten seas. Empana grabbed at the air and flamed, seemed to head his call. He didn't need Ryu's urging. He was tired of being calm. He truly wanted to kill. Chapter 1763 Young Miss. 1763 Young Miss. The location was the Dream Wraith domain. As fantastical as their name was, their territory was much less of the sort. In fact, it looked quite plain and ordinary, at least on the surface. There were no obvious displays of wealth, no regions of awe-inspiring and shocking feats of architecture, no powerful auras blanketing any and everything. But this was the view of a layman. When one opened their mind's eye, it was like a completely different world would open up to them. The kind of world that both literally and figuratively could only appear in one's dreams. While the dream wraiths sat in meditation, taking up simple cabins that made the world think them to be frugal monks seeking enlightenment, in their minds they had left to enter an entirely different world. It could be said that it was because of the existence of this world that the dream wraiths were so secure. Unless one could enter this world, Shaking the foundation of the dream wraiths was essentially impossible. It was inside this world that all the fantastical sights could be found. The clouds were an array of various shades of violet, from the darkest hues of near black to the brightest of near pink. These clouds wrapped tightly around mountains that hovered seemingly in the air. But if one looked down, it could be seen that there was truly nothing at all left in the bottom of these mountains. It was like they were the entire world to begin with. Rivers flowed through the air. Snow fell on one mountain range while cherry blossoms rained down on another. Delicate showers of rain fell on another while a fragrant, pink wind surrounded another. The sights to see were endless and didn't seem to follow any real laws. Sometimes dream wraiths that walked around would suddenly vanish and appear elsewhere as though they were masters of space. There didn't seem to be a rhyme or reason to anything, but it was precisely this that made this hidden world of the dream wraiths so mystical and legendary. It was through this very world that a messenger rushed through, blinking and vanishing several times. But when he found that he couldn't find who he was looking for in one location, he would flicker and vanish to another. This entire world was formed by a hive mind. The more powerful you were, the more locations you could appear in at any given time. There were some existences that even chose to experience several parts of this world at the same time, basking in a delicate spring rain and beautiful pink blossoms at the same time. Sometimes these existences wouldn't even leave their consciousnesses behind, meaning that even finding them was like talking to a brick wall. Almost like their clone was programmed to do just one thing and that thing alone. Trying to get it to do anything else was an impossible task. Most of the time, these powerful existences did this as a method of quickly replenishing focus chi. It was a cheat code of sorts, and it was a rare ability that only dream wraiths had. As far as they knew, there was no other race in existence with such abilities, which was also why they could spend the longest time in seclusion as well. Because many of them were never truly only in seclusion. As one part of them was progressing their cultivation path, another part was enjoying life. This was the beauty of the dream wraith hidden world, but it was also exceptionally frustrating when you definitely needed to find someone. Because it was a hive mind, so long as someone was connected to it, anyone, so long as they were powerful enough, could find out exactly where they were and what they were doing. But unfortunately, if this person had also separated their minds into several pieces, it didn't matter if you knew where they were if where they were was answered in a million different locations. It was unfortunate that this wasn't even an exaggeration. Some powerhouses of the dream wraiths truly did split themselves up into so many pieces. Not only that, but they disguised themselves as various identities, and sometimes even objects themselves. For all you knew, in this world, a bench you sat on might end up being a Tao god. It only made it more frustrating because this Tao Lord wasn't even looking for anyone in particular. He just needed someone of adequate standing to report to. Fuck. Am I really going to have to? He really didn't want to because of the variables it might lead to. Although the Tao Sovereign Elder hadn't said as much in so many words, did he need it to be spoken aloud? The reality couldn't have been more obvious. But if he spent months trying to find the people he was looking for, what good would reporting do him? In the end, he sighed and flashed and vanished. When he appeared again, he was standing outside a gated courtyard beautiful beyond compare. The gates were golden and perfectly polished to the point they were almost blinding to look at. However, he forced himself to ignore the beauty as he reached for a golden bell and rang it. At that moment, a beauty dressed in white appeared. Her eyes were a deep red and her fair flowed like a black river, its luster shocking to an extreme. Young Miss May, the Tao Lord spoke. May stared back, looking into his eyes, but seemingly not hearing his words at all. No matter who it was, so long as you were beneath the monarch ranks of the sky god realms, Tao Lords deserved respect. But there was only so much that one could do when the sky god in question was the treasured disciple of a Tao god. Just by virtue of this alone, May was bound to stand well above him. He took a breath. Young Miss Tatsuya. May nodded. What have you come for today? Chapter 1764 Stupid. 1764 Stupid. The Tao Lord pressed down his distaste. May had obviously ignored his earlier form of address because she saw it as a sign of disrespect, not because they had to refer to her by her last name, but because she had already told them all how to refer to her. The fact these Tao lords insisted on not doing wasn't a slight against her, but against her husband. And that was intolerable. She didn't yet have the strength to do so, but if it wasn't for this, she would have killed this Tao lord in a single slap. This time, she could only let it slide because there was only so far her master's prestige could take her. She didn't believe that it was a casual mistake. Tao lords had practically infallible memory when it came to these things. There was no such thing as slips of the tongue at this layer. Unless his soul had suffered an injury or an attack, anything he had said on purpose. So although Mei finally replied to him, she still didn't open the gates. "I have something to report to your esteemed master." The Tao lord spoke as calmly as he could muster. "Okay, please give me the report." The Tao lord froze. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Mei's words. In this situation, it was more appropriate for her to pass on the information. Not just anyone could meet a Tao god because they felt like it. There was a reason Mei was the one to answer the call of the bell, despite the fact this was technically her master's domain. This, the Tao lord couldn't say. He truly couldn't. What was he supposed to say? That her husband was here? What would the result of that be? He began to curse in his heart. Maybe had he lowered his pride a bit, Mei wouldn't have been so difficult. How could she assume that her husband, a human, would come all the way here? Judging by who had been in his entourage, he was clearly struggling to even get here. At the same time, he began to curse the Tao sovereign that sent him here. Why was this necessary? This is a very important matter that must be reported to the Tao god directly. "I am my master's representation," Mei replied calmly, without nearly the same amount of struggle as the Tao lord. "This is truly important. I cannot explain any more." The Tao lord insisted. "You're certain?" Mei suddenly asked. Yes, I am absolutely certain." "Okay. Then I will report this matter as an existential threat to the clan immediately. My master will take it from there." Mei turned to leave, and the Tao lord froze.
"No."
Mei's steps paused as she looked back. The Tao lord was so enraged he felt like fainting. If Mei wanted to go to her master, in this world, she didn't have to walk at all. What did it mean that she was walking? Didn't it mean that she had seen through his bullshit? If she really reported this matter that way, wouldn't he be executed for wasting a Tao god's time? How could a human true sky god be an existential threat to the clan? Is there something the matter?
N-Vermin.
I will find someone else since the Tao god is busy. Please do not disturb her." The Tao lord was about to flicker and vanish to get himself out of this mess immediately, but Mei actually spoke first. "So, it is about my husband." The Tao lord froze. He looked into Mei's eyes to see a pair of reflective rubies staring back at him. "I am not too clear about how such powerful clans and sects works. But why are you all so stupid?" The Tao lord's eyes widened. Suddenly, his shock became rage. "Little girl, lower your voice. My master likes her quiet, and if you disturb it, I cannot guarantee what might happen." "You!" Despite his rage, it was obvious that the Tao lord's tone was several shades lower. "When I called you stupid, I mean it sincerely," Mei continued unbothered. "If you successfully targeted my husband, even killed him, do you really think a woman would forget the man she gave her primordial een to? Do you think that you can throw enough young masters and nobles at me? That time would atrophy my love? Do you have any idea what it takes to become the disciple of a Tao god? Do you understand what level my Tao heart must be at? Do you think the likes of you can cause it to waver? So you succeed. You kill my husband. You forcefully separate me from him. Either one, it doesn't particularly matter. What do you think happens to you when I become a Tao lord? Will your head stay attached to your neck?" The Tao lord froze once more, a cold shiver radiating up his spine. Staring into Mei's eyes, he couldn't seem to look away at all. "What about the one who sent you? Will she keep her head? What about your family? Your friends? Your wives, your children, your mothers and fathers? We're all demons, after all. Do you think I would have a bottom line in my revenge? Do you think I would spare anyone related to my heartache? Even if my master suppresses me for the sake of the clan's harmony, How will you survive beneath my suppression? If you see me as so valuable that you need to micromanage every aspect of my love life, wouldn't that also stand to reason that you expect me to also become a Tao god? So where will you hide when there's no one left to suppress me? May's pink lips slowly closed, looking at him with an indifferent gaze that carried the piercing cold of an abyssal hell. It seemed to have unfathomable depths, regal and boundless in its might. So you tell me, are you not stupid? Rushing to your death like this. Chapter 1765 Fragmented. 1765 Fragmented. Could be said that the Tao Lord was truly too foolish. The moment May saw through his lie and he attempted to run away, who he was speaking of couldn't have been more obvious. As long as May had been here, how could she not sense the hostility of these people toward her husband? It was precisely because of this that she had drawn a firm line right from the very beginning. All those that didn't call her a Tatsuya when she met them were taught a lesson by her. Those that were stronger would either be directly ignored or she would use her status to suppress them, if it was possible. She refused to allow anyone to disrespect her husband, or even further than that, her relationship with her husband. If anyone trampled on that, she would lash out. After saying her piece, May directly ignored the Tao Lord and left to go see her master. But this time, she wasn't going to report anything. Instead, she was going to ask for leave. The Tao Lord clenched his fists, furious as he watched May walk away, and yet completely unable to do anything. As much as he wanted to say that May's words were nonsense, he wasn't so shameless. If the disciple of a Tao god didn't become at least a Tao Lord, it would be the first time in history. It had to be remembered that most disciples of Tao gods had been chosen before they became Tao gods. But even then, the vast majority had become Tao sovereigns at worst. Extremely powerful Tao sovereign at that. However, the difference between a disciple chosen before one was a Tao god and after was akin to night and day. If the former were monsters, then the latter were practically deities. In May's case, not only had her master chosen her after she had already become a Tao god, May was also her very first disciple, and on top of this, she had gone to seek May out. This trifecta ensured that May was on an entirely different level. For her to say that she would become a Tao god in the future almost wasn't nearly confident enough, given the situation. The more the Tao Lord thought about it, the paler he became. Today, he had truly offended someone he shouldn't have. He grit his teeth. It was all because of that old bitch. Had she not insisted, this would have never happened. He hadn't wanted to combine the first place. He turned and rushed away. There was only one way to erase this from May's memory. He had to find someone who would offend her far more than he had today, and he also had to make sure that it didn't come back to him. First, he would have to thrust that old bitch forward, and if he wanted to do that, he would have to find a Tao god from her faction. So long as they were the ones that were mobilized, it would be easy for May to forget this moment. Well, forgetting was impossible, but she certainly wouldn't make him the main perpetrator. Even in the case that she still held a grudge, she at the very least wouldn't go as far as to wipe out his entire lineage. At this point, that was the best worst-case scenario she could hope for. This time, the Tao Lord focused his search on a single Tao god and didn't give up, flashing from place to place until he heard a voice that froze him. "You've been bothering so many of my incarnations, boy. Why have you disturbed my rest?" A cold sweat pooled on the Tao Lord's body almost instantly. The suppression was so all-encompassing that he almost kneeled and prostrated. He barely managed to hold on to his dignity and bowed deeply instead. Then, he gave a complete recollection of what had happened in the Rotten Sea this time. On top of that, he made sure to emphasize who it was that had sent him. The last thing he wanted was to offend yet another Tao god. And unlike May, this one already was one instead of just about to become one. "You've disturbed me for a human true sky god?" The sweat beaded across the Tao Lord's forehead, but he forced himself to speak. "I apologize, esteemed one, but I had no choice. Your descendant is far more powerful than I, so I could only comply. Also, there are many odd points about this human being. He should have been stuck in the first layer, but he's already made it to the 7th when last I received a report, and he has killed many geniuses, including our own." The Tao god fell into silence for a long while, but the Tao Lord didn't dare to look up. I care very little about this. The voice finally echoed once more. What was the purpose of targeting this human? Because of Mei? She wasn't even a pure-blooded dream wraith to begin with. The Tao God didn't even know why their descendants were so bored. Since when were the dream wraiths so pathetic? It seems that we've been in seclusion for so long that you've all lost any sense of backbone you've ever had. The dream wraiths had ruled unbothered and unfettered for countless generations. We are the one clan that cannot be touched by any others, and this had caused you all to become soft. The Tao Lord trembled fiercely. The tone of the Tao God didn't change, but he still felt as though a great danger was beginning to lurk all around him. If this continues, maybe the only Tao God to appear in the next generation truly would be that little girl with impure blood. You have all greatly disappointed me. At that moment, the entire dream world of the dream wraiths began to tremble. Many looked up, not understanding what was happening. But then their eyes opened wide as the entire world shattered like fragmented glass. Chapter 1766 Demon Kings. 1766 Demon Kings. The Tao Lord was flung back, and though he wasn't harmed, his vision was filled with a violent swirl of reality, space, and time. He wasn't the only one. In fact, when the world shattered, it was truly broken apart completely. Every dream wraith present was expelled and thrust back into the outside world. The only ones to survive this expulsion were the Tao gods themselves. And Mei. Mei had been patiently waiting outside her master's living quarters when the expulsion happened. She was just as shocked as everyone else. But just when she had been about to be expelled as well, a gentle energy wrapped around her. Her vision blurred, and she appeared before her beautiful master a moment later. She quickly wiped the shock from her face and bowed. "Rise, child." "Master, this..." Mei's master nodded and then shook her head. "It's perhaps not a bad thing. I understand why Ervil has made such a decision. The dream wraiths have grown dull. He has the rest of our support. But this next period will probably be hard on you." Mei blinked in confusion. Ervil? It took a moment for it to sink in. But the only people who her master cared to call by their first name would have to be another Tao God. To this day, Mei still didn't know how many Tao gods the dream wraiths had. But in the time she had spent under her master, she had already mentioned 2 others aside from Ervil. That should mean at least 4, right? Could one race really have so many Tao gods? "If I might ask, master..." Mei bowed again. "What is happening?" Ervil had destroyed the haven, expelling everyone. The only ones who had survived this expulsion are us Tao gods and our disciples, which would include you. Unfortunately, I feel that I should send you out soon as well. Unlike the others, you are still young and immature. This will be a good experience for you if you can survive. Mei blinked in confusion. The destruction of the dream world was shocking. Sure, but was it really so dangerous? Even if they appeared on the 9th plane, where would the danger come from? Who would even dare to touch them? If many millions of years passed and their strength was forgotten, Mei could believe that this would be a trial of sorts. But otherwise, wouldn't it be the exact same? They would be able to ride on the prestige of the dream wraiths for years to come without the slightest worry. Who would believe that all the Tao gods of the dream wraiths had suddenly vanished? No one would be willing to take such a risk for a long while. There are some things that I have been unable to tell you because it wasn't yet time. But since this has happened as my disciple, I cannot leave you as ignorant as the others. This is your benefit. In dream wraiths are a very special existence of the 9 planes. We are the ones who guide reincarnation, the true gatekeepers between death and rebirth. However, what many do not know is that all nether planes are connected. If Ryu had been there, he would have felt a flash of realization. How exactly had his father appeared in the true martial world? Wasn't it because he entered Sacrum's netherworld and somehow ended up in the true netherworld? He had always known that there had to be a connection of sorts, but he didn't expect it to be so blatant. As the guardians of these gateways, the dream wraiths are able to see across to the other side and freely control it. It is just that there is no need to do so. We all have our own jurisdictions and territories. However, because we control so much strength, our people have the tendency to grow complacent, worrying about mundane matters and wasting their time on useless drivel. This case is no different. As such, every few generations, something like this will occur. The Havens seem to just be a world of dreams that allow you all to grow under ideal circumstances. But the reality is that the Haven is a hive mind that keeps dream wraiths grounded in this world and stops them from sensing the connection to other worlds. Otherwise, it would be easy for the inexperienced to become lost. With its destruction and Ervil's push, this generation has been rushed into the gateway. As for where they will appear, it is hard to tell. If they will be able to return is even harder to tell. This is where you will be sent. May slowly calmed the more her master described. She came to understand what she was facing, and she didn't fear the danger at all. In fact, of all of Ryu's wives, Icemine and May were by far the most battle-hungry. What sorts of worlds are on the other side, master? It will depend, but I would urge caution. As dream wraiths, you will have some advantage. But your bloodline is impure, and a good deal of might not recognize what you are. You will likely have to prove your strength on many occasions. In addition, there is a small chance that you might run into a true behemoth. What many do not know is that above demon kings, there are demon emperors, and above demon emperors there are demon gods. The talent of these creatures is beyond your imagining. May's pupils constricted. If there are existences that talented, why are dream wraiths? We dream wraiths are not demon kings. We are demon gods. It is just that this is suppressed based on the nether plane we are granted jurisdiction in. Unfortunately, even if you appear in a plane with demon gods, you will not receive a retroactive boost. This is why I say you could very well end up in grave danger. May took a deep breath. A final question, master. My husband. Her master smiled. Fine, I can do you think favor. If your husband manages to make it here, I do not mind sending him to the plane you go to. At that point, May's master waved a hand, not allowing her to say more. She was then swallowed up into the same whirlwind as all the others. Chapter 1767 Perfect Place. 1767 Perfect Place. Ryu stood in silence, watching as Impana unleashed a raging chaos. It was clear to him that Impana wasn't used to his new body just yet, and yet he also had such overwhelming strength that it didn't seem to matter. He had never seen Impana use a weapon before, but this only seemed to be an advantage right now. What was interesting about his current body was that its mass was so dense that it felt like he was swinging around a world every time he took action. Ryu realized why this was quickly. It seemed that the benefit of the world devouring wasn't just swallowing all things, but carrying it around in one's stomach made it so that this world's weight likewise became your own. Looking at these principles, Ryu couldn't help but think of incorporating some of these concepts into himself. But he wasn't exactly eager to do so. The reason the world serpents were so large should precisely be because they were carrying around so much weight. If they weren't so large, they'd probably collapse beneath their own mass. Their size also helped to disperse the density they were forced to deal with somewhat. Plus, Ryu had a much easier method of increasing his own weight in a much more manageable way. That way was, of course, his bone structure. He was making quite large strides with all his other talents. He had had enormous breakthroughs with his spiritual foundation, his bloodline and even his soul, but his bone structure was still lagging behind. Just anatomy-wise, bloodlines and bones should be very well connected. But in the cultivation world, things weren't always so simple. What made things worse was that what he often relied on his bone structure for, separating from the heavens and creating his own space, was now done even more perfectly by his inner world. As things stood now, Ryu's bone structure even felt somewhat useless. Was this actually true? Of course not. At least Ryu didn't believe so. Even though this ability had become useless, there were still many other ways for him to use his bone structure. It was just that none of them were as impressive as this ability. However, this wasn't the fault of his bone structure, but rather Ryu himself. Ryu actually considered for a moment he should trigger the close combat breakthrough he had had back in the Radiant Star sect and replace his bone structure once more. That bone structure was no less potent than his current bone structure, and it would definitely synergize with his current style of combat. Though Ryu was thinking about it, he didn't act on it. If he was being objective, His boundless cosmos bone structure might be just as potent as the mysterious close combat bone structure, but it also had far more flexibility and paths for growth. Once again, if its potential couldn't be pulled out, it was no one's fault but his own. Who's to say that my bone structure cannot synergize with my inner world? I should have gone down this path long ago. As for exactly how, many thoughts flickered through Ryu's mind as he watched Impana's battle. By the time Impana was soaked in blood and further bloodlust, Ryu still hadn't quite awoken from his thoughts. But he shook himself out of it, nonetheless. Ryu looked around at the carnage and nodded. Let's go. At this point, the trio began to break through the 8th layer. Ryu still watched, but this time he didn't give Selhira and Impana a blood crystal. He wanted them to break through on their own. So long as they could do this, the benefits would be far greater. As one might expect, it took much more time, but Ryu was patient. He continued to think as they made their way through. The issue was that he had so many thoughts that it was difficult to pick just one. It was the same problem he faced with his Tao. The issue wasn't having thoughts. It was that he had too many. His comprehension was so high that it was almost too easy to break through. As such, he had to strip away what was useless and only break through with the best thoughts he had. In just a few hours, Ryu had lost count of the number of methods. The first was separating his inner world from the bounds of the heavens entirely. Like this, he could stop wasting time trying to accumulate fate and simply strip away what he needed from the heavens and forge his own heaven. This path was obviously even more exaggerated and difficult than just creating a new world, and Ryu wasn't sure if he wanted to take this path. He had gone through a great deal of path to change his mentality. He didn't believe that leaving the heavens behind was the right path to take anymore. Instead, he believed that cultivation required a balance between the two. Trying to leave the heavens behind now, at least at his current level of understanding and experience, was far too arrogant. The second thought he had was using his cosmos fog to stratify his inner world, separating it into several sections, each one perfect for a path of cultivation he was taking. Like this, he only had to sustain one inner world, yet gain many benefits from it as well. With the natural treasures of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he might truly be able to take this path far. The third idea Ryu had was similar to the second, but far more complex. And that was stratifying his inner world into planes. That being a real plane, an ethereal plane, and a nether plane. After seeing the oddities brought to his soul after incorporating nether chi, Ryu began to feel extremely curious about how these three forms of chi might fuse together. If he formed his own planes, and then had access to the chaos plane to balance them, what would the result be? He could name hundreds of ideas just like this. There were so many he didn't even know what direction to go, and it also wasn't obvious that any of these were good. The first's problem was obvious, and he had already mentioned it. But the second's problem was that it would be a similar issue to what he faced with his boundless cosmos bone structure. What was the point of stratifying his inner world to have so many different aspects when his spiritual foundation could already perform that function? With his realm heart added on top of that, it would be like he was nurturing two completely identical worlds. As for the nether and ethereal plane additions, it was the most viable idea, but it was still one that Ryu wasn't sure if he should take. He had yet to thoroughly test the aspects of this path. If Ryu was honest, he felt that he should lean far more into the time aspects of his bone structure. Even in comparison to his bone structure, the time aspects of his spacetime soul nature had received the least pampering. It was because time was too difficult to use. Yet, he had a bone structure closely tied with time, but could only seem to use it to slow down his own internal clock and speed up his cultivation pace. Sure, this was potent, but it was still lacking as well. Ryu looked up as Selhira and Impana suddenly broke through the layer. He acted quickly, moving through and into the 8th layer along with them. It seemed that he would have to shelve this matter for now. At least in the Rotten Sea, the greatest benefit that he would receive would come to his bloodlines. Everything had to be perfected step by step. It took him a great deal of effort just to reach this step. Being impatient would only harm him. After he gained the understanding that not all Tao breakthroughs were created equal, he also understood that rushing as he usually did would only harm his foundation. When Ryu entered the 8th layer, he was prepared. The astonishing pressure didn't faze him, and he instead began to comprehend it immediately. Selhira struggled more, having a weak cultivation and far less understanding of bloodline resonance than Ryu did. Even so, as she sat down in meditation, the progress she made earlier, that had likewise begun to slow down, picked back up once more. And Panna also seemed to be sensing something, but he had far less room to improve as Selhira. His body was easily able to withstand the pressure. Ryu nodded toward Panna. This would probably be his limit of improvement. Even if he made it to the 9th layer, there wouldn't be much else to gain. Well, if his master wasn't Ryu, that is. But Ryu didn't do much for now, waiting for Selhira to adjust herself. He could sense her other bloodlines even more clearly now, and the faint crystal scales on her cheeks began to radiate various colored lights. As they waited, Ryu's lip curled. This 8th layer was indeed quite small. It was the perfect place to kill. In just a few moments, he had already sensed Wunakai. He wouldn't let her escape this time. Chapter 1768. Take that. 1768. Take that. The 8th layer was very peaceful compared to the others. The space might have been much smaller, but those that made it here were all exceptional talents. Each one was wary of battling the others, and there was no need to provoke one another if they had a choice not to. The ultimate result was that the layer with the most danger had somehow also become the most peaceful. Unfortunately for them, Ryu simply didn't care. Ryu didn't move very fast. With his wife on his back and standing on his summon's shoulder, he had already killed 3 people. He was sure that the demon kings outside were furious. These were their best geniuses, but he didn't spare them either. Unfortunately for them, the best among their geniuses also happened to be the absolute most likely to have designs on his wife. As such, it could be said that almost everyone in the 8th layer now was on his kill list. Killing everywhere he went, Ryu slowly approached Wunakai's location. And soon enough, he had made it to her. The beauty sat meditation before the 9th layer, trying to use every moment to break through. They wouldn't be able to stay here forever. If time ran out, there would be no chance of reaching the legendary 9th layer. Despite knowing that her odds were small, much like everyone else, she was pushing as hard as she could. Ryu had already realized that the reason she gathered such a large entourage was to deal with the chaos of the 6th layer. After using them, she dropped them without hesitation, continuing on her own. Ryu didn't interrupt her. He simply stood there, his aura slowly growing. Wunakai was startled awake, and she looked back with sharp eyes. When she saw Ryu, her heart skipped a beat. Then there was fury, and then there was wariness. Seeing Ryu standing there, so silent and unmoved, when he could have easily sneak attacked her, there was a heavy lump in her throat. Was he stupid? Or was he truly that confident? You know, I originally just wanted to kill you. Ryu smiled lightly, looking at Wunakai. Wunakai almost immediately took these words the wrong way. A fury bubbled up in her chest, but they were immediately doused by Ryu's next words. Don't flatter yourself. Do you think I would lie with any woman? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Wunakai froze. She couldn't even be angry. The words were so foreign that they didn't even compute. A man didn't want to share a night with her? What sense did that make? It didn't even sound like a coherent sentence. But after seeing you here, Ryu continued, I've realized that killing you might actually be too easy. Plus, how enraged would your people be if you became my summon? Wunakai's eyes opened wide. You! Ryu waved a hand, and a wave of bloodline resonance echoed. His bloodmancy churned to a new level, and the dominance path co-opted the rotting blood in the surroundings. Soon, an entire domain had formed, and Wunakai felt that she couldn't even move. Her pupils constricted into pinholes. She had just barely managed to grasp some bloodline resonance after making it this far. How could Ryu be so powerful? How could these people know that Ryu was relying on a secondary profession that didn't even exist in this world? I will never. You talk too much, do you know that? Your Tao heart is strong. But a senior once told me that one like yours is also very brittle. She happened to be wrong about me, but her analysis from back then is spot on for you. You're jealous. You allow the achievements of others to burn your flames, and that means that if you ever come across a challenge you can't surmount, you'll shatter to pieces. Think very clearly. Will you ever truly be a match for my wife? Are you the disciple of a Tao god? Did you receive the blessing of an entire plane? Are you as beautiful? Do you have a husband as powerful as myself? What aspects do you think you're worthy to compete in? Exactly? Wunakai trembled. Her eyes turned red and the beauty almost became rabid. It looked as though she would bite a chunk out of Ryu's neck with her own teeth if she could just reach. Look at you now. Ryu looked down with disdain. This isn't the sort of bearing a genius should have at all. You're pathetic. The words seemed to pierce through her heart, and Wunakai felt her world collapse. Before the entire world, an echo of a shattering Tao heart echoed. Seeing this, Ryu's lip curled. Ever since their first interaction, Ryu had noticed that Wunakai's hatred of him stemmed from Mei's existence. Originally, he did just want to directly kill her. But after some thought, he realized there was something far more interesting to study. The Tao heart. Ryu had shattered his Tao heart once before, so he had personal experience with reconstructing it. But the problem was that the way he had broken it wasn't exactly conventional. The problem he faced was more physical than mental. What Ryu wanted to study was exactly the relationship between temperament and strength was. When Ryu thought about it, he had been relying on his temperament to bolster his combat prowess for a very long while. Ever since he stepped onto the first heaven, his talent had been far weaker than those around him. He was always lagging behind in this aspect. Originally, he thought that he had always been bridging the gap with his comprehension alone. But was that true? It could be said that for a long while, his only exceptional talents were his space-time soul nature and his chaotic silk meridians. But he couldn't even use the latter in combat for a long while without fear of being captured and dissected, while the former was its own problem for several reasons. First, affinity did not equal application. Ryu had to spend a lot of time learning exactly how to use this soul nature, and even to this day he hadn't perfectly grasped how to use its time aspect well. Plus, there was still a long way to go before his application of space could even begin to reach the limits of the affinity I had. The second issue was that the space-time soul nature was always limited by his perfect Black Buddy soul, which, while having a great deal of potential, needed time to grow as well. When this was set aside, the picture became clearer. His ice jade crystal body wasn't even a god-grade talent. His bloodlines were always in fierce, clashing competition. His spiritual foundation didn't even listen to him properly. When all of these things were stacked one after another, it didn't even make sense for Ryu to be able to battle the geniuses of the first to sixth heavens in the first place. So how had he done so? Ryu was still hesitant to say that it was entirely his temperament. After all, though his talents weren't perfect, they still weren't bad. He also made great strides to improving them as time went on as well. But how much of it was his talent and how much was his temperament? This was what Ryu wanted to study, and Wunakai would be the best experiment. He knocked her down, and now he wanted to see what changes she would undergo as he built her up again. With this thought, Ryu reached out a hand, and Wunakai was sucked into his palm. He grasped her throat and then tossed her down on Impana's enormous shoulder. Let's go. It's time to enter the 9th layer. The last genius in the 8th layer was the Black Thunder Wraith, but Ryu had no issues with him. He didn't feel a need to kill for no reason. Is it possible? Impana asked. He could feel that it took a level he didn't have to enter the 9th layer. Although his talent had increased substantially, it still wasn't complete. He had some aspects of the World Serpent's strength, but not all of it. The best example was his stomach. He felt that he could devour all flames, but he had no luck with anything else. A true World Serpent could devour an entire world if it wanted to. How could such a creature be limited by the elements? Of course, with his Tao heart, Impana still felt that there was no longer a genius in this world that he had to fear. But that, and his raw talent, which this rotten sea relied upon, was a different matter entirely. Ryu nodded. It's fine. Meditate on it first. There should still be about 2 weeks left in this rotten sea trial. See how far you can get on your own. I will guide from the side. He gestured toward Impana, and Selhira slipped down from his back. Ryu took a deep breath and actually began to meditate as well. Until now, he had somewhat been cheating, relying on bloodmancy to break through. This was a similar but more potent version of what the blood crystals could do. Of course, the reason Ryu did this was because he never took these layer barriers seriously. There was nothing in this world that he couldn't comprehend. Before, he had just wanted to save some time. But he felt that this 9th layer would be the key to raising his Tao to an entirely different level. So he would take that opportunity. Chapter 1769 Two Things. 1769 Two Things. Ryu took slow, even breaths. As he sunk his mind into the layer, his breathing remained so. A light smile spread across his face. When Ryu stepped into this world, he actually hadn't expected much. He had only come here for his wife, and after a few dared to have designs on her, he conveniently decided to also kill them. However, after entering the sea, he realized just how special it was, and he also saw an opportunity to allow his Tao to break free of the constraints of these heavens. As Ryu had deduced in the past, the rotten sea was akin to a proxy for the heavens. It was using the main weakness of demons, that being that they could be used as summons, and turning it into a strength. Everyone that entered was forced into suppression with this seal, and by breaking through the layers of the rotten sea one after another, one could use that seal as a proxy to strengthen themselves, or more accurately, their bloodlines. Ryu obviously couldn't take advantage of this. He was a human, so he didn't have the necessary connection or reliance on the heavens to improve his bloodline in this way. But what he had noticed were two interesting things that he could take advantage of. The first was the seal itself. As a proxy for the heavens, it was even able to suppress his heavenly pupils. What Ryu had realized was that this seal was more mental than anything else. It was like a form of suggestion. If he wanted to simplify it, it would be more accurate to say that he was suppressing himself than that this world was suppressing him. Ryu realized that if he could break this suggestion on his own, he would actually be able to break free of other things, like the artificial cap on his Tao. From the beginning, this was the main goal of his progress, and also the thing that he was striving for. He felt that the 9th layer had the secret to breaking past the peak founding Tao level. Or, at the very least, it was the secret to breaking free of the level the true martial world named as such. But as Ryu spent more time in the rotten sea, he also realized something else that was curious. Why was Selhira able to take advantage of it, but he couldn't? The reason Selhira was able to use the rotten sea like a demon was because she was a beast who was now following the path of a human. Due to the fact demons were considered to be an amalgamation of beast and human, this technically meant that she was more demon now than either of the two races. This made perfect sense. But why was it that Ryu couldn't accomplish the reverse? He was a human, yes, but didn't he have beast blood flowing through him? Why was it that he could be registered as a demon in this place as well? When Ryu thought about it, the answer was obvious. So obvious, in fact, that its existence was the reason he hadn't thought about it much. He just directly dismissed it and shrugged his shoulders. However, it was that very same simple answer that shook him awake and gave him another idea. The reason was simple. Selhira was following the path of a human despite being born a beast, but Ryu wasn't following the path of a beast. At most, his bloodlines were just proxies for his strength, not paths that he followed. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Selhira was changing fundamental aspects of herself, reforming her pillars, even reshaping her Tao. Most importantly, she was changing the way to communicate with and interacted with the heavens. Ryu had never done any of that. He was human, would always be human, and had no interest in trying out the path of a beast. In fact, every time his parents-in-law called him a fire dragon, he all but told them to piss off. However, if he was going to try to break free of the heavens' restraints in one part by surpassing its cap on the Tao, then why not do the same in this regard? Who said he had to truly follow the path of a beast? Why couldn't he just simulate doing so? Why couldn't his bloodmancy play such a role? Even further than that, why not use his inner world to help? All of this relied on the premise that he could completely undo the seal, and that, of course, required breaking through the 9th layer on his own without relying on bloodmancy. But the question went right back to the first problem he had faced in this world. He was a human. If he didn't cheat, how could he resonate with this barrier and shatter his way through? But Ryu was ultimately still Ryu. He had broken through 8 layers by now. How could it not be the case that he had already made great progress in this feat? By now, he could already feel the seal inside of him so clearly that he could practically touch it. A formation was looping through his 7 corporeal spirits, latching onto his inner organs, and forcing a suggestion on them that forced them to act in certain ways. Not only was Ryu studying this formation to learn how to break it, but the demons were practically giving him an open lesson on how to create the strongest seals ever formed. He might have brought 3 summons under his wing, but Ryu had yet to actually seal any one of them. That was because he lacked a summoner-necromancer inheritance that could work against this level of existences. Everything he knew came from Sacrum and he had yet to have time to research. But now the situation was entirely different. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed open and his aura skyrocketed, his white hair fluttering wildly in the waters. Chapter 1779 Layers. 1779 Layers. A constellation of lights began to glow across Ryu's body. It looked like he had truly become a star chart. These points of light suddenly solidified, and a seal took shape in the form of a magic circle. Ryu suddenly urged his blood and right then, bang! The seal shattered into countless pieces. Ryu's aura suddenly began to soar. Not only was it oppressive, but it was only growing more so as time passed. Crack. Chi-3. The 9th layer shattered, and Ryu was pulled through before he could react. Ryu found himself standing in a sea of black. But this time it was more metaphorical than it was literal. There were no thick waters around him at all. Instead, the blackness simply came from a lack of light. His aura had yet to settle down, and it was a bit peeved, honestly. He had been about to make great strides in his Tao and bloodline. The time he took would have probably been as much as it took for Selhira and Impana to go as far as they could. Then he would help them out. But instead, this world had thrown him a curveball again. Ryu sighed and shook his head. It would be fine. He had already killed all the threats that had a grudge against him. Even if the Black Thunder Wraith took action, Impana was already strong enough to deal with him. His talent might be weaker, but his current strength couldn't be looked down upon. Plus, at the very least, the suppression on him had completely vanished. And though he couldn't resonate with the Rotten Sea in this place to take the final steps he had been planning on, since this was a part of the trial, he assumed that whatever was at the end would be even better. Well, he hoped anyway. For all he knew, this place was truly something only demons could take advantage of and no amount of trickery would help him out. I'll find a way. Ryu's aura slowly calmed, and he took a step forward. The moment he did, a line of torches began to light up. Ryu gave them a glance before continuing forward. The walk felt endless. A test of the mind? Ryu was indifferent to it. He practically shut off his senses to the outside world and just thought more about the breakthrough he hadn't been able to follow through on and the changes he might be able to make to his bone structure. He didn't know how long passed, nor did he care very much. But suddenly the situation before him changed, and he came to a pause. The torches formed a large circle, and before him, he saw 9 statues that rose into the skies. Demon Kings. Ryu immediately noticed something odd, though. There were, indeed, 9 Demon King statues before him, but what was curious was the fact that they were all the same size. Except for one. Regardless of the largest bone serpents or the smallest ice queens, they all stood shoulder to shoulder. And yet, in the center of them, the Dream Wraith stood 2 heads taller than any one of them. His gaze flickered. This obviously meant something, and it was quite substantial. But what was this place? A human. It sounded like it could have been either a statement or a question. The voice was layered in 9 and was ambiguous in gender. Ryu's gaze flickered, but he didn't look very surprised by this at all. He scanned the surroundings but couldn't tell exactly where the voice was coming from. It could only be that it was coming from all the statues at once. This has to be a joke. The first to make it here in generations isn't a demon at all. He might not be a demon, but he has the primordial een of a chosen, and a human, and a fairy, and a dragon. This is clearly a shameless man. Ryu was speechless. He hadn't expected to come here and be attacked. Can a man not have more than one wife? Why are you defending a human so much? This isn't the place for them. You've clearly forgotten what the purpose of this place is. Every soul, regardless of race, passed through the nether plane for reincarnation. Yes, and it is the demons that must guide it. A human would be of no help. You're overestimating your use. It is no one else but the dream wraiths who carry the brunt of the burden. When is the last time you've done anything at all? Listening to the same voice argue back and forth made Ryu feel weird, but after a moment he began to understand something. There were 9 voices layered atop of one another, speaking at once. But while at first all the voices were even, when they began to argue, certain voices were more prominent than others. That made him wonder, why did they have to all speak at once? Why were their voices layered like this? Ryu ignored them and began to walk around, looking for something, anything, but he didn't find the answer he was looking for. At least not immediately. Fascinating. It must be a case of their souls or whatever remains of them being forced to rely on one another. But what kind of ability is that? Unless reincarnation? You're all the same person. The addition of Ryu's voice stunned the 9 into silence. Ryu took a step back and began to observe the statues again. But he truly couldn't see anything linking them. But didn't that make sense? Ryu had never thought about his previous life before. Well, more accurately, he never thought about the one that came before his last. He also didn't know if he even had one. But technically speaking, even if it existed, would he remember it? Of course not. If not for the Phoenix Sky God, he wouldn't even remember his last. In fact, if he didn't pass the Sky God's trial, he still wouldn't remember it. He wondered, what did this place have to do with reincarnation? Chapter 1771 Mutation. 1771 Mutation. The voices came to an abrupt stop. They remained silent for a long while, their shock almost palpable. They couldn't understand how Ryu's mind worked. It was simply impossible for anyone normal to leap to such a conclusion, and even more shocking that it was the correct one. I see. What a fascinating mutation. You see it too? Yes. To think such a trash bone structure could have such powerful synergistic effects. It's not just the bone structure. This brat is a freak. Anyone else would have died. He benefited from being targeted. Those martial gods sure are shameless. Who attacks a child like this? Not just a child, but a baby who hadn't even been born at that. You say that like you're some upright white knight. How many clans and sects have you wiped out exactly? How many of those women you killed happened to be pregnant? That's different. They offended me. A snort rang out. Ryu frowned. The moment they said such a thing, his mind began churning. When they mentioned his trash bone structure, he immediately understood and his eyes opened wide. The trash bone structure they were referring to was obviously his ice jade crystal body. No one would say such a thing about his current bone structure. And if that was the case, maybe I was missing a part of the picture. Could it be that there was more my body did to compensate for my harmed soul than just changing the weight? The strongest ability of the ice jade crystal body, if he were to choose, wasn't how it sped up cultivation speed, but rather its ability to balance. This was a huge benefit because its range of applications was shocking. It could do everything from making sure his meridians were evenly spread out across his body, to helping him control both halves of his body with perfect efficiency. If he thought about it, why was it that most could use one hand far better than the other? Wasn't it a matter related to the brain? By that logic, didn't that also mean that the ice jade bone structure was capable of making changes to the mind as well? Not the soul, but the physical brain itself? Ryu had never truly investigating the correlation between the brain and the soul. Often, he thought of them interchangeably, even often calling it the mind. Even further than that, the fact this path of cultivation was called the mental realm muddied the waters even further. What if while his body was missing not just one, but two of his incorporeal souls, his ice jade crystal body took over to force a balance by affecting the one thing it could, his brain? Ryu's comprehension had always been exceptional. Even when he lost his eyes for all those years, he hadn't lagged behind. And after they returned to him, his comprehension seemed to have reached another level entirely, skyrocketing. Could it be that he had the one talent he had neglected so much he got rid of it to thank? If he took it even further, the eyes were the window to the soul. But weren't there optic fibers that likewise ran right into his brain? Could it be that this was part of the reason for the saying? Taking yet another step back. How many languages was he familiar with where the word for mind, brain and soul were entirely interchangeable? Ryu put a hand on his forehead, in complete shock that he had missed something so obvious. He was a ruin master, how had he not thought of this before? Of course, these thoughts were ridiculous. It was entirely natural to miss such a thing. It was just that Ryu truly was used to grasping everything. He was so focused on his soul alone, but could he be missing a part of it? How did one even cultivate something as fragile as the brain? Should he even do so? Was the brain the connection between the incorporeal souls and the corporeal spirits? A flood of questions came to Ryu in waves. He didn't even realize the voices had fallen into silence once again. Truly a freak. This is interesting, though. We can likely create a cultivation method around this. Potentially. But it would be hard to replicate the full effects unless we crack this boy open. He's just a human anyway. Why bother protecting his life? Imagine how valuable such a method would be. Wouldn't we be able to pump out Tao gods with great ease? I've already said it. We control the path to new life for all races. Ryu slowly came back to himself to find the layered voices arguing once more. He couldn't help but be shocked by their vastly different personalities. It made him wonder what the point of reincarnation was at all. If you were so different every time, could you even be considered the same person? Was there any comfort in reincarnation, then? Who cared if you'd get another shot at life if you couldn't be yourself? Could it be that he was a coward in a past life? This was the idea Ryu hadn't the most, and the thought made him even more confident in his decision. Back in the martial god clan, he had cut off his path to reincarnation by taking the steps he had. The path he had taken didn't come without a great sacrifice. He already didn't care back then, but now rather than being indifferent, he even felt that it without a doubt the correct choice. Enough! A voice suddenly suppressed the others. It was the one of the 9 that Ryu hadn't heard before, and it made him subconsciously look at the Dream Wraith statue. Boy, you have already cut off your path to reincarnation. Gasps rang out from the other voices as they too probed. When they realized that the voice was correct, they felt their worldviews flip upside down. Such a young man had made this choice? Chapter 1772 Free Will. 1772 Free Will. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Yes, the voices fell into silence once again. It seems we don't have a choice now. This time, the voice was the very same one that had been scrambling for Ryu's death. But what was interesting was that he almost seemed resigned. Well, it shouldn't be a surprise. It was unlikely that someone normal would come here. The statues began to glow and 9 beams of light came from the foreheads of the statues. Before Ryu could dodge, they slammed into him, burrowing into his mind. Ryu's mind was instantly overwhelmed and the entire world seemed to go white. Memories flashed by in Ryu's mind one after another, but they were all memories that he couldn't recognize at all. It felt like he was watching the life of someone else, or several someones. Often he was a mighty figure, just as frequently he was a beggar, and more often than both he was a normal man, unimportant and unadorned in every aspect. His personality changed like the pages of a book, and watching the different iterations, Ryu couldn't help but be angry. How could he be so pathetic? Wait. When did he accept that these men were himself? Soon, that feeling of anger became helplessness. It was a feeling that was completely foreign to Ryu. The last time he had felt such a thing was the day he killed himself, but this time, it felt even more profound than that day. Watching these men that were supposedly himself, he realized that there was simply no point in being angry. Who was to say that if any one of them saw his current life that they too wouldn't be angry? What about the version of him who had become a monk, a man without the slightest killing intent that died as a result of his pacifism? Wouldn't he be greatly disappointed by the current Ryu's complete disregard for life? Or what about the version of him that had given everything to a single woman? Wouldn't he be disappointed that Ryu had more than one wife? Or what of the version of him that hated books and education? Wouldn't he feel that Ryu was wasting his life away by spending so much time in cultivation and libraries? There were so many aspects of the current Ryu that his past iterations would absolutely abhor, and it left him somewhat broken. Felt like there was nothing unique about his current self. If his true soul could display so many different tendencies, so many different loves and hates, so many different personalities, who was Ryu Tatsuya? Wasn't his personality too easily swayed by his talent? Were the words he spoke to Patriarch Ember nothing more than the bluster of a man who could speak so freely because he already had such talent? He could see the pattern quite clearly. In lives where his talent was weak, he tended to have a more docile and even often lazy personality. In lives where his talent was strong, he was more overbearing and arrogant. There were exceptions, but they were a rare few in the sea of many. Seeing this sort of thing truly made Ryu feel like he had no sense of self. He was no different from anyone else. Arrogant when he had backing and spineless when he didn't. It was the kind of thing that could shatter a Dao heart tens of times over, and honestly it seemed that Ryu was teetering on the edge. His Dao heart was incredibly strong, but it felt not strong enough for this. And maybe that was precisely why the 9 were so picky. How many could withstand such a thing? Seeing how insignificant their lives were? How much control the heavens and chance had over who they would be and what they could become. It was demoralizing in a way that even attempting suicide without knowing what was on the other side. It was without a doubt the worst thing that Ryu had ever experienced. And even that alone was a humbling thought and put a spotlight on just how selfish he was. He hated this feeling even more than the death of his grandparents, and just the thought alone filled him with disgust. Was this the kind of person he was? He would rather lose those he loved than lose himself. Maybe that was a natural human reaction, maybe it wasn't. But regardless, it was his reality right now, and those thoughts were consuming him. Seeing Ryu's dazed appearance and paled face, the 9 statues watched on silently. It seems that his road of cultivation might die right here. This method had always been paradoxical. It's ironically those that have the highest opinion of themselves that will fall the hardest. But without the strongest of Dao heart, you wouldn't even be worthy of stepping into this place. It's a cursed method, one that maybe shouldn't even exist. Collective sigh rang out. Why did they even do this? They had already lost count of the number of geniuses that had come here just to die. Of course, it wasn't they who killed them, but rather the geniuses themselves who often committed suicide after their Dao hearts were shattered. After feeling that they had no purpose left in life, they would prefer to restart and wipe their memories. At least then, hopefully, the next time they had such talent, they wouldn't have to run into such a situation again. It was the coward's way out. But the irony was that they fully accepted themselves as such when they breathed their last. After learning of these truths, most would feel that their lives were meaningless, and even for these 9, it was hard to refute. It made the heavens and everything under it feel like one large game. If there was no connecting line between one's lives, what was even the point? It felt like the heavens had a certain number of blank slate souls to play with and just toss them around as it pleased. What was the point of life if there was never truly any free will? Chapter 1773 Burn 1. 1773 Burn 1. Ryu stood in a daze. Every memory and illusion was like another stab and twist to his chest. He couldn't even feel rage anymore, just helplessness. It was like standing in a vast nothing, finally realizing just how insignificant you were. Maybe in another life, he would have been no different from Patriarch Ember, a cowardly man who could only slink around in the darkness and target those far weaker than himself while bowing and scraping for those far more powerful. There was nothing worse for a man than losing their sense of self, their sense of purpose. It was the worst sort of life. It made everything feel meaningless. If he wasn't born into the Tatsuya clan, if his parents hadn't diligently shaped his character, if his father hadn't trained him and his mother hadn't guided him, if his grandparents hadn't kept him on the right path, would he even have the right to be Ryu Tatsuya? If they had done all of that, but he didn't have the talent to live up to their expectations, would he have cared to listen to their teachings at all? If he didn't have the Tatsuya clan library, what would he have done when he realized he couldn't become a cultivator? Would he have still learned so much through other means? Or would he have wasted his life away, becoming a homeless, aimless youth until he died of old age? How much of himself was even truly himself? How much was decided by his circumstances? How much of his arrogance was warranted, versus how much of it was simply due to luck? Was any of his arrogance deserved at all in such a case? Ryu had realized that he was lucky long ago. It was something that his wife's cold glare and reprimanding had beat into him. When he first met Ailsa, they got off to a very rocky start because of his arrogance in one part and another part due to the fact that Ryu didn't want to betray Elena. The truth was that there was a third reason as well, and it was because Ryu didn't believe that anyone should have the right to tell him who his perfect partner was. He didn't like the level of control the heavens had over his life. He didn't believe that the heavens had the right to decide such things. For much of his life, he had resented the heavens, but as he matured, he realized that there was simply no point. The heavens never chose anything. Everyone was under the same umbrella of chaos, hoping to come out just a little bit better on the other side. But the reality was far harsher than Ryu even knew. This was the difference between understanding something and how you understood something. This was the gap between comprehending something and how you comprehended something. But this change in understanding felt like repeated stabs to the chest. It was too difficult to accept, too much to grasp. The bright light of Ryu's Tao heart had long begun to dim. Everything he had built his life on was crumbling down, so how couldn't it? The nine figures had seen this already many times. It was truly a paradox for this place to exist at all. On the one hand, those with the weakest Tao hearts were the most likely to pass this test. They didn't have a strong sense of self and they were used to bending the way the wind blew. But on the other, they were entirely uninterested in those with weak temperaments. How far could such a person make it through the realm of cultivation? There was no point in them wasting their time at all. Why even hold on at this point? To continue protecting his family? His wives? Wouldn't they just die eventually and become completely different people as well? Completely forgetting their last lives? How could these new people still be his family? They wouldn't look the same, think the same, they wouldn't have the same bodies, the same talents, the same likes and dislikes. What was the point of it all? What had he even tried so hard for? To reach the top of the world? What was the point of that? If he did it, didn't that just mean he was luckier than others? Didn't it just mean he had some lucky circumstances that they didn't? What was the use? What would reach the top of the world prove? What good was it if he couldn't take pride in it? All of it was worthless. Every last little thing was completely worthless. Ryu stared forward, his gaze dull. What is the point? What is the point? He had given up his next life because of his confidence in himself, in his character. He believed that he didn't need a next life because he would accomplish everything he needed in this one. But what he never thought about was the fact that if he always had this very same character, then why had he never stumbled onto this path in a previous life? He had waved it away, thinking that maybe he didn't have the right combination of talents to accomplish this in a former life. But now he knew the truth. This was just probably the only life he had the courage to do such a thing. Ryu clenched his fists, and his pupils trembled. It was a joke, honestly. He had said so much about his bloodlines, roaring at them and trying to get them to fall in line, believing that only he deserved to be in control of his own faith, when in reality he wasn't in control of anything at all. Ryu clenched his fists even harder, his veins popping and crackling along with his bone. He wanted control. He hated this feeling so much that he wanted to die. His Tao heart began to burn, truly burn, continued to grow weaker and weaker, his sorrow echoing through time and space. Chapter 1774 Burn 2. 1774 Burn 2. Control. 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 It was a word he repeated again and again in his mind. He was so unwilling about everything. Unwilling that so much was up to luck. Unwilling that his temperament was meaning. Unwilling that even his unwillingness was probably a sham. If he had another personality, would he care so much? Didn't that mean that even his unwillingness was worthless? There had to be something to grasp onto. The only path left seemed to be death. Why bother to hold on to such a worthless life? But Ryu had experienced death once before. He hated it. It was the one thing that connected all of his lives, the one thread that formed a line between them all. Whether he was a homeless man in the streets, a worthless talent of a rich family, a monk who desired and wanted for nothing, it didn't matter. The one thing he hated no matter what was death. Despite his personality in this life, and despite his strong Tao heart, he had shed real tears that last night with Elena. Sitting beneath the moon, knowing that he was about to end his own life, he had felt those palpable feelings. How pathetic was that? The one connecting line between his lives was a fear of death. Even when he faced death so boldly in this life, was it because he felt that he truly wouldn't die? Or was it because he was arrogant enough to believe that nothing could possibly kill him? Did he ever truly believe that he would lose his life? No, that wasn't it. The flicker in Ryu's eyes grew a little stronger. He was in a state where he couldn't lie to himself even if he wanted. Seeing the connecting line between his lives, he began to understand himself even deeper. The reason he hated death wasn't because of death itself, but because of that very same lack of control. When he was a weak talent, he hated the fact he couldn't break through his limits. When he had no background, he hated the fact he didn't have enough opportunities to shatter the barriers that held him back. When he was a monk, he could never truly let everything go, accepting his fate and achieving nirvana. Ryu suddenly looked at these past lives from a different perspective. They were mistakes. No, calling them mistakes was too dismissive. Each one of these men truly was him, and dismissing them as mistakes would be nothing more than a coping mechanism. Doing so would bring him back to square one and he would learn nothing at all. They were reminders. Reminders that anyone could exhibit a variety of faces, depending on what they had experienced. In his lives, he had been the best of men and the absolute worst. He had done great services for the world, and he had also made it worse with his existence alone. In his lives, he had been the worst of cowards and the bravest of men. He had run from battles that would have protected his family and died in meaningless squabbles that protected far less than that. Each memory was a reminder that he was no better than anyone else. It wasn't always about choices. Often, the most important of them would be made without his knowledge. He began to see life as the wide, complex web it was. He had already begun to understand Serial's perspective in the past, but now he felt it even more clearly than before. And for the first time, he couldn't help but wonder what had led Primus to make the choices he had. Sometimes in life, making the right decision was easier the more momentum you had. It was easier to eat healthy if you were already fit. It was easier to study if you were already a straight-A student. It was easier to be kind if the world had never been cruel to you. These things sounded contradictory, and yet they were also true. Living existences were all imperfect. A world without immediate results felt like one that went against you at every turn. Ryu could diligently cultivate before he failed his awakening because he improved much faster than everyone around him. He could diligently study because his mind had so much plasticity that he could absorb information much easier than others. He could face off and battle against clans and sects far stronger than himself because he was used to having the undying self-belief. If any one of these things were taken from him, would they be nearly so easy? This was the most important kernel of truth. It was an understanding that just because he had the chance to take advantage of this momentum didn't make him better than everyone else. Doing what came easily to him shouldn't fill him with pride. It was only natural. What was there to be proud of? Only if he was able to go against a tide, to build momentum where there was none, could he be worthy of such a thing? He had already chosen to give away his chance his next life. This was the last he had. Grasping onto this kernel felt like a man gasping for air after minutes of none. If everyone started with the same blank slate, and it was life and luck that painted your canvas, then the value of life was in deciding what you wanted for yourself, what was worth it and what wasn't. The trouble was that how you viewed the world would always be tinted by those experiences. In some lives Ryu refused to kill at all, but was he the same now? How could you decide what was good and what wasn't? How would you decide how to refine your own temperament free of bias? If you could experience millions, billions of lives. Ryu comprehended the purpose of this inheritance, and the flickering light in his eyes solidified. Right then, his burning Tao heart began to burn even fiercer. But this time the flames were white. Chapter 1775 Faith. 1775 Faith. Ryu didn't quite feel it clearly. When his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was suddenly enveloped by white flames, he only felt endlessly comfortable. The confusion in his heart was dispelled, and he finally felt like he could see a path forward. But somewhere deep inside, it just felt too simple. The reason those with the strongest Tao hearts were the most susceptible to failure was because those with weaker Tao hearts could benefit from the plasticity of man. Living beings had a great amount of flexibility in their thoughts and emotion. If today a perfectly healthy man thought of what their life would be like when they lost a leg, they might even boldly say that they would rather commit suicide than continue to live such a life. But upon the day this very same man suffered such a fate, would they follow through? Could only be said that those that would were incredibly rare. This wasn't to say that those who had lost limbs should or shouldn't, but rather that the mind of living beings were incredibly flexible. Things that seemed like the worst possible fate could be adjusted to and accepted with time. The difference between those with strong and weak Tao hearts was a rigidity in their values. If they made a decision in one state, no matter what changes came in the future, they would still choose to make the same decision in a later state. This was why it was so difficult for those with strong Tao hearts to pass this test. But that wasn't to say that there was no flexibility in strong Tao hearts at all. When anyone was pushed past a breaking point, it was still possible for them to collapse beneath their own weight. When Ryu finally became aware of what was happening around him, he couldn't help but think of this. Had he really shaken himself free, or had he just bent to the wind like everyone else? He could sense the shock and awe of the 9 figures. It was clear that to them he seemed to have passed their test. But as Ryu's mind stopped being assaulted and his calm returned to him, he couldn't help but wonder, had he really found the right answer? Should he really make his new moral an amalgamation of all the lives he had lived? Ryu knew the real reason he was having such thoughts. These white flames weren't the very same mysterious white flame he still couldn't pronounce the name of to this day. A flame that was the core of the Phoenix Sky God's strength? He felt that his previous thought process was correct, but it made him feel uncomfortable that, once again at a critical breakthrough point, the Phoenix Sky God seemed to have their fingerprints all over him. With his pride, how could he not feel uncomfortable? If the Phoenix Sky God invaded his second spiritual foundation as well, what capital would he have in the future to break free of their control? The flickering flames came to a stop, and Ryu stood in silence. He was still at peace, but the world froze around him. His breathing was even, and time slowed. He paid close attention to the changes and, with a sudden forcefulness, he squeezed down on the flames, snuffing them out. The 9 figures were stunned, but Ryu was still perfectly calm. For a long while, he had been wondering how to make maximal use of his bone structure. Everything else was being left behind by it, and he couldn't figure out exactly what to do to strengthen it. But now he knew. In fact, this path was so perfect that he had to thank the Phoenix Sky God for being so hateful. You have your path, and I have my own. Ryu's voice wasn't layered like the 9 figures but was rather calm and even. There was just a single voice, his own. One by one, he began to sense the tendrils of karmic chi that connected this life with his last. Then he pulled on them hard. Runes began to glow on his transparent bones. Boundless cosmos fog churning with a fiendish might. He wouldn't take the same path as the Phoenix Sky God. He refused to do so. Instead, he would build his own world, and this opportunity gave him the perfect opportunity to do so. Everyone knew how important faith was, but what no one ever asked was why it was the heavens handed out faith to begin with. What was the point? If everything was truly up to luck, then why parse faith based on achievements? Shouldn't one's faith be decided from birth? Ryu, too, had never really thought about this, but this experience had revealed it to him. The answer was simple. Everyone had a set amount of luck given at birth. But that didn't mean that it couldn't be changed with hard work. This was the hope the heavens gave. However, this was still only half of the reason. Why had the heavens had the Fae and ancient beasts of Sacrum fight it out for supremacy? It was obviously because the heavens, too, benefited from powerful experts being born as well. Even this, still, was just part of the answer. The more lives Ryu analyzed, the clearer and clearer his understanding became. And eventually he was able to summarize it in just one line. This was the heavens method of cultivation. The feedback between faith and faith gatherers was what allowed the heavens to slowly strengthen themselves. And it should be exactly because of this that the heavens were so protective of their worlds. Wasn't this why Sacrum had sent Heaven's Knights to battle against the martial god youths attempting to break through? And that truth hid a third layer, and the last layer Ryu needed for his understanding. Heavens tweaked their laws to benefit the strongest beneath them. They didn't want their faith to go to others because they would benefit less overall. Those 3 pillars were what Ryu needed. You could work to change your fate. The heavens used faith to cultivate. And finally, particular individuals granted faith benefited the heavens more or less depending on how they resonated with the heavens' laws. When these 3 came together, Ryu's aura finally changed so wholly and completely that even the 9 statues began to tremble. First, Ryu's 9-pillar flame sect inheritance shattered and reformed. Second, Ryu's beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation shuddered, and he felt that he could exert more control over its natural treasures. Third, his Tao heart became so resplendent and gorgeous that even as his mind sped through his most pathetic lives, he was able to gaze upon them calmly, accepting each one as they came. He no longer saw these at points of weakness. Instead, he saw them as pillars that would strengthen him in this life, his final life. And fourth, his Tao shattered the glass ceiling that had suppressed it, surpassing the level of peak foundation Tao. At that moment, on the outside, the skies of the nether plane changed. It was usually an endless dark violet and red, but now, it shimmered with gold. The clouds split, and white mist took its place. Even the skies turned blue. It was like Ryu was forcefully cleansing the nether plane and returning it to a state of a real plane. In Dream Wraith territory, May's master looked up with a flickering gaze. Her beautiful eyes reflected her shock, and she seemed to deduce what was happening immediately. It seems your husband is not normal, my disciple. Remembering Ryu's gaze when they first met, she couldn't help but shake her head. A young man who could look at a Tao god like that was either incredibly foolish or incredibly self-confident. And it seemed like the latter was the case. Now, he had monopolized 2 of the true nether plane's most important inheritances for himself. One he gave to his wife and the second he kept for himself. Not only did he keep the latter for himself, but he seemed to have changed and warped it in an unexpected way. Truly unexpected. Ryu continued to pull on his former lives, using them to cultivate his inner world and strengthen his independence from the heavens. At the same time, his boundless cosmos bone structure was quickly gaining a robustness that came from this independence. From what Ryu could tell from his lives, there were only 2 existences that could cultivate using faith. The first was the heavens, as he had already said, and the second was a type of cultivators known as Buddhists. Monks could be considered to be the weakest version of these existences and couldn't quite be considered Buddhists. In all his lives, he had never been a Buddhist, and it was because, as he had realized, he couldn't truly let go. But he had become a monk several times. In this life, he still had no intention of becoming one. Normal people could only take the route of selflessness to become a Buddhist and harness the power of faith. As for him, he would become his own heavens. And he would rely on this pile of trash past lives to do exactly that. Just 1 chapter today. Should be the last day I spend in the hospital, and it should be clear sailing for at least the next while. Fingers crossed. Chapter 1776 Why? 1776 Why? Ryu's aura suddenly settled down. It seemed as though it was finished, but it was only because of this that the reaction of the 9 figures was the most shocked. If the breakthrough came with a great commotion, it would be one thing. It would be acceptable. But a breakthrough that was so silent, especially when they knew the kind of storm that must be raging through Ryu's body, it was like Ryu was relying on himself rather than the heavens to evolve, and this was a level of breakthrough that could hardly be compared with others. The more it was like this, the more they felt that things here were far outside of their expectations. Ryu's hair settled down and his breathing became calm and even. There didn't seem to be anything that could faze him any longer. It was several days before he slowly opened his eyes, but it could have easily felt like billions of years or even just a few seconds. Time didn't seem to mean much to Ryu anymore, and maybe that was precisely the most awe-inspiring of the breakthroughs he had had. If he didn't have a Dao already, he could have likely created a time Dao that reached the founding Dao grade right at this moment with just as much ease. It felt like now he had views of the world he simply hadn't before, and it made him feel invigorated. Ryu slowly opened his eyes and found himself standing in the very same place. A slight wind lifted his hair up once more, but it settled on his shoulders once again. Feeling calm and unhurried, he seemed to stand even taller than before. It wasn't a literal height but a figurative one, as though he was truly larger than life, as though he was taking up far more space than he seemed to be. Truly abnormal, the 9 said. None of them could have expected that before Ryu could even receive their inheritance, he would create a branch of it on his own, and it even seemed to be the case that it was far more suited to him than their own. The only drawback seemed to be that there wasn't any room for forward progress, but it was hard to say if that was truly a drawback or not. According to the original technique, Ryu would meditate on his former lives and incorporate their strength into himself, thereby strengthening himself. While it was true that only the heavens and Buddhists could cultivate faith, demons happened to fall into a unique category where it was likewise possible. It was just that this was a fairly unknown method, and the requirements were especially stringent. Demons had the perfect combination of self and heaven's reliance. Thanks to this, there was a line they could thread that could allow them to take advantage of faith. It just wasn't nearly as straightforward. However, Ryu seemed to have skipped all of that and directly incorporated the faith. Rather than meditating on each individual life, he accepted them all as himself and took in their faith as his own directly. This was a fundamentally different path, and yet it also seemed to be the far more profound breakthrough. It could be said that Ryu had already matched the pinnacle of their technique in a single bound. This was simply too shocking for multiple reasons. Setting aside the fact it required reconstructing a technique that dwarfed most of the God grade, what level of strong Dao heart did it take to do this? This really could only be accomplished by someone that had given up on all future lives. Even so, being willing to stare your old lives in the eye and accept them as yourself, the more arrogant you were, the more difficult it was. And there was no doubt that this human was among the most arrogant children they had ever seen. How had he done it? This wasn't even the most shocking part. Even with all of this said, it was still the synergy this technique had with his bone structure. And even if that was ignored, how had he assimilated so many lives, so many memories, so much experiences in just a few days? Every aspect of this matter from start to finish just felt absolutely ridiculous. It was said that the strongest talents were those that were born with synergizing talents. But these experts knew that this wasn't the case at all. The heavens didn't just create talents like this, and they certainly wouldn't be passed on so easily. There was a reason that these talents were hereditary. At some point in the past, an expert had to come forward that took seemingly unrelated talents and fused them down a single path. This was the path of the truest experts. One that not only forged their own path, but had a Dao heart as resplendent as stars. Right now, seeing Ryu's unrelated talents begin to slowly fuse together as they were. His inner world, his Dao heart, his spiritual foundation, realm heart, his soul, they had all seemed so unrelated at first, but the more things Ryu learned, the more progress he made, the more he seemed capable of having them help one another. When the day came that they truly became one, he might very well be the hero of this generation. Ryu ignored the 9 statues, looking around to see if he could find anything special, but he still saw nothing at all. Once again, it was still just these 9. When he realized he wouldn't be able to get anything more just by standing around here, he looked toward the middle Dream Wraith statue. Since things have reached this point, do you all mind telling me exactly why it is you've set this place up? There was definitely something he was missing. If it was just about passing on an inheritance, then they certainly wouldn't have considered him. But what made it so that they had to consider even a human seriously? Chapter 1777 No Scruples Left. 1777 No Scruples Left. Ryu was quite warranted in his thoughts. Just how picky were sky gods with passing on their inheritances. It wasn't easy to get one, let alone one this profound. Restricting it to their own clan members was the most frequent kind. Only the one truly had no worthy descendants or recourse would they take a path like the heavenly path and hope to bolster their odds of a successful breakthrough in this life, or a smoother path in a next one. Even then, these inheritances were most often restricted by race. Who would want to help out another race potentially suppress your own in the future? This was unacceptable. There was clearly something else going on here, because even these 9 had been arguing about whether they should give it to him or not. In the end, they didn't get the choice at all because Ryu took it for himself. The reality was that what happened to him just now had only been a test and nothing else. They still hadn't quite decided to do so, but the fact they had given him a test at all meant that they were already leaning toward yes. In such a case, they had to be fighting for something. That was when Ryu heard a name he had heard too often already. Phoenix Sky God. Ryu shook his head when he heard these words. It seemed that this Phoenix Sky God wasn't just a problem to his master, but even these existences. It was hard for Ryu to guess exactly how strong his master was, but he knew she couldn't be bad even amongst Tao gods. Now, it seemed that even these mysterious entities had the same issue with them. It was clear that the Phoenix Sky God was a scourge of existence, carrying enough strength to affect the overall situation. And once again, it seemed that he had no choice but to hide his association with this existence, or else who knew what these people might try to do with him. It was ironic. He was more wary of the Phoenix Sky God than anyone, yet if they knew of how connected he was with them, he would be the only hunted down. They wouldn't even double-check what purpose the Phoenix Sky God might have for him. They would just do whatever they could to stifle those plans. Due to this, the Phoenix Sky God had woven him into their web, and there was little he could do but to help them keep this secret. But if Ryu was already calm before, he was even more so now. No one could control his fate but himself. The Phoenix Sky God has been ruining the path of reincarnation for too many. We've been putting in efforts to try to stop them, but they're too powerful and too little is known about them. They have succeeded in completely separating themselves from the normal bounds of karma. They can't be detected via normal means. Anything that we can find it abstruse, and it's hard to tell if it is the truth or not. The dream wraiths have been dissatisfied with the Phoenix Sky God for a very long time. It is just that we have still yet to manage to put a stop to their actions. Too many worlds have fallen by now, and many have lost the chance to reincarnate entirely. But this is really only the beginning. You might be wondering why it is both dream wraiths and the phoenixes exist. The reality is that in the distant past, there were just 2 paths for the phoenixes, that being life and death. It was only after the appearance of the Phoenix Sky God that the phoenixes gained reincarnation. Not only did they gain reincarnation, but it supplanted life and death and became the ruling class of the ancient beast. Due to this change, the balance of the world shifted away from the death wraiths. Or more accurately, the amount of natural control we have over reincarnation has been artificially limited, allowing the Phoenix Sky God to act much more freely. We do not know if the Phoenix Sky God was ever truly a phoenix. There are 2 possibilities, one of which is far more troubling than the other. The first and more acceptable path is that the Phoenix Sky God was born a phoenix and carved out a new path by fusing life and death to form the cycle of reincarnation. Ryu's eyes narrowed. This was already shocking enough. If the second option was far more fearsome and scary to imagine, then he already knew it was. The second is that the Phoenix Sky God was never Phoenix. They reached the pinnacle in one path and realized they couldn't accomplish what they wanted and decided to switch to another. Or worse, they were capable of doing all of this while maintaining their path. This was indeed the more shocking option. If the Phoenix Sky God was wreaking so much havoc after choosing this path on a whim, just how much strength were they hiding? As for why they would be messing around with reincarnation so much, it was the one thing the 9 figures didn't bother to speak of because it felt obvious and would likely only be one of 2 explanations. Either the Phoenix Sky God had lost someone important to them, or they were coming up to the end of their life. Of the 2, it was far more likely to be the latter. With how much control the Phoenix Sky God had over reincarnation already, the odds that they wouldn't be able to bring back someone they loved were too low. That left the second option. And that was scarier for reasons they didn't even wish to speak about. If the mighty Phoenix Sky God was truly running to the end of their life, that meant that their scruples would be far fewer, And if such a powerful figure obsessed with life truly ran to the end of that rope, would they take the world with them? Chapter 1778 Fiends. 1778 Fiends. I understand, Ryu said after listening to the story of the 9 figures. You were already aware of this, little boy? My master has told me about the Phoenix Sky God before. Your master? Fading Star. There was a tremble in the air, and the 9 figures seemed to understand. I see. Your master is quite pitiful. Ryu nodded. He understood what they meant. From what he knew, his master's world had been destroyed, cutting off the cycle of reincarnation for anyone who survived the catastrophe. It could be said that Fading Star, her husband, and even Hope weren't welcome on this plane at all, as they weren't born beneath its cycle of reincarnation. Since Fading Star is your master, that explains quite a lot. There's even less to worry about you then. Ryu wasn't worried about any of this at all. As expected, if everyone feared the Phoenix Sky God so much, and he really was some sort of plot concocted by this existence, then it was impossible that these people who could easily see through his other talents could see through his White Phoenix spiritual foundation. Not one of them had even mentioned it. It could be said that his greatest protection on this front was the Phoenix Sky God themselves. And that was surely amusing to think of. Thank you for the opportunity, Ryu said evenly. If that is all, I will take my leave now. Look at him, so eager to leave. Maybe that's because you spent all your time plotting for a path to kill him. Wait for a moment. Once again, it was the only voice that could suppress all the others. Yes, Ryu asked. He seemed much calmer than he usually was, and his tone wasn't nearly as chilly as it often was while speaking to strangers. He seemed to have undergone a myriad of changes, and his mind still hadn't quite settled down yet. He still needed time to digest what he had gone through, and as he did so, his temperament would slowly become more refined. Was it true that he had already reached the peak possibility of this technique? It was only partially true. Ryu had many thoughts on how to improve even further, but they weren't things that could be executed right now. Do you have the desire to go to another world? The voice asked. I have the desire to go wherever the highest peak is. If it is not here, then elsewhere is fine. Would you like me to help you go to these highest peaks? Ryu shook his head. I must see my wife first. That is why I have come here. I feel that you will be disappointed. The dream wraiths have disbanded. Ryu's heart skipped a beat and he showed some emotions for the first time since he had seen his other lives. Well, aside from despair, that is, disbanded. Ryu wasn't surprised that they had guessed he meant Mei, despite him not specifying. Mei was the only one of his wives who was a demon. Since they could sense his primordial enes so clearly, they could obviously also tell she was related to the dream wraiths. It is something that must happen from time to time. It could be said that the dream wraiths are threatened by very few across existence, and even those with the strength will be unlikely to offend us due to the importance of our jurisdiction. This often leads to complacency over long enough periods of time. To combat this, dream wraiths must be tempered. How? They are sent to other worlds where there will be a culling of sorts. The bodies of dream wraiths are very valuable, especially to mental realm cultivators. But even to those that are not mental realm masters, absorbing the soul of a dream wraith will allow them a more narrow vision of what you have just seen, allowing their comprehension and temperament to advance by leaps and bounds. As such, whenever this happens, the expelled dream wraiths will be hunted down and a vast majority of them will die. A dangerous light flickered in Ryu's gaze. Didn't that mean that his wife was in danger? He didn't hate her master. In fact, this was just what a master should do. If Mei's master didn't train her and push her to achieve more, who would? But he still didn't like the idea of her being thrust out into the world without his protection. This was also the first time he had heard that dream wraiths were so valuable. And that made this trouble even more troublesome. Ryu was no longer the same ignorant youth of the past. There were many things he knew about that others did not. And, unlike with some other things, Sacrum did have dream wraiths. It was just that they weren't nearly so easy to find, as though they had gone into hiding as well. This meant that this information was only known to the most powerful and obscure geniuses. On the one hand, that might be good because it meant that fewer enemies. But who cared about the number of enemies? Wasn't the quality the most important? None of this even mentioned the fact that entering a new world with different Daos and laws, May would almost certainly be suppressed. Ryu didn't have to worry about such suppression because he had his inner world. And even then, he would need a small adjustment period. But what about his wife? You're able to send me to her. I can. But you will have to do something for me. At this point, Ryu had no idea that May's master would be willing to help him. And even if she was willing, would she help Selhira and Panna and the others to do the same? As such, he didn't hesitate much. His wife was very important to him, and his Dao heart was unshakable. What would you like me to do? The world your wife has gone to is known as the Eternal Balance World. Your wife's master has certainly made this decision on purpose, as it is one of the most troublesome worlds in existence. Not because of the strength of those on the plane, but rather because of its odd state. The worlds across existence are all different in their own quirky ways, but what remains is that the chaos plane is almost always devoid of life, except in rare exceptions like this one. In the Eternal Balance World, there is a race known as Fiends. It can be said that before the Phoenix Sky Gods rise, the Fiends were the enemy of the world, but they have been greatly suppressed in recent times. The Eternal Balance World is one of the few where they still have great influence. Do you know what the Fiend race has in common? Ryu's eyes narrowed.
No.
They all have an inferior version of your chaotic silk meridians. In fact, it can be said that your chaotic silk meridians descended from their ancestors and were integrated into our cultivation systems over time. And you feel no hostility because of that? Why would I? Your chaotic silk meridians played a key role in the current suppression of the Fiends. It can be said that our real plane ancestors reversed the situation precisely because your talent existed. Ryu understood. And thanks to that, he also knew that he was about to get screwed over. As you might imagine, if those of that plane find out that one not of their kind has these meridians, you will be hunted down even more fiercely than the dream wraiths. But because of this, you're also the only one that can do this. Ryu chuckled. He had heard the saying that elders were spicier, but this was the first time he had been on the receiving end. But could he complain? He could only blame himself for caring for his wife so much. Clearly, these 9 figures needed a favor from him, but he had ended up being the one doing it to repay a favor instead. How could he not find it amusing? Even so, he didn't say a word, taking it all in stride. The Eternal Balance World can be said to be teetering, on the verge of becoming the first world in generations to become fully controlled by the Fiend race. I will need your help to reverse this situation. I will do as I've said, but such a thing will take time. A plane like this will certainly have Dao gods. Ryu spoke matter-of-factly, as though it wouldn't be trouble to one day slaughter Dao gods. You do not need to worry about this. I will give you some information, and you will need to succeed within 100 years or else it will be too late. Ryu had many questions. There were too many things that didn't line up, but a stream of information hit him the next moment and he felt spatial fluctuations around him. He grit his teeth and forced his mind to focus beneath the stream. I agree, but you must send me near where my wife is and allow me to bring along my companions. Okay. These were the last words Ryu heard before he vanished. Chapter 1779 Fiends. 1779 Fiends. Ryu stumbled backward, almost collapsing. A part of him even thought the Dream Wraith did it on purpose, but when he thought about the difficulty of using spatial chi on such a large scale, he chose to forgive it. Plus, he didn't particularly have much of a choice. That was because the moment he appeared, he was assaulted by a suppression from above. It felt like even the air was rejecting him, and it was the first time that he had experienced such a thing. But this was also the first time Ryu was stepping into a world in this fashion. Back when he first came from Sacrum to the true martial world, his foundation had been took weak and inferior of the latter to take seriously, so he didn't face any suppression. And, as he rebuilt his foundation, he was doing so with the laws of the true martial world, so, of course, he wouldn't be rejected. When he returned to Sacrum, he had been returning to his own home, so how could he be rejected then? Either? But this time it was different. He was standing in a world with laws no weaker than the true martial world, but his foundation wasn't built on its laws. Such a world would always fiercely reject him. His vision could even clear for long enough to see what was going on around him. He could only feel his chi rumbling and his bones crackling. Ryu knew that panicking wouldn't do anything for him right now. He took a breath, and his cosmos fog rippled. Instantly, the suppression vanished into thin air. But he could also feel that this wouldn't be able to last for long. This was because his cosmos fog was being eaten up quickly. About 2 minutes? That's enough time, Ryu thought calmly. The first thing he did was scan his surroundings. What he saw left him with a frown. He sensed that several figures were already rushing toward him, but that wasn't the main problem. The issue was that he didn't seem to be in the real plane. Can't be that Mei was sent here, right? And what about Selhira and the others? Ryu reached out with his senses and felt that there was a barrier between him and his wives. This left him cursing beneath his breath. That dream wraith had either messed up, or the two of them had very different definitions of what the word close meant. What Ryu didn't know was that he had truly wronged the dream wraith ancestor this time. They were indeed close. The issue was that Ryu was currently on the border of fiend territory. In this location, the chaos plane was encroaching on the real plane. The reason he felt that there was a barrier was because his wives and companions had been sent to the real plane while he had ended up on the chaos plane. Usually, the real plane and chaos plane were off-kilter, located in different dimensions. But in this world, they were battling for the same spot. Ryu suddenly cursed. This time, it wasn't just auras he sensed rushing toward him, but Heaven's Knights as well. It was then that Ryu remembered that in Sacrum, the people on the front lines stopping invaders from entering were the Heaven's Knights. And all of them were stationed in the Chaos Plane, which acted as the barrier between their world and the outside world. It seemed that Ryu had already been pegged as an outsider, and while he had shifted the suppression from his body to his cosmos fog, it still hadn't entirely vanished. The Heaven's Knights could still sense the bombardment of the heavens against his cosmos fog just as easily as anything else. Though he realized the issue, Ryu still maintained his calm. Just like he had said, 2 minutes was enough. He plopped down directly and entered a state of meditation. When he sensed the power of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in this world, though he was truly left speechless. He had already been somewhat aggrieved that his pupils were only tied for 6th place in the true martial world, but it seemed that here the problem was even worse. He couldn't sense the exact rank, at least not without running into other heavenly pupil wielders first, but it was likely not even in the top 20 here. In fact, it didn't seem like this world had ever birthed the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils before. This wouldn't matter much under normal circumstances. That was because with the improvement to his inner world, he didn't need to rely on external faith any longer. The trouble was that what he needed to do now was understand at least a foundational level of this world's laws and incorporate it into his inner world. Only then would these laws stop attacking him. While he did so, his eyes would need to rely on the laws of this world, and as such its ranking was having a huge slowdown effect on his progression. Ryu could only toss these thoughts away. He was running out of time. At this moment he was on a stretch of red land. The skies flashed with violet lightning and rolling black thunder. Somehow, this land looked more like hell than the nether plane did. And maybe that was because the nether plane of this world, too, had its own problems. Hurry up! You sensed it too? Of course I sensed it. Who could miss it? The others happened across the border, but this one is ours. 3 youths sprinted, if it could even be called that. Their bodies were so monstrous that they seemed to bound through the air for dozens of kilometers at a time, soaring over mountains and running across the bedrock of violent rivers. With a burst, they shot out from the bottom of a raging sea, hurtling through the air as though surfing the wind. The youths looked like true monsters, not in a grotesque Lovecraftian sense, and not quite in the sense of the power of their bodies either, but rather in the sense that they didn't seem like mortals at all. One of them was a young woman who seemed to be half human, half fire. One of her legs and one of her arms looked coated in magma. Her hair was such a concentrating river of flames that it almost shone gold. At the same time, every time her heart beat, the echo of a magma barrier would thrum around her, incinerating everything to ash. From time to time, the illusion of a fiery red-gold pair of gauntlets and boots, along with a thick draconic tail, would appear on her like the wisps of a ghost's whisper, but then vanished the next instant, leaving her instead wearing a simple set of roughed-up linen clothing that outlined her figure, and the fact she was clearly wearing nothing underneath. The second was the exact same as the girl, having odd body parts replaced entirely by elements or quasi-elements. Except instead of the ghosts of gauntlets, boots, and a tail, he had a single horn on his forehead that flashed in and out of existence. The last of them was the exact opposite. He was another man, but his hair instead was a river of water. Much like the other two, his eyes were also encompassed by his element, and the rest of him was even more exaggeratedly warped. He only wore a beast's skin to cover his lower body, so one could clearly see a fissure running up and through his chest, pulsing with water. This fissure continued up, through his neck, and even spiraled around his head, seemingly splitting him all the way in two. Only one of his legs was entirely turned into the water element, and it was just one of his hands as well. But this one hand pulsed with light, a trident appearing from time to time before vanishing. Whenever this trio dove into the water, he would shoot out the furthest, leaving the duo further and further behind as he continued to accelerate forward. The closer he got, the fiercer the blue lights around him grew. Despite their odd appearance, each one of these three was strikingly handsome or beautiful. It looked like the heavens had carefully carved their appearances, allowing the elements to bless them. And they were headed right for Ryu. Ryu's eyes flashed open. The cosmos fog around him finally settled down. He sensed that the heavens' knights in the distance had lost track of him. Compared to the other youths, they were much further away, and that was a relief. But, bang! Ryu's gaze locked onto a young man with a river of water for hair. It didn't feel like he was standing before a young man, but rather that he was looking at a god. Shockingly enough, he even felt that the ice element wasn't listening to him as well as it usually should. The young man frowned and looked around as though he was trying to spot something. But when he didn't find it, his gaze eventually landed on Ryu. A human is so bold to come to our territory? Ryu didn't understand a word he said, but the language of battle was universal. I haven't had a good battle in a long while. I've been surrounded by too much trash. I hope you make this worth my while. Ryu took a step out and he was the first to throw out a punch. Chapter 1780 Open. 1780 Open. Neuron wasn't a man of many words. Fiends tended to have their personalities shaped and warped by their favored element. So even after Ryu said these words, and even when he attacked, he didn't react much at all. With a casual strike, the spear flickering in and out of existence in his palm came to meet Ryu's blow. A curious light lit in the depths of Ryu's pupils. He didn't think much of the odd appearance of the fiend to begin with, but even he was having trouble understanding exactly what it was he was seeing. Bang! Air rippled around them and a layer of force stopped blade and fist from meeting. However, with an indifferent gaze that looked like a literal pool of water, Neuron's spear lost its form, flickering out of existence and suddenly wrapping around Ryu's arm. It surged forward, appearing before Ryu's throat in the blink of an eye. Ryu felt a sense of danger pervade his mind. He couldn't seem to see exactly where the blow would land, as though it still had the possibility of undergoing a myriad of changes. If he acted too confidently, he could end up harming himself. Fascinating! Ryu's aura flared, and he summoned the immortal Sakura. In an instant, gorgeous spinning and fluttering blossoms descended from the skies, blocking every calculated point. Neuron's expression finally showed some change, albeit slightly. Still, what happened next put Ryu on the edge of his seat once more. The Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns used to protect his blossom cracked and shattered like wet tissue paper. The spear ripped a path through and pierced into Ryu's skin. A blast of chill entered Ryu's body, and the spear was about to burst all the way in when he suddenly flickered backward, warping space around him. Ryu blinked. He had already felt that his ice element wasn't properly listening to him when he first came across this young man. But he didn't expect that the same would be true even when it was reinforced with heavenly patterns. Less shocking than that, though, was the fact that he still needed some more time to adjust with his spacetime soul nature, as the folds of reality in this place weren't exactly the same. At the same time, the movement technique he always relied upon in battle, absolute domain, couldn't be used either because it relied on comprehending the constellations and star charts of this world. Regardless, Ryu's gaze lit up. This neuron was strong. And what impressed Ryu the most was that they were both at the true sky god realm. Neuron was taken aback for only a brief moment before he continued his attack. The spear came in waves and Ryu read and reacted. He dismissed Immortal Sakura since it would only be a hindrance in this battle, and he had yet to incorporate the methods of the ashtray ants into it. Ryu's body flickered with lightning and discarded his other battle methods. Gorgeous blue scales erupted across his body, and he grew in height until he met the tall stature of the fiend. Bang! 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 The skies above stormed, and Ryu unleashed a flurry. Spear and fists danced, but soon Ryu's entire body seemed to become a weapon. His elbows moved as fluidly as his fingers, his knees soaring as sharply as his kicks. In terms of power, the two seemed perfectly even, especially since Ryu was warned not to use his chaotic silk meridians in this world lest he risk being hunted down by any and everything. But in terms of skill, Ryu's fist shadows filled the skies. He seemed to have begun to copy the chaotic assault methods of the fiend. His attacks seemed both real and illusory at the same time, and it made it difficult for Neuron to grasp. For a moment, Neuron even began to second-guess his own judgment. Had he misunderstood? Was Ryu actually just an unawakened fiend? He suddenly looked up into the skies as a bolt of lightning descended. Neuron accelerated backward. One of his legs, the one that seemed formed of the water element, glowed and veins of darker blue appeared in their depths. Lightning was obviously his perfect counter. But that didn't mean that he feared it. His mouth opened, and he unleashed a roar. Under the sudden rampage, the bolt of lightning that had been about to fall onto a cracked, red soil instead fell into a steadily growing pool of water. The land shattered, and the raging rivers in the distance trembled. Ryu realized what was happening before it did. A deep trench was suddenly cut between this location and the nearest river. In the distance, Veneru and Formalda were swiftly catching up. When they saw the changes, their eyes widened, and they looked at one another. They knew that Neuron would only do this if he was in trouble. They both landed on the ground at once, each on the opposing side of the trench. With a stomp of their feet, magma erupted out of the earth and the trench was split further and further apart. In that instant, the trench connected with the raging sea and with a boom, connection was formed. The waters surged forward. The pair of brother and sister didn't stop as they ran along the trench, making it wider and wider as they accelerated to their fastest speed. They couldn't let anything happen to Neuron. Ryu's pupils constricted. They had such strong control over the elements, stronger than anything Ryu had ever seen. Now that he thought about it, even for ancient beasts, elemental control was secondary to the paths they followed. Phoenixes were about life, death, and reincarnation first, long before they were about flames or ice. But these fiends, they seemed to breathe and eat these elements. They were the elements, and the elements were them. A fiendish grin spread along Ryu's face as his aura skyrocketed, billowing in waves. Earth's gate, open. Boom. Chapter 1781 Presumptuousness. 1781 Presumptuousness. This was the first time Ryu had to use such a skill on someone in the same cultivation realm as him, but he didn't hesitate. The instant the first wave of water wrapped around Neuron's ankles, he knew that he had made the right decision as his chi realm cultivation soared to the perfect sky god realm. The waters wrapped around Neuron like mother swaddling their baby. A vortex appeared beneath his feet that quickly became a cyclone that lifted him into the air. He absorbed the waters and his already tall 8-foot stature became over a dozen meters. The flickering spear in his palms expanded, and he suddenly pierced out. In reaction, Ryu pulled at the lightning flickering on the surface of the quickly pooling water. But realizing that it wasn't listening to him, he abandoned the approach and accelerated backward. Boom! The ground split like tofu and the earth surged into the skies as though a mountainous tsunami. A wave of power still hit Ryu and sent him flying, and soon after came a wave of water. The water took the shape of countless blades, each one formed by a clone that seemed identical in all stature but size to Neuron. Ryu stomped his foot onto the ground, realizing that retreat wasn't an option. He sent out a series of punches that catapulted the world into chaos, and at the same time, his inner world flourished. He pulled his bloodlines together, and his radiant blue scales became an array of pearly white. It exuded a milky purity that seemed prepared to cleanse the world of all its impurities. He was about to pull on his rage flames, but when he noticed Veneru and Formalda in the distance, he cast the idea away immediately. Bang! 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 His fists collided with the water, and he used overwhelming strength to shatter them apart. In the distance, the brother-sister pair rode a wave of magma, and seeing how serious Neuron had become, they too began to absorb the fire element, growing into giants that stood no shorter than Neuron. Ryu never expected that his first encounter with fiends would come like this. 3 true sky gods. Yet the pressure they placed on him was truly enormous. Did that dream wraith really send him here to be killed? Now that Ryu thought about it, this was just the border. If things worked here like they did in other worlds, how could the best of the fiends be placed in the most dangerous locations? The territory of the best would surely be deep toward the center of the chaos plane, and not here. In that case, how strong were the geniuses over there? And how was he supposed to accomplish what the dream wraith wanted him to? Ryu erupted with a booming laughter, and his Tao heart shone so brightly that the world seemed to solidify. He dodged out of the way of another spear from Neuron, and, just as the resulting wave was about to swallow him up, he pulled on his infinity mist. It was just a slight tug, and yet, when timed with his punch, a hole was blasted right through. For a moment, it looked as though the entire world had blanched, like a god of the seas had torn a portal through the waters and right toward Neuron's chest. Neuron's expression changed for the 3rd time, but it was already too late. Boom! A crater was punched into his chest, and he was sent flying backward. Neuron! Veneru and Formalda called out. But that was when Ryu pulled on the multicolored flame and origin flame in his body. Rebirth flames surged across his body, and he leapt forward, slicing through the blade of fire that the two sent at him. Formalda's tail whipped at him in pursuit, and Veneru's horn lit up, a beam of golden red shooting from it. They both seemed to land, but Ryu stretched out a hand and grabbed out, clutching Formalda's tail as he walked through the beam of golden red as though it wasn't there. His palm squeezed down, and Formalda let out a blood-curdling screech as she felt her body being shattered. With a twist of his arm, he sent her flying. At the same time, with his free hand, he clenched a fist and punched out. Rage flames surged, and he seemed to be able to concoct his own fury. He pulled on his Tao heart more and more, and he seemed to shine with a resplendent light. In this life, no matter the world, no matter the suppression, he would remain invincible. Bang! Veneru took a solid blow to the chest and was sent flying as well. The 3 friends landed in the same location, whether by design or coincidence. They coughed up mouthfuls of blood, one after another. When they saw Ryu approaching, fear colored their gazes, and they quickly scrambled to their feet. To Ryu's surprise, just when he thought that they would begin another attack, they fell to their knees and bowed deeply. Ryu couldn't help but frown inwardly. These 3 definitely weren't cowards. He was confident in his ability to read the character of people by now, especially as his Tao heart grew stronger and stronger. While their Tao hearts weren't comparable to his own, there were likely very few across time and space that could bolster such a thing. Regardless, their Tao hearts were only shy of reaching the 3 tiers of genius, and they were very clearly still young. At least 2 or 3 years younger than Ryu. That meant they still had time to sharpen themselves. That meant only one thing. They were kneeling for a completely different reason. Esteemed one, we are sorry that we didn't recognize your identity. Please excuse our presumptuousness. Ryu's eyes narrowed, something the trio couldn't see because they still feared lifting their heads. Soon he understood. They must have mistaken my use of the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. Chapter 1782 Mission. 1782 Mission. The Dream Wraith had given Ryu a great deal of information about what he was dealing with, so he had a fairly good idea about quite a number of things. Fiends were precisely like these 3 youths before him. Their cultivation methods were heavily focused on the elements, and it could be said that their strength could directly scale depending on the environment. And, even when the environment wasn't in their favor, the best of them were capable of terraforming the world to mold to their desired reality. However, there were still levels to which this could be. For example, Neuron's method of terraforming was the absolute crudest. He had drawn a trench from this location to the nearest river, and that was not only something that couldn't always be done, it used up a lot of energy. It could be said that if Neuron hadn't spent so much energy to draw the river over here, then he would have likely been at least 50% stronger, which would have obviously made a huge difference in the battle. In truth, Neuron only dared to do this in the first place because he knew that Veneru and Formalda were trailing after him. If not for this, he would have rather retreated at the risk of being killed or stabbed in the back to rush back to the rivers and sea. As for why they were suddenly being so respectful to Ryu, it was because they had likely mistaken him for what the fiend race called fiend gods. This didn't refer to a cultivation realm, and the translation wasn't exactly god. In fact, Ryu chose to adjust it from fiend god to fiend childs. Fiend childs were extremely rare existences that had dominion over several elements, not just a single one. As one might expect, this was something that almost never happened because the method of cultivation the fiends used would result in the elements clashing far fiercer than Ryu's bloodlines ever had. Most fiend childs would die the moment they were born. It was far crueler than what would happen to most humans with clashing bloodlines. Usually, if the heavens decided that a human bloodline would clash, the embryo wouldn't even be fertilized. This was why it took Ryu's parents so many attempts to have Ryu, why they cherished him so much, and also why, even after all these years, they were probably the only lineage in Sacrum that only had a single successor like himself. But, maybe due to their different path, the fate of the fiends was far crueler. The heavens gave no such quarter, and often, when fiend childs were born, they would spend the fledgling years of their life in great pain. The irony was that the more talented you were, the more you would suffer. The worst were those that managed to live even into their teenage years and yet died. Anyway. However, as one might imagine, those fiend childs that shed that weakness would soar to the skies as though reborn. Such existences were mighty beyond compare. Even the memories the Dream Wrath had transferred to Ryu had been incomparably somber about them. It seemed that these existences, when they grate to the level of Tao gods, were individuals that even those 9 figures feared. Ryu couldn't help but shake his head. It was truly ridiculous that they sent him here for such a mission. But what could he do? As for what this mission was, it was related to the border. They were close to the border now, and that made things both easier and more difficult on Ryu, ironically. The border of the chaos and real plane in this world was chaotic, as one might imagine. In order to stabilize it, altars the people of this world, also called shrines, acted as hubs. There were 36 of these shrines, and they were all under the control of the fiends. Not only did they exist to stabilize the barrier, but over time, the fiends would slowly push the front lines and move the shrines along with them, swallowing up more and more of the real plane. These shrines were multi-purpose and practically perfect war machines. Not only could they stabilize the border, they could bolster fiends with like elements under their domain, and they could even long-distance teleport Tao gods from the center of the chaos plane at any time should it be at risk of being lost. And Ryu was somehow supposed to destroy at least 2 of them within 100 years. It was all too ridiculous. He still hadn't even gotten to the worst part of it all. These heavenly laws favored the fiends. These shrines, while not being the same as Sacrum's shrines, were still created by the power of heavenly might. It was just that the fiends had clearly learned to repurpose and use them effectively in combat. So he wasn't just supposed to destroy some man-made object. He was supposed to destroy a creation of these heavens. The worst part was that even if it wasn't created by the fiends, wouldn't it surely be something forged by one or multiple of their Tao gods? Would he have the right to destroy such a thing? Everything about this mission felt stupidly impossible. If there was no time limit, Ryu wouldn't care very much. But since there was one, the pressure was immense. So when he saw the trio kneeling before him, he thought about taking advantage. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to do this through conventional means. In that case, he'd have to just use different methods. Before the trio could react, Ryu sucked them into his inner world and entered with his consciousness as well. When he entered, he found them looking around in shock. But he didn't find it very surprising. Instead, he directly ignored them and sat in meditation. At that moment, the three felt an overwhelming power descend onto them and begin to scour their bodies. They froze, not daring to look around anymore. Chapter 1783 Fiend Path. 1783 Fiend Path. Ryu's purpose was simple. He needed to truly understand the fiend race. Not just memories and not just a casual facade either. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation might be able to fool them, but who was to say that it would fool someone much higher up on the food chain? He didn't care if he was exposed by weak sky gods. But if it was a Tao lord that caught onto his scent, he would be screwed and die before he was even aware of what happened to him. Fascinating. He felt that he had a strong understanding of the paths of beasts, humans, and demons, but he didn't expect that there would be yet another specialty in the world. This time, it seemed that if human and beasts were direct opposites, then in this case fiends and the fairies of the ethereal plan were opposites. The fairies were also heavily reliant on the elements, but they relied on their souls and were practically identical to wraiths in this respect. Their bodies, if they even had them, were secondary. When they left the ethereal plane, many of them had difficulty affecting change. The fiends, however, were entirely reliant on their bodies. They didn't even seem to have souls in the normal sense, as the elements themselves became their incorporeal souls, as though they were replacing a vital function of their bodies with communication with the outside world. If Ryu was correct, then a powerful fiend of the same element could kill another just by cutting off their communication with the element of their choosing. They wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Realizing this, Ryu didn't even need to go into fiend society to know that they had a very strict hierarchical structure. There was no way that someone of lower standing would ever risk offending someone of a higher standing. Even in the case someone stronger than you didn't decide to strangle you to death like that, just being in their presence would weaken your element. This was actually quite good news for Ryu. It meant that even without taking his chaotic silk meridians into account, just with his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he could challenge those of a much higher level than himself. Well, so long as the environment was also in his favor. He ultimately didn't have the same skills and techniques of the fiend race, so trying to truly cut them off from their elements when the environment didn't allow it would be very difficult. Still, this was just the tip of the iceberg. There was something else that Ryu was curious about. The Dream Wraith had said that all the fiends had inferior versions of his chaotic silk meridians. He wondered what that meant. Soon he got his answer. One of the fundamental abilities of Ryu's chaotic silk meridians was its ability to access chaos chi, through which it could access all sorts of primordial chaos chis. It seemed that by inferior, the Dream Wraith had meant that their meridians could seemingly only access one of these primordial chaos chi derivatives. This wasn't to say that they could wield primordial chaos chi. At the pinnacle of all energies sat chaos chi, essence, and embryonic chi. Beneath that were primordial chaos chis and primordial essence chis. Beneath that was ancient chis, a type that Ryu hadn't even been aware of until the Dream Wraith granted him such memories. Beneath that were God chis, sovereign chis, and lord chis. It would continue like this down the list, quickly heading toward more and more inferior chis. This trio had access to Lord Chaos Chi, which decided the firm standard of their meridians. Unlike humans, they could never switch and learn to use a different chi with the help of cultivation methods. However, in exchange for this, they all had a direct pipeline to the chaos plane. This should be how they terraform in the real sense. These three just haven't been able to access such techniques. Only by having an endless supply of chi would anyone dare to do such a thing. But because of the way they have to terraform, they relied more on their bodies than their chi. And because of that, he was tired out before the battle could even begin. I wonder, is it possible to upgrade their meridians? Or are they stuck like this? Ryu was a bit tempted to test the embryonic chi on them. However, he realized quickly that he didn't have time to waste on this. Now that he understood the fiend race perfectly, his aura began to change. He slipped on a black bodysuit that covered his entire body and he clenched his fists. Quickly, his hair was replaced by a dancing stream of radiant blue lightning. He pulled some sovereign chaos lightning chi from his meridians and pooled it into the lightning as well, tinging it with hints of black gold. This wasn't the first time he had pulled such a weak chi from his meridians, so he was used to it. As a final step, his eyes turned into a sea of lightning as well. The eyes of the three fiends widened when they saw this. It wasn't because lightning fiends were rare, though this was the case, but rather because Ryu's change only meant one thing. Either he was hiding the fact he was a fiend child for some reason, or he was never a fiend to begin with. Ryu vanished from the inner world after this. His body began to flicker with an armor formed by his lightning god talent. Much like the fiends, it flickered in and out of existence. At the same time, a pair of Qilin's horns flickered in and out of existence on his forehead as well. This flickering was probably the most fascinating part of the fiend race's existence, but Ryu didn't have the time to care about this right now. He needed to find a path to cross the barrier and return to the real plane. In a distant castle, a beauty with sparkling red eyes and a river of gold for hair looked up, her heart skipping a beat inexplicably. Chapter 1784 Infuriated. 1784 Infuriated. Bang! Ryu kicked out once, sending a guard flying. He didn't know what it was about his bad luck, but he seemed to always get into trouble the moment he stepped into a city. The irony was that the city he had spent the longest time in, even if he considered the last 10+ years, was the martial god's city. If that wasn't a joke of fate, he had no idea what was. Ryu understood this time, though. It wasn't just normal bad luck. It just seemed that he had picked the wrong city to go to. This was a city where fire elemental fiends were the vast majority of the population. They didn't seem to like it when other fiends came by, so they tried to give him a hard time. It also didn't help that Ryu didn't have the money to pay for entry, but it was easy enough to deal with. Just a single kick was enough, despite the fact the guards were both in the perfect sky god realm. Ryu had already gained the ability to subtly control the elements in the air, hiding it from detection and suppressing those around him. Of course, even if these few were perfect sky gods, they were absolutely pathetic. They only had transcendent grade chaos chi, and they weren't far from the bottom of the barrel. The fact they even made it to the perfect sky god realm at all was a surprise, as those with this level of chi could only make it to the transcendent sky god realm at best. Annoying. Ryu directly walked into the city after tossing them to the side. With a step, lightning flickered and danced in Ryu's hair. The more time he spent in this state, the more interesting he felt it was. He felt the lightning element more clearly than he ever had before, but there was still something a bit off about it. I would like to join the army. Ryu stopped in front of a booth and looked down. There was a young lady of barely 12 or so years old. Honestly, it was quite shocking that such a young girl was located near the front lines. But it also seemed that there were a bunch of little kids around in this city. From what Ryu could tell, most of the menial tasks of the city were handled by children. They would have likely been the guards as well if they weren't too weak. To him, that likely meant that everyone else was a combatant. Clearly, the fiends lived and breathed battle. Once you were of age, you joined the army. There was no other path. Okay, the little girl said in a bright voice. She didn't seem to have the same ingrained bias against Ryu. There will be an assessment starting in about 3 hours. It will decide which battalion you're sent to, so do your best. Ryu couldn't help but smile. He had always wanted to be a big brother, but unfortunately his parents' bloodlines were too overbearing. It was difficult for them to conceive again. He took the token and left for a waiting area. He wasn't surprised that another assessment was being held so soon. There was one held every 3 days. If you performed poorly, you would be sent to the vanguard as cannon fodder. The better position you got, the better shot you would have at growing in the army. If your performance was too bad, you'd never get a chance to change your station in life, as you'd be sent off to a battalion with an incredibly high turnover. Ryu had thought about just trying to sneak over the border, but he decided that this wouldn't do him any good. In fact, this was why he had chosen to become a lightning elemental fiend, despite the fact he could have easily chosen fire instead and avoid all of this. The discrimination was annoying, but it was also precisely what he needed right now. His plan had already formulated in his mind. Ryu entered a large, circular underground room. There were several fire elemental fiends standing around, and as expected, they looked quite similar to the pair of siblings. They all had entire limbs replaced by flames, and their hair and eyes were all flicking balls of fire. There were two that caught Ryu's attention immediately, precisely because they seemed more fire than human. One had a bald head, but a fiery beard that danced with gold and red. There were a twin pair of axes on his back that flickered in and out of existence. The second was bald as well, but he was also clean-shaven. Instead, his eyes were such a concentrated pair of fireballs that they looked far more solid than anyone else. What was interesting was that he was the only one that didn't seem to have limbs replaced by the elements. Still, there was an extremely long rod on his back. What the hell is this? The first bald man opened his eyes, meeting Ryu's gaze. Do you think you can just come wherever you want, Sparky? He reached for one of his axes with an arm of solid red gold. He looked like he was already prepared to hack Ryu down right here and now. Ryu gave him a glance, and before he even pulled out his axe, he punched. The bald man's pupils constricted. It made sense for him to be arrogant here, but he didn't expect that Ryu would be. However, lightning elemental fiends were too fast for him to react, especially since he didn't actually expect to have to fight so quickly. Bang! A fist of rippling bolts of blue collided with the man's chest, and he was driven into the pillar he had just been leaning upon. All at once, the fire elemental fiends perked up, glaring toward Ryu. A lightning elemental fiend had just come into their territory to stir trouble. How could they not be infuriated? Chapter 1785 Form up. 1785 Form up. The bald man coughed, and his chest suddenly bulged. He hopped to his feet and his beard glowed an even more fiery light. However, just as he was about to attack, a pair of heavy double doors opened. A woman with long legs and a river of flames for hair strolled in. She was dressed in a black military uniform and her lapel was adorned with countless achievements. So many that they seemed to overlap and form a complex array all on their own. She swept a glance over the room and the bald man froze, no longer daring to reach for his axe. The aura of an omniscient sky god wasn't something they could ignore. The gaze of the woman paused when she saw Ryu, and she frowned when she sensed the sparks of lightning chaos chi in the surroundings. Also, blue lightning? This was the first she had seen of such a thing. It was only sovereign lightning chaos chi, but it felt so much more powerful than that. She had seen varying shades of lightning from black to dark gold, but this dark hue of blue was something different. It was a clear mutation. Did the lightning elementals send this guy here to cause trouble? Just from a glance, she immediately didn't like Ryu at all. Ryu slowly retracted his fist. Unlike the others, he didn't seem nearly as eager to pretend as though he had done nothing. You fought here. I defended myself. Ryu replied indifferently. Bullshit, the bald man roared. He hadn't even been able to grab his axe yet. How was Ryu defending himself? He grabbed for his axe, so I finished the battle first. Ryu replied just as evenly. Is that true? The young woman looked toward the bald man. Absolutely not. The man directly denied it. The woman spread her gaze over the rest of the room, but everyone only seemed to confirm the bald man's words. Only the second bald man didn't say anything. What do you have to say for yourself? The woman asked. Ryu yawned. If the fire elemental fiends are so bored to lie to save face, then I have nothing to say. The woman's gaze turned malevolent, a violent aura coming from her in waves. Ryu's eyes narrowed as the suffocating pressure landed on him. Without the ability to his chaos chi, his combat prowess was much worse than normal. Seeing that Ryu was still unmoved and not apologizing, the woman nodded and retracted her aura. Garbage barracks. She pointed at Ryu, then hooked her finger over her shoulder toward the open doors. The gazes of subterfuge filled the room. The real name of Ryu's assignment was actually known as the Tiger Barracks. They were given such a courageous name because they were the fierce-hearted youths and veterans who chose to take up the front lines. But as time passed, they instead became known colloquially as the Garbage Barracks. The fact that a commander had directly called it out by its nickname instead of its real name meant that she wasn't even trying to hide the fact that she was targeting him. To their surprise, Ryu just laughed. In a flickering dance of lightning, he passed by her side and snatched the token she tossed. I'm not surprised by the actions of the fire elemental fiends at all. These were the only words he said. He didn't add any curses. But these words alone were enough for the commander's expression to turn dark. A dangerous light flashed in her eyes. 2 days later, Ryu was brought to the Tiger Barracks, a broken-down and dilapidated encampment deep in the battlefield. The heat was excruciating and there seemed to be cripples littered about everywhere, many having just one leg or just one arm. This was curious to Ryu because he thought that this race would just be able to replace their limbs with elements whenever they wanted. But it seemed that things weren't so simple. It seemed that he still had more studying to do. He had only done a cursory overview of the three because he was on a time crunch. He already felt like he was wasting much too much time. Despite being cripples, many who saw Ryu felt their face twisting in disgust. It was only over the last few days that their hatred of his lightning elemental status was more than about just a dislike of other races. No, it was that the two elements seemed to have a particularly contentious history. One would have thought that it would be fire and water, but no. It was this instead. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Even if he had known this, he would have taken this path anyway, because it was the only way to guarantee that they would hate him enough to take things this far. Only by being on the front lines could he find an opportunity to escape across the border. That said, Ryu's gaze flashed with coldness. He had already marked that commander for death. Even if she had done exactly what he wanted, sending him here for the purpose of killing him, it still wasn't something that he would accept. He was sure that such a woman definitely wouldn't let things end here. And that bald fiend. Ryu's gaze turned more malevolent as a horn filled the skies. About time. An enormous man stomped out from a heavily patched tent. The surrounding flames shined with a golden light and he clearly stood above the rest. At 4 meters tall, his heavy great sword was 5 all on its own. He swept an indifferent gaze over Ryu and opened his mouth. Form up. His roar caused Ryu's hair to blow back. Tao Sovereign. Ryu's gaze narrowed, but he didn't say much as he complied. Making it across the border now would certainly be far more troublesome. It seemed that even though these were the garbage barracks, not everyone here could be labeled the same way. Chapter 1786 Charge. 1786 Charge. The bear of a man was known simply as Commander Tiger. Ryu had heard some rumors about him, and he seemed to be among the very few who could live in the Tiger Barracks for an extended period of time. It was said that the average lifespan of those in the Tiger Barracks was half a battle. It was so exaggerated that none dared to give it a full battle length. However, Commander Tiger had already been at the head of this camp for the last 2,000 years and had never had his position shaken. That said, it was also said that he was sent here as a punishment. Ryu had no idea what kind of punishment would last for 2,000 years, but whatever it was, he was still suffering from it. What was more interesting was that no one seemed to know what he was being punished for. There were plenty of rumors, but it was hard to tell which was correct. There were things circulating around as simple as him just offending the wrong person, all the way up to ridiculous things like him stealing one of his father's concubines. Whatever it was, Ryu didn't care very much. But he was instantly on his guard. Being overseen by this man is likely why none had managed to survive. Either you would die on the battlefield or die trying to escape and failing to slip away from this man's thick fingers. Ryu's mind had no choice but to churn to find an opportunity. Commander Tiger's roar echoed across the encampment, and the cripples forced themselves up. Ultimately, they were all sky gods. Even if they looked pitiful, the loss of an arm or a leg wouldn't be enough to harm them. What was interesting to Ryu, though, was that he felt that the suppression of flight in this world was a bit odd. Rather than being reliant on cultivation, or becoming a sword god, it seemed to fluctuate based on control and comprehension of chaotic chi. As such, some of these soldiers, despite just being true sky gods, were actually able to fly. Some of them are great talents. It seems that they were sent to the front lines out of revenge for offending the wrong people. Clearly, the corruption in these fiend armies is very great. Maybe even this Commander Tiger truly did just offend the wrong person as well. But I wonder who a Tao sovereign like him could have offended to end up like this. The army didn't even have a formation, nor did any organization. Commander Tiger didn't seem to care at all. Maybe in the past he had tried, but found that it was a worthless effort now. They set off and marched. Soon, They were an amorphous blob floating ahead of lines of meticulously organized troops. The contrast was too great. The other battalions wore matching armors and were organized into neat lines, while the Tiger Battalion and the other vanguards looked like beggars. There were very few exceptions among this, one of which being Commander Tiger, who was valiantly shrouded in gold. But a casual glance could tell you that this wasn't guaranteed even for the commanders. Among the other garbage units, there were some so-called commanders shivering even more than their subordinates. This left Ryu speechless because some of them were Dao Lords. How could you become a Dao Lord and yet be so cowardly at the same time? Where was the shame? Where was the pride? Ryu sent a glance back and noticed a certain thorny beauty. In the sea of red, Ryu's striking blue lightning stood out like a sore thumb. She had found him long before he had found her, and it seemed that she had locked onto him, wanting to watch him die first. However, to her surprise, Ryu's lip curled into a sneer. Fury rose in her heart. He dared to be so casual even now? Ryu suddenly felt a sharp gaze on his back. He didn't need to look to know that it was Commander Tiger, but he pretended not to sense it. At this point, it was best if none of them knew how sharp his senses were. Forward! Commander Tiger's voice boomed. Ryu looked ahead as though he was ready to charge, only to be disappointed that it wasn't a command to go. This battlefield is a mess, Ryu thought to himself. Dao Lords, Dao Sovereigns, and true Sky Gods, all mixed in the same regions. It's no wonder they're all so afraid. If you get caught up in the wrong battle, you wouldn't even have to be part of the fight to die. The shockwaves alone could take your life. Vanguard! Charge! Ryu's gaze narrowed. It was another Dao Sovereign, but this time he didn't turn back to see who it was. Still, they obviously wanted them to go first. Ryu couldn't even see the enemy yet. There was a rocky land up ahead that broke into tall mountains and rivers. According to the objective, they had to fight with the real plane to secure a defensive line as far ahead as possible, preferably beyond the mountains so that they could control the high ground. With a bang, Commander Tiger suddenly accelerated. Several of the Tiger camp were sent flying away from him. Ryu shook his head. This really was a shit show, but it seemed he was part of it now. He didn't move immediately, looking around for a moment. Then he began a jog forward. It looked like he was on a leisurely stroll instead of heading into war. And yet, he was still faster than most because the cowards could hardly move. It was at that point that a vicious whip suddenly lashed out. Ryu caught it in his spiritual sense. The thorny commander had lashed out at a member of the Tiger barracks that was cowering. A rain of blood fell, dyeing the already crimson soil redder. Chapter 1787 end. 1787 end. Ryu threw a casual glance over. He knew that that whip was meant to scare him. She had sent it out from over 500 meters away and its precision was deadly. But not only did he not flinch, he didn't speed up either. Ryu knew that at this point, being arrogant would only make her focus all the more on him. This was much the same for Commander Tiger, who had turned his gaze on him more than once by now. He just didn't care. If he had to break his cover and make a run for it, that was preferable to whatever nonsense this woman wanted out of him. As expected, the woman was even more furious that Ryu hadn't even reacted, but she couldn't justify attacking him either because his speed was at least on par with the other true Sky Gods. In fact, he was faster. There was nothing wrong with his actions at all. It just seemed that he was too nonchalant for her liking. Soon, Ryu had exited the range of her whip and she forced herself to swallow the insult. "Give me the orb," she commanded. Her lieutenant quickly rushed over and handed it over. High in the skies, several raven-like creatures were set loose and the images on the orb began to flicker. She found Ryu quickly, but he was still not doing anything out of the norm. A sneer spread across her face. She was going to enjoy this. Ryu continued to job along, but for someone with a body as powerful and as light as his own, he crossed hundreds of meters with just a single casual stride. His head tilted up to the skies. He noticed the ravens the moment they released and couldn't help but inwardly shake his head. It seemed that this situation would get even more troublesome now. However, he maintained his calm. Soon, the roars of battle entered his ears. third perspective activated in full force and the entire battlefield was reflected in Ryu's eyes. Commander Tiger was already clashing high in the skies with another Dao sovereign. He didn't seem to care about anything other than his own battle. But this sight shocked Ryu. A Fae! He had subconsciously assumed that he would run into humans. It was the human race that ruled the real plane of the true martial world, so that was what he was used to. But it seemed this world was even odder than he knew. It seemed that it wasn't just the lines between order and chaos being blurred, but also the real, ethereal, and nether planes as well. Their enemies seemed to not just be the human race, but there were demons, fairies, and even beasts. In fact, humans seemed to be in the minority. More trouble. Ryu shook his head. He almost carelessly avoided one battle after another, charging further and further into enemy lines. The terrain was messy and anything but a flat plain. So it was almost too easy for him to both pretend like he was still charging and conveniently shrug his shoulders at the lack of enemies. He was sure that the woman was losing her mind by now, but Ryu didn't have the mind to care about her anymore, especially when he saw the border of the real and chaos plane ahead. Wow! It was like a waterfall of rainbow light. It stretched from left to right as far as the eye could see, not to mention infinitely into the skies. The image on the other side was distorted, making it difficult to tell exactly what was going on. And his third perspective seemed unable to make it through either.
Odd.
Such a large phenomenon should be clearly visible from everywhere in the chaos plane. But it wasn't until I entered this 100-kilometer range that I could see it at all. Another issue was that Ryu was about to reach the end of the battlefield. He had made it almost all the way through unhindered. But if he kept charging forward now, he would definitely be intercepted or even directly killed. Other true sky gods might not be able to tell, but Commander Tiger was definitely fiercely suppressing the Fey Dao sovereign. He still had more than enough strength to pay attention to the battlefield. Do I just make a break for it? Ryu wondered what he should as the thorny commander was practically ripping her hair out, trying to understand how Ryu was so lucky. I still don't know what's on the other side, but I'll never know until I cross it at this point. That's a risk I'll have to take no matter what. But Ryu's gaze flickered. Let's take a different approach. Since the battle line is too close, let's push it further.
Soudain, Ryu sera boomed.
The thorny commander's excitement finally returned as Ryu ran into a perfect sky god. It was a Trey-ant demon with a humanoid appearance. It looked no different from a man of wood. The moment Ryu appeared before it, its aura surged. Ryu looked like he had accidentally run into this opponent, but only he knew that he had done it on purpose. He dodged out of the way of a tree root shooting through the earth. This Trey-ant might seem to have perfect sky god strength, but in his environment of oppressive heat and concentrated chaotic fire chi, its wood element was highly suppressed. Couldn't even bring out half of its strength. Clearly, the human cannon fodder had the same corruption issues, or else such a combatant would never be sent here. Someone obviously wanted it to die, so Ryu would just oblige. He flickered with lightning, his fists rumbling. The battle between Ryu and the Trey-ant roared and suddenly began to roll into several others. The battlefield, which had begun as a flurry of one-on-one and sometimes two-on-one battles, was quickly warping and becoming a cluster of carnage. Good. Let's continue this. Chapter 1788 ready. 1788 ready. Ryu's fists left blurs in the air. He slowly guided the Trey-ant in battle as though it wasn't a perfect sky god. Even the thorny commander couldn't tell what he was doing. From her perspective, it looked as though he was giving his all. However, as Ryu moved across the battlefield, sometimes pressing the Trey-ant down and at other times being pressed back himself, the situation grew more and more chaotic. At some unknown point, the melee became so violent so that the skies exploded and the earth crumbled. The more chaotic it became, the worse the situation for those of lower cultivation became as well. They were quickly getting caught up in battle that was far beyond their station. The thorny commander frowned. This was bad. This situation was well known to commanders. It was rare, but it happened from time to time, maybe once every 20 or 30 battles. The trouble with their army composition was that there were too many experts of varying degrees of power. As such, the vanguard was purposely scattered and unorganized so that the weak and weak could fight one another, and strong could fight against one another. As for armies like hers that were perfectly organized, they used formation tactics. So, their power was linked as one and ultimately they were one whole. The trouble was that armies like this one were stiff. It was hard to maneuver, and unless the technique was constantly circulated, there would be issues in efficiency and power output. As such, using them to do something like forming a line of defense was too troublesome. It was much easier to use them to protect or push an already formed a line of defense. This was all to say that the vanguard was never designed to fight together. This sort of chaotic melee, though it happened from time to time, was something that they usually wanted to avoid. When such a thing happened, it was Commander Tiger's job to either rein it in, and if not, she should take action herself to tell them to retreat and then retry to form the line. However, Commander Tiger wasn't paying enough attention to the battle. Although the field was clearly headed toward chaos, it wasn't quite there yet. But clearly, the commander didn't care enough to predict what would happen. Usually, it would be this thorny beauty that took action ahead of time in his place, and he had likely gotten used to it. But since she was so close to Ryu's death, who could she? Once the omniscient sky gods and transcendent sky gods joined in, how could a true sky god like Ryu possibly keep his life? The fluctuations alone would kill him. What? Ryu suddenly punched out and the head of a fire elemental fiend exploded. It looked as though he had suddenly turned on his own people. Listen to me, Ryu growled. Or else we'll all die. The next person to casually defy me because you just feel like it. I will slaughter just like this one. The eyes of the fire fiends opened wide, but Ryu had already begun to bark out orders. In fact, not only did he bark out orders aloud, but he also sent chi line messages that were individually tailored. A cripple that was missing a quarter of their head was facing off against a lion beast with a sparking mane of lightning. Its mane is nothing more than a paper tiger. Ignore it and aim for its temple. It relies on its mane to pretend to protect its head, but its head is actually the weakest part of its body. Another cripple wielding a trident with a trio of flames rotating around it hopped around on a single leg. He seemed capable of flying, but knew better because conserving energy was the most important on the battlefield. He faced off against yet another Treant, one of many that Ryu had seen on the battlefield, making him believe that there was something odd going on here. You will never be able to slice off enough limbs to kill it. The heart of this tree it located 3 inches from the ground and 4 from the root of its bottommost left branch. Bang! Bang! Both opponents died in quick succession, dying beneath the barrage of the cripples. Form up! Ryu roared. Push! All the while, Ryu was fighting against the same opponent. He didn't seem to care that he was probably the only one remaining that had yet to kill a single opponent. Ryu just felt that this Treant was the most useful. After the battle began, it grew much larger until it towered at over 10 meters. Because of this, it was able to impact a large range of the battlefield, and that was exactly what Ryu needed. Seeing that the situation was changing, the Tiger Barak soldiers became much more obedient, and they followed Ryu's orders with less reluctance. As a result, Ryu's push forward only became more and more efficient. Suddenly, not even 2 hours later, the cobbled-together vanguard had become an organized army. They moved with such well-coordinated precision that even commanders who weren't supposed to be paying attention to them had begun to. Ryu no longer barked out orders. Instead, he continuously sent out thousands of secret messages, controlling tens of thousands of variables all at once. As such, other than Commander Tiger and the Thorny Commander, no one had any idea that this was all Ryu's doing. In fact, many others thought that it was precisely one of those two responsible for the current situation. The defensive line continued to be pushed and pushed. Soon, they were a mere 20 kilometers from the Wall of Rainbow when they had been 100 kilometers away before. It's close enough now for me to make a break for it. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Still, the more time he spent on this battlefield, the more he felt that something was off. I'll be ready. Suddenly, Ryu turned into a streak of lightning. Chapter 1789 Old Dog. 1789 Old Dog. Ryu cut through space and appeared before the barrier of light in an instant. The change was so quick that even the thorny commander couldn't react in time. Commander Tiger had also stopped paying attention to the battle as well. Ryu had noticed from the beginning that after the first half hour or so, he had disregarded everything to kill the sovereign he was facing. From observing his actions over an extended period of time, Ryu was certain that whatever punishment the sovereign was facing could be weakened the more sovereigns he killed. He had been lucky to run into such a weak sovereign today, so he wanted to take advantage. Even though he was suppressing the sovereign though, such existences were not easy to kill. It wasn't uncommon for battles to go on for months or years between such powerhouses. But Commander Tiger knew that he had 3 days at most before a ceasefire was called, so he was being far more forceful. Thanks to Ryu handling the situation on the ground, he paid even less attention than he usually did. As for the thorny commander, she had been so pissed off by what she was seeing she focused less attention only to stop herself from raging. Neither of them expected that Ryu would suddenly take such action. He pierced through the veil and triggered his space-time soul nature to the greatest degree and crashed into the barrier. Ryu felt some resistance and his eyes narrowed. If he was delayed for too long, he would be screwed. However, he had also been studying this barrier for the last several hours. His aura changed, and his cosmos fog flickered. In an instant, he phased through, vanishing. The eyes of several individuals widened. Even a few Dao lords on the side of the real plane were astonished by what had just happened. Stop him! Ryu landed on the other side, and for the first time he could see what was happening. When he saw the sight, though, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He knew that this would happen, but it was still a bit surreal to see it. Before him, a line of battalions stretched as far as the eye could see. Even the weakest were commanded by omniscient sky gods, while the strongest were commanded by Dao lords. Crossing this border is really not going to be easy. There was nowhere to hide. The good news was that Ryu had already dispelled his fiend transformation. In order to cross alone, he had to prove him to be of the real plane. The bad news was that the optics of this situation were impossible. Just holding his hands up and saying that he was human wasn't enough. What would anyone think when they saw him? Defector. Ryu sighed. Would they capture a defector? Of course not. They would likely kill him on the spot. Ryu cursed under his breath as several murderous intents landed on him. He knew that this was the most likely outcome, so he had obviously come prepared as well. As for how he had come prepared, boom! Commander Tiger furiously shattered a path out of the rainbow screen. He looked down and right at Ryu, but confusion colored his face as he didn't recognize the young man below. Old dog, I just killed a few fire fiends. Do you have to be so enraged? At that moment, the expressions of the real plane army changed. Defecting was one matter, but a true sky god being chased by a sovereign was a completely different matter entirely. What did they expect him to do? Hold the line and die? Hearing how Ryu scolded Commander Tiger, though, they were shocked. But soon they understood. In the face of death, there were only really two things you could do. Either you just gave in or you cursed to your last breath. At the very least, doing the second meant you had more heart. At that moment, just when everyone thought that Ryu would die, the Fey Sovereign dove back to the other side as well. No longer as suppressed by the Chaos Plane, they erupted with power and launched several violent attacks against Commander Tiger. Commander Tiger began to show a devastating prowess as he went all out. But that didn't stop him from shooting several plumes of fire at Ryu. Ryu chuckled. The distance between them was quite far. The duo sovereigns were battling thousands of kilometers in the air, so as not to affect the landscape below. Having gone so high precisely for the purpose of not killing off weaklings like Ryu, Commander Tiger would be hard-pressed to do anything. Of course, if a sovereign wanted to kill a mere true sky god across thousands of kilometers, it was as easy as flipping over a palm. The trouble was that Ryu wasn't just any old true sky god. Time to put on an act. Ryu was engulfed by the flames. What weak flames! He chuckled to himself. The ground exploded, and earth flew wildly. In order to continue his battle, Commander Tiger had no choice but to only send out a casual plume of fire. This alone should have been more than enough to deal with Ryu. Unfortunately for him, Ryu had a fire spirit body and the rebirth flame. If Commander Tiger had been able to add even the slightest sliver of sovereign chi, Ryu would have truly been screwed. But because he was in the middle of a battle, diverting his chi for the likes of Ryu simply wasn't worth it. Ryu vanished into a flame and joined in with the spurts of fire. He soared through the air and over the army as though he were just another aftershock of Commander Tiger's attack. At the same time, Ryu touched on the unbalanced Art-Sex formation, pulling on his cosmos fog and shrouding his presence completely. This will be dangerous. As Ryu soared over the army, he felt several armies lock onto him. It wasn't because they had noticed him, but rather if they allowed the attack of a Dao sovereign to land in the army, what kind of destruction would it cause? Ironically, this was probably the most dangerous part of his plan. Chapter 1790 to Death. 1790 to Death. Ryu's senses sharpened as he soared through the air. He sensed a Dao Lord lock onto his presence and a slashing sword cut through the air. Ryu calculated everything, ending it from start to finish. The Dao Lord didn't use even a fraction of their power. Their only goal was to stop the flames from hitting the armor. Even so, Ryu felt an unprecedented level of danger. The sword chi soared through the air. It was flat and didn't carry hardly any sharpness. It felt more like the Dao Lord was wielding a club rather than a spear. It seemed to be some sort of unique defensive sword method. In truth, Ryu felt that it was full of flaws and impossibly inferior. This Dao Lord actually didn't even have a hegemonic Dao. It had to be remembered that the minimum requirement to enter the Lord realm was a hegemonic Dao. It was incredibly rare for a lower Dao to birth a higher realm, though it did happen. All the Dao gods of the true martial world were like this as far as Ryu knew. They all had ancient Daos but had managed to take that final step to Dao godhood anyway. I've actually improved to the point of being able to see through a Dao Lord's Dao. It's a weak Dao Lord, but it's true nonetheless. Ryu's gaze glowed hidden within the flames, and he used that fuel to dodge. Ryu timed it perfectly. In the instant before the odd sword light touched him, the flames exploded and scattered across the air. The powerhouse frowned for a moment, but sensing that the flames were no longer a problem and were quickly whittling away in the air, he didn't mind it anymore. Ryu landed a long distance behind the army in a bundle of flickering flames. He looked like he was waning and about to blink out at any moment. He didn't move immediately. If he had just gotten past the most dangerous part, this was likely to be the second most dangerous. But first he wanted to know exactly where he was going. He reached out with his senses, but Ryu was speechless by what he found. There in the army? Ryu sensed that Selhira and Impana were actually in the army. He could only clearly sense Selhira as he had yet to finish his summoning ritual on Impana. But the thing was that they were both near one another, staying in the same battalion. Ryu sighed when he saw this. It seemed that escaping wasn't going to be an option. He could sense Mei as well, but she had clearly gone into hiding. That made sense. If these people found out she was a dream wraith, they would immediately try to collect her for spare parts. All right. Ryu suddenly hopped up. The bundle of flames he had been quickly spun into a humanoid shape. The Dao Lord that had hit Ryu away earlier spun back with a shocked expression. Ryu shook his head and ignored him. To others, though, he probably looked like he was a bit shaken from surviving disaster. Only Ryu knew that he was scanning his spatial rings to find something that he could wear. He shook his head. It's been too long since I've crafted or concocted anything. I don't even have something decent to wear. In the end, he casually took out some white robes with sky blue embroidery. They had been given to him by his mother, so he might as well. Hello. My medallion has been destroyed. Can I have another? Ryu looked up and met the gaze of the stunned Dao Lord. The man was known as Commander Monk. He was said to be quite an eccentric man, and the reason for his odd sword Dao was that he was known as the man who used his sword like a rod. Commander Monk frowned. How could he not be suspicious? A mere true god survived not just the attack of a Dao sovereign but himself as well. His attack was even more direct, so there was no way that a fire spirit body would be enough to change things. Who are you? Ryu sighed and suppressed his need to say something sarcastic. Ultimately, his wife was in this army, so he had to be here to make sure that nothing happened to her. The good news was that Selhira wasn't sent into the vanguard. The bad news was that she wasn't in this particular battalion. They might have been in the same army, but they were separated by hundreds of kilometers as the army spanned lands. Just a youth who wants to kill fiends, Ryu said with a smile. Is that so? Commander Monk looked toward Ryu indifferently. Standing high above his army, his arms clasped behind his back, he looked toward Ryu with undisguised suspicion. If it wasn't for the fact Ryu also successfully survived his own strike, he would have thought there was a 100% chance that he was a spy. However, even though this was the case, that didn't mean that he trusted Ryu. By this point, several had turned their attention over here. Many of the soldiers didn't dare to break rank, but that wasn't the case for the other commanders. When they saw that it was actually Ryu that survived, they were shocked as well. In fact, they even began to send suspicious glances at Commander Monk. It wouldn't be the first time someone of the real plane had betrayed them for the fiend plane. Some were even beginning to think that Ryu must be a spy they wanted to let infiltrate. Ryu sensed this change as well and smiled. He knew that this would happen, and at this point Commander Monk only had two options. The first was to kill him in an attempt to clear his name. The second was to take Ryu in. Although the first choice seemed like the smartest, it was the most foolish thing he could do. If Ryu was dead, how would his name be cleared? It might even look like he was just trying to silence Ryu. In that case, the only path forward, even if it seemed a bit suspicious, was to take Ryu in. Only if Ryu were alive could Commander Monk possibly wash himself clean of these suspicions in the future. Looking at Ryu's smiling face, Commander Monk couldn't help but wonder if Ryu had thought of this, and that was why he was so relaxed. But in the end, he shook his head. A true sky god shouldn't have the capacity to do this. He shouldn't even be able to sense the suspicious glances of the others. That was when Commander Monk made a few deductions. If Ryu was part of the vanguard, that could only mean a few things. He was obviously a talent, so that must mean that he had offended the wrong person. The only explanation for him being able to survive the attacks of both himself and Commander Tiger should be by having some great treasure of some sort. The final scion of a fallen clan. Then, this sort of thing was all too common, and these lost geniuses, suffering from an eradicated backing, often had hidden treasures that managed to survive the carnage. This would explain everything, especially since if Ryu had such an amazing treasure, it would also account for how he could wreak enough havoc on the other side that even a Tao sovereign would target him. A flicker of greed danced in Commander Monk's gaze, but it was expertly concealed. It didn't matter to him whose command Ryu was under before. Now he would be under him. With an almost careless toss, he threw a silver spatial ring at Ryu. The vanguard is never properly registered. There's no point in finding out which barrack you were under. You've shown enough promise to join the main army. This will be your identification. Ryu sneered inwardly as he caught the ring. He didn't bother to thank Commander Monk. The idiot thought that he was intelligent, but Ryu could read his thoughts as though he were an open book. Still, if he deduced that my clan offended someone great, and he still dared to this, it likely means that his own backing isn't too bad either. It's likely that he's from a decently powerful clan as well. This had to be some sort of record for him. He had just gotten here, but he had already offended an omniscient sky god, a Tao lord and a Tao sovereign. Surely he was on a roll. However, he wasn't quite done. After some thought, he decided it was best he say something in the midst of the battle raging high above. Thank you for your kindness, Commander. There are some shameless people in this army that don't understand that we are fighting for the sake of the real plane, and not for the sake of our goals and greed. Commander Monk's pupils constricted as he watched Ryu flip the ring in his palms. At this point, Ryu was practically pushing him into a fire pit. Before, there was still some plausible deniability he could use to his advantage. But now Ryu was drawing a clear line between himself and whoever he had offended. This was a completely different matter. And yet, Commander Monk still couldn't kill him. Ryu looked up with a smile and slipped the ring on. At that moment, a gorgeous silver armor clicked into place on him, and his power soared as he studied its mechanisms. I'll be the best warrior you have. As he spoke those last valiant words, the aura of a founding Tao pierced the skies. Ryu had spent much of his second life ignoring logic and smarts, preferring to use his fists and biting words. But his temperament had been refined again and again. Truthfully, he didn't have to use his fists and a sharp tongue all the time. He could play a Tao Lord to death with his mind alone if he really wanted to. Chapter 1791 Flip. 1791 Flip. Commander Monk's expression changed wildly. It wasn't just him, but everyone who was paying attention to the situation. The trouble was that he was the one that took the worst blow of them all. Ryu had obviously done it on purpose. He was using the moment everyone was focused on him to display his value. At this point, even if Commander Monk wanted to do something to him, he would have to get into a long line. Ryu had never feared the spotlight. Since he was going to join this army for the sake of his wife, he'd do it the right way. The gazes of several flashed, and in the far-off distance, Commander Tiger was alerted as well. The existence of a founding Tao couldn't be underestimated. In their entire world, even if all sky gods were then into account, there were fewer than 30 individuals with a Tao of this level. And as for those with a peak founding Tao like the one they were sensing right now, there was only Ryu. In fact, aside from Ryu, there wasn't a single other person with at least a higher founding Tao either. Of course, they likewise took into account that Ryu was only a true sky god. The odds that his founding Tao would plummet as he continued to cultivate was highly likely. However, even if you took into account the geniuses that started at peak founding Taos before falling, there were only 3 not including Ryu. One of them Arya Moon, a fiend child of earth and water. She was currently an omniscient sky god with 1 foot into the Tao Lord realm. It was said that she could break through at any time. The second was Yeager's son, a fiend child of wind, fire and lightning. He was an impossibly rare fiend child above fiend childs, having not just 2 elements but 3. He was currently a transcendent sky god, and it was said that his life was still teetering on an uneven balance. If he could not make it to lordship within the next 10 years, many experts had said that he would lose his life to his own talent. The last was a fae and the only such genius on the side of the real plane. Ironically enough, his family name was also Moon. According to what Ryu knew, Moon and Sun were the 2 last halves of the fae race. But he wasn't aware of this fae's existence, so he likewise didn't know just yet that things seemed to be the same here. In fact, this young man shared the same last name as Serial, but being Moon Fae and basking in Een. This young man was known simply as Young Master Moon, as though he was too arrogant to tell the world his name. Truthfully, Young Master Moon and Arya Moon were said to be the only 2 true geniuses, though both had middle founding Taos now. This was because Yeager's situation was far too precarious, and both of them were racing to see who would become a Tao Lord first. When the 2 had been in the true sky god realm, they likewise both had peak founding Taos just like Ryu. Seeing this scene, the entire battlefield couldn't help but light up. Didn't this mean that the real plane had suddenly gained another world-shaking genius? What kind of debut was this? Suddenly, the thoughts of many began to subtly change. Was all of this meant to deal a blow to the fiends? A founding Tao genius who managed to escape from the hands of a Tao sovereign, only to suddenly reveal his brilliance. Wasn't this too perfect? Prepare to charge. The booming voice of a Tao sovereign echoed across the battlefield. Commander Tiger tried to escape, but the Fae, after gaining a slight advantage, had no intention of letting him go. Ryu grinned at Commander Monk and then slipped into the back line of the army. Several glances landed on him, but they forced themselves to maintain discipline. Commander Monk frowned. The formation. A clicking sound came from Ryu's army, and he seamlessly joined as though he had been practicing with them for years. The luster of the army grew and Ryu's smile became gentle and confident. The formation style of this world was a bit different, but the fundamental runes were the exact same. There was nothing that he couldn't see through given enough time, and they had already given him too much of it. The army began to march, and Ryu's thoughts couldn't help but flicker. Was it a coincidence that the Supreme Commander decided to start the charge right at this moment? Or had he made yet another enemy? That was weird. Commander Monk might believe he had offended someone and ended up in the vanguard, but Ryu knew better than anyone else that he wasn't. How could he have offended anyone and have had his clan wiped out if he had only just stepped into this world? The waters in this place are deep. After having this thought, Ryu relaxed. The cards were still in his hands. He wouldn't fear anyone. His goal was to stand at the top of the world. Nothing would ever pause his steps. A mighty sword appeared in a shimmering silver light appeared above their army as they pierced through the rainbow barrier. Something inside Ryu churned when he stepped through this barrier for the second time, but he pushed it down. Commander Monk stood high above the army and stretched out a palm. The formed sword became a part of his strength, and he suddenly swiped out. A sword chi that was both like a rod and a sword at once swept out, flattening the mountain range ahead. As expected, by the time they returned, the vanguard had already collapsed. It had seemed like Ryu was helping them, but after organizing them and then leaving them to fend for themselves, they had ended up in an even worse situation. Suddenly, true sky gods were caught up in a battlefield with transcendence and omniscient sky gods. In just a few seconds, they were all wiped out. When Commander Monk saw the state of the vanguard, his eyes couldn't help but flicker with surprise. It was no wonder Commander Tiger had chased after Ryu. He had never seen a vanguard devastated to this degree. Ryu smirked inwardly when he sensed the gaze on him, but he pretended as though he didn't realize Commander Monk was looking at him at all. In fact, he was a bit annoyed right now. Letting this trashy Dao lead everything is annoying, but this formation is truly fascinating. It looks like every battalion has a formation tailored to the Dao of the commander, allowing them to display the most power. It's too bad this Dao Lord is as dumb as a rock. The situation was still a bit odd. The battlefield stretched for miles, and Ryu had only ruined one of the vanguards. If they pressed too far, they would end up suffering backlash. Ryu already noticed that Commander Monk was pushing up far too eagerly. This man was clearly obsessed with garnering greed and merit. Seems that following such a fool will only be beneficial to me. The vanguard that Ryu had forced to collapse was directly under the thorny commander's charge. That meant that if Commander Monk kept pressing forward like this, she would be forced to take action. When the time came, he would get his revenge. Ryu indifferently continued to march along with the army. Trashy Dao or not, Commander Monk was certainly on a tear. It wasn't even more than a few seconds before the thorny commander had no choice but to take action. Their battalion rumbled and a large, smoldering cauldron appeared high in the air. Unlike Commander Monk, the thorny woman didn't wield it personally. It would only leave her at a disadvantage, anyway. After all, she was only an omniscient sky god. But that didn't mean its power was lacking. Boom! The skies rumbled and quaked as sword met cauldron. At that moment, 3 Dao Lords soared up from the thorny woman's battalion, and 2 more Dao Lords reacted from Commander Monk's. The latter group became shrouded in silver, while the former were wreathed in flames. Swords and fire blanketed the skies. Ryu looked to the side, and his eyes narrowed. Why aren't the other battalions taking advantage of the situation? After some thought, he found the answer. Their formations were much less flexible than the real planes. If they attacked to pincer now, it would be difficult to retreat later on. Ryu looked up into the skies. The pull on his chi was becoming greater and greater, and this guy really seemed to want to suck them all dry. He wondered if Commander Monk was smarter than he thought, or if he just coincidentally benefited. Either way, let's flip this table. The question was how to do it without thrusting himself into a live or die situation. Ryu's eyes glowed. He already had the answer. A chi line extended from his mouth and whispered into the thorny commander's ears. Chapter 1792 Insidious Words. 1792 Insidious Words. The thorny commander was known as Kaisa. She was born to the fire elemental fiends and had an elevated status, much like the other omniscient sky gods that could still command a battalion. Not only was she at the lower omniscient sky god realm, despite her young age, she also had a set of incomplete chaotic silk meridians that allowed her to wield sovereign grade chi. It could be said that even if she couldn't compare to those absolute apex monsters, she still wasn't so low that just anyone would dare to casually speak to her, let alone be so vulgar and arrogant. That was why when she heard Ryu's voice enter her ears, especially when she recalled who the voice was from, her fury rose to the top of her head almost instantly. Trash like you can lead an army? Your vanguard got wiped out before you could do anything, and now you're standing there passively as your Tao lords do all the work for you. What a pampered princess. Kaisa's pupils trembled, and then her eyes widened. Who? Commander Kaisa's battalion was taken aback, and the cauldron in the skies trembled. Even though she wasn't in the skies fighting right now, she was still at the core of the array. The wild fluctuations in her emotions could affect it, and in that moment, the cauldron suffered a blow from Commander Monk's broadsword. The expressions of the three fiend lords changed as they suffered great backlash as well. They looked down in shock, as though not believing that Kaisa would make such a mistake at this time. They had been by her side for a long time, and they knew that she wasn't so careless. Although nepotism was rampant in the fiend army, and the real plain army for that matter, they weren't so incompetent that they'd allow just anyone to lead. Kaisa's record spoke for itself, and she had never made such a mistake. But this one slip-up had come at the absolute worst time. How unsightly. You lose control of your emotions so easily, and now you're disrupting the battle of the Tao Lords, picking up the slack for you. Aren't you embarrassed? Kaisa's chest rose and fell, but she tried to force herself to suppress her emotions. However, Ryu's words were like a venomous viper. His Tao had reached such a level that Kaisa couldn't even immediately tell that she was being targeted by a Tao at all. Instead, it felt more like a knife was constantly twisting into her heart. A little bit of a savior and inferiority complex, huh? You think yourself to be so great, so you send others to die on the front lines for you. You fell in love with a lightning elemental fiend? What a scandal. Unfortunately, your father separated you from him, and when you tried to run and elope with him, he betrayed you, unwilling to lose his own family's inheritance. It seems that you're just a pitiful little girl. Huh? How pathetic. It also seems that you're a bit too stupid. Did you really think that he betrayed you? I'm sure you saw the clues yourself. Why would he agree to elope with you, be on the run for days with you, and yet only choose to betray you after going so far? Do you have a screw loose? You've hated the love of your life for so long, when he's never done anything but protect you. In fact, you're so lost in your hatred that you turned that fury onto me, who was innocent for all intents and purposes. It seems that you're just burying your guilt. Huh? I wonder what kind of torture your love is experiencing now. Maybe he's actually already dead, because he chose to fall in love with an idiot like you. Enough! The shriek filled the skies, and the army suddenly exploded. Several of the weaker soldiers collapsed into a pool of their own blood, and the cauldron above imploded. It was lucky for them that this implosion caught even Commander Monk off guard, so the backlash was sent through the broadsword and broke it apart. Ryu disconnected himself from the formation in a timely fashion just before chaos ensued. So he avoided the backlash. But the same wasn't true of the others. In that moment both armies crumbled, and it seemed like at least 10% of them all had died instantly, while another 20% on top of them had suffered severe to crippling injuries. The rest were in various states of duress, while the only person who seemed completely unscathed was Ryu himself. Ryu grinned. There was no other way to fight now but chaos. And as expected, both armies clashed, mostly because there was no choice rather than because this was exactly what they wanted to do. Ryu swarmed into the chaos, moving like a fish in water and gliding through the currents. He could feel changes to the battlefield even before they happened, taking into account countless variables at once with the ease of a man who had experienced thousands of these exact situations. Suddenly, Ryu's eyes narrowed as he noticed a familiar bald man in the chaos. In a flash, he appeared before him. He slipped out of the way of one of his double axes and parried the second with a forearm to his. With unstoppable momentum, he blasted open the defenses of the bald man and sent his arms flying to the side as he erupted with a palm strike right into the latter's chest. The world rumbled and then became quiet in their small region as Ryu left a solid dent in the crimson armor. Sturdy armor. Not bad. Realizing that the bald man hadn't died, Ryu felt entirely indifferent. He slipped another axe strike and levied a blow at the same region. Slipped yet another and repeated. His movements were as fluid as water and flames suddenly crackled around him. With a final bang, the bald man's armor crumbled around him and his body suddenly exploded. Chapter 1793 Bubbling Magma. 1793 Bubbling Magma. Ryu didn't even bother leaving words for this sort of insignificant character. He might not have even gone out of his way to do anything if not for the fact he was unlucky enough to appear right before him. His target was someone else entirely. It would be a bit troublesome for him to suddenly target an omniscient sky god like this, especially since he couldn't use his space-time soul nature to the full degree he wanted, or his chaos chi. But he had two trump cards now. The first was the seed of doubt he had planted in Kaisa's mind. Whether her lover had truly betrayed her or not, he didn't care. However, because she held so much hatred for him, it had allowed him to pry into her mind and read some of her secrets. If she hadn't been so enraged by him, this would have never been possible, at least not so easily, even with his improvements. However, at the moment, Ryu's comprehension of temperament and personality had elevated his Tao to an unprecedented level. Just because all these people saw was a peak founding Tao, didn't mean that that was all he had to give, especially since Ryu could tell that, as he had speculated in the past, different worlds had different definitions of Taos. If he was correct, this world was an entire sublevel above the true martial world. Meaning, a lower founding Tao in this world would be registered as a middle founding Tao in the true martial world. But this was just meant that the ceiling of this world was higher. What was truly daunting was the fact that in the true martial world, Ryu was the only one with a founding Tao, while this world had several founding Taos present. Ryu hadn't known this before, but when he unleashed his Tao to its full extent, he had been able to read some of this world's tea leaves. But that was a matter for another time. Because Ryu still had a second trump card up his sleeve, and it wasn't just his immunity to her weak flames. Ryu rushed through the battlefield and shed the useless, bulky armor. As he did so, his steps became lighter and his power seemed to flourish. Kaisa was truly enraged. Every time she saw someone in silver armor, she would kill them with a single strike regardless of their cultivation realm. Quickly, 3 omniscient sky gods surrounded her to pincer her, and it finally slowed her down a bit, but it seemed that, in her fury, she was still pushing them back slowly and steadily. Ryu's mind began to churn, wondering how he could get the 3 omniscient sky gods to piss off, especially without others interfering. Suddenly, an attack came from his side and his steps slowed just the smallest bit, cause it to be mistimed. Do I have fate with bald people in this zone or something? Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. The man to attack him happened to be the second bald man he had met in the selection region back in the Fiend City. However, he hadn't had any interaction with this one. However, what was shocking was that although this was one stronger than the last, Ryu dispatched him even faster. His fists became a rain of fingers instead, each one glowing with a majestic might and piercing like swords. Instead of using the spatial element to move like he liked to, he restrained it and used it for its sharpness while the aura of a sword god radiated from him. The bald man froze and he collapsed. When he hit the ground, his armor collapsed as well, falling into several pieces. Ryu stomped a foot, and a valiant aura pierced into the skies. His eyes flashed and his aura soared. Earth Gate. Open. Heaven Gate. Open. The skies roared and whined. Since he couldn't do things the normal way without getting swarmed, he was just going to have to do this the violent way. From the true Sky God realm, his Chi realm entered the perfect Sky God realm. Then, Heaven's Gate loomed high in the skies and Ryu stepped through. Boom! The area around him was blown open and God Chi erupted from him. A heavy bronze Chi exuded a magnetic majesty erupted as Ryu's cultivation entered the transcended Sky God realm. With a rush, he entered the battlefield of 4, sliding between 2 omniscient sky gods without a word. Before they could even react, his fist descended. Bang! Bang! Kaisa blocked one of his fists with her forearm and he did the same with one of hers. The air shattered and collapsed. Ryu's gaze lit up with wild joy. Lines of fate. The world became a bundle of black and white, and his pupils dilated. Bang! 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 Their exchange was furious. The other 3 omniscient sky gods couldn't even hold their ground, being sent stumbling back again and again. It was only now they understood that Kaisa might have been infuriated, but she hadn't brought out everything she had. Her hair flowed like a sea of flames, growing longer and longer. In that moment, the battlefield seemed to have cleared out in two regions. One for the Tao Lords in the sky and the second for these two. Kaisa roared as she seemed to realize who Ryu was without him saying a single word. She reached for her back and a great sword was pulled out from the sea of flames. She took a step and pillars of magma exploded from Ryu's location. He flickered and vanished, but she seemed to be ready, swinging down her great sword with the might of a world. The ground split and a wave of flames and chi surged toward Ryu. Even the flames that missed Ryu curled back, falling into Kaisa's body and expanding her figure. She grew taller and taller until she soared to over 50 meters tall. She unleashed a roar filled with fury and heartbreak, the violent beating of her heart looking like bubbling magma.
Chapter 1794 Come. 1794 Come.
Ryu boisterously laughed into the skies, roaring into the air as he suddenly activated idle control. His body expanded and his clothing was shredded to pieces, replaced by scales of resplendent white. His horns pierced the clouds and his muscles rippled, every shudder causing the world to shatter and quake. He punched out, meeting a swing of Kaisa's great sword. A force field seemed to protect his fists and nearly shatter her weapon, or rather, the flames around it. If the two weren't already the center of the battlefield, they truly became that now. It felt like two monsters were battling it out in the skies. And it was right then that Ryu's Tao descended. A dark gold and white gold pair of 8 trigram diagrams appeared in his eyes, as well as one being above and below him. He seemed to have become the center of a formation as his close combat skills reached a new level. He seemed to always find the gap in Kaisa's defenses, forcing her to go into a retreat again and again. With a flicker, his fists filled the skies with shadows, but more than 90% of them were fake. Unfortunately, Kaisa's mind was in a mess, the oppression of Ryu's Tao bearing down on her. She couldn't see through it clearly and she suddenly felt like she was trying to move too fast for what her mind could withstand. A fist landed on her cheek, a second landed on her chest. A third landed on her chest once more, and then a sudden and unexpected kick clawed against the side of her neck with such force that it seemed Ryu might kick her head off into the distance like a ball. Ryu's laughter was furious, and he seemed to have become a complete madman. The frustration in his heart was being vented step by step. How could the look at his previous lives not have left him in a state of agitation? Just because he had managed to press it down didn't mean that those feelings of discomfort had already vanished. They were still there, and only by resolving them one by one could his Tao heart truly become perfect. His will was currently driving him, his will to never be that weak again, to never be so pitiful, to never be so pathetic. His fists flew and his body became like a roaring beast. Every heartbeat clapped like thunder and every rush of blood was like a world-ending stream. His body was moving more and more seamlessly, not realizing the bloody mess that he was leaving Kaisa in. Enough! A roar came from the woman as she swiped out her sword several times, as though she were trying to swat away a fly. However, that was when the aura of a bow god erupted from Ryu's body. He could sense his grandfather's bow and the delicate, fragile ornaments dancing off the end of it. None of those ornaments added any power to the bow, but they were rather small trinkets from his and his mother's childhood. Everywhere his grandpa Qilin had gone, he took those trinkets with him. And even to this day, Ryu had never seen an archer with greater skill. Suddenly, he seemed to understand why his grandfather did such a thing. The heart guiding the arrow. His grandfather had always said that the best archers were the ones that could make the enemy run into the arrow of their own volition. He thought that he had comprehended it long ago, but it wasn't until this moment that he truly did. What kind of pain had his grandfather gone through in his life? To have a child that he couldn't help to raise, a child whose mother used her like a tool for no other reason than to harm and hurt him. For that child to not even be a product of his own mistakes, but rather a result of his seed being forcefully taken from him. He was robbed of his manhood, robbed of his right to be a father, and then following this it haunted his cultivation for years, so much so that even until the end, he could never take that final step to become a sky god even though he was so very close. What kind of frustration was that? And how much heart did it take to continue putting one foot after the other? At that moment, Ryu's body and his Tao heart seemed to be connected as one. He no longer thought or had to analyze, or rather, it felt like his internal matrix was now working on a different sort of fuel. Bang! 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 The fist shadows in the air vanished and only 3 were left. In that instant, he tore a hole through Kaisa's shoulder, then through her chest, and then took off a fourth of her head despite her desperate attempts. He didn't even take a step forward. His fist shadows were guided like arrows through the skies, slipping through her defenses and erupting onto her body. Guided by his heart, nothing could stop them. At that moment, there was a rush from the side of the fiends and several of them rose into the air, bearing down on Ryu. Come! Ryu roared, his white hair dancing in the wind as though it had become its own river. His battle stance changed as he was surrounded. Rather than just fists, his entire body became a weapon. He parried a rod with his forearm and then slid it down its shaft, shattering the head of a fiend with an elbow. He blocked a second attack with a knee, rotating his hip out with such force that it was blasted to the side. He followed up with a finger that seemed to sparkle with the silvery light of a descending star, the aura of a sword god rupturing the attack's cheat and shattering them into pieces. He walked across the battlefield like a god of war, his thumping heart sounding like thundering war drums. Chapter 1795 Beyond Perfect Control. 1795 Beyond Perfect Control. Kaisa was hurriedly retreating, her rage being replaced by fear. Her battle strength was quickly plummeting, but she also realized that her chi wasn't circulating like she wanted to. Unfortunately for her, her mind was in too much turmoil to realize that the issue wasn't just Ryu's Tao, but the armor on her. This was precisely Ryu's second trump card. There were 2 ways to create an army formation. The first was a circulation method. They would all circulate the same technique and thus activate it when it resonated over a large enough region. This was how things worked in the true martial world, and this was the very same method that Ryu had used back when he was helping out Mei's Dream Azura clan. But in this world, they clearly used armors. Ryu was fascinated by this, but after he put one on, he already understood how it worked. The armor was like an extension of your meridians, connecting to the body in a symbiotic relationship. The benefit of this was that you could both activate the formation and battle with your own meridians at the same time. Of course, there were some limits to this, or else they wouldn't be forced to remain in the same formation, but it was still more flexible in this specific regard than true martial world standards. However, there was a fatal weakness to this. Because the armor became an extension of the meridian system, if it was impacted, it could cause clashes. This was why the armors could be easily detached in battle as well. Ryu didn't even have to put in much effort to take his own off. But for a genius of formations like Ryu, by analyzing the armors of the opposing armor, so long as he landed a few good hits, he could hinder their combat prowess without them even realizing. Just now, after their first few blows, Kaisa was already unable to bring out even 50% of their strength. After Ryu's sudden comprehension breakthrough, she stood even less of a chance, and those that came to support her ended up losing their combat strength before many exchanges were even made. Ryu realized now why it was that temperament was so important. It wasn't just some amorphous, inexplicable energy. It was a form of comprehension in and of itself. If he had to describe it, it was like a natural enlightenment of the self. Ryu's rage boomed. No one seemed capable of stopping him on his path toward Kaisa. By now, the Tao Lords above had noticed the problem as well, but they were trapped in battle. It was hard for them to go out of their way to do something. Damn it! We can't let her die. One of the Tao Lords was actually Kaisa's cousin, twice removed. They had a distant but not too distant relationship. Because he wasn't in the main family line, he could only protect Kaisa like this, but he knew that his chances of becoming a sovereign also hinged on her. Even at injury to himself, he couldn't let her die. He turned his body and tanked a blow with a shoulder. Then he quickly sent out an attack toward Ryu. Ryu noticed this immediately. He had already activated beyond perfect transcendent control. His body roared and thrummed as he sent a fist up to the skies. The world looked like it was about to shatter, but beneath beyond perfect transcendent control it was forcefully stabilized. With a rush, fist met fist, and the skies exploded.
Bang!
Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to a single knee, but the result caused many eyes to open wide. His gaze flashed with rage as he looked up and memorized the expression of the man up above, and he also felt that Commander Monk was truly too fucking useless. To be clear, Commander Monk didn't allow Ryu to be attacked on purpose. He no longer dared to do something so blatant. It was just that he was far too weak. How could he allow something like this to happen? In the end, Ryu felt his inner organs shake and rattle, while Kaisa's cousin was forced to cough up a mouthful of blood as well, but because of Commander Monk's attack, not Ryu's attack. Ryu was suddenly swarmed before he could stand to his feet. The others hadn't dared to get close to a Tao Lord's attack, but the moment it dissipated, they rushed ahead. Ryu took a breath and didn't circulate embryonic chi, nor did he use his birth phenomena. In a world like this one, he had to keep some cards to himself. With how dazzling he had been, no one would think that he was still holding more cards in his hands, but his eyes couldn't help but light up. Although Kaisa's cousin was another trash Tao Lord who could only be on par with Commander Monk, he had survived a strike. This first realm of temperament, guiding with the heart, was truly miraculous. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood as he blocked 2 strikes, but somehow he seemed to be even more valiant than before. Now that he knew the kind of power temperament could give you, how could he allow this opportunity to fade? He would go all out. He wanted to see just how far temperament alone would take him, and the first sacrifice down this path would be Kaisa herself. He stood to his feet and took a heavy stomp forward. The world trembled and he roared. His beyond perfect transcendent control rolled off of him in waves and his strength multiplied by 3 times at worst. He bore down on Kaisa, closing in the distance. He could sense that the Tao Lords wanted to take another shot at him, but he had no hesitation in his actions. Since he couldn't take revenge on that Tao Lord for now, he would just have to make his heart bleed. Ryu's aura soared, and the skies rumbled. A God's Brush. Chapter 1796 Earth. 1796 Earth. Claps of thunder rang through the skies. Under idle control, Ryu doubled in size once more and grasped the clouds. He formed the tribulations into the palms and made them into his brush. A smooth, beautiful blue steel became its body and the wispy, willowy bodies of the dense black clouds became the bristles. These bristles danced in the air, both corporeal and incorporeal. From time to time, they would spark with gorgeous blue lightning. Ryu spun the brush in his hands, and he painted across the stars. His wrist flickered and a character boomed. Space shattered like glass and the flames of eternity scattered. Earth! Boom! The entire battlefield shuddered. Ryu felt a strong pull on his Tao heart and his self-created technique seemed to have reached another level entirely. In that instant, every enemy for over 100 kilometers was wiped out. The only ones barely able to manage were a handful of Transcendents and the omniscient sky gods. But even then, the former were shaken, many permanently crippled, while the latter coughed up blood. And unfortunately for those too close to him, their life and death had already been decided. Kaisa was crushed into minced meat. The brush trembled in Ryu's hand. This time, he didn't use hand seals, but had instead used his heart to lead the attack, and the results were shocking. He had only used this attack a total of 3 times now, and he hadn't even brought out its full power this time, and yet its strength seemed to grow by leaps and bounds every time. This was the power of using your own techniques over others. Ryu hadn't attempted to learn the technique of another in years, and seeing the power of his own Tao methods, he didn't care about learning the techniques of others, at least not unless he could use them as reference to create something better for himself. The Tao Lords above were frozen in shock and the others of the 2 armies felt far too shaken to speak. The Tao Lords themselves felt a slight threat from that technique just now, and they couldn't fathom that such a feeling was coming from a mere transcended. No, wasn't Ryu a true sky god? Ryu's arm trembled beneath the power of his own strike. But although the technique was far stronger now that he guided it with his heart, the pressure on his body was much less. The shocking thing was that he had only used the first leg of this technique and not the other 2. However, they didn't need to know what he could truly do. Ryu took a breath and hurricane-force winds roared through the skies. He raised his brush into the air once more, and the remainder of Kaisa's battalion crumbled. Without a care for anything else, they turned tail and fled. Ryu was stunned before his laughter began to boom across the skies. It was so loud that it was heard for tens of thousands of kilometers, even drifting into the ears of Impana and his wife. It didn't matter what world it was, or what challenge stood before him. He had to destroy 2 shrines within 100 years? Fine. He would repay this debt, and the next time he saw that dream wraith, they would stand on equal footing. But now the situation is a bit dangerous. The others won't just stand there and do nothing. However, there was an advantage to be had as well. With Kaisa's death, the formation had lost its core. At the same time, even if she hadn't died, just the fact that he had killed so many would have greatly weakened the formation. As expected, the cauldron that the Tao Lords were relying on up above crumbled in the next moment. Instantly, all 3 fiend Tao Lords coughed up a projectile of blood, their bodies shaking and quaking. Commander Monk and his 2 lieutenants capitalized immediately after getting over their surprise. Commander Monk might be stupid in Ryu's eyes, but he still had the mental faculties of a Tao Lord. He too realized the issue. However, if they could kill these Tao Lords quickly, then whatever came next would be far easier to withstand. The fiend Tao Lords turned and fled, knowing the situation was back. And, as expected, they rushed toward the closest battalion to them. One of them ruptured into a rain of blood as the broadsword descended. The other 2 didn't even look back, including Kaisa's cousin. A second Tao Lord ruptured into a rain of blood as Kaisa's cousin continued to rush ahead. Commander Monk raised the blunt silver sword to attack again, but his expression became ugly as he sensed it dim. Damn it! I've left range of the army. Commander Monk and the others accelerated backward. If they continued any further, they would be the ones to suffer. By this point, the 2 armies that pincered them from both sides reacted as well. The good news was that both of them were led by Tao Lords and there were no Tao sovereigns inside. The bad news was that they both had 3 Tao Lords, which would outnumber their own by 3. And this time, the core of the army were likewise Tao Lords, so the same trick wouldn't be able to be used twice. Ryu took deep breaths as Commander Monk retreated back to the core of the formation. He released idle control and descended to his normal height. Standing there, even completely naked, he didn't look ridiculous at all. In fact, he seemed like a god that had descended from the skies above, and no one could seem to take their eyes off of the brush in his palm despite the fact it was no longer as tall as a mountain. White scales reflected across his body and sparks danced in his white hair. He took another breath, and the earth seemed to still. The final tremors of his previous attack vanished. A cold light reflected in his eyes. Chapter 1797 Bold. 1797 Bold. Retreat. Commander Monk commanded. They formed up into an army and began to move back toward the original line of defense. They had blown right by it and would have no support unless they returned to it. The good news was that if they rushed, they should be faster so long as they deactivated their formation. The bad news was that it was hard to pass on information on this land. If they didn't get information to their adjacent armies, then the 2 armies rushing after them now just might use it as an attempt to push the defensive line before they could be swallowed up. However, none of them expected that before they could make it much further, a voice would echo. That's enough. The shadow of a Tao god filled the skies and the rumbling armies came to a stop. Ryu's gaze narrowed, but what he worried about didn't occur. Instead, both armies retreated like a tide. Is that all? After a while, Ryu accepted it. It made sense. This war had likely been ongoing for generations. This battle was probably just one of the many to take place in the last week, let alone the last year. This was most definitely a victory for the real plane as the Chaos Plane didn't have the chance to advance their front line and encroach onto the real plane any further. Ryu had wrapped a broken cloth around his waist, ignoring the glances of the women around him. He hadn't thought that Fey women were so forward, especially after interacting with Serial, but it seemed he had underestimated their shamelessness a bit. At least 3 had tried to take a grab under his claws, and even when they failed, they ran away giggling like little girls. Ryu could only shake his head, watching them flee. In the past, he might have reacted with a sword light. He might be a man, but that didn't mean his flesh was something just any woman could taste. But it felt that not much could get him angry these days anymore. His temperament was continuously being refined to an extreme, and his personality mellowed out, ironically becoming a lot more like it was back when he was a child. Free and carefree about any and everything. "Don't come for now," Ryu communicated with Selhira. "Them knowing we came together will make things more complicated. But if you need help with anything, contact me immediately. Don't suffer in silence. If you do, you'll be first I punish, then I'll kill the rest." Selhira shuddered when she heard the word, punish, and Ryu had to stop himself from laughing. As expected, though, before Ryu could even settle down, he was called over. Not by Commander Monk, but rather a Dao sovereign. Ryu took a step into a simple tent that was far larger on the inside than the outside. From the outside, it looked like any other. But from the inside, it was an entire estate, large and imposing. The pillars that held up the ceilings alone strength over 200 meters into the skies. Walking down this imposing hallway, even Ryu's bare feet echoed with every step. He assumed that this was supposed to be grand and imposing, but his gaze simply swept about indifferently. Soon, Ryu saw a familiar Fey man sitting on a throne. He was none other than the expert that had been battling it out against Commander Tiger. He seemed unaffected by the battle and had long since recovered. It also seemed the Commander Tiger had survived as well. Ryu couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. The people of this army were really too useless. First there was Commander Monk and that insufferably stupid Dao of his. What the hell was the point of a sword-turned-rod or vice versa or whatever it was? It would have been interesting if he could tap into the aspects of both, fusing them into a single god path, but he didn't do that. He just turned a sword into a blunt force weapon. It was the most ridiculous thing Ryu had ever seen, and he was the man who had once dual-wielded polearm weapons. Then there was the fact Commander Monk had actually let a Dao Lord escape after Ryu had given him the chance on a silver platter. Had he not reacted so shocked by Ryu's feat, giving them time to escape, how could Kaisa's cousin get a chance? Then there was this useless Dao sovereign. He sat there so smug and imposing, but when he was battling it out with Commander Tiger in the Chaos Plane, he was practically a fish on a chopping board. But when Ryu gave him the chance to battle it out on the real plane, he had only been able to gain a slight upper hand. What was there to be smug about? This should have been the best chance to kill Commander Tiger, but he didn't do it. Now, there was a man out there running around knowing Ryu's true secrets, and the man who should have been able to kill him was carelessly ordering Ryu around as though he was doing the latter a favor or something. In the past, by this point, Ryu would have already snapped and said something ridiculous. But this time, he just stood there calmly, meeting the gaze of the Dao sovereign with a tranquil expression. "Who are you?" the Fey sovereign asked. "Is that the question you really want to ask?" Ryu asked back. "You're quite bold for a child. I'm the exact opposite. There are many things that I cannot speak about because I must toe a line. Being out in the open will protect me to some extent, but if I am too open, then those in the dark will no longer care about their reputation to act. After all, if their deeds have already been exposed, then what need is there to hide any longer?" Ryu's response was watertight, and there was simply nothing the sovereign could say back. Chapter 1798 Peak 1798 Peak. Ryu and the Dao sovereign looked at one another in silence. The latter could tell that Ryu had no fear of him, but that also made sense. Any genius who could form a founding Dao was a monster amongst men and a goddess amongst women. They would naturally be haughty. This time, it was Ryu's turn to be surprised, because the Fey man didn't react with anger or haughtiness of his own. He simply nodded. "I look forward to watching your performance. Once you become a transcended with your strength, I can make an exception and allow you to command a battalion. Your military merits have already been calculated. You may go." Ryu looked at the man curiously for a moment, and in the end he did something he never did. He cupped his fists and then turned to leave. In Ryu's life he had only bowed twice, each one for his masters. In terms of cupping his fists, he couldn't remember having ever done it. Considering he had the origin flame, that could only mean that he had truly never done it before. The moment Ryu did so, the Tao Sovereign felt lines of fate wrapping around him. It was so powerful that he was completely taken aback. But by the time he recovered, Ryu had already disappeared. Droplets of sweat beaded down his forehead. What kind of young man could cause such a thing just by showing a slight hint of respect? In fact, he suddenly felt that his bottleneck had loosened. He had already given up on reaching the Tao God realm in this lifetime. But a true sky god had given him a minuscule chance just by cupping his fists. Nothing the man did could stop his heart from thrumming wildly. In that moment, the Fey Tao Sovereign Qilin Omegan had made the decision to protect this boy. Ryu walked out of the tent with a peculiar expression on his face. This wasn't the first time that something like this had happened to him, but it still left him speechless. It was like the heavens were reminding him that he was an asshole. Going through his life without handing out the slightest bit of respect to anyone was almost funny. In fact, he had a chuckle at his own expense. That said, that didn't mean that he had any intention of changing. He was who he was. He would refine his temperament and polish it, ridding it of its impurities. But the foundation of who Ryu Tatsuya was would always remain the same. Let me find somewhere to stay and consolidate some things. I probably don't have much time, so we'll have to see what my spacetime soul nature can do about this. I need enough breathing room to complete the formation of my new, immortal Sakura technique. Exposing a god's brush today probably didn't do me any favors even if I didn't use its full power. And it's also about time I create another technique for myself. Close combat gives me both endless flexibility, but it also limits my firepower somewhat. I need to shore up on this front by either adding more flexibility or enhancing my lethality, or both. Ryu thought to himself as he moved, not knowing what was happening on the other side of the rainbow screen. Commander Tiger kneeled down on a single leg before a figure of impossibly large stature. The man was at least 100 meters tall, and sitting on a throne that was worthy of his status. His beard and hair seemed to be formed of flaming clouds, his eyes carrying a dense storminess. He was covered from head to toe in a resplendent crimson aura, so it was impossible to tell which of his limbs or body parts had been replaced by flames, nor did it seem to matter. This man was known as the fiendish Tao God Cloudfire. It was even said that his Tao title wasn't this, but was rather hidden, as many didn't dare to speak it. The last person who had erupted into a bursting flame, having their very soul burnt to the roots, and destroying their chances at reincarnation. It was also this Tao God Cloudfire that had called for the end of the battle. And likewise, it was all too obvious why Commander Tiger was called here. It was the collapse of his vanguard that led to their losses today. The Tao gods didn't usually pay attention to such battles, but after sensing the fall of the two Tao lords, they had no choice to. It could be said that on a battle of this scale, the Tao lords were the true backbones. Tao gods wouldn't easily take action, and only when Tao sovereigns like Commander Tiger were being punished would Tao sovereigns appear to obstruct them. Most commanders were Tao lords, and as such their deaths usually weighed the most heavily as they were the perfect balance of powerful, yet also weak enough to be killed. On top of this, Commander Tiger had crossed the rainbow barrier without permission, which was its own slap to the face of military law and order. In the end, Commander Tiger could only tell the truth of what happened. At first, Tao God Cloudfire was furious that Commander Tiger had allowed the vanguard to crumble because he was chasing after a mere true sky god. But after hearing the rest of the information, his gaze couldn't help but narrow. A human that can disguise themselves as a lightning elemental fiend. This information was quite something. It wasn't like there weren't others that could do it, but the problem was that Ryu's actions made no sense. Unless he had already accomplished something big, why would a spy expose themselves when it was entirely unnecessary? From what it seemed, Ryu's actions were the pinnacle of foolishness. The only explanation to the Tao god seemed to be that there was something going on that they weren't aware of. It was then that his eyes narrowed. Peak Founding Tao? Chapter 1799, Let Them Come. 1799, Let Them Come. Tao God Cloudfire fell into silence. This matter was interesting. Okay, We shall see what kind of heaven-defying genius he is. The other three aren't even allowed on the battlefield in normal times because they will immediately be targeted, but it seems that the real plane is treating this boy like a playful pawn. How can it be helped? The humans only have one Tao God. They're so limited and they have very few allies. And yet, instead of protecting this boy, they've sent him to the front lines. Humans truly are stupid. If you cannot kill him when the next battle descends, forget about every clearing your punishment. Your incompetence today cost us not just much of the Tiger Battalion, but also 2 Tao Lords, and a soon-to-be Tao Lord genius in Kaisa. Her family is absolutely furious. If not for the fact I wanted to play around with you a bit longer, I would have already thrown you to them to be punished. Tao God Cloudfire looked down. You're dismissed. Commander Tiger could only bow and leave. From start to finish, there wasn't a hint of emotion in his eyes. He looked as though he had long since lost his soul. However, when he was a long distance away, a violent killing intent rippled through his eyes for but a moment before it vanished in a wisp and a twinkle. Ryu sat in a simple tent. For the first time in a while, he had set up a formation using the formation core visualization. He felt that visualizations also felt a bit different in this world, but he chose not to pursue that for now. Or more accurately, if he was going to do so, he would do it with Immortal Sakura. Eska, you can watch as well. Ryu suddenly spoke. Your comprehension of Immortal Sakura is far deeper than mine is, but it's likely also because of this that your progress has become rigid. I'll be changing your visualization to suit me more. Eska was a bit taken aback when she heard this, but she didn't reject. Long ago, she had recognized Ryu as a little monster. Back when he first entered their presence, he had created his own visualization in a matter of a few days. Back then, he was a mere chi refinement expert, essentially already capable of constructing his own technique. Back then, Ryu had called that visualization Warped Ripple. It was a defensive visualization nowhere near as good as Immortal Sakura, but it used up far less of his stamina at the same time. Back then, Ryu didn't even have a space-time soul nature yet either, but he was able to fuse the spatial and earth element into a visualization despite not having a top-tier affinity for either. Of course, his Qilin bloodline did have a minor earth affinity. And for such a legendary creature, a minor affinity was already far more than anyone else could stack up to. But of the two, it was obvious that space was the more important. Eska couldn't help but shudder when she thought about what level of Warped Ripple Ryu would be able to create now. In terms of comprehension of visualizations, Eska was surely better, but that was built off the back of trillions of years of experience. Ryu, however, had an ingenuity that almost no one could match. He seemed capable of fusing ideas others would never think of, and now he was doing it once again. Ice Mine snorted in Eska's mind. This guy is always so arrogant. Eska smiled, but didn't say much to her small little rant. And soon, both of them were pulled into Ryu's cadence. Ryu had forgotten about everything else. In his mind, the Immortal Sakura had once again become its fundamental runes. He could see through it all in a single glance. In the beginning, he knew exactly how he wanted to change the visualization. But after interacting with this world, he realized that he was still missing half of the picture. The lowercase c chaos that the Ash Trayant technique relied on was amazing, but after witnessing the chaos of the fiends, Ryu felt endlessly fascinated. One was chaotic in terms of difficulty to predict, but the other was chaotic in terms of breaking the laws of reality. If Ryu could harness them both, the technique would become manifold more complex and powerful, but the pressure it would put on his mind would also be several times more as well. I can separate it into 3 lanes, one that relied on chaos, one that relies on chaos, and the last that uses both. This will also help hiding my intentions as well. If he used chaos too freely, he could be exposed. If the fact he had chaotic silk meridians was revealed, it would bring an endless whirlwind of trouble. He wasn't worried about Commander Tiger and what he might say. The reality was that there were plenty of ways to disguise yourself as a fiend, many ways that Ryu had figured out in just a few minutes. He was certain the real plane had many methods. What he was certain of was that he would likely be targeted when the time came and the battle drums rattled again. This was part of the reason he told Selhira not to come to him. It would only distract him if the enemy tried to target her as well, just to get to him. Plus, she was a mighty dragon. He could already sense that she was dissatisfied earlier when he helped her along her path. Sometimes it was best if he allowed his wives to grow on their own. Ryu began to quickly reconstruct the immortal Sakura, fundamental runes, and heavenly phoenix patterns swirling about. By the end, it looked less like an immortal Sakura and more like a legendary tree of the phoenixes, one that burned into eternity and had triggered the very first rebirth. As for how the fiends would choose to target him in the next battle, Ryu couldn't help but grin fiendishly. Let them come. Chapter 1800 Heavenly. 1800 Heavenly. Ryu's breathing was even and calm. He layered complexity atop of complexity, and then he compressed them, forcing them into a state of complexity. He seemed to be able to draw and erase at will, and yet he was never erasing at all. Instead, he was rearranging, fitting the fundamental runes in like puzzle pieces and sliding them in together. This left only a single logical conclusion. Ryu had never made a mistake. He had never second-guessed himself, and he was continuously charging forward like a fearless sword. The more he worked, the more complex the immortal Sakura seemed to become. Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns radiated up its crystalline trunk. Its branches became akin to gray clouds, ethereal and untraceable. It was a sight that had stripped the immortal Sakura of its beauty, and yet had given it a devastating and powerful aura instead. It looked like a true force of nature, enough to shudder the heart with a single glance. Ryu got up from his meditating position with his eyes still closed and punched out. The tree lashed out with him, its branch undergoing a myriad of changes, before it suddenly stopped. Ryu shook his head and the tree burst apart, only to come back together. It seemed to be the exact same, and yet its aura had changed once again. It seemed even more ethereal than before. This time, Ryu sent out 2 strikes. His fists seemed cast in illusions and the tree above him lashed out with a vicious might. Space was cut and split, a heart-shuddering aura pervading from it. It seemed that standing before it, there was no escape. Ryu nodded, but he seemed indifferent to it all, because he was still far from finished. His space-time soul nature shuddered and a silver star appeared high in the skies. At first, they seemed like 2 separated entities, but then Ryu's disposition changed. He channeled the thoughts in his mind and led the both of them with his heart. In that moment they became one existence, still separate, and yet somehow feeling like a single whole. It was almost like they were both a part of the same painting, a silvery star, reflecting an array of silver shades rising up through the fog of dawn. It cast its light down on the mysterious tree below it, forming an enigma that even the gods could not see through. Ryu struck out with a punch, and this time the branches of the tree cut through space not through strength, but with a casual flare. They left secrets in their wake and there was an order to their chaos. Ryu shook his head. He shouldn't have any order at all. That was when his bone structure thrummed and cosmos fog rose up, adding to the clouds and becoming one of them. Space became chaotic and it all shuddered. Ryu shook his head once and dispelled it, trying again. After sensing the changes, he shook his head again and dispelled it once more. What is he doing? Ice Mine asked within Eska's mind, feeling that her mind was spinning. He is. Even Eska's heart was shaking. Ryu wanted to add spacetime to his technique, but the problem was that it came with too much order. Space and time were the fundamental laws that allowed the universe to have structure in the first place. Adding them to a technique of chaos and chaos sounded excellent, but in reality it would weaken the strongest abilities of his technique. Ryu had obviously already realized this, and Eska thought that he would change his mind and take a step back. But to her surprise, since he began, he had never taken such a step. He might have taken one to the side, but never one backward. That meant that Ryu was now trying to fundamentally change the foundational laws of time and space, twisting them from one of order to one of chaos. The first thing he tried was a strong gravity, forcing his silver star to rotate and enact the power of a black hole. However, this was just distortion, it was technique order as well. The reason that Ryu had tried it was because the foundation of chaos was unpredictability, not breaking laws. However, the distortion wasn't as helpful as he wanted, so he dispelled it. Then, he tried fragmenting the space, turning it into a mirror world and relying on what he had seen from Lucard's spatial world. However, this was just distortion by a different method. Though it didn't weaken the attacks of the tree as much, he still wasn't satisfied. What made Eska's heart shake the most was that all of these methods were good solutions. Some of them even moved her, and she thought that Ryu would finally settle on them. But one after another, Ryu dismissed them. It was on the 7th attempt that Ryu made a complete overhaul. Instead, he pumped even more cosmos fog into the tree and rewrote the laws in the region. Since he would have to rely on some form of order no matter what, why not twist those laws? Since this technique wanted order so much, he would form a new foundation for order, creating a new order. His cosmos fog solidified, and then his inner world trembled. Ryu knew now that if he summoned his inner world in battle like he did with a god's brush, the strength of this method would reach an all-new level. However, he uncaringly stripped his inner world away, and then he made his silver star vanish. Once again, he had created 3 levels of his technique. There was really no need to take out his full strength every time. Under normal circumstances, he would only summon the immortal Sakura. If the situation warranted it, he would summon his silver star that held the essence of his Tao. Only if the situation was particularly bad, would he care to bring out his inner world. I will call you Heavenly Tao Tree. Chapter 1801 Beasts of this Plane. 1801 Beasts of this Plane. The moment Ryu finished speaking, a crack appeared high in the sky of his inner world. It seemed that the heavens had sensed his words and weren't very happy about it. Honestly, Ryu was a bit surprised, but then he chuckled. Come then. A bolt of lightning descended with a fierce ferocity, colliding into his immortal Sakura. However, it looked as though it had sunk to the bottom of a vast ocean, the sparkling lights reflecting for but a moment before vanishing into an abyss. The branches of the immortal Sakura were warped by gray clouds that were impossible to see through, and soon the bolts of gold were much the same. Ryu watched indifferently as all of this happened, but his gaze was flickering with a majestic light. He was trying to see if there was anything he could take advantage of, but in the end he was greatly disappointed. Having to tear through the void to make it to his world, the tribulation was several-fold weaker than normal. But that wasn't really the main issue. He was trying to gaze into some mysteries, but nothing of interest caught his attention. He almost found them boring. Soon he understood why. This might have been a heavenly tribulation, but it was still only at the level of his cultivation. He had created an amazing technique, but it was still only a true God Tao method. Of course, a true God Tao method to Ryu versus a true God Tao method to someone else were vastly different things. Ryu was using his own metric to judge himself by, as he was already mostly separated from the heavens, though he still had some tethers remaining. The main issue, of course, was the fact that the heavens were limiting it to what Ryu could handle as well. Knowing that, it was no wonder he couldn't find anything of interest. His sights were so far beyond this level that they couldn't even be compared. He was just distilling down his comprehension until it was at a level that he could use freely with his current strength. There was nothing this tribulation could show him that he wasn't already aware of or capable of deducing on his own. That said, Ryu reached out as a bolt was about to descend, his arm being akin to a Qilin's claw. The bolt couldn't escape no matter how hard it tried, and it eventually became docile in Ryu's palm. Ryu looked at it, his gaze flickering. This world doesn't have Qilin? Or rather, it doesn't have a beast that represents judgment. Ryu frowned. He wasn't sure if this was true or not, even after he stared at it for a long while. But he remembered that when he used his storm talent earlier, it had felt weird. Somehow both easier and harder at the same time. Easier in the sense that the resistance overall was weaker, but harder in the sense that he had to put in far more effort to control it properly. If not for his inner matrix, he might have even ended up harming himself. The two states played a game of tug-of-war, causing the ultimate power in the end to be about the same without a change. Ryu hadn't had time to think about it back then because he had been in the middle of a battle with Tao Lords potentially bearing down on him. But if he thought about it, no one seemed to recognize his storm talent either, which was also peculiar. After a while, Ryu's gaze flashed. No, they do have Qilins. It's just that their faith in this world is particularly weak. And it's not just them either, beasts in general seem weaker as well. If I recall correctly, I only saw various uninteresting beasts on the battlefield, like that lion with a mane of lightning. But I didn't see any divine-level beasts, which is peculiar. Considering the level of this world, and the level of this battle, there should certainly be at least one or two ancient beasts overseeing things. Interesting. The tribulation continued to fall above, but Ryu didn't seem to notice as he continued to deduce. And that was when it clicked for him. Beasts were the darlings of the heavens, and the ultimate sign of order. Under a heaven where chaos had the advantage, it was only natural that beasts would have a smaller role to play in a place like this one. To make a complicated matter simple, it was likely that for these heavens, the fiends had taken the place of beasts and become the leading race. If one was chosen, then obviously the other would fall into obscurity. If Ryu was correct, the ancient beasts of this world had likely either gone extinct or were close to extinct since long ago. As such, he was caught in a weird in-between state where he could still make use of their talents, but the heavens didn't quite respond properly to them either. In fact, had he not long since made his bloodlines rely on his own inner world, it was likely that his strength would have taken a huge plummet downward. Interesting. As Ryu concluded his thoughts, so too did the tribulation finished. However, there was a peculiar light in his eyes. Wasn't this an unprecedented opportunity? There was such a vacant hole in this world, one that beasts had yet to fill. Naturally, they hadn't filled it because they couldn't. The laws of this world were against them, and for beasts who garnered most of their talent from the heavens, this was akin to a death sentence for them. But Ryu wasn't a beast, he was a human. If he could carve out his own path in this war, there was a huge amount of faith that could be snatched just from this alone. Right now, Ryu Dao could display the strength of a peak founding Dao in this world because he had broken free of the shackles of the true martial world. But he wasn't satisfied. He wouldn't be satisfied until he broke through all the shackles there were. In that case, I'll do what the beasts of this plane couldn't. The sound of blaring horns suddenly reached his ears. Chapter 1802 Affairs. 1802 Affairs. Ryu stepped out of his tent with a calm expression, his bearing otherworldly. His cultivation hadn't increased, and yet he seemed to have become an entirely different person. He was unfortunately still wearing a ripped linen as a skirt tied around his waist, but it didn't seem to faze him in the slightest. Soon, he was on the front lines once again, but his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He had been in seclusion for 3 days at most. The issue was that everyone looked confused and wary. Is it not normal for another battle to be called in 3 days? Ryu's eyes narrowed as he entered Commander Tiger's battalion. By this point, he had already put on the silver armor, though he didn't really want to do so. At the end of the day, he didn't have much of a choice. Not long afterward, the vanguard charged through the barrier and Ryu couldn't help but shake his head. It was obvious to him why they did this. The real plane was on the back foot. If they allowed the demons to cross the real plane first, it was almost certain that they'd be able to continuously push the rainbow barrier forward. Eventually, it wouldn't be long before the chaos plane swallowed up the entire real plane. As such, they rushed through the rainbow curtain first to try to stop the fiends on the other side, even though fighting in chaos put them at an even greater disadvantage. This was the reality of being weak. The situation of the real plane in this world was certainly bad. Truthfully, Ryu didn't care very much at all. He had been here for long enough to know that humans didn't have much of a presence in this place either, and he had a few guesses about that as well. It made sense that beasts were suppressed, because the laws were against them in this place. But why would there be a suppression of humans in this place? The answer was that there was no answer. Humans were the most adaptable race in all of existence. If even demons could thrive here without a thick fluctuation of nether chi, and Fae could thrive here without thick plumes of ethereal chi, then why would humans be unable to when the real plane was designed just for them? The answer couldn't come from the heavens, which means that the answer was located in the heart of man. At some point, sometime or another, the human race had been suppressed thoroughly by either the fiends or the races of the real plane. And the fact that no one seemed to question that he came from a destroyed clan, that could only mean that they were all too used to seeing humans floating around like aimless duckweeds. What did that all mean? It meant that in all likelihood, if not the real plane races alone, then it was likely a joint effort between the fiends and the real plane races to suppress the humans of this plane. When Ryu thought to this point, his smile became frighteningly cold. He had only been here for less than a week, but it seemed that he was surrounded by enemies from all sides. Bang! At that moment, a hole was torn through the rainbow curtain, and though it was quickly closing, an army came charging through. The commanders were surprised, but Ryu wasn't surprised at all. These people were fools. They had enough time to target their own people, but it seemed that they didn't put as much effort into getting their own affairs in order. The fact that Ryu had displayed such a shocking feat was enough for this battle to be different. But they actually weren't prepared at all. Even if Ryu hadn't displayed a peak-founding Dao, just the death of 2 Dao lords would mean that the fiends would come out for blood to re-establish dominance. The fact that Ryu had displayed such power, and was even in the army like this instead of safely cultivating on the back lines like every other talent of his caliber, was even more reason for them to go all out like this. In fact, that was probably part of the reason they had attacked so swiftly. Maybe they were even worried about Ryu being shipped off elsewhere in the interim, so they attacked as soon as they could. In their views, even if Ryu was gone, this would be their opportunity to deal a swift and unexpected blow to the real plane and regain the advantage of momentum they lost through the death of 2 Dao lords. Ryu saw through all of this with ease, but these supposed Dao lords and Dao sovereigns were actually so slow in their comprehension. They just sent the vanguard forward as though nothing at all had changed, and it really left Ryu feeling speechless. But he also didn't say a word because this was exactly what he wanted as well. He had no desire to fight in these strict formations. All it did was stifle him. A rumbling battalion led by a familiar thorny commander's equally as thorny cousin charged forth. His fury was palpable, and a cauldron rumbled and rolled high above. At the same time, a clash of Dao sovereigns had already erupted in the skies, and Ryu could feel a gaze sweeping over him again and again. Of course, this gaze would be subtle to most, but to Ryu it might as well have been a hair-trigger alarm blaring warnings into his mind. It seemed that their target this time truly was him. Ryu couldn't hold back and began to laugh. It was just a low, rumbling chuckle, but he felt his blood boil inside of him and his veins roar with life. It had been a long while since he felt so alive. Unbeknownst to Ryu, he had become somewhat of an adrenaline junkie. It was difficult to stare at useless life after useless life without wondering what the point of all of it was. Only when he was teetering on an edge of life and death, balancing on the Reaper's scythe, could he feel that fuel of vibrant life again. The 2 battalions suddenly crashed into one another, Commander Monk reacting as fast as he could to blow back the descending cauldron. Space quaked and ruptured, many of the weaker warriors beneath being ripped apart. Unfortunately, Commander Monk had still reacted too slowly and didn't push the clash high enough into the air. Even Ryu felt a violent fluctuation threaten to crush him. His bones rattled and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. He could feel that his inner organs had been ruptured and split in several locations. A bloody grin came from his mouth as he looked up and met the eyes of Kaisa's cousin. Then, he ignored him and looked all the way up until he could see Commander Tiger. At that moment, the army was ruptured, and the formation became looser. The rod sword above flickered weakly and seemed that it might collapse at any moment, though it managed to hold on. It was then that Ryu suddenly took a step forward. His imposing might roared, and he punched out 3 times in quick succession. Bang! 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 3 heads exploded in quick succession. His fist's prints seemed to cross space and time, shuttling through the void and rupturing the heads of unsuspecting victims in an instant. All 3 were just true sky gods, and yet, the moment they died, the cauldron in the skies faltered as well, as though Ryu had precisely targeted the weak points of the formation. The battle high in the skies was forced into a balanced state once again, but no one could seem to tell who was responsible for it all in the carnage. Ryu took another step forward, and he took advantage to shed his armor once again. White scales erupted across his body and horns grew from his forehead. He looked like a demon lord that had descended onto mankind, his imposing demeanor only skyrocketing with every passing second. With every step he took, he sent out another fist, and every time another person would die a tragic death. In just a few seconds, he had already killed dozens, and finally others seemed to realize the kind of carnage he was unleashing. A true sky god couldn't last even a single exchange against him. They simply weren't worthy. And, as the largest number of existences in the army, as they died one after another in quick succession, the power of their formation was quickly dwindling. "Kill him!" An omniscient sky god roared, but Ryu sneered, his momentum increasing. He could tell immediately that this omniscient sky god was roaring to cover the movement of a Tao lord in the armor. Trying to hide from Ryu's senses was simply asking to be humiliated. Ryu suddenly vanished, flickering around the army as though he didn't have a care in the world. But every time he did so, he forced the Tao Lord to change direction, growing more and more frustrated with every passing second. Ryu cocked his fist back and suddenly a perfect sky god clashed with him, rushing forward with menace. Ryu took a step to the side, grabbing the man's elbow and throwing him over his shoulder and right at the Tao Lord with such speed that the man caught fire. The Tao Lord was caught off guard and attacked subconsciously, letting his Lord Qi leak out. Everyone noticed it at once. "Tao Lord! You little shit! Come die!" The Fiend Lord no longer tried to hide and ran at Ryu at his fastest speed. In an instant he was already upon him.
Danger flou d'être US sensé.
Chapter 1803 I Want You Dead. 1803 I Want You Dead. Despite the danger, Ryu all but burst out laughing. A dignified Tao Lord spewing out such vulgar language had about as much weight to him as a 3-year-old little girl saying the same thing, not because they were of equivalent strength, but because it was the same level of out of place regardless of which of them said it. But it seemed that this Tao Lord was already infuriated to the limit. The issue was that while the monk battalion didn't know he was on this mission, the higher-ups of the Cauldron Battalion certainly did. Not only was Kaisa's cousin paying strict attention to this matter, but so was Commander Tiger, and even worse, Tao God Cloudfire was waiting for his good news. Every time Ryu outmaneuvered him, even if it seemed to be by accident, it was another slap to his face that left him infuriated. Under normal circumstances, the speed of someone at Ryu's caliber would be nothing more than a joke to him, even considering his control over space. However, because he was trying to hide him and move through the army without seeming too conspicuous, he had ended up falling behind again and again. When Ryu suddenly sent a perfect sky god flying right at him, he had been so focused on Ryu that he almost didn't react in time, causing the present situation. By now, he was almost certain that Ryu had somehow seen through him ahead of time, and that only infuriated him further. He had actually been played by a mere true sky god? How could he not be absolutely infuriated? Still, the moment Ryu sent out the perfect sky god, he had already fled. He flickered across the battlefield again, appearing in a new location. Warping space and relying on it to escape when there was so much volatile chi in the air was extremely difficult. It could be said that without a high-level spatial soul nature, this would be impossible. However, in these last few days, Ryu had already gotten used to the spatial laws of this place and he was once again a fish swimming in water. The Tao Lord didn't care about his status and went all out, plowing through the army and leaving a rain of blood in his wake. He stretched out a hand and was already prepared to snatch Ryu in the blink of an eye. The latter had hardly settled down into his new hiding place when he was already about to be captured. That was when the Tao Lord suddenly sneered and turned, already appearing in a new location. In just an instant, he had already crossed dozens of kilometers as though it was nothing more than a single step. Idiot! These two words were spoken out at the same time, the latter by the Tao Lord and the former by Ryu. With his hearing, the Tao Lord surely heard it, and that was when he realized his palm was swiping down to empty air, while his target, Ryu, had never moved from his original location. In that brief instant, the Tao Lord could have killed Ryu, but he sensed a spatial fluctuation and thought that Ryu was about to try to escape again. So, instead, he rushed toward the exit location of the teleportation, ready to crush Ryu with a single fatal swipe of the palm. Who could have expected that Ryu never moved from his original location at all? It was a bluff, the perfect bluff, and one that required facing the brunt of a Tao Lord's attack without a hint of fear, almost as though he was certain that he had read the future perfectly. It was impossible for these experts to not have heard Ryu's words. Not only did he dare to do such a thing, he dared to disdain a Tao Lord to his face. At that moment, the Tao Lord's face looked like it had become a soon-to-erupt volcano. His hair stood tall in a blaze of fire, and the flames in his eyes spilled over onto his cheeks and forehead. But when he locked onto Ryu, his senses flared with a constant bombardment of information. Ryu was just standing there, but it felt as though he could simultaneously teleport to hundreds of locations at once. Suddenly, those hundreds of locations became hundreds more, branching out from one another in an endless stream. In an instant, the Tao Lord was overwhelmed, not sure which direction to go. If this was a simple one-on-one battle, the answer would have been simple. He could eradicate the whole region and target all the locations at once. The might of a Tao Lord wasn't something that could be measured with common sense. But on the battlefield, especially when more than half Ryu's teleportation options were concentrated on Fiend race members, it was impossible for him to do this unless he was willing to wipe out his own army. Maybe he might consider it. If it wasn't for the fact that once they fell, the power of the cauldron would plummet once again, and then they might lose another Tao Lord. In fact, he might even lose his own life if Commander Monk reacted furiously enough. How could these people know that Commander Monk probably wanted Ryu dead more than anyone else? Ryu didn't even use his teleportation options at all. He just stood there in the midst of the battle. Everyone avoided him, not wanting to become collateral. In his previous tirade, the Tao Lord had already killed dozens just chasing after Ryu, and in his last strike even an omniscient sky god had died, but Ryu was still standing there safe and sound. Ironically, the Tao Lord's actions had granted Ryu an immunity too, and it left him feeling stifled and frustrated. "You're just going to stand there?" Ryu asked, seemingly truly curious. "Are all fiends so worthless?" Ryu pointed up to the sky. "Your Tao sovereign ran away with his tail tucked between his legs 3 days ago. 2 of your Tao Lords died, and you had to rely on petty tricks to try to regain an advantage, skirting the unspoken rules of this battlefield. And now a mighty Tao Lord has been chasing me since this battle begun and hasn't had any success? Well, I shouldn't say that you haven't had any success. You and I have about the same military merits, if you count how many of your own people you've killed, and if you're also shameless enough to take credit for killing people far beneath your cultivation realm." Ryu's words were spoken calmly, and yet everyone was like another slap to the faces of the Fiend army. The fury they felt was palpable, and the heat in the region seemed to skyrocket. At that moment, even Commander Monk felt quite good about Ryu's scolding, let alone everyone else. "Boy!" The Tao Lord's fury erupted, the land around him erupting with a geyser of flames. Sensing something wrong, Ryu immediately flickered and vanished, but the Tao Lord was far more infuriated than anyone could have expected. All at once, every single one of Ryu's branching paths exploded, pillars of controlled flames rising up in a torrent. They were each as refined as needles and were no more than a foot in size. However, the flames of a Tao Lord were still the flames of a Tao Lord. Just the heat alone incinerated the surroundings, and very few managed to survive the onslaught within dozens of meters. Even so, the Tao Lord raised his head to the skies and laughed almost like a crazed maniac. He had only been chasing Ryu for a few minutes at most, and yet he felt like he had truly been losing his mind. It was only now he felt like his heart was finally light. "Say, what do you think he's laughing so hard about?" High in the skies, Ryu stood behind Commander Monk, who was locked in a furious battle, and pointed as though he was watching a circus clown. At this point, even Commander Monk was in shock about Ryu's appearance. Using spatial laws on the volatile battlefield down below was shocking enough, but up here the battle was on a whole other level. Now that he thought about it, how was Ryu even surviving with all this violence? It had to be remembered that even the attack of a transcendent could break the void, so hiding in the void in the midst of a battle of Tao Lords was absolutely useless. The Tao Lord seemed to have heard Ryu's words, and his neck nearly snapped, turning toward his direction so quickly. His eyes practically bulged out of his sockets, and he almost rubbed his eyes to make sure that he wasn't seeing this. He had been fooled. Again, his heart thumped wildly, fury pumping through his veins like the venom. "I want you dead." "Yikes," Ryu muttered. Not the slightest hint of a lord's demeanor. An infuriated roar filled the skies. Chapter 1804 Ryu Tatsuya. 1804 Ryu Tatsuya. Behind his playful demeanor, there was a frightening coldness hidden in the depths of his gaze. Could be said that he hated a lot of things honestly. Depending on the day, it might be that he hated being tested the most. On another day, it might be being provoked. Today, he particularly hated those that tried to kill him, and maybe that was the most normal of his hatreds. He was humiliating the Tao Lord on purpose because this was the best that he could do. He wanted to stamp this humiliation into his mind, ensuring that he would never forget it, until the day he came to take his life. Because unfortunately, that day would certainly not be today. And when he got his revenge, it wasn't just going to be against this bumbling fool of a Tao Lord. It would also be against Kaisa's supposed cousin, and also, Ryu looked into the skies and locked gazes with Commander Tiger again. He knew that the man was likely here, not under his own will, but that was what made it even more pathetic. To have the power of a Tao sovereign, and yet to still lower your head. Honestly speaking, this world might have a higher ceiling than the true martial world, but Ryu had yet to see even a single true warrior, and not a single expert with a Tao heart worth appreciating. All he had seen were jokes of a Tao, spineless cowards, and even Commander Tiger, who seemed to live and breathe battle, was only using it as an escape. After seeing his past lives, he could see reflections of himself in all of these people, and that was part of why they had all frustrated him so much. He had yet to stop slandering them in his thoughts, and he didn't feel that he would be able to stop doing so at any moment. And that was when exactly what Ryu was waiting for happened. A fourth Tao Lord rushed in from the distance just as the bumbling fool below wanted to rush at him again. It seemed that being in good favor with the Fey Sovereign had come with its perks. He might have been too foolish to read the tea leaves of the situation sharply enough, but at the very least, he had reacted in time. This was why Ryu had actively exposed and then stalled out the Tao Lord. So long as he wasted enough time, he knew that someone would come to deal with the rest for him. Silver Shield, you call yourself a lord? A Fey Lord rushed to the battlefield with a valiant momentum, clashing with the supposed Lord Silver Shield before he could even make it halfway to Ryu. Get out of my way, the Fey Lord sneered. How pathetic. The child was right. You really don't have the bearing of a lord. Not only did you attack a junior, you snuck around like a scuttling rat. Ryu's lip curled as he saw this. The Fey Lord was a woman, but her mouth was particularly sharp. He kind of liked that. However, what he would like even more was the carnage he was about to unleash. His aura changed, and a frightening cold came from him. Thunder clapped in the skies above and he vanished, appearing in the midst of the army once more without the slightest care. Ryu unleashed his wrath in the truest of senses. His frustrations only seemed to be piling up these days, and there was little he could do about it. He still hadn't resolved his past lives in his mind. He couldn't cultivate like he wanted in this world because that would mean exposing his chaotic silk meridians. So he had once again returned to his slow-paced, snail-like progress. And now ants were constantly trying to kill him when he hadn't even been here for a single week. How could he not be infuriated? All of you. Ryu moved through the battlefield like a phantom. Every time he appeared, 3 or 4 would die at a time. After the devastating blow that Lord Silver Shield had caused to his own armies, the cauldron in the skies was already wavering to begin with, but now the situation was far worse. Ryu seemed to see through every weakness and every flaw. Those far above him in cultivation had their armors crippled with one blow, and their bodies shattered in the other. They each died with confusion, wondering why the circulation patterns they were so used to had suddenly become so slow and sluggish. At first, he only targeted true sky gods, and not a single one of them could last more than a single exchange. His fists were akin to the Reaper's death scythe. However, after he ran out of them to kill, he moved on to perfect sky gods. He didn't even use Earth Gate, let alone Heaven Gate. Everyone else probably thought that this was because such a shocking method couldn't be used in quick succession. After all, it had only been 3 days since he last did so. But only Ryu knew that the real reason was because he was proving a point. So what if he was a true sky god? So what if this world was a tier above the true martial world and countless times better than his own? He was Ryu Tatsuya, no matter the time or space, and those that stood in his way only had a single path before them. Death. Bang! 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 He exchanged a furious set of blows with a perfect sky god. In the first dozen, they seemed to have been evenly matched, but in the next dozen, Ryu seemed to have seen through her flaws, reaching forward and slicing a hole through her neck with a finger. He met up against another, weathering a storm of descending flames as though they weren't even there and bursting their head with a fist. Chapter 1805 Kill. 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 1805 Kill. 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 He moved through the battlefield completely unhindered. He could sense Commander Tiger's gaze on him, and yet he didn't seem to care in the slightest. Kill. 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 Ryu's heart thrummed wildly and a vicious red aura began to permeate from him, with his every action being led by his heart, and his Tao shining like a resplendent beam in the skies. It felt as though a vicious Azura had descended upon the world. Gorgeous white scales reflected off his body, but his silvery eyes were quickly becoming a demonic shade of red. He roared and 10 cultivators that had surrounded him erupted into a fountain of blood. Dragon's roar fed on his fury as though powered by rage flames. More and more cultivators became to surrounding him in swarms, trying to pin him down or overwhelm his stamina. But how could they know that the one thing Ryu could never run out of was stamina? He had access to an entire plane worth of chi. He had the complete heavenly winds and his breath was truly endless. He had the life of phoenixes running through his veins, and he had the embryonic QI of the heavens pouring through his meridians. If he wanted to kill, he would kill until he was satisfied. His body was nothing more than his tool, a vessel to erupt with a majesty that could shock and tremble the skies. With a booming might, Ryu stomped onto the ground and his hair fluttered wildly in the wind. 3 transcendent sky gods appeared before him, each fueled by a majesty of flames and rising up to be over 10 meters tall. Their strength multiplied several times. Ryu activated idle control, and his gaze flickered with a cold light as he erupted to the same height. Take shape and espouse the true Tao. Ryu's voice rumbled, peeling through the skies like a bolt of lightning. Felt like time stilled and space froze. Just the summoning cadence of the technique alone made their blood run cold. Ryu still seemed to have no intention of using Heaven's Gate. Transcended sky gods? So what? Was he, Ryu Tatsuya, incapable of crossing 2 realms to fight against trash of this caliber? Heavenly Tao Tree. Runes fluttered like butterflies in the sky, a ray of golden light descending as the 8 trigram diagrams above and below Ryu expanded, the former rising up to cover the canopy of the looming Heavenly Tao Tree. Ryu took a step forward as his visualization solidified and the world rocked and rumbled. He punched out just a single time, but it seemed as though the 3 fiends had suddenly faced a myriad of transformations. They found it hard to know where to block and if they should even be blocking at all. They were entirely shocked because this felt like chaos, and yet not. But this was something that only the very best of their fiends race could even come close to replicating. However, such characters like Ryu wouldn't be anywhere near a battlefield like this one. It was then they came to a sudden realization. There was a reason they were here and not off in those secret lands like those true powerhouses. They were nothing more than fish in a barrel being thrown at a wall again and again just to inch advantages from the real plane. They were never important, nor would they ever be. And before a genius like Ryu, a true genius, their only path was to be slaughtered. The head of one of the transcendents was lopped into the air, a black flame dancing and incinerating his fluttering head to ashes before it could even hit the ground. At the same time, Ryu's fist collided against the chest of a second transcended and the latter's body shook. Ryu punched again, his fists layering shadows in the air, ethereal and untraceable. Bang! 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 The rain of fists seemed to be something the transcended couldn't react to at all. He was flooded with wounds, and his body looked like a cratered moon. The third transcended tried to save him, but the branches of the Heavenly Tao Tree fluttered. For a moment, it looked as though blossoms were dancing through the skies, falling in a delicate ambience of pink and rouge. But before he could even snap himself out of the trance, his body was separated into 7 pieces. The joints of his armor were perfectly targeted. First came his arms that flew into the air, then his legs. He was swiftly cut at the waist and his head soared into the skies. It all happened in a flash, a single blink. In one moment he was an intact, valiant warrior. In the next, limbs larger than normal men were falling from the skies in rains of blood and fire. Ryu's roars seemed to be fueling the monk battalion to greater heights. He seemed to have become their supporting pillar, their core and bright torch. He stood undefeated, crushing every opponent he faced with undeniable momentum. And yet, when he brought out his newly created technique, he seemed to have become an entirely new person. Nonetheless, the carnage was hair-raising and soon, even the cauldron above could no longer withstand it. Too many had died, and Ryu's relentless carnage only seemed to be increasing. The red aura around him was only growing denser and, at this point, those below the perfect sky god realm who met his gaze directly died, their hearts stopping being his valiant moment. His presence alone seemed capable of reaping lives now. At that moment, an unprecedented wave of danger hit Ryu, but he seemed to react as though he already knew that it was coming. His blood roared through his body, and he accelerated in a swift retreat. His teleportation pathways branched not just hundreds of ways this time, but millions in a single instant. He had held back before on purpose, not just to bait Silver Shield, but also because he knew that a certain shameless sovereign would be watching. And now it seemed Commander Tiger could no longer wait. Taking a chance, Commander Tiger shredded a path away from his battle with the Fey Sovereign, rushing toward Ryu and striking out with a heavy palm that blotted out the skies. Chapter 1806 Never Forget. 1806 Never Forget. Ryu's fist didn't rocket through the air again. He felt all the hairs on his body standing at attention, his senses roaring with life. The first feeling he had was fury, but it didn't slow his actions in the slightest. In fact, he only seemed to become sharper. There wasn't the slightest hint of fear in his heart, and deep inside, he felt like a man facing off against the world. What did he have to fear? At that moment, his heart thrummed like thunder and his organs shimmered with a bright light. A drop of embryonic chi shuttled through him and his fighting intent soared to the skies. The red aura around him formed a pillar, piercing into the skies and causing the enemies around him to fall one after another, their hearts erupting into a rain of blood. At that moment, Ryu faced off against a Tao sovereign, looking like a moth flying into a flame. And yet, his gaze only grew sharper and colder with every passing moment. It seemed that losing so many Tao lords wasn't enough for you all. In that case, lose a sovereign as well. His senses were filled with the thoughts of flames. One after another, they erupted across his body, each one of shocking origin. The dark flame, exuding an aura of death and darkness. It seemed to blanket the world with its bleakness, suffocating it all with its presence. The ice flame, it was mysterious and bitingly cold. It was hard to grasp, carrying the characteristics of a flame and yet not seeming like a flame at all. The rebirth flame, shimmering with echoes of red and gold. It danced with a majestic like that exuded the faintest hints of the Emperor Phoenix's nobility. The origin flame, the king of all flames, undisputed and unmatched, and yet the most docile of them all. However, Ryu wasn't just pulling on a normal origin flame, he was pulling on an origin flame rooted in his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. His heart trembled, but Ryu felt fiercer control now than he ever had before. His spiritual foundation was his Tao heart, and the strengthening of it shone through more fiercely now than ever before. Lines of fate. Ryu's eyes began to bleed even before he finished. There was a reason he hadn't used his eyes until now, even though the carnage he could have released with them would have been even more exaggerated. It was because he was stocking up all of his karmic chi for this very moment. To use technique of his eyes that he never had before, because it was an application of powerful abilities that had never graced this land before, and a product of Ryu's own innovation. Today, this world would learn the power of the heavenly pupils they didn't even have in their top 10. The world reflected blacks and whites in Ryu's eyes before the world became shades of fiery red. Everything seemed to happen in an instant. Veins popped in Ryu's eyes and blood leaks down his cheeks, seeping in between the white scales that coated the skin beneath his eyes and down his chin and neck. And yet, rather than making him look weak, it only gave him a fiercer gaze. Robbed the world of its color. In Ryu's eyes, the world had already been stripped of its color. That was what it meant to use lines of fate. It was to see the world for what it was, to see through the fate, and even read the future as predictable outlines of that very same fate. However, in that moment, Ryu seemed to have unleashed a different sort of majesty into the world. He pressed two fingers together and robbed the world of its color, was concentrated into a beam of karmic chi that left a line of black through the world that sliced even reality itself apart. Sever. Ryu's hoarse voice carried a biting cold. Despite the time it seemed to take, everything happened in an instant. The distance between Ryu and Commander Tiger was over 100 kilometers. But to a Dao sovereign, that was a distance they could cross before Ryu could even react. However, that was when Ryu's proactivity proved to be sufficient. He had spent every interaction with Commander Tiger pretending as though he couldn't sense his gaze or intentions. And this time, he acted before Commander Tiger even took action. The Tiger Battalion commander felt a cold chill as he felt as though he had lost something, but he was entirely unharmed. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood below, but only he could see the scene reflected in his eyes right now. One of the bundles of strings that made up the Commander Sovereign's body had been cut by him, as though he had forcefully restrained fate and twisted it to his will. It was then Commander Tiger suddenly faltered in the skies. He lost control of his chi in one instant, but then, even worse, the fire element, which had always heeded his call, blinked out of existence. He lost an arm and a leg, even becoming entirely bald and blind. At that moment, the Fey commander was desperately attacking from behind, trying to stop the situation. But he knew inwardly that it should be over. It was definitely over. A single brief instance, a single lapse, was enough for a Dao sovereign to cross thousands of kilometers, let alone a mere 100. But that was when a sight no one would ever forget happened. The desperate attack of the Fey commander. One that Commander Tiger should have been able to shrug off even without turning back, lopped his head off. The Fey commander's eyes widened, but Commander Tiger was even more shocked. As his head fell from the skies, and the heavens seemed to release a mournful cry, he didn't understand what had happened to him even until the last moment. It was just that before his gaze faded. He sensed Ryu's cold gaze. Chapter 1807 Morn. 1807 Morn. Ryu stood shakily, blood leaking from every orifice. At some point, the blood coming from his eyes had become a deep black, but soon, he forcefully stabilized his position, standing tall and straight. The breath coming from him roared like cyclones, his momentum piercing into the skies. He had had this thought for a very long time. It was just that he had never acted on it. Lines of fate didn't create things from thin air. Rather, it showed him an amalgamation of all the fate in the world in the form of lines, predictions, and percentages. Those lines of fate could just as easily be called karmic strings because that was what they were. So, what if he cut them? Levying such a strike was almost impossible. It would require a technique that was impossibly profound. To be clear, like Ryu had said, he wasn't creating anything when he used lines of fate. That meant that they were fused into the laws of the world, or even more simply, they were perpetually there. When things were put into this perspective, it all made sense. How many powerful cultivators fought every day? How many lords, sovereigns, even gods and those that stood near the pinnacle of all? If those lines were so easy to harm, and it was clear that they were always around, then why didn't these battles shatter and destroy everything? How was it that they managed to remain intact? And on the flip side, what would it take to influence them? Ryu answered his own question. Rob the world of its color had seemed like one of his blander techniques. It just stole the chi in an area and locked it away, stopping others from using it. There were plenty of techniques that could mimic this, but that was a layman's description of the method. Ryu, who had awakened the method, of course understood the underlying mechanisms. It was just that he didn't care to explore them until he realized there were many more secrets to this method than he knew. Rob the world of its color wasn't just a generic area control ability. Or, more accurately, though it could be used as one, it was in a class entirely of its own. That was because it didn't just suppress chi or strip it away, hiding it, and it didn't even cut off the enemy's senses to it. Quite literally robbed the world of its color, just like its name said. It severed not just the connection of an enemy to chi, but the very heavens themselves. It cut out a piece of the world and displayed it to a new plane of karma, one that was entirely under Ryu's control. That was why Ryu had said those that thought that Heaven's Gate was the only shocking technique of his heavenly pupils were fools. Every single one of his methods functioned with a shocking underlying mechanism. What sort of concept was it to sever chi even from the heavens themselves? It was stripping that chi of all its fate, all of its relation to the heavens, and since it could do that, why couldn't it cut a line of fate? Unfortunately, the idea was truly idiotic, and not because it was foolish. Obviously, it had worked, and all of his speculations were correct. However, even with all his setup, he felt like an arrow at the end of its flight. He had pulled on all the fire affinity he had, enhancing his connection with Fate of Fire in the region. That helped him find the line of fate connected to Commander Tiger that was related to his element. Cutting this line was like cutting the lifeblood of a fiend, as their entire cultivation was built on their element. That was why Commander Tiger even lost control of his chi near the end and nearly fell out of the skies. The real reason it was idiotic was because he was truly spent right now. His body felt like it had been wrung dry and it was hard to muster any strength. He was already circulating embryonic chi, but to his astonishment, despite no longer being suppressed, it was taking an exceedingly long time to heal these injuries, and he understood why immediately. These weren't normal injuries. This was a karmic backlash. It was essentially what had happened when his Tao heart shattered back then, but in a countless micro-cracks form instead. The heavens themselves were infuriated with his actions and had lashed out. So, embryonic chi was struggling to heal it. Ryu had no choice but to flood even more embryonic chi into himself, willing to run his river dry if he had to. But this time he had truly thought too much. Because not a single soul seemed willing to get near him. They looked at him as though they were staring at a demon, their hearts trembling so fiercely that some fell on their asses, collapsing. At that moment, Ryu had cracks of karma fluctuating around him wildly, fissuring reality and eating away at the world. Even if their cultivation wasn't high enough to sense what had just happened, everyone here would be too foolish to think that it had nothing to do with Ryu. And the Fey commander, who had been a third party to it all, was even more shaken than them all. That was because he was certain of one thing. Although it was his strike that killed Commander Tiger, and it was likely that even if that very same frail Commander Tiger was placed in front of Ryu, all of his strength wouldn't have been enough to even break his skin, let alone kill him. This kill was 90% Ryu and at most 10% him. It had been centuries since the last time a Tao sovereign had fallen in their war. But today one had. The skies continued to mourn, a rain of blood falling in the form of motes of crimson light. The clouds opened up. When a sovereign died, even the heavens mourned. Chapter 1808 Tremble. 1808 Tremble. It looked as though the skies were crying tears of blood. The entire region for thousands of miles changed color, and many fell to their knees, unable to withstand the pressure. But Ryu looked right into the skies as the rain of blood fell onto his face. It pooled on his body, fusing with his own blood and running down his body in heavy droplets. He could feel it, the intangible fate that was always too illusory and vague. Now, it felt not quite like just any other energy to him, but still far more accessible than it ever had been in the past. He could feel the gazes on him, those gazes of shock, awe, fear. He could hear their heartbeats, their erratic beating and their quaking cadences. He could sense the clenching of their fists, their apprehension. It felt like the world was roaring out to him, and his ephemeral tapestry seemed to have broken through a new level, one that he couldn't touch no matter how hard he tried right now. His eyes were far too spent. It was likely that for the next few days he wouldn't be able to use them at all. And the only reason he could use a metric of days rather than years or decades as a measurement was only because he had embryonic qi. Even then, he knew it would take time. What he had done just now had gained a great deal of respect and fear, but it wasn't something that had come without a price. Even if it had been a normal mortal, he attempted to do such a thing with, he would have suffered greatly. The only reason he managed to do this now was because he had natural treasures the likes of which rarely appearing in his body. Only because he had the king of all flames in his body, not just once but twice over, did he dare to do this? That was the reality. Without his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, and without being able to target the elements in specific, he would have never succeeded, at least not until he truly grasped the power of a Tao god. But feeling what it was like to wield power of that level, to cast judgment on the fate of another and change it as you pleased, Ryu felt his heart throbbing, wanting for more, pining for it. He was insatiable, and his blood-thirstiness only seemed to increase. He could sense that many who had felt fear realized that they couldn't take a step back. If they lost in this fashion, their lives would be wiped out right here and now. And even if they managed to escape, how could Tao God Cloudfire possibly let them go? There was only one way forward now, and that was to kill or capture Ryu. Seeing that he was teetering on the edge, they saw their opportunity and rushed forward. The members of the battalion seemed to awaken to Ryu's plight, and to their credit, they worked to block the path. Ryu had just gained the merit of aiding to slay a Tao sovereign. If they couldn't do their part, wouldn't they be too ashamed to raise their heads? However, Ryu seemed indifferent to it all, continuing to stare into the skies. His body felt like it had given everything it had, and yet he grinned a bloody grin. His focus chi was spent, his bones were practically shattered, and his muscles were ripped to pieces. At the same time, his eyes had blurred, making it difficult to see much of anything. And yet, he spread out his arms, his aura rising like a tide. In that moment, his soul rose out of his forehead. First, it looked like a small flickering flame of black, but soon is condensed into a small black humanoid figure. It sat cross-legged, and it seemed to be the only part of Ryu that was entirely unaffected. It opened its mouth and a large amount of chi began to be refined into spiritual quintessence. Bang! Ryu shattered a barrier, entered the perfect soul quintessence realm in a single bound. His focus chi was replenished by a small margin thanks to the breakthrough, his soul capacity expanding once again. His heavenly Tao tree visualization appeared once again. Ryu continued to stand there, but the tree lashed out for him. Everything that came close was ripped to shreds, sometimes being torn into several organized pieces as though Ryu was sculpting or butchering rather than fighting a battle. The perfect Black Buddy soul was an interesting thing. These last few months, Ryu couldn't help but think of the perfect in its name. It elicited the same meanings and hidden understandings that the perfect in his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. He had been wondering for a long time why that was. But after learning about his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he just assumed that it was related to its ability to break limits and reach true perfection. It and his spiritual foundation were like two sides of the same coin. Both were aspect of his incorporeal souls, and they happened to share a similar nature. But just now, Ryu had had a true breakthrough, the kind that one could only have once in a lifetime. If you weren't a true monster, that is, guiding his martial arts with his heart. With how close his Tao heart and his perfect Black Buddy soul were to one another, why couldn't they guide one another as well? In that, the aspect of his body that his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation should have the most ability to exert control over should be his perfect Black Buddy soul. In that case, Ryu told it to push him beyond perfect. In an instant, he had broken through and his black soul shimmered with a resplendent light that seemed to swallow all things. Ryu was slowly beginning to find more and more connections between his talents. And the day he truly fused them all, existence would tremble. Chapter 1809 Tiger. 1809 Tiger. The battle came to an end. There was no suspense. Even with such a small amount of focus chi left, Ryu was a true monster. How could the rabble know that what Lionel was best at was maximizing his focus chi? His internal matrix was like a program in his own mind, streamlining his thought processes and making his execution of his thoughts far more efficient. These ants weren't worthy of making him use more than the focus chi he had. In fact, as he battled, he became more valiant because his focus chi was actually slowly replenishing. As his mind became sharper, so too did his body as his embryonic chi continued to work. Also, it wasn't as though the Fey Sovereign was useless. Because of treaties, he couldn't take personal action. It was clear that the fiends had been willing to break these rules because of Ryu's existence. However, that was the privilege of the strong, while the weak could only bow their heads. That said, while the Fey Sovereign might have been spineless in this regard, he wasn't silent. He stood in the skies, exerting pressure on the Tao Lords. They could only despair as they were killed one after another, even swifter. In the end, they were forced to retreat in abject failure. The Fey Sovereign thought about giving chase. Right now, there was a huge hole in the Fiend army. Not only had they lost a sovereign to protect this part of the battlefield, but their vanguard and battalion had been wiped out. However, in the end, after looking toward Ryu, he decided against it. In his heart, the Fey Sovereign made a decision. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He didn't feel much of a sense of accomplishment in killing a Tao Sovereign. The truth was that the road went both ways. The reason Ryu could always remain indifferent to powerful existences was because he didn't care for them. He felt that these strong existences weren't very impressive because the only difference between himself and them was a matter of time. Anything that could be accomplished with sufficient time simply wasn't something that could move Ryu's heart, and it was all meaningless to him. As such, he could ignore Tao Sovereigns. And likewise, he felt no sense of accomplishment for having killed one. But what was interesting to him was that his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, in these hours, had risen in rank considerably. From the 30s, it had already entered the 20s. He wondered what this world would think once they realized this. In fact, they had almost certainly noticed already. Those with heavenly pupils would have sensed the shift, and they almost certainly existed since there was such a ranking. Of course, Ryu wasn't one to care for the opinions of others. What he was more interested in now was his own safety. He had ultimately been forced to act today because there was no other choice, but that didn't mean that it was a good thing for him. Having a peak founding Tao was enough, but there was a reason he had tried to hide much of his strength. Heal first. Tao God Cloudfire had never expected such a thing to happen. When he heard the news, he almost wanted to go and personally confirm it, but it wasn't possible, and he knew that. The movement of a Tao God had completely different connotations. Could be said that everything until now was still mostly a child's game. However, if he tried to do something, these small skirmishes with set rules and decorum would devolve into an all-out slugfest. In truth, he had already crossed that line by having Commander Tiger attack in the end, though that was only supposed to have been a last measure. What he didn't expect was that Commander Tiger would actually die, and that was its own can of worms. Tao God Cloudfire couldn't help but frown. Commander Tiger seemed like someone with an inferior background, but this was exactly the opposite. He was actually just an extremely stubborn member of a high-level clan. This clan wasn't among the supremes of their race, but it was just a level below. All things considered, Commander Tiger's skill and talent were inferior to his peers, but he had good parents. The reason he had been punished was because he was in line for the patriarch position of their clan, but he was far too weak. In the end, his position had been handed to another. Back then, he had been very immature and couldn't hold his words in or rein in his actions. As such, he lashed out, calling the Elder Council fools, cursing their current patriarch, and refusing to appear at the acknowledgement ceremony. In the end, he had been sent to the front lines to repent. The reality was that so long as he returned to the clan, apologized, and acknowledged the patriarch, he would be reinstated and continue to live the life of a nobleman. But he had been unwilling to do so. In the end, Cloudfire was put in charge of him, and he had been steadily applying pressure over the years. To the surprise of the family, Commander Tiger continued to improve afterward, and he was showing faint signs of awakening their clan's bloodline. This bloodline was exceptionally odd, and it was said that the later on in cultivation it awakened, the stronger it was. The trouble was that no one had ever heard of it awakening after the omniscient Sky God realm. But the fact that Commander Tiger was continuing to unearth his potential day after day made many old fogies begin to take an interest in him again. But now he was dead, and because of orders from Cloudfire, no less. Cloudfire wasn't afraid. Quite frankly, he feared no one. He just felt that the trouble would be particularly infuriating. And if this news was true, the morale of the humans would be particularly difficult to handle. Ryu was suddenly called to the Fey Sovereign once again. "You want me to leave?" Ryu asked with a raised brow. Chapter 1810 Reversal. 1810 Reversal. Ryu was a bit surprised when he heard the Fey Sovereign's words. He knew that he couldn't spend forever on this battlefield, and that the situation would only grow more and more dangerous the longer he stayed, and maybe even a Tao god would move out against him at some point if he caused too much devastation. But he still didn't expect for the orders to come down so soon. Well, a Tao god making a move was probably unrealistic because of the escalation. But what would he do if they sent out 2 Tao sovereigns? Honestly, they just needed to send out a single Tao lord that wasn't completely incompetent, and he would be finished. He didn't take anything that happened today for granted, despite the fact he hadn't taken any pride in it. To go where? Ryu finally asked. He had a few ideas about what the Fey Sovereign might say, and to his expectations he got the expected answer. Up. The Fey Sovereign pointed a finger upward. He didn't explain more because anyone who was born in this world would know what he meant. This world was quite special in that it wasn't like the true martial world, having 9 planes with varying tiers of strength. Instead, it was just one large plane with the chaos and real planes divided by the rainbow screen. However, what was interesting was that while there was just one plane, there were still multiple small worlds within these worlds. It had been a long while since Ryu entered a small world, but what was even more interesting about these ones was that they weren't created by the hands of experts or powers like clans or sects, but were rather natural phenomena. In fact, according to the memories that Ryu had been given, they were more like a cross between worlds and holy battlefields. The former were self-explanatory. As for the latter, one had to recall that a holy battlefield was a land where experts had once fought and in droves, and died by a measure just as large. These spaces tended to leave the wills of powerful experts behind, and they were often excellent places to learn. In this world, though, the significance of them was entirely different because these holy worlds were also part of the reason that the Chaos Plane could take precedent in this world. While it was true that this world seemed to favor the Chaos Plane, the reality was that no world would naturally do so. While existence tended toward chaos, the creation of actual worlds was built on order. It was odd for a world to break the mold, especially after the Fiend race had been beaten back as they were. The real reason behind the rise of the Fiend race in this world wasn't just their shrines, though they played a large part. A huge reason was also because of these holy worlds. In Sacrum's history, there had been a great battle between the Fey race and the ancient beasts for dominion over the world. The winner was blessed by the heavens and ruled for many years afterward. If not for the decline of their bloodline, the Tatsuya clan would have never had a chance to rise up and become as powerful as they did. At least that was the story as Ryu knew it. Could be said that in this world, that battle was still perpetually ongoing, never to stop or pause. The holy worlds were pockets of distortion that held the heavenly laws. These worlds had an odd quirk that allowed them to constantly remain in a state of primordial ripeness. Primordial was a word reserved for the beginning of worlds. They were the highest state a world had ever achieved. The problem, of course, with the primordial state of world is that while these environments were the absolute best for growth, the primitive people who lived under those conditions had yet to create long-lasting heritages and were as such not much stronger than those that came a long while after. And, by the time they did have powerful heritages, built on the backs of generations of work, the world was no longer in its strongest state. And as such, they were slightly weaker overall. This world, though, had constant pockets of primordial-grade holy worlds popping up. These worlds were exceptionally small, and they had strict rules, but they existed nonetheless. On top of this, the most important part was that when a battle was won in these worlds, it could shift the balance. Because these holy worlds were in a primordial state, the faith that one gathered on it could trick the world into thinking the battle for supremacy of race was still ongoing. As such, it could change the situation and the laws in the real world. As such, one could imagine just how important these holy worlds were, and it also explained why Ryu didn't expect to get such a privilege so early on, either. Entering these places wasn't a joke, and it could be said that the fate of the entire world was riding on it. Normal people couldn't enter, and this was why there were no true geniuses or even half-geniuses on this battlefield. They were all battling it out in the holy worlds, hoping to change the situation down here. Of course, the changes that they could make were limited the lower their cultivation was. After all, the most amount of fate could only be moved by the truly powerful. However, even enough ants could take down an elephant should the situation warrant it. As such, even fragmented sky gods had their place in the struggle, let alone true sky gods like Ryu. Ryu, of course, had different thoughts than everyone else about these matters. When he heard of the existence of these worlds, he was fascinated. Was it really that they allowed chaos to reign after a reversal? Or was it chaos that allowed them to exist?
Chapter 1811 brat. 1811 brat.
According to the memories the dream wraith passed on to him, in the past, the real plane had been superior in this world, but the fiends reversed the situation by dominating the holy worlds. Eventually, the script flipped, but Ryu had a far deeper understanding of chaos than most people. And no matter how he looked at it, the only thing that could revert a world back to a primordial state was chaos. According to the laws of physics, there was nothing that said spilled water couldn't reverse its situation and return to its cup. It was also mathematically possible for a person to suddenly teleport across the universe. But these things never happened. Not in a state of order. Ryu looked at these holy worlds in the same fashion. A world reverting to its infancy state and regaining strength and power made absolutely no sense, unless chaos was involved. If he was right, then the real plane was almost certainly fighting a losing battle. From the very beginning, the fiends should have had an advantage. The question was, why was this narrative being spread? Or how exactly was the wool being pulled over the eyes of these existences? Ryu could hand-wave it away because he understood chaos intimately, but what incentive did the fiends' gods, who also should have such a deep level of comprehension, have for not disseminating this matter? Of course, all of this was just speculation. Ryu didn't know enough about this world to say anything for certain, and he was just shooting in the dark. But the theory intrigued him enough that he wanted to see if he could find anything of interest once he went. Which battlefield? Ryu eventually asked. You have merits in the death of a Tao sovereign. You should be able to enter a high-grade battlefield, but... Ryu didn't say anything, just clasping his hands behind his back. The Fey sovereign still thought that he was some poor kid who had had his family destroyed. Well, that was true, but not in the way he would have expected. According to Ryu's merits, he should be able to pick any holy world he wanted to enter. But it was clear that things hadn't gone the way the Fey sovereign expected. Ryu actually found all of this to be quite amusing. There was so much corruption in these armies that they were even casually suppressing those that didn't deserve to be suppressed. Ryu's story was complete nonsense, and he shouldn't have offended anyone but Commander Monk on the real plane side. In fact, he had gained the favor of a supreme commander like the Fey Sovereign, so he should be smooth sailing. Who would have thought that he'd be suppressed because of a story he made up? If he was correct, then they had likely read the reports, assumed that he had offended some bigwig but didn't dare to investigate who. Any clan that could produce a genius with so many powerful bloodlines like Ryu would certainly be huge, and if they had been destroyed, then the perpetrator was even larger. Very few would dare to investigate such a thing, and so Ryu was left in limbo. There was likely another reason as well. He was a human. A human with a peak founding Tao had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then, like a streaking star, he helped kill 2 Tao lords and had a hand in the death of a Tao sovereign. Ryu had vaguely heard from chats around him that the human race only had a single Tao god, and he had also already deduced that the human race had certainly been suppressed by both sides. In such a situation, how could he not continue to be suppressed? A peak founding Tao gave him far too high a chance of becoming a Tao god in the future, and they seemed to refuse to want to allow it. In the end, that was the situation. Who made the decision about this? Ryu asked curiously. The Fey Sovereign's expression changed, and he grew serious. Do not ask questions that you shouldn't ask, child. There are many things that you don't have the right to know, and names that you cannot casually speak. All decisions about holy worlds, regardless of the grade or size, are made by Tao gods. Ryu's lip curled. He wouldn't have asked this question had he not already seen through the Fey Sovereign's kind intention for him. Knowing it was a Tao god wouldn't really change his opinion much at all. He still wanted to know who it was. But since the Fiend Sovereign had mentioned the matter of speaking names being taboo, Ryu chose to let it slide for now. Of course, he had enough control over karmic strings and his own fate to speak whatever name he wanted without fear of consequences. But that clearly wasn't the same for everyone. And his eyes hadn't recovered yet enough to allow him to help the Fey Sovereign. But that much was still fine. He would slowly find out about all of these things. Even Tao sovereigns had to die before him when they threatened his life. Soon enough, he'd be able to scheme Tao gods to their deaths as well. In the end, Ryu was sent to a true Great Holy World. Such worlds could only hold up to true sky gods. When he learned about this, he couldn't help but laugh. Was this supposed to be a punishment of some sort? He would be able to clear this world on his own in a matter of weeks. However, the Fey Sovereign seemed to still be worried, and that was despite him having seen Ryu's abilities. Obviously, there was more to this matter than Ryu knew, but when he got there, he was shocked to find out the reason. He stood in the lobby of a building, an old man with a row of crooked yellow teeth looking at him while holding out a mop. "Get to it, brat." Ryu looked the mop up and down as though it was the first time he had seen such a thing. Chapter 1812 Dissatisfaction. 1812 Dissatisfaction. Ryu continued to look at the mop, feeling somewhat incredulous. Even when his enemies tried to humiliate him, none had ever stooped so low. Finally, he looked up from the mop to see that the old man was looking at him with earnestness. Though his words were a bit crude, it didn't seem like he had done it out of maliciousness, but rather that he felt that he was talking to an equal. Ryu reached forward, and when the man thought he was going to take the mop, he patted him on the shoulder instead. "Enjoy yourself, old man." Then, without another word, Ryu walked into the building, having no intention of helping at all. His temperament might have been refined again and again, but there were still certain things that Ryu would never do. However, maybe this time the reason for them had changed. The real reason he had no intention of picking up the mop this time was because he knew that it would be a waste of his time. He had no intention of wasting away here doing menial labor. It was hilarious that they thought that they could suppress him like this. He could read their thoughts even without having ever seen their faces. They thought that even if the ceiling here was only true sky god, Ryu would never dare to do anything that could be reported to the outside world. All of the matters of these holy worlds were decided by the Tao gods, so as long as one ordered Ryu to exit, wouldn't he have to listen? Of course, Ryu would try to hide away in here forever, but what genius would be willing to watch their talent waste away for years on end only because they couldn't control their temper? And honestly, at least in the latter case, they were right. Ryu really would never waste away his time in here, hiding away from the fury of a Tao god. But where they strayed was in thinking that this would be enough to get him to change his thoughts and actions. By the time Ryu stepped out of this place, he was confident that even a Tao god wouldn't dare to target him so easily. Of course, that wasn't because he thought this place would increase his strength so much, though he knew that this would be an excellent place to strengthen himself. Instead, it was because the notoriety of his name would begin to hold too much weight. In a luxurious room, the sounds of jeering and laughter could be heard. Within it, one could see an array of races of all kinds. However, there were probably three main groups in the region: the Fae, the Fairies, and a peculiar race of humanoids that seemed both human and not at the same time. This race of humanoid was known as the Naturals. They took on the human form, but they were all naturally born with spirit bodies. In this way, they were a lot like the Fairies, though not quite. They were a truly odd existence, but they could be summarized with a single line. They were the offspring of Fae and Fairies. It could be said that they gained aspects of both. Fairies weren't known for their powerful bodies, but the Fae were. And in the end, the Naturals got caught in between the two of them. One would think that they'd either be weaker than both races, or potentially stuck in the middle of them. But in line with the chaos of these planes, these Naturals actually seemed to be uniquely powerful in their own right. Many of them showed signs of suppressing both the Fae and the Fairies. If Ryu had been here, he would have found it endlessly fascinating. That's because according to what he knew, The Fae were the superior race between them and the Fairies. The Fairies descended from the Fae and their bodies grew weaker as they focused more on elemental combat. But these naturals, who seemed neither human nor ghost, the result of their intermarriages, were somehow particularly eye-catching. And they also happened to be a race that Ryu had simply never seen before. Despite the fact they all seemed to be of differing races, they were all actually part of just a single large branching family. The Luminara clan. In this world, the most powerful clans were just 6. The Sun clan, the Moon clan, the Golden Lion clan, the Dragon Whale clan, the Three-Legged Golden Crow clan, and, begrudgingly, the Sha clan, the only central human power. In practice, though, this was only because the humans had a Tao god, and had no choice but to be added on that list. Otherwise, it would only be just 5. While it might seem like beasts had an upper hand, this wasn't the case at all. After all, Ryu had already seen through the fact it was very difficult for beasts to rise in this world. So how could they? The truth of the matter was that the so-called Sun and Moon clans were separated into 10 branches and 1 main clan. These branches were colloquially separate, but all 11 centers of power practically advanced and retreated as one. They might as well have been a single enormous clan. In addition, every time a Tao god was born from one of the branches, they would change their name to Sun or Moon, resulting in their branches not having the ability to rise beyond their station as branches. And yet, these branch clans seemed to have no issue with this at all. The Luminara clan was precisely one of these branch clans, and they were under the purview of the Moon clan. Within the 10 branches, they were ranked 7th, and they currently had 1 Tao god still serving in the Moon clan. When they heard that a human was coming to their holy world, one that they had already cornered off for their personal use, how could they not be dissatisfied? Chapter 1813 Bold. 1813 Bold. What do you think? He's probably mopping up the lobby right about now. Don't you think? What a boring thing to say. Haha. What would be more interesting to Brother the Lin? A bet, of course. What sort? How many days will it take him to make the lobby spotless? A burst of laughter came in an endless rain. They seemed to find their own jokes to be the most hilarious in the world, with a disgusting sort of vulgarity and self-complacency. These sorts of rich young masters were considered to be among the most worthless of the world. Many of them were only fragmented sky gods, with a slight plurality of false sky gods. They would never go to the most important battlefields of the world, and honestly speaking, despite all the importance of these holy worlds, most of them had situations that had long since stabilized into a stalemate and could actually just be considered protected regions. In reality, these youths came here for no other reason than to protect their lives. They spent days on end lazing around while those less talented than them fought tooth and nail on the front lines. Of course, there were some exceptions. No matter how willful these powerful clans were, they wouldn't dare to be too casual with a holy world. There were definitely true geniuses here. It was just that they weren't in this room, and quite frankly, that was by design. To those existences, even if they were dissatisfied with Ryu's appearance as well, they would only pass the buck to these useless few. After all, what was more humiliating than being suppressed by the useless? Anyone who could form a peak founding Tao was undoubtedly prideful. But they would make Ryu bow his head before them. Who cared what his Tao was at now? Until he became at least a lord, it was all fleeting clouds. And even then, there was no guarantee he'd be able to carry it forward to sovereignty and then godhood. As for the news about the death of the sovereign, they hadn't seen it themselves, and even if Ryu had played a part, in their opinion, it could only be an infinitely small part. In fact, what the Fae Sovereign hadn't told Ryu was that he had faced suppression because of his report. The Fae Sovereign's situation was peculiar. He was a Fae, but not among the most powerful 22 clans. Then, he suddenly decided to support a human. It looked as though he was trying to elevate Ryu to give him a chance at becoming a god. It had to be remembered that the Fae Sovereign was already at the peak of sovereignty. He had thought that he would be frozen there for the rest of his life, but then Ryu's bow had given him a small sliver of a chance forward. There was no one that could sense this chance more clearly than a true Tao god. So when the Fae Sovereign went to report, it obviously caused some discomfort. Could be said, then, that there were multiple things working against Ryu. Not just his own race, but that of his backers as well. Due to these factors, very few took these rumors seriously, and many more thought that the Fae was just trying to gather enough merits to exchange for resources to become a Tao god. But if another Tao god appeared, then the balance of power might shift again. And with the Fae sovereign supporting Ryu, a human, who was to say that he might not side with the humans in the future as well? The complicated politics had all led to this. In fact, just in exchange for entering this low-class holy world, the Tao god behind the scenes had taken all of Ryu's military merits, an absolutely outrageous price. No matter how valuable a holy world, how could one with a cap of true sky god possibly be worth the death of a sovereign? It was a clearly shameless move, and yet no one had said a single thing about it. However, it was under these jeers and laughs that a servant suddenly walked in, moving forward swiftly toward the Lin, who sat at the head of the table. He leaned over and whispered into Thalin's ear. The Lin frowned and his brows became gloomy. He was already feeling dissatisfied with the appearance of the servant, but he couldn't do anything. He was a lower true sky god, but this servant was already a peak true sky god. Even the servants in this place had to be powerful, or else what was the point? However, the information he received made him even more gloomy. He's not mopping like he was told? The Lin slowly stood, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. Does he not know that these orders came down from Sister Vespera and Brother Vespa? He's quite bold. These two could be considered the real backbone of the holy world, a pair of twins with exceptional power. It was said they shared a special bone structure that likewise allowed them to exude a unique and magnificent aura. Before stepping into this holy world, they already had battle records that shocked the world. Together, they had managed to kill several perfect sky gods, and it was said that they had even once injured a transcended into fleeing by working together. Of course, the transcended was only on the same level as the useless trash that Ryu had killed on the front lines. But it was a feat that had shocked the world. Nonetheless, because this world only had a single plane, the varying levels of talent could have drastic gaps between them. This was why crossing levels to do battle was far more common in this world. And yet, wasn't that the difference? Working together, they had made a transcended flee. But on his own, how many had Ryu slaughtered? He had long since lost count. It seemed that the news of him helping to kill a sovereign had shrouded the news of his other feats. Where is he now? The Lin growled. I want to see how bold this man really is. Chapter 1814 Useless Trash. 1814 Useless Trash. What the Lin couldn't have imagined was that after a casual glance around, Ryu would no longer be at their headquarters. At that moment, Ryu sat on the edge of a city wall, looking out into the distance. They really thought through everything, huh? The world around him was shrouded in snow, but not quite snow. As it fell from the skies, it looked more like ash was raining down, as if a volcano had erupted in the distance and shrouded the clouds. But the biting cold was clear all on its own. This was most definitely not as simple as ash, but it likely wasn't as simple as snow either. The reason Ryu felt that they had thought of everything was because, according to his understanding, all holy worlds had their own unique quirks. In addition, it had to be remembered that they were holy worlds and part holy battlefield. That meant there were insights to be gained in the world based on its attributes. With the skills Ryu had shown off, he should have certainly been sent to a world of fire or lightning, even if he was sent to such a weak one. But not only did they send him to such a pitifully weak world, but they sent him to one that clashed with his strengths and attributes. Or, at the very least, the strengths and attributes that he had shown. Ryu truly didn't know what to say about this level of pettiness. Were they truly so much more interested in fighting for benefits than actually winning this war? With the head start that the Fae had, were they really so scared of the rise of others? If the real plane was on equal footing with the Chaos plane, it would still be foolish, but it would at least be more understandable. But they were so ridiculous, even with their backs against the wall. It made one wonder if this was truly just incompetence, or if there was something more sinister going on. They were very lucky that he only had 100 years to work with. Less, even as he had the intention to leave in time to participate in the tidal steel battle that was just over 90 years from now. Or else he would definitely dedicate himself to wiping them from existence. Why am I so surprised? Ryu looked out into the world and chuckled. In the past, this would have enraged him beyond the point of reason. But now he just found it pathetic. Hadn't he seen these things before? What were the limitations on the true martial world's Daos if not a different flavor of the same thing? Would the true martial world still be so weak if not for these artificial limitations? Well, calling the true martial world weak was a bridge too far, but he still felt that it was too unfortunate. It's too bad that they're still fools. Ryu's gaze flashed with a blue light. His affinity for Een was no less than the fierce yang of his flames and lightning. This world had no ability to restrict him and would only help him. He had heard that there was a great reward for clearing holy worlds. If he did it alone, the reward was substantial enough to move even himself. He couldn't use his chaotic silk meridians to cultivate in this world any longer, so his speed of cultivation had plummeted. In addition, because of the chi realm cap of this world, he couldn't use his eyes to increase his realm either. As such, both Earth and Heaven Gate were useless here as well. However, did he need Earth and Heaven Gates to face off against cultivators at his own realm? In fact, he was looking forward to it. He wanted to know just how powerful the geniuses of this world could get. A fighting intent bloomed in his heart and shook the surrounding air. Ryu stood. He hadn't been sitting here wasting time. Instead, he had been scouting out the city. This city was colloquially known as the headquarters, officially known as Ashen Ice City, sharing the same name as this particular holy world. The city was enormous. By now, Ryu had seen many things, but even he still felt that it was so. For such a small world to have such a grand city, one could imagine the effort that the real and chaos planes put into all holy worlds, regardless of status. There were 4 gates in Ashen Ice City, each one embroidered with a silver wolf howling into the skies. This silver wolf was the symbol of the Luminara clan. It was majestic and almost holy in its own right. But in Ryu's eyes, it was just another blatant sign of corruption. Why would the holy worlds, that should be the product of the efforts of all the real plane, have a headquarters with the symbol of just a single clan? They weren't even trying to hide it. Other than this, the city was quite low profile. The buildings were simple, but filled with profundities. These were the few signs of propriety that the real plane still had. At the very least, the majority of the wealth had been invested into the protective formations of this Ashen Ice City, and that was because the city protected the faith well of the real plane. Faith wells were usually existences that only appeared in sects and clans, but here it was attached to a city. This was because winning a holy world was just as much about a battle of faith as anything else. These worlds were cornered off from the rest of existence, and as such almost had their own independent laws. It could be said that, in a way, those fighting on the side of one or another would technically be forming their own temporary sects. In that case, the faith well was a huge part of their combat prowess. It's too bad that they could only let true sky gods set up these formations, and it shows. Ryu shook his head as he reflected on the memorized formation. It was far too shoddy in his opinion, but that was good. That meant he probably didn't have to worry much about the large-scale formations of the enemy either. He realized now that it was rare he came across formations designed for those at his cultivation realm. He was so used to deciphering formations far above his level. It seems I've become overly cautious. Ryu reflected on his own heart once again. In the past, he would have long since set out and gone on a killing spree, letting his arrogance and heart guide his actions. But now, the matters with the dream wraith and those 9 figures seemed to have ended abruptly. But only Ryu knew that it was still affecting his mind even now. It consumed his thoughts and warped his perception of the world. Why else would he be being so cautious if not for the fact he was now more keenly aware than ever that this was the last life he would have? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the snow wrapping around him. There! The sudden voice broke Ryu's tranquility, and his eyes opened up with a cold light. A group of youths led by the Lin marched over. Ryu had never hidden his tracks, so it was all too easy for them to find him. In reality, he had run into some trouble climbing up to this place as well. After all, not just anyone could casually stand on the city wall. But he had already tossed that matter away long ago. Soon enough, the Lin and the others were right behind him, but Ryu couldn't even be bothered to turn around. He was interested in the geniuses of this world, but these few were only slightly better than the trash on the front lines. Ryu couldn't be bothered to take them very seriously. Their barks and jabs fell on deaf ears. Ryu was still trying to figure out his next step. Should he just bulldoze his way through? No. It would be difficult even for him. There would certainly be real geniuses on the other side, and suppressing them would be difficult if they came in droves since he didn't have Earth and Heaven gates. Well, the main problem wasn't that he was afraid of being unable to suppress them. He could certainly do that. But if the fiends started sending in endless reinforcements, wouldn't he end up stuck in a forever war? It wasn't like he could rely on these fools. This was one of the reasons that decisive victory was so difficult in Holy Worlds. The moment one side showed signs of weakness, they would send help. It kept most of these Holy Worlds in a perpetual state of stalemate. It seems I probably still need more information. Then, Suddenly, Ryu's gaze turned frighteningly cold as a fist shot toward his back. Ryu didn't even turn around as his aura almost carelessly flared up. Bang! The Lin let out a scream, his arm shattering. He fell to the ground, grabbing onto his shoulder stump as he shrieked. Ryu was left speechless once again. Was this really a true sky god? Screaming at this volume, probably as much as half the Holy World could hear him. With this sort of commotion, there would certainly be a large number alerted. Ryu was annoyed. He kicked out, his foot smashing against Thalin's mouth and shattering all his teeth. The shards shredded his tongue to minced meat and sent him flying off the wall. Since he was going to get in trouble anyway, he might as well vent. Useless trash. Leaving these cold words behind, he fluttered down the city wall, slowly walking into the distance and toward Fiend Race territory. Chapter 1815 New Mountain. 1815 New Mountain. Ryu moved leisurely as though he wasn't afraid of being caught up with at all. However, he had already seen through a great many things as he moved. The Holy World was one with a cap at the true Sky God realm, and because of that, there was a curious suppression on much of its laws as well, making them easier to read as though a highly complex subject was being dumbed down for a child. The more of this Ryu saw, the more he felt that maybe being sent to this world wasn't so bad after all. Once his eyes recovered, he would probably be able to see through it all in a glance and maybe even control some of this world and its secrets. Ryu had never been able to think of such a thing before because all the worlds he had ever been in were far too powerful. Even for him, he could only see through bits and pieces of their mysteries at any given time. But now it was like he was taking a peek into the building blocks of a world. With this sort of foundation, I can reform the foundation of my inner world. If before I was acting blindly and mostly relying on the treasure forged by the martial gods to sustain and power it, now I could truly make it my own. Ryu's gaze flashed and he felt that this was truly viable. It had to be remembered that Ryu's inner world was formed by a combination of exactly two things. The first was the innate ability of all those with heavenly pupils, and the second was a treasure he had won from the hands of Mistress Holy Wing, Elena's grandmother. The foundation of the world was built on a combination of the two, but there were a great many weaknesses. The main problems, of course, came from the treasure of Mistress Holy Wing. The incubator. Considering how low Mistress Holy Wing's status in the martial gods was, any treasure that she had couldn't possibly be all that great. And even if it had been a god-grade treasure, which it certainly was not, what Ryu wanted to do was surpass the god grade and build a world in himself even stronger than the true martial world or even this world. In that case, no matter what, he would have to reform and fix the weaknesses of that treasure. If not for the mutation in his eyes carrying much of the load, there was simply no way that his inner world would be as strong as it was even now, let alone allowing it to have the chance to compete with the true martial world in the future. He didn't expect that he would get such an unexpected opportunity here of all places. He couldn't help but wonder how those figures in the shadows would react to know that they were essentially just helping him out. Ryu's lip curled as he crossed into Fiend territory. This time there was no rainbow screen. This world was built on the template of the real plane. The fact that the Luminera hadn't confirmed victory despite having such an advantage was more pathetic than anything else. Ryu soon found the first city. It was just a casually built encampment, here for no other reason than to detect enemies in advance and send information back. The fiends camped here weren't much different from the vanguard on the front lines. There were scouts spread out everywhere. Ryu thought about just moving by them. If he didn't want to be detected, the likes of the true Sky God realm couldn't possibly find him. However, he changed his mind, appearing high in the skies over the encampment. He would take a straightforward approach, crushing all of these strongholds one by one, then checking the kind of reaction they would have. The reason for this was quite obvious. If he tried to just attack the core city by sneaking in, the others would be able to return for reinforcements. At that point, he'd be pincered from the front and the back. In that case, he might as well wipe them out one by one. The issue with this, of course, was that once the fiends felt that the situation was bad, they would almost certainly call for reinforcements from the outside world. However, Ryu had his own thoughts on this. If he failed, that was fine. But he also wouldn't necessarily fail this time around either. That was because if he killed them all in a single sweep, the odds that they could get clear information out were slim to none. Ryu took a deep breath. Still, this will come with its own trouble. My best defensive means are suppressed in this world. All Yang might be lucky to bring out 20% of their strength at this point. I can only rely on my ice chi affinity. No, my dark flame could work as well. But in all these years, I've only treated it as a flame and haven't truly tapped into the mysteries of death and Een that it represents. Could be a good experiment. With this thought, Ryu's aura flared and he looked up into the skies. His vision was still a bit blurry, but he could feel that his heavenly pupils were slowly returning to him. After some thought, he waved a hand. The snowflakes in the skies all gathered together, forming an enormous palm. It was amorphous and not very clear, but with every second that passed, it grew more and more firm. I am indeed inferior in this sort of control. Ryu sighed. He hadn't really noticed it before, but it was clear that he was partial to certain aspects of his talent. He almost never used his dark flames, and used his ice flames even less. By comparison, he used his flames the most, and his lightning was a close second. It was because the two were far more in line with his personality than the others were. Now that he thought about it, he also didn't use his living spiritual foundation much. Part of that was because of the Phoenix Sky God, but that sort of casual ignorance of his own talent wasn't a solution either. If he had a ticking time bomb in his body, and he didn't even fully understand it first, then when it erupted finally, wouldn't he be finished? Death, Ryu said softly. Boom! The palm suddenly solidified in a blaze of black flames. Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns forced it into being and it smashed down. In an instant, the entire encampment was wiped out. The cultivators below could only look up in horror in their last moments. But in the end, the few hundred of them could do absolutely nothing. Ryu looked down, but he seemed unsatisfied. Does temperament also reflect in this way as well? I am far more like fire and lightning than I am like ice or death, or darkness for that matter. I can't seem to see through the secrets of these elements nearly as easily. Ryu's most powerful self-created technique was built on the back of lightning. Maybe that wasn't as much of a coincidence as he thought. As for space-time, it was his soul nature. It came more naturally to him than anything else by virtue of that. Ryu didn't like this. After learning how much of his temperament was decided by the circumstances of his life, how could he be satisfied? It was like yet another thing was being stripped from his control. You are my talents. You will be under my control. Ryu's gaze flashed with a cold light and he took a step forward. Like this, Ryu began to unleash a massacre. Every time he would wipe out the entire encampment, acting before they could even react. But soon, he came to a region that was no longer just a mere encampment but rather a city. Standing high above it, he realized that it would be tougher to wipe them all out before they could send news elsewhere. It seems, I won't be able to continue like this anymore. But regardless, if I don't enter a real battle, I'll never be able to truly hone it. It seems that I can't just sit back and expect enlightenment to come to me this time around. I'll have to grasp it in my own hands. Ryu took a step forward and then slowly pressed down a foot. At that moment, the formation that protected the city shattered as though fragile glass. In one hand, an ice flame, shimmering with a gorgeous blue, took shape. In the other, a dark flame, absorbing all light in its dense blackness, rippled wildly. It felt foreign and yet familiar to him. However, soon those feelings were replaced by excitement. He had a lot of things he hated, but if there was something he loved the most aside from his family and wives, it was improving. Seeing this new mountain to climb, his heart roared and he unleashed a torrential rain on the city below. Chapter 1816 Far More. 1816 Far More. Ryu shifted from combat style to combat style as though he couldn't decide what he wanted to be. He coated his body with ice first, causing his defenses to skyrocket. Nothing could seem to penetrate through his defenses, and his ferocity felt unmatched. Every time he collided with a figure, he shattered their bodies. But he found that, as he came across stronger opponents, they would freeze first by the time he came close to them, ironically making it harder to kill them. Of course, they died just the same, but the efficiency was frustrating, and he could clearly feel the regression. He swapped and started using his dark flames instead, but he found that this was ironically worse. It wasn't that it lacked combat power, because it certainly didn't. It killed with far greater ease than his ice did. The issue was that it was precisely because of this that Ryu was so unsatisfied. He couldn't seem to bring out the true strength of the dark flames, and at some point, he ended up abandoning them and coating his claws in Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns instead. Every time his claws touched another individual, they would find a violent aura of destruction envelop them. Many would be shredded apart at the slightest touch. But this made it all the more annoying. That was because Ryu could only seem to safely apply his Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns to his claws, but not directly to his skin like he would be able to with his Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns. The dense aura seemed to clash with his skin, and as such, he couldn't use it with his fists at all. In the end, he had to deploy his scales, and only then did the versatility of his close combat style come back. Applying the Dark Phoenix heavenly patterns to his scales directly seemed to work perfectly. However, this was just another sign that he was missing something. Why were his own talents hurting him? It was asinine. Plus, having to pull out his transformation just to use a minimum level of his Dark Phoenix bloodline was a huge waste of effort. Of course, he could try pulling on the seed of darkness in his body to control it better, but that was an even worse waste of effort than just summoning his bloodlines to transform his body. Ryu ended up switching back to trying to see what ice would do for him, experimenting with his Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns on his skin. But soon he found another problem. The ice made even his body a bit rigid. It was only by a small few percentage points, but the flexibility he had honed and the speed of his reaction and action was slowed by a tick. Bumping up against problem after problem, Ryu was truly speechless. Did he really have this many problems with his combat style? He thought that he was making great progress in fusing his talents down a single path, but who could have expected that he was still flawed to this extent? If Ryu's enemies could hear his thoughts, it would be a wonder how they'd react. That was because despite his struggles, he was running through the city as though they didn't have any experts at all. He wasn't even really paying attention to who his enemies were or what their strength might be. He had hardly registered that they were a mix of ice elemental and dark elemental fiends. To him, they were nothing more than practice dummies. Without their formation, they were practically fish in a barrel. Of course, the sheer number of them seemed like they should have stumped and suppressed Ryu, but he moved in and out of them like a fish in water, even while in the middle of trying to figure out the best way to use his ice and dark flames to move around like he wanted. After a while, though, he gave up on that, using his space-time soul nature directly. It just wasn't what he needed. He had just been trying to find novel methods of applying these elements in hopes of finding something unique. But then the thought struck Ryu. Didn't he have all these ice and dark elemental fiends before him now? Could he learn something by observing them? Ryu had never taken the initiative to observe the weak for tips, which was why this wasn't at the forefront of his mind. But when he had the thought, he abandoned everything else. He focused on the city, taking in the movements of countless fiends at the same time as though just one wasn't nearly enough for him. He analyzed their movements, the methods they used to employ their tactics, and slowly began to form an understanding. His Dark Phoenix bloodline was still out of luck because it had darkness, death, and fire aspects that were far harder to harness and understand in this place. But his Ice Phoenix, I see. It's possible to control the state of frozen a target entered. Ice, on the one hand, can be incredibly hard and difficult to penetrate, which is why it's known as one of the best, if not the best, defensive elements in existence. But if the process is different, ice can also be incredibly brittle. I've grown used to using ice as a defense, so I haven't considered how to use it offensively, and only barely transferred over what I learned from one to the other despite the fact that they required completely different approaches. When Ryu had this thought, he pushed out. A wave of cool air spread, and suddenly, over 36 fiends froze in place before splintering and shattering like fragile glass. Decent. He still felt that this was far inferior to what he could do with his flames and lightning, but that much was fine. Because as he began to think about these matters, he grasped a hint of ingenuity that he could make use of. I will need far more control to pull that off. And Chapter 1817 Clever. 1817 Clever. I'll need my eyes to recover quickly. Bang! 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 Ryu shot forward. A domain of ice formed around him that most couldn't even approach. Those that were far too weak shuddered and froze in place before crumbling to pieces. Those that were stronger made it closer, only to be shredded to pieces by his fists. It was a scene that left nothing but shock and awe in their hearts. That was because most of them were ice fiends, with dark fiends being on the rarer side of things. The ratio in this particular city was about 30 to 70 in favor of ice fiends. Yet, they were the ones being frozen. It didn't even make sense, and many of them died in outright despair, not having expected that they would die this way of all things. Ryu was quickly making progress with his control over the ice element, but he still felt that it wasn't nearly enough. Unfortunately, he ran down to the last living fiend in the city. He looked down on him, the individual that was probably the strongest existence in this small city. However, his indifference remained the same as he punched out. Bang! The fiend's head exploded. Not enough, Ryu thought and soared into the skies, looking for his next target. Rising Ash City. If Ashen Ice City was the main frontier of the real plane, then this was the equivalent for the fiends. They stood on opposing ends of the holy world, and both were just as grand and imposing. However, at this moment, there was a solemn air in their central region. If the twins of the Fey race were the heads of the humans, then the pair of ice and dark fiends at the helm of the large table that could seat 50 were the heads of this half of the holy world. The dark fiend, Morven. The ice fiend, Draken. These two had had many battles with the twins, most of which they were on the losing ends of. In fact, even that wasn't doing it justice. Could be said that if not for the stalemate, they would have been wiped out long ago. Anyone who was familiar with the politics of their world knew that any stalemates like this were far more due to hidden interests and political chess than it was about raw power and strength. But right now, getting the reports they were getting, could it be that the real plane had grown tired of this stalemate? Were they trying to end things? Should we send word back? We can't afford to lose this holy world. Someone finally spoke up solemnly. It would have been fine if the real plane sent out an army, but according to the reports, it was just a single person. That was too ridiculous. If there was an army, it would just be that they had been caught off guard and they could still recover. But the context of it being just a single person who could seemingly ignore even formations designed to protect cities from entire armies, that was far too much to take in. I think we should. If we let things continue like this, we will lose everything. With the first person speaking, the floodgates opened and waves of agreements came. Morven and Draken watched this without a word, but though their brows were pinched in solemnity, they had a rare calmness about them nonetheless. There was a good reason they couldn't lose this holy world. Much like the Luminera, they took this world as their backyard. They were part of the weaker branches of the Ice and Dark Fiend race, only having sovereign chi. Unless it was a world like this one, how could they hold it? But calling for help would also lead to its own variables. The price would be heavy. It was clear that even though this seemed to be a war for survival, both sides were far more interested in gathering benefits. And maybe that was because both also knew that it would be impossible to stop this carnage anytime soon, maybe not in any one of their lifetimes. The odds that the genius that would be strong enough to end all of this hadn't been born yet, and wouldn't be born for several generations more, were far too high. In that case, Why would they all sacrifice themselves and be selfless in the face of something they wouldn't have to suffer personally? Might as well line their pockets. That's enough, Draken said lightly. His voice was gentle, but it carried an icy chill. His eyeballs were like two clear, polished balls of transparent ice. His hair looking like free-flowing frost rather than actual ice. You've all missed something very important. This man is alone. Everyone frowned. What did that mean? Wasn't that precisely why they were all worried? If not for this, how could they care? They were fiends, when had they ever feared battle? Draken shook his head, and at that moment Morven seemed to understand something as well, though a step late. It could be said that part of the reason the two had managed to resist the twins for so long was precisely because their intelligence was so high. They grasped the crux of something that the others let fly over their heads. The more they thought about it, the more the two relaxed. Think about it, Draken said lightly. Why would the real plane send a genius of this caliber here? Why would such a genius be acting alone? And what did the report say again? That he was human, no? A realization hit them all at once. It's as clear as day. This man has likely been sent here as a method of suppression. He's acting alone because he has no choice to, and in all likelihood, he's already in defiance of the orders of those annoying twins. This is something that we can use to our advantage. I wonder how those twins would react to this? Or more importantly than that, how would their overseeing Tao gods react to this information? I'm sure whoever sent him here to be suppressed would have quite a few words to say. A sinister glint flashed in their eyes. Chapter 1818 Politics. 1818 Politics. Vespera and Vespa. The two were a pair of moon fae, carrying a head of white silver and delicate blue eyes. Vespera, the woman between them, had a delicate and almost graceful beauty that inched closer toward cute and adorable than it did gorgeous and sexy. She had an innocence about her that belied the cool air she gave off. Her cheeks were slightly puffy and rosy, and she wasn't very tall at all, standing at maybe 5 feet 5 inches or so. Her figure was slender and petite, and her hands were small and well manicured. No matter how you looked at her, it felt much more like one was looking at a young and spry teenage girl still years from maturity rather than a grown woman. Vespa, the brother between them, looked far older and more stern than his twin sister, despite the fact he was technically the younger of the two by several minutes. His hair was just as long, and his features were chiseled and forceful. Every movement embodied the frostiness of his aura, and it felt as though he wouldn't be satisfied until he turned the whole world into a tundra. At that moment, both siblings were meditating in silence as they tended to do, their backs facing one another. This wasn't just because they were very close with one another, though this was certainly true. It was also because their cultivation and comprehension were more than doubled when in the presence of one another. As such, their closeness was only an added benefit to the two of them. Ryu had met a pair of siblings with similar bone structures in the past. The trouble was that Granny Miriam had to die in order for her sister to finally access the strength of their combined bone structure. At least he had thought so. But it seemed that these pair of twins had the same bone structure, or at least an evolved and mutated version of it. In reality, it truly was the exact same bone structure, the causality bone structure. The difference was that, unlike Granny Miriam and her sister, these two were true twins, while Granny Miriam had been born years separated from her sister. It could be said that much like how Ryu's chaotic silk meridians needed special circumstances to awaken their true strength, it was the same for these causally bound bone structures. As such, it was rare for these pair of twins to do anything without the other. Although individually they weren't known to be among the true geniuses, when they were together, they felt that they had a right to at least fight for a spot. It was in the middle of this cultivation session that Vespa suddenly opened his eyes, frowning. He and his sister had set strict rules about being interrupted while they were in meditation. Very few would dare to break those rules under normal circumstances, and those that did usually had a very good reason for doing so on top of that. However, when he saw that it wasn't a person but a message, his expression changed. When he saw who the message was from and what it said, his expression only flickered further, going from apprehension to gloom, to a hint of fear, up to anger. Vesper noticed her brother's changes and couldn't help but awaken as well. What's the problem? Ancestor has contacted us. Vespera became solemn as well when she heard this. Ancestor could only refer to one person, the Tao god of the Luminara clan. With their status, they didn't dare to casually call out such a name, so this was the only thing that they could say. However, it was enough. What happened? Are we in trouble? Vespera's voice was soft and delicate, and she seemed to already be on the verge of crying. Vespa forced a smile, something that looked quite off with his usually cold exterior. Turning around, he patted his older sister's head to comfort her. No, not really. Vespera sighed a breath of relief, maybe being a bit too gullible. But she also had the right. After all, they had a firm hold on this world and had been moving according to the unspoken commands of their clan. They had always gone above and beyond, so what could they have possibly done that would warrant them getting into trouble? Ancestor said that we need to go and deal with the Ryu character. Ryu? Vespera blinked, not recalling immediately. It was clear that these two had completely disregarded this matter, tossing the issue down to the weaklings to deal with. They hadn't believed that Ryu would dare to stir up much nonsense. What they didn't expect was to receive such a report. Vespa slowly explained everything that was going on. Oh, Vespera said after a while, her large blue eyes blinking. Then we should just go kill him, right? Vespa sighed. He wasn't really sure if it would be that easy. It was clear that they had underestimated this man. If the truth about the carnage he had unleashed alone was real, then it was unlikely that they'd be able to casually do anything, and their ancestors certainly knew this. In fact, if Vespa was correct, then even before sending Ryu in here, these Tao gods had known he had this kind of power. They just didn't expect that he would be so rebellious even in the face of their orders. The problem was that Ryu technically wasn't breaking any of their rules. They expected him to read between the lines and understand their intentions to force him to lower his head. Ironically, it was precisely because no one had commanded Ryu so clearly that he actually had plausible deniability in this matter. If Ryu actually went as far as to succeed in clearing his holy world alone, and then he complained about the suppression of the Luminara clan, in the end, it might actually be them who got in trouble. This was politics. Chapter 1819 Meditation. 1819 Meditation. That said, for Ryu to dare to do something like this could only mean that he was supremely confident in himself. Vespa didn't believe that Ryu was stupid enough to not understand their hidden meaning. That could only mean that he was certain that he would come out successful in the end. At the same time, now that the Luminara clan was caught as the potential scapegoat of this mess, they would have to deal with it themselves. In addition, just because Ryu hadn't broken any commands given to him by a Tao god, that didn't mean that he hadn't broken any rules at all. After all, the holy battlefields were essentially military encampments, ruled by military law. The fall of one could change the entire situation, so it had its own rules. Something like going out and attacking on your own, while not exactly written in the rule books as something that was against the law, still touched on several taboos. There were countless trumped-up charges that they could hit Ryu with for this alone, so long as they stopped him first. If they couldn't do that, then all of this talk was worthless. Of course, there was another reason why Vespa was so wary of all of this. If the twins failed, would things end like this? Certainly not. The Moon Fae would likely send in someone else from a higher-ranked clan, someone who wielded even more power. If one of those clans took action, the matter would certainly be handled. But the problem then was obvious. Would this world still be their Luminara clans at that point? This was the main issue they had to grapple with now, and if they couldn't do it, they would lose everything. Their ancestor hadn't written it out in so many words, but how could Vespa not realize? As though that wasn't bad enough, there was a secondary matter that would be easy to forget in all the shuffle. Who leaked this news? It certainly wasn't anyone from their side because all messages to the outside could only go through the two of them. Plus, they weren't even aware of Ryu's exploits until just this very moment. So how could they react to it, let alone send information out? That meant that it could have only come from the side of the Fae, in which case there were two paths laid out before them. One where they sent in extra reinforcements as well and the Luminara potentially lost the entirety of the holy world. Or one where they quickly handled Ryu and didn't give them the chance. Something told Vespa that things were about to get very messy very soon. He slowly stood to his feet. "We need to go." "Okay," Vespera said sweetly. Ryu didn't know that any of this was happening, but he had already had some guesses about how this matter might go the moment he took action. Unfortunately, it was also looking like he wouldn't be able to wipe out the entire side of the fiend race in one fell swoop. Not only were they growing more powerful as he ventured deeper in, but their numbers were also growing. The encampments at the start were barely a few hundred in number. The first cities only had a few thousand at best. But now he was facing off in with numbers into the tens of thousands, and further ahead there were some trying to scratch at 6 figures. The sheer number of cultivators was astonishing, but for a mere true holy world, maybe it made sense. Unfortunately, the main problem was still that his ice and darkness were far too lacking. It even felt to him like he was constantly running into a brick wall, and neither wanted to listen properly. No, they listened to him just fine, but he could seem to pull out as much power as he wanted. It felt more like he was constantly running into situations that left him confused. It was funny he said this because his progress could only be said to be astronomical. With every passing second, he seemed to become an entirely new person. He wielded the snowflakes like blades, pulling on inspiration from the fluttering blossoms of immortal sakura. With a single touch, these fluttering and unique plumes of majesty would freeze a person and then mince them into countless pieces, their bodies falling apart as though they had been sliced up by thousands of small blades. His control over darkness was lagging behind comparatively speaking, but he at least began to use it like a fog to cover the senses and confuse the mind, making it easier for his ice to seep in and take action. Unfortunately, the pace of his forward progress wasn't nearly as good as his pace of, forward progress. That meaning that he was cutting into the territory of the fiends much faster than his skills could keep up with, in its own ironic twist. Eventually, he would hit a brick wall and have to change tactics, likely going back to just pure close combat. But he didn't really want to do that, he was chasing after something greater. Ryu took a shaky breath and expelled his fatigue. Looking down at the ruined city beneath him, he shook his head, turned and left. If he kept pushing it, he would end up harming himself. Soon, his eyes would be healed, and it was probably about time that he try and consolidate his gains this time around. Then he would try again. Ryu found a random mountain near the border of both territories and carved out a path inside for him. Then, taking a deep breath, he began to meditate. He somewhat understood why using these elements was so difficult for him. It wasn't just that his temperament wasn't quite in line with them, but also because they were tied down with other, far more complex and intricate matters. His ice flame was inextricably linked to life. His dark flame was inextricably linked to death. No matter what he did, they would always be there, obscuring his vision. So what path was there to take? The obvious path seemed to be to use his Emperor Phoenix bloodline to rule over them all. But this was a world of Een and it wouldn't do well here. So what should he do? As Ryu was sitting in meditation, a storm was quickly brewing around him. Little did everyone know that an insignificant holy world would eventually kick off a series of cascading events that would change the landscape of the plane entirely. Chapter 1820 Flaws. 1820 Flaws. Life and Death. Now that Ryu thought about it, he rarely tried to comprehend things that were too complex. It could be said that his Tao and spacetime were his two most complicated paths, but one existed as a focused attempt to make comprehending other things much easier, and the latter came to him naturally courtesy of the mysterious Zoo ancestor visualization. When Ryu took a step back and realized this, he found it all to be a bit amusing. He had all this talent in comprehension, yet he usually spent it on the easiest concepts to understand. All things considered, fire and lightning were just elements, and they were among the easiest paths to comprehend. His weapon god auras were also relatively straightforward. The paths were already carved out by others, and there were also so many to observe, so how could it not be easier? In fact, the only times he had tried to deviate from those paths, he had ended up having to abandon it not just once, but twice over. The first time he abandoned it was when he chose to give up dual-wielding spears, glaives, and halberds in exchange for a pair of great swordstaffs instead. Then the second time he chose to abandon them was when he gave up weapons entirely for a path of close combat. It was rare for Ryu's self-reflection to be so self-deprecating. But after seeing how pathetic he was in his other lives, it was difficult to continue taking himself very seriously. Once again, even until now, Ryu had still yet to completely shrug off those thoughts of doubt. Even now, he was still trying to refine his temperament and leap over that hurdle. That said, all of this wasn't entirely Ryu's fault. He did have exceptional comprehension and everything came to him naturally. Or more accurately, he had no choice but to take the paths that came the quickest to him because he had spent far too little time cultivating. The first 1,000 years of his life were a testament to what he could do when he really had time to focus on something and find drive. Until now, Ryu rarely had to put in much effort to progress in the ways of formation mastery, alchemy, ruin mastery, or even blacksmithing, all because the foundation he had laid in his first 1,000 years of life had been far too sturdy. But in this life, he had had nowhere near that amount of time. He wasted the first 14 years of his life stuck in the Tor clan. Since then, he hadn't even experienced 2 decades in the cultivation world just yet. And of that time, over 10 years was spent stuck in a black hole where it was impossible to comprehend anything, while of the remainder half of that time, yet another half of it was spent in Sacrum, which was far inferior to the worlds that he was currently in. All things considered, Ryu had had maybe a bit more than half a decade to truly bask in these complete worlds of cultivation. When that was put into perspective, his progress was astonishing, and it also made one understand just why he was so frustrated. Objectively speaking, he had made great progress in just this last day. Compared to another true sky god of his level, he had made years of progress in just 24 hours. But he still felt unsatisfied because it wasn't as fast as he was used to, and the paths he was trying to understand likewise weren't as simple and straightforward as he expected them to be. Having thought this through, Ryu exhaled a slow breath and his heart returned to a state of calm. Before, he had felt that the fact there were decades between now and Tidal Steel was far too much. He even felt that, in that time, he might have already become a Tao god and it wouldn't even be worth his time any longer to participate. Well, he had never said as much in so many words, but he could see his heart now as clearly as if it was a reflective mirror before his eyes. He was too rash, too impatient, too obsessed with rocketing forward at the fastest speed, and not concerned enough with laying a solid foundation. He had had some thoughts like this before, actually. Back during when he met the female blue fire giant, he realized that he comprehended things far too easily and not every breakthrough in his Tao was one that he should readily take. What if he accidentally comprehended an inferior path and just casually took it because he was too arrogant to double-check? By the time his Tao soared past a level where it could still be molded and changed, would he still have the time to regret? By then, it would already be far too late. Ryu exhaled a slow breath and soon his heart was as calm as a lake. He realized now that it wasn't just that he liked climbing tall mountains, but he liked doing it quickly. Reflecting on his past lives, when he felt like he couldn't progress, he often gave up. It was easy to say that you should just work hard when you had momentum. But if you were grinding your wheels in the mud, what truly separated great people from those that were inferior was just how much lack of progress you could take. Could he stare at an immovable wall and still press on? Or would he give up the moment he realized that there was truly no pressing beyond that realm? Have I ever truly pulled out all of the potential of my cultivation realms? Or was I far too obsessed with taking the next step, and the next step? Ryu exhaled another breath. He entered a state of meditation and his mind became still. He had never been perfect. He had always had flaws. It was about time he started fixing them. Chapter 1821 Cold. 1821 Cold. Ryu had an idea on how to proceed from here, but it would take some doing. Time, space, fate, and his cosmos fog should be enough to succeed. So long as he had the foundation of fate reversal to rely upon as well. Using the origin flame, he was able to retrace the steps of his cultivation, and it was precisely because of this that he could see through all the flaws so clearly. His rebirth had given him a chance to mend it, but the trouble was that too much of its essence had been taken by his eyes. Though he couldn't complain. If not for the mutation in his rebirth talent, he might very well still be blind to this day. It's possible. However, Ryu chose to abandon the idea for now. Trying to leap on a new wave was precisely his problem in the first place. The moment he had a new idea, he wanted to fiendishly pursue it. But though it was enticing, what was the difference between doing this now and not changing at all? His idea was quite simple. He felt that using the foundation of his inner world, the origin flame, time and fate reversal, he could force his cultivation to return to a state in the past and recultivate it. Just the idea alone was maddening because it didn't seem to have any limits as far as Ryu was aware. There was nothing stopping him from doing it again every time he took a step forward in cultivation or had a breakthrough in comprehension. Eventually, he would reach a day where his foundation was so perfect that no one would be his match across time and space. Of course, the problem was that this idea was only a theory, and theory and application were two very separate things. In addition, Ryu felt that he would be running once again. So, he decisively left these thoughts behind for now, knowing that he could pursue them in the future once his temperament was far more refined. Right now, he would force himself to do precisely what he didn't want to do, meditate on these elements that were causing him so much trouble. At the same time, he knew somewhere deep inside, he also knew that he didn't have nearly enough skill to pull off something like that just yet. At least not without years of meditation and contemplation. Ryu lost himself in thought, trying to eke out the mysteries within him. It could be said that this was the first time he had ever put so much effort into comprehending anything. The moment he realized that he had been far too complacent, he also came to understand that as hard as he thought he had worked, he was far too lazy. In fact, he began to wonder if he had made the right decision abandoning his great sword staffs. The irony was that right now, he had more of a right to create a new path of weaponry than ever before. As he thought about these things, his mind sunk deeper and deeper and he forgot about everything happening around him, until he was suddenly interrupted. Ryu's eyes flashed open with a dangerous light. His figure vanished in the next instant. Boom! The mountain he had been in suddenly collapsed. When he appeared again, his expression flickered as he saw an army standing in the skies. These existences were very clearly on another level entirely. Even though this was a true great holy world, not everyone could fly. It still took a certain level of skill. Not only were there easily 1,000 cultivators flying before him, but they each wore the same exact armor, and high above the skies, a blue moon hung above their heads, a formation. Ryu's eyes narrowed. This was probably the greatest danger of going at it alone in a world like this one. Individually, he feared no one. However, if they formed up like this, even a transcended would have to tread carefully, let alone the fact that Ryu couldn't become a transcended any longer even though his eyes had finally recovered. This world's laws wouldn't allow Heaven's Gate to work. At the forefront of the army, a pair of siblings that Ryu had never seen before, and yet could recognize nonetheless, stood. They were none other than Vespa and Vespera. Standing there, he could understand why the others had so much faith in them. Alone, they were nothing special and Ryu felt that he could crush them with ease. But together, an odd resonance was formed between them and their strength shone forth. They were most definitely on the level of true geniuses when paired like this. Even so, from start to end, Ryu's expression remained the picture of indifference. There probably should have been a smoldering fury within him. Anyone would be after having been interrupted like he was. But he didn't feel it. He seemed to have mellowed out considerably. Or so it seemed. His eyes were slowly regaining their focus. For every shade brighter they became, it was as though a slumbering beast was slowly awakening once again. By the time they opened fully once more, the clouded skies above their head suddenly rumbled. The expressions of Vespa and Vespera became unprecedentedly serious. They looked toward Ryu as though they were looking at their world's greatest enemy. But then the atmosphere changed once again. Ryu flipped his palms and a pair of great sword staffs appeared within them. They were a familiar pair, having a cutout where their spines should have been, and having a blade edge that shone with a resplendent silver. In his hands, they both somehow seemed to be familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Ryu seemed to forget there was an army before him, looking down at the great sword staffs. He casually flicked a wrist, sweeping out one to the side. A mountain in the not-too-far-off distance was sliced in two. But before it could crumble, it froze, the fissure healing in a connection of ice as though it had never been cut at all. Then it fractured and fell apart like shattered glass. An eerie coldness exuded from Ryu's body. Chapter 1822 Spirit. 1822 Spirit. Ryu seemed to be paying more attention to the weapons in his hands than the army before him. Staring at them, a thought kept swirling around in his mind. Was it better to use a weapon, or not? He took a step forward, and his wrist flickered. A whirlwind of heavenly phoenix patterns and fluttering ashen snow fell around him. He didn't speak a word. He didn't ask who they were. Nor did he wait for their explanation. He simply slashed. It was a simple strike, and yet it seemed to carry a myriad of changes. As though they were staring into the abyss of reflective black ice, it pulled them in and trapped their souls. Vespera and Vespa's expressions hardened. They tossed away their other thoughts, and their auras flared. Together, they rose into the skies above the army, and the silvery blue moon behind them shimmered as a gorgeous backdrop. Suddenly, the skies were filled with reflective swords and sharpened spears. Each one looked like delicately carved ice sculptures that exuded the air of crystalline majesty. Then they rocketed down from the skies above. Ryu's aura bloomed, a pair of 8 trigram diagrams appearing above and below him. The presence of a founding Tao suffocated the earth and suppressed the skies. His arms suddenly moved, and the rain of weapons was parried one after another, gliding off the sides of his weapons and slamming into the ground below. They erupted in a rain of ice shards that splintered the world in all directions. But just as quickly, the air frosted over, and the craters formed became enormous ice ponds that blanketed the world in a chilling cool. Ryu was still paying closer attention to his weapons than the armies around him, so he noticed immediately that this rain of weapons was trying to coat them in ice. And yet, just a single swirl of dark phoenix heavenly patterns put them in their place, crushing them. The expression of the twins flickered, but by this point, Ryu had already come to the vanguard of the army. However, this time, it was Ryu's turn to be surprised by a change. The front line raised their shields, and the moon in the skies danced with a beautiful light. The moment it did, their shields became coated in an ice wall that quickly grew into a solid front. From side to side, an enormous wall was formed, linking from shield to shield until it seemed impossible to penetrate through. At the same time, they readied spears, met Ryu's gaze with murderous intent, and then thrust them forward. The spears passed through the ice wall as though it wasn't there at all, or so it seemed. In reality, the formation gathered up all their momentum until the soldier right before Ryu was graced with the brunt of it. Then, a piercing strike that was the combination of hundreds of true sky god elites ripped through the veil of space, appearing before Ryu in an instant. Indeed, facing such a formation, even a transcended would feel as though their life was on the line. Even Ryu couldn't ignore the danger it posed. Under normal circumstances, even his hair would stand on end. But instead, his gaze became a frightening shade of cold, as though the abyss of hell was hidden within them. Shoo! The spear strike ran right through his body, but before anyone could think that the battle was already over, there was the sound of cracking ice. At that moment, Ryu's body became akin to fragmented ice, almost like a crystalline sculpture that was about to crumble. But then he began to magically reform himself. Ice spirit body. The eyes of Vespa and Vespera lit with shock and jealousy. There was a hole in Ryu's chest where the spear had just passed, but it was clear that he had opened it up himself. It passed right through him as though he was never there at all, and his figure flickered. His body fused into the wall of ice before anyone could react, and suddenly the formation shuddered. The twins panicked, thinking that the formation was about to collapse, only for what looked like dozens of great sword staffs to appear one after another, cutting into the vanguard and ripping them to pieces. The change was shocking, and blood rained down from the skies. When Ryu appeared again, he was already in the midst of the army, his gaze tranquil, and his great sword staff dancing like the fluttering snowflakes in the skies. There were too many ways to use ice. It could be used as an ultimate defense, or it could be used to attack others with a frigid cold. It had a rigid structure that could be used as blades, but it could also be light and flexible if one used it as a snowflake. If you took the much more abstract route, the paths you could take were even more endless. It was like a mirror, reflecting all things. It was also an energy container capable of absorbing a great deal, dispersing it, or even using it for itself. When Ryu entered a focused state of meditation just for the sake of improving this one ability, it was no surprise that he had made great progress even if he wasn't satisfied with it. In the end, he had ended up awakening the ice spirit body for the first time, and equally for the first time, he was beginning to notice that not all spirit bodies were created equal, and just awakening them wasn't the end of the road either. There was a reason it was among the most sought-after talents to awaken, and at that moment, Ryu felt like he could tune himself to the world itself. What did it mean to have a spirit body? It sounded like just the ability to turn yourself into the elements and back again, but Ryu had never truly thought about the actual process. What did it mean to be a spirit? Chapter 1823 Sword. 1823 Sword. In that moment, Ryu's ice spirit body had elevated beyond his fire and lightning spirit bodies, raising to a level of being one with nature, where his body was larger than just his body alone and instead embodied the elements. Not only could he casually fuse into like elements, but he could clone himself nigh endlessly so long as he had the mental capacity and enough of his element to do so. It was then that people realized that there wasn't just one Ryu anymore, but dozens of them, and each and every one looked perfectly identical to the other. When he began to unleash his truest carnage, the army couldn't seem to fight back at all, nor did he hold back. He seemed to have completely disregarded consequences, reaping the lives of spirituals, fae, and naturals as though they weren't backed by Tao gods. No one lasted more than a single strike, every one of his blade whirlwinds unleashing hellish carnage. And as he fought, rather than growing tired, he only seemed to become fiercer and fiercer. At some unknown point, blue flames began to dance across his body, and his clones became more lifelike, more real. At that moment, his ice spirit body awakened to the ice flame, or, as it was truly known, the life flame. His spirit bodies could always absorb the elements to heal themselves, but it was an ability that Ryu had mostly ignored. That was because the healing factor was too inferior, and did he really need such healing anymore now that he had embryonic chi? But at this moment, he felt a different sort of healing altogether. It was like even his mind itself was being resurrected, pulling the ice element in from the surroundings and bolstering his focused chi. This matter was shocking because it was something that even embryonic chi couldn't do. What did it mean to be a spirit? Ryu battled with a cool ease, his eyes almost unfocused as he reaped lives as though he was mowing grass. High in the skies, the twins were panicking somewhat because they couldn't tell which one was the real Ryu. If they could, they would have long since attacked. They had never heard of a human awakening a spirit body. That alone was already ridiculous. But to not only awaken it, but to form a Lord Spirit body on top of that. In their entire clan, there were only a handful who could boast such achievements. Just what kind of monster was this human? They realized that they couldn't just sit in the skies and hope that things would turn out better. If they didn't take action now, then not only would the entire army be wiped out, but in the end, even they might end up in danger as well. Move together, Vespa said. Vespera followed after her brother, and their resonance caused the moon in the skies to shine even brighter. Both pulled out white-silver swords, a red embroidered pouch fluttering on the end of a crimson rope tied to the end of their hilts. The swords weren't large, having blades just under a meter long and a width just shy of 3 fingers, but they carried a menacing chill nonetheless. They appeared before one of the clones, expecting to deal with them one by one, but what actually happened shocked them. All the clones vanished at once, and just a single Ryu was left standing there, as though he had been waiting for them all along and couldn't be bothered to play any tricks. His great sword staffs curved through the air, and he attacked with a menacing sort of swiftness. His blades seemed to embody the vicissitudes of times, reflecting the heart as clear as a mirror, and guiding his strikes rather than him guiding them. Every stroke was one of genius, and the twins found themselves on their back foot almost immediately. Ryu parried Vespa's sword to the side with a glancing blow. It looked like a sweeping strike that was cutting from a downward position toward the skies, and yet it met Vespa's trajectory perfectly, repelling him to the side. At the same time, his second sword staff seemed to be controlled by a second person, thrusting out thrice in quick succession toward Vespera. Ding! 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 Vespera was forced back 3 steps as she held onto her sword with both hands, frantically blocking. But by that time, Ryu's second great swordstaff had already cut downward, slashing at Vespa again. He fluidly moved as though he had countless minds, every one of his strokes putting the twins on their back foot. If not for the support of the formation and their unique bone structure, it seemed that they would have already fallen. They grit their teeth and unleashed a roar. The red pouches on the end of their swords gained a golden rune, and suddenly their swords, and then their bodies fused into one. They grew a head taller than Ryu, their faces covered by a white-silver mask and their power skyrocketing. The aura of the Tao reached the lower ancient grade. Their strength seemed about to spill over into the perfect sky god realm, and at the same time their blade seemed to have doubled in length, being a 2-meter-long, smoothly curving white-silver katana. Without a second thought, they swung out with all their might. Ryu crossed his great swordstaffs before himself, his silver gaze flashing as he felt their strength. His wrists trembled, and his eyes narrowed. He had already seen through the grades of their strength, but it seemed that there was something more to it than just that. It couldn't just be the formation alone. He had killed too many of the people supporting it. The trio exchanged a flurry of blows, each clash causing sparks to fly and cracks to appear in the air as space was frozen over. The limit of this world was the true sky god realm, so even the likes of them could break much of those limits. Ryu's gaze flashed, and for the first time, he showed a hint of emotion on his face. A wild grin spread across his lips. Kamdi. Bang! His aura soared. Chapter 1824 more. 1824 more. Ryu's aura suddenly changed. At that moment, his weapon god aura began to fluctuate wildly, and it looked as though he was shifting between the sword, the saber, even the rod, again and again. The form of his great swordstaffs became difficult to follow, and when he took a step forward, the entirety of the world seemed to both tremble and be reflected in his eyes. Ryu could still feel it clearly, the weakness of his great swordstaffs. They were great in battles where he had a clear upper hand, but against enemies that were just as strong and sometimes more skilled than himself, there was little to nothing that he could do. The battle with Starlight was the best example of this. In the end, he had no choice but to abandon his weapons and use close combat skills because his great swordstaff became a limiting factor full of flaws that could be exploited. He had always known the solution to this. The problem was that he didn't have the time to invest in making it better, and he was too obsessed with fast improvement to find the time to put into it. However, now his mentality had changed entirely. There was no need to give up on close combat because it would always be something that he could use. And because it was his body, he could more easily use it as a medium for his weapon god auras. However, if he wanted to bring out the full potential of his great swordstaffs and make his wife proud, it would take ironing out all those flaws. As for what the solution was, it was both simple and maybe the most difficult thing he would ever have to do. If he wanted his great swordstaffs to be rid of their flaws, he would have to create the 10th weapon god aura. Ryu took another step forward, and the myriad of changes his great swordstaff was undergoing seemed to reach a peak. It was as the saying went, absence made the love grow fonder. It had been a long time since Ryu had touched or even thought about his great swordstaffs, and yet that time away, especially considering all the new things he had learned in that time, seemed to allow things to click now that had never clicked before. His close combat had taught him a lot about positioning, range, and footwork. As a close combat expert, you were almost always against opponents with weapons with greater range than your own. To counter that, you had to outmaneuver them and know when to take the initiative and when to retreat. In the past, whether it was with his bow or his other weapons, Ryu almost always had the range advantage, so it was simply not something that he had ever thought about until now. As a close combat expert, the only weapon you had access to was your body, so the overall strength available, even when boosted by talents and other skills, was almost always weaker than if you had used a weapon instead. To combat this, Ryu had to learn how to maximize his output, using every inch of his body to power every punch thrown and kick swung. Now, he could feel the efficiency of his body reaching another level entirely. When he swung his great swordstaffs, he could feel a powerful energy rocketing up his legs, following the turn of his hips and the flex of his torso. By the time that power got to his arms and extended outward, it was easily 3 times more powerful than it would be otherwise. It felt like everything he had learned was almost carelessly being filled into his current combat strength, and with every passing second, he grew stronger and stronger. The skies around him were filled with blade auras that crisscrossed, shook the earth, and sundered the clouds. Ryu continuously walked forward, his body bending and erupting like a bow with every strike. By some point, just his simple steps forward alone were enough to shatter space. The twins were so oppressed that they didn't have time to realize that until now, Ryu hadn't even begun to use his other abilities to support his great sword staffs. It was more like he wanted to truly feel his blade, to feel the pull of faith around him and what changes it could bring. It was right then that an arm went flying into the air. The fused humanoid, the twins, had become let out a mournful shriek that sounded like the layering of two voices. Ryu didn't seem to notice at all, the amusement having long faded from his eyes. It wasn't enough. He was still so far from forming a god aura. His current self could pick out so many flaws. Give me more. Last longer. Chi. 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 Ryu's assault was relentless, flowing like water and yet thundering like a heavy waterfall. When one blade finished its swift stroke, a second would fall and then another. Ryu knew that he could just use his cosmos fog to break free of these constraints, but he knew that any god aura formed under such circumstances would be bound to be weaker because, unlike his bloodlines, there was no template for the great sword staff just yet. If he wanted to make one, it had to be one that could stand on its own even without his cosmos fog. Only then could he bring it into his world and bring it to a whole other level. A leg was severed and spiraled into the air. Blood flew and arched with menace, while Ryu was like a butcher rising through the skies like a deity. The dichotomy was enough to make one sick to their stomachs. Ryu parried their sword with one strike and pierced right through their chest with another. He released the handle as though he was using their body to keep his great sword staff upright and grabbed their neck. He stood there in silence, his indifference coloring the skies. Chapter 1825 Self or Legacy. 1825 Self or Legacy. Ryu's instinct was to kill these two. He might have grown quite a bit in recent years, but it hadn't made him any less murderous. The reason he didn't was because he knew that short-term satisfaction would only ruin everything else. Right now, he still hadn't managed to find Mei. Of course, that wasn't because he couldn't sense her, but because he had yet to find the time to do much of anything. He was being watched like a hawk from all sides, and the last thing he needed was to offend a faction with a Tao god to the point they felt justified in hunting him down. In addition to this, he had left Selhira behind at her insistence in the army as well. She wanted to grow on her own, and her pride as a dragon wouldn't allow anything less, so he had been forced to oblige. Though he had also left Impana as a form of protection for her. This was to say that no matter what, whether it was for Mei or Selhira, he had to keep at least a basic level of decorum with these bastards. Killing the others was fine and could be explained away with enough merit, but killing the twins would definitely cause a storm that he was unwilling to deal with right now. Instead, he would just capture them in the name of military law, then store this debt away to be repaid at a later date. In his current situation, he had to toe the line of not being easy to bully, but also having a bottom line. Only that way would he be tolerated. He knew that he wouldn't be able to keep that up forever. At some point, his strength would grow to the point that he couldn't be ignored, and they would be forced to make a decision, either to get rid of him or continue to use him. This would likely not come for a while as Ryu had already made the decision to slow his cultivation speed, both out of necessity and because he had no real other choice. After all, he couldn't use his chaotic silk meridians to rocket through the realms any longer. That said, slowing his cultivation speed was one thing, but his actual progress was another. He planned to refine his foundation and increase his strength to the point that it would make no difference at all. But, because he would be stuck in the true sky god realm in the eyes of those fools, it would be harder to trace his bottom line and they would be more likely to be complacent. When the time came, he would certainly be able to explode forth with all of his potential. Trash. Ryu shook his head and a swirl of darkness appeared around the twins as they were sucked into his inner world. Of course, the inner world was under Ryu's full control. Inside of it, they could be blind, deaf, and unable to feel anything with just a single thought, let alone seeing his secrets or his river of embryonic chi. He could dual cultivate with his wives right next to them and they wouldn't have any idea. That said, That didn't stop Ryu from throwing them into a cave deep underground where he wouldn't have to see their faces. Then, he walked away, completely ignoring the rest of the army that had been blown back by their battle. He seemed to be entirely uninterested in massacring the rest of them. Either that or he almost wanted them to go back and report on this matter. Soon, he had already disappeared into the distance, leaving them broken and shaken. Amidst the army, there were several that had been among the planners of Ryu's humiliation. They thought that they could make him obediently sweep and mop floors. But in their wildest imaginations, they never thought that things would turn out this way. In fact, they had felt that even if Ryu actually had heaven-defying battle strength, he wouldn't dare to do this. But in the end, reality proved them very, very wrong. Not only did Ryu have the strength, but he dared. Their hearts shuddered and they realized that they had to report this matter as quickly as possible. This was bound to cause a commotion in the outside world. Ryu walked slowly and found a new place to seclude himself, his thoughts churning. In reality, though, he was only thinking of one matter: clones. That feeling of separating into so many people was quite magical, albeit lacking completely. Though he had, indeed, separated into several clones, they were all of one body and one mind, so it might as well have just been him alone. Without his internal matrix, it would have been impossible to keep up with so many battles at once. However, this still felt like the perfect solution for his problem. He had too many things to handle and deal with, which was why he had abandoned so many paths in the past to begin with. But what if he could clone himself perfectly? In truth, this was harder than it sounded, much like his idea to recultivate his foundation completely. But at the same time, it also felt like it was something he was uniquely suited to doing. After all, hadn't he done something similar in the past by breaking a piece of soul away from his perfect black buddy back when he successfully escaped from Primus' clutches? It could be said that with his perfect black buddy alone, he was the absolute most suited person to creating several clones of himself that were truly independent of thought. But he also had to be cautious with this matter. After all, independent of thought when he was as stubborn as he was, could be a problem. What if his clones became so independent that they no longer wanted to fuse with him any longer? Finding a balance of these things would be highly important. Should he truly create his own method this time again? Or should he try to find a legacy that was already solidified? Chapter 1826 Report. 1826 Report. Ryu's thoughts drifted as he tried to find the right path forward. There were too many things to do, and he quickly began to realize why he had always chosen to do things a different way in the past. Taking the path of least resistance and progressing as fast as possible was far easier than what he was trying to do now, and it showed. However, since he had already made a decision, he would stick to it. In fact, it was almost a shame that he had only noticed this matter so late. This was clearly a product of Ryu never truly having any guidance on the path of cultivation and likewise always being obsessed with revenge and fast improvement. He had had 2 masters in his life until now, but all they had ever done was give him their legacies. As for guiding him and mentoring him, they had never done such a thing. But Ryu also didn't blame them for this matter either. Both were wise enough to understand his personality and understand that it would have likewise been useless. Trying to strong-arm him into following a path he didn't want to would have ended about as well as one could imagine. He was too arrogant and far too set in his ways. How many other true sky gods had already built their entire cultivation path on their own? Whether it was his chi realm or his mental realm, in fact, he had even also recently changed his body realm to follow a path unique to himself. He simply wasn't used to following the teachings of others, and he seemed to disdain to use even their techniques, preferring to rely on them as references to build his own path forward. I don't need to change this, however. There does need to be a shift in my mentality. Ryu felt that following his own path for cultivation was actually the correct path to take. However, that didn't mean that there was no change he could make at all to give himself a better outlook for the future. Maybe? Ryu's eyes narrowed, and he turned his attention back to the guidance the heavens had given him in the form of karmic strings. In reality, he had stopped relying on these long ago as well, in one part because as time passed they faded more and more, and in the second part due to his own pride. If he couldn't even listen to his masters, listening to the heavens felt like it fell in the same category as well. Plus, He was so enamored with his own path of cultivation that he couldn't be bothered to consider anything else. This time, when he turned his attention toward it, he had changed his mentality entirely. Maybe some of the ideas he had come up with could be expounded in these karmic strings. It took Ryu a while because they had faded so much by this point, but he was able to find a path towards solidifying them by using his inner world and cosmos fog. He separated the karmic strings away from the heavens and rooted them in his own world. Although they were still faded, they would, at the very least, not fade any more than now. He didn't find anything related to recultivating from the ground up, but he had expected as much. After all, that would have to rely on methods that existed outside the purview of the heavens. It wasn't possible for the heavens themselves to give him guidance on this. However, he did find a potential path for cloning. The trouble was that it wasn't complete. It had to be remembered that these karmic strings were here to teach him the optimal path of his talents. He had already deviated from this particular path long ago, so much of the teachings here were useless to him. It seemed that to the heavens, dividing his soul and using them to create clones wasn't the optimal path. Ryu didn't find this to be too surprising either. After all, there were mental realm talents that were perfectly designed for this path. There was even one of the god grade that he could recall that allowed a person to separate their mental, chi, and body realms into 3 separate bodies of separate thoughts, and yet of one mind. Soon, though, Ryu realized why it was that this wasn't his optimal path. Resources and legacy. If he wanted this to succeed, he would not only need a legacy capable of rebuilding a body, but he would also need a ridiculous amount of resources in order to build and nurture those bodies. Ryu's gaze flickered, and for the first time in a long time, he took out a tome. He hadn't thought about this tome in a very long time. That was because he had subconsciously had some bias toward it. After all, he had found this tome in Sacrum, a lower world. So it was hard to fathom that it could be useful to him on this scale, where sky gods seemed to be everywhere. In addition, it followed a path of necromancy that he was no longer interested in. Why waste time refining corpses when you could use summons instead? Summons still required guidance and resources, but they were far more flexible, easier to fix, and they had minds that could think for themselves and relieve much of the burden of control away from the necromancer. There was a reason it was known as the most powerful path of necromancy. But looking at this familiar tome, Ryu began to wonder if he ever truly gave it a fair shake. This tome, of course, was the very same tome wrapped in human skin that he had found after escaping Patriarch Ember. In fact, this wasn't an item of the Patriarch, but was rather something he had gotten from the lackey of a martial god. An apostle, they called themselves. Now that Ryu thought back, he didn't get very far into this book. He only used a few bits and pieces of it to refine the body of one corpse puppet that he ended up abandoning and ignoring anyway. But touching this book again, and feeling its presence now that he was a sky god, his expression couldn't help but flicker. This tome didn't have some powerful or magical aura. In fact, the human skin that was used to make the leather that wrapped it only came from ordinary cultivators. What shocked Ryu was that he could feel countless karmic strings wrapped around this book, and he realized that it could only mean one thing. This book was far more profound than it seemed. Ryu recalled stories of mortals being so engrossed in their crafts that they were able to become Tao gods in a single step after immersing themselves in their practice for mere decades. Of course, to a sky god, decades was a fleeting amount of time. But to a mortal, decades could practically be their entire lives. But that was precisely why it was so shocking. Most that ever reached the Tao God realm would have to use tens of millions of years at the very least. For a mortal to do it in a single bound, it felt like in this case, however, this was already a cultivator. They had already reached the threshold of reaching that step, becoming shrouded in the mysteries of the heavens that would have allowed them to become Tao gods in a single bound. But it was precisely because they were already cultivators that it didn't work out for them. And judging by the aura of this book, Ryu was doubtful that this person ever cared every. Ryu's eyes narrowed as he ran a hand over the front cover. Then, after some thought, he opened up the tome for the first time in a long while. As Ryu was immersed in his own world, the news had already rocked the outside world. Not just in the holy world itself, but also even outside of it. The Luminara clan was, unsurprisingly, furious. Who would have thought that Ryu would actually dare to do this? When Tao God Luminera heard of this news, her brows couldn't help but pinch with an undisguised frostiness. She had never personally met Ryu, nor made any outright threats to him, believing that it was beneath her station. She was a Tao God. Just the subtleties of her state of mind could shock others into paying attention. She couldn't even remember the last time she had to clearly state her intentions about anything. People would always scramble to read her mind and act before she had to speak. But to think that a mere human child would dare to spit in her face like this. Despite this, her expression remained mostly indifferent. She looked down at the sovereign that came to report this matter to her and spoke simple words. Report this to the other Tao gods of the Alliance. I want to hear their thoughts on this matter. Chapter 1827 All. 1827 All. News of Ryu's actions were suppressed at first and only passed among the most affluent and important. The details of this matter didn't make one of the most powerful families of the world look very good at all, and on the other hand, was it necessary? The only reason that they would even need to spread such news in the first place was if they wanted to ruin Ryu's reputation. But what good would that be for them? Such petty tricks and inconveniences were only necessary for the weak. In truth, they were the Tao gods of the world. They could do whatever they wanted without having to give the slightest explanation. In that case, why should they waste their time? However, what they didn't expect was that the Chaos Plane would let go of this chance. The moment news made it back to the Ice and Darkness Fiends, it was sent back to the Tao gods of the Fiends and they made a completely different decision. Soon, news of turmoil, inner conflict and the scandal of Fey Tao gods suppressing a great talent of the human race began to spread like wildfire. By the time the Tao gods of the real plane saw through the issue, it was already too late to hide. Not only did the entire world now know of Ryu's feats, they were likewise aware of the Luminera clan's attempted suppression of Ryu, and how it ended in abject defeat. While all of this was happening, Ryu was still stuck in a trance of meditation and focus. He had already guessed that things would happen like this. During his battle with Vespa and Vespera, he had sensed that there were others observing. But while they thought they were using him, he was, in fact, using them. Ryu had ignored politics ever since he awakened in his second life. He had spent so much of his first life fighting for a chance to actually cultivate, so when he finally had some real strength to rely on, he simply didn't care to go back to his old ways. But now the novelty of that had worn off and he had matured. In a game of politics, there were probably very few who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He could grasp the hearts of the people and few general trends with far greater ease than most could ever imagine. Something like this was far too easy for him. This was also the reason why he attacked without giving Vespa and Vespera the chance to introduce themselves. When one was threading a needle of life and death, sometimes it was these small tidbits that would be the dividing line. Of course, the Tao gods could still afford to ignore him now and do as they please regardless. They were Tao gods, why should they worry about public sentiment and where the winds were blowing? However, all of that would change the moment Ryu cleared the first holy world in decades. That was because at that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of public sentiment and outrage, but an even more important matter of faith. When that moment came, Ryu would be far too important to even lay a hand on. That said, Ryu was also aware that his actions this time would make it very difficult to take those steps. For now, the Luminera clan would likely not do much. In fact, if they did anything, it would be in helping Ryu stop others from entering. This wasn't just because he had Vespa and Vespera held hostage, that was only a small part of it. The much more important part of the puzzle was that the holy world was too great a natural resource. The power of a family was almost always directly proportional to the number of holy worlds they controlled. The Luminera clan would be unwilling to send in others to help support them, because at that point, the gains would outweigh the losses. If another clan took this opportunity to entrench themselves in the holy world, then the ones on the losing end would be the Luminera. As such, if they were going to let anyone in, they would have to transfer one of their better geniuses from a higher holy world. And such a thing obviously couldn't be done lightly, and there would be a great amount of red tape to deal with. It would ultimately take time. Of course, time would likely not be more than a few days or a week at most. But to Ryu, that might as well have been forever. No, the location of the true danger wouldn't be the Luminera, at least not for now. The real danger would come from the fiends. Right now, they seemed to be helping Ryu, but their goal was obvious. They wanted a fissure in the real plane, and if they could use Ryu to do it, it would be even better because it would be akin to killing two birds with a single stone. Not only would they deal a blow to the real plane, but they would likewise cripple a talent like Ryu that had caused them to lose so much. And if things worked out for them, then they might even be able to keep the holy world on top of that. That was why by the time they had started to spread this information, they had likewise begun to silently make moves to send some of their better geniuses to the region, geniuses that wielded god-grade fiend chi, and one of whom wielded ancient chis. It could be said that the fiends, while they hadn't gone all out, weren't far from doing so. Geniuses that wielded god chis were already cream of the crop. But geniuses that wielded ancient chis were akin to monsters among monsters. And now, a group of them was headed to Ryu's holy world. Ryu's eyes slowly opened, and a sharp light radiated out from his eyes. He didn't feel like he had made much progress, but he had spent enough time here, consolidating some things and solidifying his foundation further. He knew that he only had a week or so at most, so he gave himself just 3 days. In 3 days, he would clear this holy world. By now, the more powerful fiends were certainly on their way or maybe already here. But if he was correct, even if they were already here, they would be waiting. As for what they were waiting for, that was obvious to Ryu. They would want to blow up this matter as much as possible. As such, just heading out now and wiping everything out wouldn't be in their favor. They would likely want to wait until the Luminera sent their own people. Only that way could they truly set this place ablaze. The only question one might have at this point was why the fiends were willing to share this pie with others, while the Luminera were so selfish. Why was Ryu so sure that things would play out this way? Well, it certainly wasn't because the fiends were that much better in terms of corruption. Ryu had been in their ranks personally, so he knew that they were no less corrupt than the real plane. But there were 2 factors at play here. First, this holy world was in the real plane, and its laws were in line with that. So, the fiends were already at a disadvantage in this place. Second, rather than being controlled by one family, the fiend race side was under the control of scattered talents from 2 main factions, most of whom shared different family names, that being the ice and darkness element fiends. Because of this, the fiend race's attachments to this holy world and the benefits that they could receive from it were much less. As such, they were far more willing to use it as a pawn to deal a blow to the Fae and Ryu than the real plane were willing to do the vice versa. In the end, this was all playing out exactly as Ryu thought it would. But before he put an end to this farce, there was still one more thing he needed to do. It was said that this world was filled with resources, and when holy worlds were conquered, there were a great amount of benefits to gain based on contribution and things of the like. However, Ryu had yet to lay his eyes on any of these benefits just yet because he was so occupied with fighting and battle. What he wanted to know was what exactly these rewards and resources were, and if they could help him make any breakthroughs or maybe make the next steps he had to take easier. Ultimately, Ryu wasn't a fool. He was just one person and some of his strongest abilities were useless in this world. But he wasn't just a cultivator. He was Ryu the Ruin Master, Ryu the Formation Master, Ryu the Alchemist, Ryu the Blacksmith. It was about time he embraced all of these strengths. Chapter 1828 Ice Lily 1 1828 Ice Lily 1 Ryu traveled the world with much greater speed now than what he had done in the past. He was no longer worried about finding exact locations of enemies and planning out his attack. Instead, he was trying to find something very particular. He was focused on large gatherings of faith and pieces of land that called to his affinities. After his breakthrough, he was quite shocked to find that spirit bodies actually had multiple levels that they could reach. In Sacrum, the spirit body was only known as either existing or not. He had never considered improving his spirit body, let alone what that would mean. But he found that now that he had after his hyperfocus state on the ice element, his sensitivity to this element was likewise on another level. In the past, his spirit body could really only do 2 things. The first was transform his body into the element. This was decent for movement speed and evasion. The second ability was the weakened healing factor that allowed him to heal himself through the absorption of enemies. But now things were different. It was actually quite similar to what the fiends were capable of. Now, the elements couldn't just come from his body, but the best way to describe it was that if he wanted, there would be no difference between elements outside of his body and inside. He could even expand his body with ease. It had to be remembered that Little Nemesis' ancient talent allowed him to maintain a small size. This taboo talent seemed to be foolish, until one understood that his power continued to scale regardless. Meaning, the stronger Nemesis became, the more exaggerated the value of this talent became. The reason this talent was so powerful was because there was an inevitable dilution of strength when a body increased in size. The only way to counter this was by applying far more energy in return. That was what the fiends could do by absorbing the elements in the surroundings, and it was likewise what Ryu could do. Not only could he do this with idle control, but he could do it now with his spirit body as well. But with even more flexibility. Because not only could Ryu increase the size of his body, but he could also separate it into countless clones. And now, he was using that very same sensitivity to the elements to find what he was looking for. It didn't even take more than a few minutes to find what he needed. Ryu bent down to get a good look at a delicate lily that seemed formed of ice. Blue veins ran through it, and the entire region around it had turned into an icy lake. It was a gorgeous little flower, but more importantly than that, Ryu could see a great many things that weren't obvious. For one, this small lily had a root system that passed through the ground for dozens of meters. This wasn't a large distance, especially at this cultivation realm, but for such a small flower it was too peculiar. Second, this region was decidedly colder than any other in the vicinity. In fact, the region just outside was actually a slight bit warmer than usual, which was also odd. Third, this flower had an aura that seemed to surpass the true sky god realm, and yet didn't at the same time. On the surface, it seemed to be like any other true grade spiritual herb. But the closer Ryu observed, the more he felt that it was too perfect for the true grade. It felt like a crown herb, but somehow even more perfect than that. A crown herb was, of course, a herb just on the verge of evolving, allowing it to carry some of the benefits of a higher grade herb, but was also safe to consume for a lower realm existence. Of course, usually, absorbing an herb that was too high of grade could cause a weaker cultivator to implode. The only exception was a crown herb that gave the benefits of both. However, Ryu had seen many crown herbs before and this wasn't one. For one, a crown herb only existed for a short time as it was a state of evolution. You had to harvest it at the perfect time, but even after observing for several minutes, this ice lily showed no signs of changing. Second, Ryu was still certain that the aura was slightly different. I see. What a coincidence. This state of perfection Ryu was sensing. It represented a theoretical limit, a level of attainment that embodied the absolute pinnacle of the true sky god realm. Were the Tao gods of the real plane fools? Was this really supposed to be a punishment for him? He had just been thinking about perfecting his realm and taking his time to solidify his foundation, and now he had found the perfect opportunity to do so. I get it. It's doubtful that they can see what I can see. This feeling of perfection I'm getting is from what I can observe from its karmic strings. However, this world might be on a higher tier than the true martial world, but it's lacking in understanding of karma and faith. Ryu had realized this the moment he saw just how lowly ranked his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils were. No matter how long it had been since his pupils appeared in this world, there was no way it should be ranked as lowly as not even top 30. This was proven with how quickly he had managed to enter the 20s in rank after just a single feat. Granted, that feat was absolutely ridiculous and was related to helping to slaughter a Tao sovereign as a true sky god, but it was the truth nonetheless. If Ryu was correct, the people of this world saw these spiritual herbs as incredibly valuable and consumed them to increase their affinities and comprehension of an element, but they missed the forest for the trees. Chapter 1829 Ice Lily 2. 1829 Ice Lily 2. Consuming these spiritual herbs would certainly come with a great deal of benefit. If Ryu was correct, even he would benefit from it, and that was despite having the Ice Phoenix bloodline running through his veins. This herb could deepen his connection with the ice element, and also help to increase the grade of his inheritance, but this was only a small part. There was also a small chance of forming a unique ice elemental natural enlightenment, or forming a unique ice elemental manifestation. The number of branching and winding paths was nigh endless. It was like a cheat code and was invaluable. With all of these benefits to be had, who would be worried about finding more? Even Ryu was tempted by this. Of course, his inheritances had now been tied to his 8 trigram diagrams, and thus increased smoothly so long as his Tao improved. As such, he hadn't needed to meditate on an individual element or anything of the sort for a while, though it was likely also because of this that his ice element had become so sloppy. But a natural enlightenment or a manifestation, those were things that were incredibly enticing to even Tao gods, let alone Ryu. However, looking beyond all of that, Ryu could see a benefit that was greater than all of this. That subtle perfection the flower was exuding, it represented the pinnacle of what was possible in the true sky god realm. If there was a so-called perfect foundation, this ice lily embodied it. Well, perfect at least in regard to this world. If there are stronger worlds out there, it would still be incomplete. Even so, this is still a sublevel higher than what would be possible in the true sky god realm in the martial world. Its value for this alone is invaluable. Ryu continued to stare at the flower, not making a move immediately. At the moment, he was still considering exactly what to do. Taking the flower was already a foregone conclusion, but there were still 2 things to decipher. The first was how exactly to harvest it. As an herbologist, he knew better than most how important it was to properly harvest a spiritual herb. For some, if you did it wrong, you would ruin its efficacy entirely. But he was less worried about this. He felt that he could decipher the proper method in a few minutes at worst. What really occupied his mind was exactly how to use this ice lily. There were likewise 2 options for this. The first being to plant it in his inner world and then meditate on it, and the second being using it as a conduit to reflect on his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. In the first case, the gamble was almost non-existent and he was certain to benefit greatly in what was likely a very short time. In the second, he was playing with fire. The infinity mist in his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was maybe the most dangerous of the natural treasure he had collected. But it was likewise incredibly powerful. Ryu was already leaning toward the second. It only took him minutes to find this flower thanks to his senses and his affinity for the element. Who cared if he ruined the ice lily in his attempt? Of course, there was still the danger, but when had he ever feared danger? However, just as quickly, Ryu shook his head. 1 step at a time. He forcefully reeled in himself in. Constantly chasing higher and higher goals wasn't going to help him succeed in solidifying his foundation like he wanted. All things would come in due time and he had to temper his patience. Plus, even though this world was on a higher level than the natural treasures he had gathered, there was probably no true sky god in existence that could survive against these god-grade spiritual herbs. Having made his decision, Ryu made a move to harvest the ice lily. In the time he had been thinking, he already figured out how to harvest it. In a swift motion, he actually slapped out and shattered the ice lily into a falling rain of sparkling icy blue shards. What remained in the end were the pulsing blue patterns, and suddenly, the beautiful ice lily looked more like a weed than a spiritual herb. And yet, its delicate coolness belied these thoughts. He reached a hand forward, pinching each of these veins one by one as though looking for something. When he was satisfied, he pinched down harder and suddenly pulled. At that moment, the complex root system that had embedded itself into the icy lake was pulled out branch by branch. In a beautiful, swift motion, the entire spiritual herb, spreading dozens of meters, was uprooted, spreading out like a sparkling constellation of blue. Fascinating. It's like a formation. In fact, if you deployed it like one, you could probably find a powerful technique hidden within. It seems that I even missed a shocking matter. It looked like other than natural enlightenments and manifestations, these herbs also held the secrets of incredibly powerful Tao charm techniques. Just looking at the profundity, Ryu couldn't help but feel inferior. He had already succeeded in creating 2 Tao manipulation methods of his own, both of which used incredibly complex and profound abilities to rewrite reality. And yet, this Tao method that seemed to only be the ice element alone and nothing else actually felt far more profound to him. More complicated isn't necessarily better. He could rewrite heaven and earth and even warp time and space, but that was still inferior to this root system that outlined a spine-tingling method of ice chi usage. Ryu nodded to himself. It was truly more than worth it to come and find these. Without studying the herb for much longer, Ryu began going around to find more. Not all of these special herbs were as profound, but each one still carried its own hint of uniqueness that he could learn from. Ryu felt that if he digested all of this, one would be hard-pressed to find another true sky god in existence with attainments in ice comparable to himself. It was as he was lost in this world that the situation began to change once more. Chapter 1830 Intuition. 1830 Intuition. Ryu looked up, his eyes narrowing. He could feel a shift. Another thing he had realized was that in this world, maybe because it was restricted to the true sky god level, it was also far easier to see through. As though all the more complex entanglements had been stripped away, Ryu could see things with his eyes more clearly. The first few days he had been here, the feeling wasn't nearly as sharp to him. But that was also because his eyes had still been healing at the time. Now, however, it was clear as day. He could feel the shifts to his faith without even much effort, as though karmic strings were vibrating in their language right into his ears. This made Ryu realize that although he had unlocked all the seals of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, he wasn't even remotely close to unearthing all of its potential. These feelings made him feel as though he could see through even the future with just a single thought. It seemed that his cultivation realm was very much limiting his eyes. But now that he didn't have such worries because of this world's limitations, he could see a glimpse into the kind of power he would wield in the future. Danger. For me? Ryu's gaze flickered, feeling that it was a bit ridiculous. Was he really feeling danger in this world of all things? It seemed that their plan this time wasn't bad at all. It was just too bad that he could already see through it all. He wasn't to the point where he could truly see the future in detail, but he could feel vague details. He could feel more and more individuals forming karma with him, and if he wanted, he could even follow those lines of karma right to them. He could likewise guess when the calamity would descend and be prepared for it in advance. Fascinating. Ryu's eyes narrowed. He had found plenty of ice lilies, a total of 6 until now, but he had yet to find any of the appropriate darkness attribute. That was because while he had formed a Lord-grade ice elemental spirit body, he had yet to do the same with the dark element. His dark phoenix lineage was far harder to get a grasp on because it was intertwined with two difficult-to-understand elements, that being darkness and death. That wasn't the only problem either. The Luminara didn't specialize in darkness but were rather purely ice and cold related, with some hints of pure water. On the other hand, the fiends had sent both ice and dark elemental fiends. Ryu wondered if that meant that the territories they had cornered off also reflected this, making it more difficult for him to find what he was looking for while also remaining in a safe territory. But now with this change to his eyes, he felt that finding what he wanted would be far easier. He closed his eyes, focusing his intention. There was a tremor that went through his body as a mysterious, but familiar feeling pulled at him. Intuition. The moment Ryu felt it, his eyes snapped open and the feeling vanished. It took him a while to regain his calm, but even when he did, the light in his eyes didn't fade. Indeed, he had forgotten. Of all the abilities of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, while it was true that the ones everyone feared the most were Heaven's Gate and Earth's Gate, this was just because they were the abilities most often used. But intuition, the ability that could only be used 3 times in the lifetime of these heavenly pupils, was likely on a level all its own. Just now, Ryu had felt a vague outline of it, difficult to grasp, but assuredly there. And he realized that maybe it wasn't that intuition could only be used 3 times, but rather that before reaching the true pinnacle of his heavenly pupils, the subsequent breakthroughs from 9 seals undone to 99, and then further to 999 only had enough excess energy to trigger just once. Or maybe it was that the eyes knew that before its owner reached that pinnacle, doing any more would just harm them. But right now, Ryu stood near the pinnacle of this world, and his eyes didn't seem to feel much of a barrier anymore. As such, it was like he could activate intuition, as though it was any one of his other abilities. Ryu's gaze flickered as he came to this realization. Maybe he shouldn't be in a hurry to enter a higher-level world at all. If he could reach the pinnacle of the true sky god realm in earnest, digging out all of his potential, wouldn't he truly be undefeatable? However, this was yet another reminder that he wasn't there. The fact it was still so difficult for his eyes to use intuition in this situation spoke volumes about how much of his potential he was leaving behind for the sake of rushing through cultivation realms. Never again. Ryu grabbed at the air and a bundle of karmic strings took shape. He tugged on them as though they were real ropes with tangible forms, and then a portal appeared in their midst, woven from the intricate fibers of karma. When he took a step inside, he had already appeared before a beautiful little black flower, and his heart couldn't help but thrum. He wasn't in shock at his own abilities, but had rather felt like a sea of memories came flooding back. That flower looked much too much like the black rose, his wife's life partner. After a closer inspection, he realized that it wasn't quite a black rose, though it looked like one. Ryu sighed. Yana, Elsa, where are you? His gaze flickered as he stepped forward. Compared to the ice lily, this rose of darkness was even more invaluable to him. He had to take advantage.
Chapter 1831 ranking. 1831 ranking.
The fiend headquarters were shrouded in darkness and, even more so, silence. By this point, Morven and Draken had long since vacated their seating arrangements, looking solemnly toward a figurehead who stood high above. But soon they lowered their heads. They didn't even dare to look at the few followers this person had brought along with them, let alone the person themselves. There were 4 of them in total, and all of them exuded a solemn air of darkness. They were rare dark fiends, but they were on an entirely different level from Morven alone. In fact, they were on the Earth rankings of the dark fiend race. The competition in the fiend races was violent, and not just anyone could rise to the cream of the crop. In this sort of situation, there were thus black rankings, Earth rankings, and heaven rankings. The black rankings were for World Sea Realm experts alone. The Earth rankings were for those up to the true Sky God ranks. And finally, the heaven rankings were for those up to the omniscient Sky God ranks. As such, the Earth and heaven rankings were further divided into 3 subsections, corresponding to fragmented, false and true, or perfect, transcended, and omniscient depending on the list. The reason these 6 lists were combined into just 2, though, was because of the cumulative rankings. The dividing gap between the omniscient Sky God realm and the Lord realm was well discussed and talked about. But what no one considered was that the gap between the true and perfect realms, while not as exaggerated, was very large as well. This was to say that it was far more common for a false Sky God to challenge a true Sky God in this realm than it was for a true Sky God to challenge a perfect one. Ryu had never cared about these things because, in the true martial world, leaping even a single sub-realm to do battle was seen as impossible, let alone climbing so many. However, in this world, where there was just a single plane, all talents regardless of background were accumulated in a single place. As such legends didn't get passed on, and there were plenty who could leap realms to do battle. There were exactly 100 spots on every list. So each one aside from the World Sea rankings had 300 spots total, and the benefits one received even for being in the 100th spot were enough to make eyes water. And that was precisely why they had a hard time even looking up to meet the gaze of this young man, Lycan, ranking 96th on the Earth's list. He sat there in silence, his scythe flickering in and out of existence at his back. His body didn't seem to have shape or form outside of his head and neck. Whether it was the body below that or his hair, it all seemed to be formed of a dense, billowing fog. His face was cold and handsome, but it was marked by what looked like veins of black stretching across it like a curse mark. It made him look sinister and unbothered by anything. He was already ranked 96th on the list despite being of just the higher true god realm. It was said that when he broke through the pinnacle, he had good odds of even charging into the top 50. Even many of the Earth ranking feared him, let alone characters like them who had never been on the list to begin with. That was a folly they couldn't allow themselves to slip into. Lycan slowly opened his eyes and a dense black hole flickered within them. The moment he did so, his 3 followers kneeled at once, and the others bowed their heads even lower. Use the faith well. Leave only 10% of the faith remaining. Convert as much of this world to Chaos Plane territory as possible. I will handle the rest. His voice was surprisingly soothing and calm. It was difficult to not feel at peace when he spoke, but his power made it hard for anyone to truly relax. Morven and Draken looked toward one another when they heard this, feeling that these measures were truly drastic. Could it be that Lycan felt that he couldn't win if he was at a disadvantage? It made them shiver in realization. Could this Ryu Tatsuya be far more dangerous than they knew? Suddenly, they felt lucky that they had taken these steps. At the same time, they felt more confident seeing that Lycan was taking things so seriously. After going so far, what they felt was a surefire win should be even more secured than they realized. This would be a huge boon for them if they could do it right. Even if they took a step back with the faith they used up this time, in the future it would all the more be worth it. Right away, they said humbly, then went to get to work. Lycan didn't say anything else. He just slowly stood, his eyes narrow. The feeling that Ryu got from his eyes was the very same feeling that Lycan got. But he didn't have the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, or any pupils for that matter. Much like powerful cultivators tended to get a grasp over time and space the stronger they grew, they began to gain an understanding of karma as well just the same. While Ryu had to rely on his eyes to sense these things, Lycan could rely on his cultivation alone to know that this situation wasn't nearly as simple as it seemed. But that also went to prove something else. At least in terms of unearthing their pure potential in the true Sky God realm, Lycan was much further along. Without his chaotic silk meridians, Ryu's cultivation was far more hollow than he had realized just yet. And if it wasn't fixed soon, it could be said that it would ruin his future potential entirely. Lycan grabbed out and his flickering scythe slapped into a palm that looked more like a demon's claw than anything else. Deep in the abyss of his eyes, he felt a hint of excitement, a feeling only a true genius would experience. Chapter 1832 Darkness. 1832 Darkness. Ryu stood slowly, his white robes billowing in the wind. He sensed the change before it came, the atmosphere of the world shifting and tending toward chaos. He understood what was happening even without having to be there. It was clear to him that this was a case of morphing the world toward a state of chaos. This particular holy world was in the real plane and was, as such, an advantageous battlefield for the Fae and other races of this side. However, this didn't have to be permanent. The moment Ryu saw this situation, he came to understand how it might be possible. Interesting. It seems that my opponents aren't arrogant and are taking the necessary steps. The question is, should I see how far I can push this commotion? Or should I try to end it all right here and now? Ryu was obviously not afraid of the chaos plane. It might affect others, but it would make no tangible difference to his combat style one way or another. Even if he didn't use his chaotic silk meridians, his inner world could isolate him from the effects of the outside world with great ease. He could separate himself from the impact of the world around him with great ease. The issue wasn't him. It was how much of a boost this individual was going to get. They're using faith. It's also possible that if they're willing to go all out, they can even use it to directly strengthen themselves. But this also might not be a bad thing. Using faith like this is funneling it back into the world. That way, when I conquer it, there won't be nearly as much of a loss. According to his understanding, the faith in this world was finite. If your side won, then you'd get to benefit from what remained in the world plus what you had personally accumulated. But the opposing side could cut their losses by taking what they had received and cutting bait. Overall, this was a relatively small loss. But since he was going big, there was no need to stall in this way. After some thought, Ryu decided to take the slower approach. The more he thought about his path, the more impatient he realized he was. Sometimes it was fine, like when he didn't bother to listen to the words of annoying characters and just directly killed them. But at other times, like with his cultivation, or when it came to seeking out revenge or finding opportunity in danger, he was too careless. However, it was difficult for him to make this decision. He didn't want to lose what was fundamentally him, and he certainly didn't want to lose his own edge. If he just became overly cautious in everything he did, then he would be moving backward, not forward. And honestly, Ryu wasn't sure where that line was. It'll have to be a risk assessment. It's not worth it to go now because the moment I start this final battle, I'll be on a ticking clock. The problem isn't the individual enemies I'd face. I don't care who it is, or how much better their foundation is than mine. I'm not losing to someone in the same cultivation realm. The issue is how many of them there are and what support they might have brought in. If this one dies, it won't be long before they send even more in, and by that point the Luminara clan might react as well. This will be the easiest time I have in taking over one of these worlds in the short term, so I have to make it worthwhile. After Ryu had these thoughts, his mind settled down and he came to understand something. Being cautious just for the sake of being cautious was foolish. But if he had a reason and a logical assessment of the situation, it was different. Why wasn't he in a rush to improve his cultivation? It was because he knew his foundation wasn't perfect. Why wasn't he rushing to fight this final battle? So that he could control future variables better. When it was no longer worth it to be cautious, he would take action. Ryu vanished and appeared in yet another hidden cave. But this time he took much more effort in hiding himself. He activated robbed the world of its color and disconnected himself from the surrounding world. Now, even if there were others that could sense the pull of karma and fate, they still wouldn't be able to find him. Then, he began to meditate on the darkness. Unlike ice, there was no place for darkness in Ryu's 8-trigram diagram. Well, at least not on the surface, that is, wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life, heaven. These were the 8 pieces, and they encompassed far more than it seemed. When it was formed into a cycle, darkness was most definitely a hidden part of it. Or more accurately, it was a part of his second 8-trigram diagram. It had to be remembered that Ryu's Tao had 2 halves, each one of which had 2 more dividing portions. As such, he had one golden 8-trigram diagram and another dark gold one that embodied its mirror. He never truly thought much about this second 8-trigram diagram because when he comprehended it, it flowed smoothly from the first. But feeling it now, he could sense the changes it was undergoing. As he continued to meditate, the darkness became clearer to him and Ryu subtly began to understand why it was death and darkness never truly called out to him the same way his other abilities did. First, he received his Dark Phoenix bloodline late. He gained it only after going to the Death Shrine and retrieving his soul. It didn't come from his parents like his other bloodlines did. That much was obvious enough. But what he had never found the answer to is why that bloodline had been there, and why his soul had been as well. Chapter 1833 Appearance. 1833 Appearance. Time continued to tick by. Lycan's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, all his thoughts and feelings of danger had vanished. Felt like there was only one reason for this. Ryu had left the world. But was that possible? Had he really come here for no reason? Or was this a ploy by the real plane to make them waste their faith? Had they been outplayed? Lycan looked off into the distance. The cloudy skies had gained some purplish-black hues. If they really thought that this was enough to end things, then they were sorely mistaken. If Ryu had escaped, then not only did Lycan look down on him, but that also meant that there was no one left to protect this world. In that case, he would just have to destroy it. What chance did they stand now? Lycan took a step and a campaign that rampaged across the ashen snow holy world began. Cities fell one after another, and often, Lycan hardly had to lift a finger. His 3 subordinates were more than enough. With the real plane's advantage having been stripped away, while their most powerful players were gone and nowhere to be seen, there was simply no one that could stop them. In just a few days, the situation that Ryu had fought for had been completely overturned and the outside world had received so many signals for help that their heads were spinning. The Luminara clan was pushed back into a corner. They realized that they had no choice any longer and could only call forward someone far stronger. Even if it meant losing control of the holy world, it was a price they would have to pay. The sin of losing a holy world wasn't something that they could bear. As such, on the 3rd day of the onslaught, the Luminara had no choice but to request help. Although they had more powerful geniuses than the twins, they didn't have any on the level of Lycan, at least not in the true Sky God realm. In the end, they could only ask stronger clans to take action. Unfortunately, it would take time for them to react and be transported over, but Lycan's speed was suffocating, and as he conquered more and more land, the faith they accumulated likewise increased. The Fae and Naturals could only curse Ryu for the situation he had put them in, but he was nowhere to be seen nonetheless. They could only hole up in their Ashen City, hoping that things would hold up in time for reinforcements to come. The Lin stood on a balcony of the central palace of the city. The injuries that Ryu had left him had hardly healed after these few days. But now he could only look out into the distance with a solemn expression. No matter how useless he was, he had no choice but to admit that the situation was bad. No, it was worse than terrible. Life and death would be decided very soon. If it wasn't for the fact he knew that he would be executed for retreating out of this world, he would have already done so. What filled him with more fear was that the twins and Ryu hadn't returned. At first, he thought that this was because Ryu had defeated them. But now he felt that it had to be Lycan and the army. The twins must have been intercepted when they went to deal with Ryu, and Ryu had likely gotten caught up in the crossfire. The irony of all of this was that this was what the Tao gods on the outside believed as well. So even with everything going south, no one thought of blaming Ryu. The city formation began to rumble and the Lin paled, gripping the railing so hard it began to show signs of cracking. High in the skies, 3 God Chi elites of the Dark Fiends stood proud. Their hands became as large as moons and stars as they slammed down on the formation continuously. At the same time, artillery units that had been meant for cornering Ryu should the situation go south bombarded the region as well. After just a few exchanges, the formation had already begun to shift and change, cracks appearing and other runes dimming. Soon, it looked like a fragmented landscape of ice, almost like the surface of an egg after it had fallen to the ground. Just one more poke and they might collapse entirely. It was then that, in the case, an unnoticeable figure strolled through the chaos. He moved with unhurried steps, walking above the fiend race army as though he wasn't even worried about being targeted. It was clear at a glance that he wasn't a fiend, so he was strolling right through the regions where the enemies were the strongest. And yet, no one seemed to notice his presence at all. Not even Lycan. However, he never actually tried to hide himself from sight. So just the same, slowly but surely, more and more people began to notice him. At that moment, Lycan felt his heart skip a beat and his gaze shot into the skies. His pupils constricted into pinholes. The man came to a stop, a mere 20 meters from the 3 God Chi elites bombarding the formation. He looked forward calmly, seemingly waiting for something. It was only after several seconds that the 3 seemed to notice something off about the atmosphere and suddenly snapped their heads back. When they saw the man, their hearts leapt into their throats. How could someone possibly sneak up on them to this extent? A long head of white hair, piercing silver eyes, a face as handsome as a god's, and a bearing no less than that. It seems you all have had fun in my absence. He looked around calmly, seemingly not caring about the deaths of the Fae or Naturals that had been wiped out in his absence. The man raised a palm and the snow around him seemed to thrum with life, forming the vague outline of a long blade with fluttering snowflakes. The name is Ryu Tatsuya. Who would like to die first? Chapter 1834 Decent. 1834 Decent. Ryu spoke lightly as though everything was beneath his notice. In fact, he cared so little about the answer and those before him that the moment he spoke, he had already attacked. The great sword staff of fluttering snow in his hands reached out. Darkness. It was an odd element, indeed. It had no form and could strictly be called the absence of light. It made it amorphous, difficult to grasp, and without substance. What Ryu had come to realize was that ice and darkness were quite similar in that respect. The pursuit of absolute zero was like a chase to non-heat. The defense of ice was so powerful because it was likewise a state of absence, stripping away everything of its energy and forcing it to fall into a state of dormancy. Something from nothing. These 3 words could represent the culmination of Ryu's understanding in these 2 elements. Right now, it truly seemed as though he wasn't holding anything in his hand. In fact, even the fluttering snowflakes around the great sword staff in his hand were only products of the snow moving around to avoid what looked like nothingness. And yet, when he swung it down, the world seemed to be divided in 2. He had always said that space was the sharpest element. However, He realized now that what made it so sharp was that it split things apart, precisely doing exactly what those 3 words described. Nothingness. In his hand, ice and darkness could be no less sharp. In fact, they embodied that meaning so much that when a scythe of black ice formed, slicing through the air, nothing at all could stop it. The army of fiends below was reaped like weeds, sliced apart without the slightest chance to fight back. Lycan stood, his 3 subordinates having hurriedly stepped out of the way after they sensed danger, only for their expressions to turn ugly when they saw the result. With a violent movement, Lycan's scythe appeared in his hand and he, too, swung out. An unprecedented state of seriousness filled his gaze. He had simply never seen darkness used like this.
So sharp, so fast.
Formless, and yet so powerful in that very same formlessness. This was an unprecedented path of darkness, one that he had never seen, and one that made his heart skip several beats. Bang! His wrists trembled and he sensed his scythe almost give way. His eyes narrowed and his arms flexed, eventually shattering Ryu's blow. However, it was only then that the real carnage began. It was clear in an instant that Lycan had miscalculated. Ryu's strike shattered like fragmented glass, but it quickly splintered into countless snowflakes of black ice. Each one was as sharp as a rip in space, spreading out and slicing apart everything in their path. Formless, darkness was exactly that. It flowed as smoothly as water, had no weight, and could change its form with the wind. Even dancing leaves in the wind could cast an array of changing shadows, and in Ryu's hand, it was no less chaotic than his heavenly Tao tree. In that instant, over 20% of the fiend army had been wiped out. Ryu had only appeared for a small moment, and he had only attacked once, but the situation seemed to have entirely changed in an instant. Lycan looked around, somewhat at a loss. He wasn't injured, but he still felt like he had suffered a terrible loss. Plus, it had only been a casual strike on Ryu's part. He wasn't even using a real weapon. However, in the moment he was distracted, Ryu had somehow already grabbed the neck of a God Chi expert. He looked down on him indifferently, his gaze seemingly carrying the depths of life and death. Lycan was shocked again. Dark fiends were known for their ability to escape and protect themselves, their attacking and defensive methods among the most mysterious and hard to grasp. Even if they were far weaker, how was it possible for them to be caught so quickly? When Lycan saw the situation, he understood, and he was even more shaken. It was the same exact principle, nothingness, and yet, Ryu had casually shifted it from a sharp form of attack into a form of restraint. It moved so naturally from one to the other that it made one's head spin. If Lycan knew that Ryu had made so much progress with just a focused effort of a few days, it would be hard to fathom just how he would react. Ryu was standing just in one place, and he only seemed to be holding the neck of just a single God Chi youth, and yet all 3 of them were frozen in place, their heads stretched to the skies and their feet dangling and swinging helplessly. It seems that the fiend race isn't actually all that strong. The Luminara clan is just too useless. Ryu spoke lightly and clenched his fist. Stop! Crack. Their deaths were instant. Whatever methods of escape and life-saving they had seemed to not have activated, or maybe, from the very beginning, they were entirely useless. Before Ryu, they didn't have the right to decide even their deaths, let alone their lives. With a flick of Ryu's wrist, they fell from the skies, their bodies plummeting like meteors. Ryu took a breath and the world seemed to resonate with him. He felt 10 times more powerful than when he stepped into this world, not because his raw strength had increased so much, but because his comprehension of ice and darkness had increased to the point that he could finally truly take advantage of it. Standing in the skies, though, he didn't feel satisfied. He looked down, his white hair fluttering and his silver gaze glowing with a faint light. He grabbed at the air again, this time with 2 hands at once. 2 great sword staffs of fluttering black ice snowflakes took shape once more. You seem decent, Ryu said blandly, looking at Lycan. Are you going to fight? Or are you just going to keep standing there? Chapter 1835 Whetstone. 1835 Whetstone. Ryu exuded an air that made Lycan feel suffocated. It wasn't a matter of power. Even now, Lycan felt that he was more than a match for Ryu, despite having been outplayed until now. The difference lay in Dao heart and temperament. Facing off against Ryu, even though his momentum wasn't as great, it felt like Lycan was staring right into the jaws of the top 10 geniuses on the Earth rankings. That truly left him shaken and, at the same time, confused. Which of those monsters hadn't built their confidence from crumbling piles upon piles of geniuses? He had heard about some of Ryu's feats, but seeing him in person now, Lycan actually felt that he was lacking something. When he sensed Ryu's Dao heart, it felt like he was sinking into an abyss of no return. The more he looked, the more unfathomable it felt. Soon, the feeling of facing off against the geniuses of the Earth rankings faded and was replaced by something else entirely. The momentum of the heaven ranking. How could Lycan know just how much Ryu was holding back? His momentum wasn't the same as those geniuses because he wasn't using his chaotic silk meridians. However, Ryu didn't mind it. In fact, he had begun to think that it was precisely because he had his chaotic silk meridians that he had such a poor foundation. When you controlled one of the 3 strongest QIs in all of existence, was there a point in solidifying your foundation? Even before, the last time he had to hide it, he had rushed to grow powerful enough that he would no longer need to. Now, though, he realized just how weak he was when he couldn't rely on this talent of his. It opened him up to understanding his own weaknesses. He didn't feel pride in killing the higher-level sky gods he had on the battlefield because he realized that those weaklings represented the dregs of this world. If it was on the true martial world, they would be lucky to be 4th heaven talents. What he needed to do was carve out a new path for himself. One where he could crush these geniuses even without the support of such broken energy. And when the day came that he could use it once more, he would be on an entirely new level. Bang! Ryu didn't wait for Lycan to give him an answer. In an instant, he had already moved, the almost illusory great sword staffs in his hands swinging. The world split into countless pieces, and a whirlwind of violence and shocking air shattered space. Lycan gritted his teeth, a spark of determination flaring in his eyes. This battle was an opportunity for him as well. What he was missing in comparison to those geniuses wasn't just talent but also heart. Facing off against Ryu and forcing himself to withstand its pressure was exactly what he needed. There was no better whetstone than Ryu. Against those top 10 geniuses, he wouldn't last even a single strike. But against Ryu, he could exchange several blows. The longer he held on, the more his own Dao heart would be tempered. In the entire world, it was likely that only Ryu could allow him this opportunity, as the top 10 geniuses would never care to hold back so much. Boom! Scythe and great sword staffs met. Lycan felt a trembling, quaking power fill his body, and it seemed as though the ground beneath him could shatter at any time. Ryu's gaze was calm and unassuming. He could see through Lycan's thoughts in an instant, and it filled him with a fury that nearly made him erupt. However, rather than allowing that fury to consume him and make him do something rash, he tempered it. He used it to make his attacks swifter, sharper. When he moved, the world couldn't seem to withstand his blows. As he battled, he seemed to gain strength by leaps and bounds. He had no idea about Lycan's ranking. If he knew that this man was merely ranked 96th and yet still dared to be so arrogant, it was hard to tell just how infuriated he would be. Lycan shook and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body growing agitated as he took a step back. Again! He roared. A blazing light was coming from his body, and his own momentum was quickly increasing. The brighter his Dao heart became, the more the darkness seemed to listen to his call, and the stronger he became. He had coughed up a mouthful of blood not just because he had been injured, it was minor at best, but he had also just expelled several impurities from his body that had been hammered out by Ryu himself. Ryu's silver eyes glowed with a light of indifference. He was actually being used as a whetstone. He basked in the moment for a second. No, the humiliation. Maybe someone else wouldn't see it this way, but he had a hard time thinking of it as anything else. His great sword staffs danced, and the curve of Lycan's scythe was parried away in one swift motion. Ryu's blades crossed, and he slashed, digging into Lycan's chest and almost splitting him into 4 parts. But in the last moment, The latter managed to use his dark chi to dispel some of the impact and make his body formless. Ryu took a step forward, his intent blazing. It was his fault. He was always in a rush, always looking for the next breakthrough, and quite frankly, even when he was still on the first heaven, looking toward the ninth heaven above, he had never taken anyone in the same cultivation realm seriously. With all that arrogance, why would he ever truly try to dig out his greatest potential? He seemed to be winning this battle, and in overwhelming fashion at that, and he felt like he was back in Loom City where a mighty expert had almost forced him to kneel. Until this point, that moment was the greatest humiliation of his life. And now there was another, and it pissed him off. Bang! A smoldering black fog billowed out from Ryu in waves and formed fissures of black ice in the surroundings. Chapter 1836 Tao Heart. 1836 Tao Heart. Ryu was truly pissed off. These days he had been quite calm. His temperament had mellowed out, and he had managed to control his temper to a much greater degree. But right now he was truly infuriated. He felt his mind being pulled in all sorts of directions. He wanted to be calm, but he found it difficult to do so. He wanted to be steady in his steps and lay a sturdy foundation, but he was finding that he lacked the patience. He wanted to slaughter the man before him in an instant, and yet he was finding himself running into a brick wall. He was stronger, faster. His insights were deeper, and he was holding back much more than this man was. And yet it wasn't enough. Frustration he had buried from the sights of his other pathetic lives, from him being helpless in the face of his missing wives, from him still not being able to get revenge after all this time, boiled over all at once. His mind fell into an abyss of nothingness and his power exploded. Lord Grade Dark Spirit Body. A black hole seemed to fall into the surroundings and the chi in the region fell into the abyss. At that moment, Ryu seemed to have slipped into a state that wanted to destroy everything. His Tao heart shifted and a bloody light came from him, and at some unknown point, he felt as though he was staring blankly at the world. His soul seemed to have left his body, and he watched himself enter a furious rage from above as though a third-party observer. At least, that was how someone who hadn't experienced what he had would describe it. In reality, Ryu was feeling a fear creeping into his heart. That was because this perspective felt a lot like how experiencing his other lives had. Had this life slipped out of his control as well? Was he doomed? Had he wasted this last life of his just like he had wasted all the others? Ryu knew that those moments had impacted him. He knew that the lingering thoughts, fear, and feelings of inadequacy hadn't just vanished afterward. But he had thought that he had them all under control until this moment. It wasn't until now he realized just how much it affected him. But soon after, he also came to realize something that was maybe even more shocking. He had only survived because of the oddity of his Tao heart. From his youth, Ryu's Tao heart and another one of his incorporeal souls had been snatched from him. As such, he had survived much of his life without one. And due to that, unlike others who would collapse without their Tao heart, Ryu could continue to live and survive. This was because his other incorporeal soul had grown to the point of being able to cover for any deficiencies he might have. In this situation, not only had he managed to survive, but his Tao heart had grown stronger during the last battle he fought on the front lines. Because of that, he had ignored those lingering feelings and felt that he would be just fine if given enough time. But now he knew that he was wrong. If not for the oddities of his incorporeal souls, seeing his past lives like that would have truly broken him. In fact, it could be said that right this moment he was a broken man. His thoughts were all over the place, disorganized and without reason. He tried to take command of his life, but he often found himself doing things that he would usually never do, or take paths that weren't exactly perfect for him, but instead ones he hoped would be. He had no real conviction in the steps he took and he second-guessed everything, wondering if it was the right thing to do. All of this would have been far more obvious to him had he not been thrust into a dangerous situation the moment he left the Rotten Sea trial. But instead of having time to be forced to reflect on what was going on inside him, he had been thrown into a life-or-death situation from the beginning and forced to cope. It was only after he hit a brick wall and ran to the ends of his limits that he fell over the cliff's edge. His fury seemed to have entirely consumed him. Watching from high above like this, it was like his body had been ripped out of his control. It was like his Tao heart had taken control of his body, and he no longer had the temperament to control it. It had grown more powerful than he deserved, and it was tired of his weakness. So it had expelled his soul. Ironically, this was like a second slap to Ryu's face. First, he had been used as a whetstone, and now his own talent had spit in his face. It could be said that since he began his cultivation journey, this was truly the worst sort of humiliation that Ryu had ever faced. And the worst part of it all was that it was all forged by his own hand, by his own mistakes, by his own incorrect path. And maybe even worse than that was the fact he had no idea how to correct it. Ryu watched his body ravage Lycan. He looked so powerful and imposing, and Lycan, who had just been barely able to hold on against him, was quickly being cut to ribbons. The Dark Fiend's blood fell in a rain and his flesh fell even faster. It was then that Ryu took the third blow to the gut. It seemed that this time the slap came from himself. It was as though his Tao heart was trying to show him how much potential he already had but was completely unable to capitalize on. It was reminding him that he was actually holding himself back. Lycan's head flew into the skies.
Chapter 1837 Ego.
1837 Ego. Ryu's body, under the control of his Tao heart, thrummed with undying momentum. His gaze flashed and its body split into countless clones. It began to roll through the rest of the fiend army, as though they were nothing more than weeds on the ground. The more Ryu watched this, the calmer he seemed to become. But this calmness felt like the greatest danger. It was numbness. Numbness to his situation. Numbness to the understanding that, even now, he wasn't all that special. Numbness to the realization that, in the end, he was a slave to his emotions. Why was his Tao heart reacting like this? It boiled down to two reasons. First, his incorporeal souls had matured independently of each other. It could be said that there was more than one Ryu in this life. The problem was that only one of them carried his ego. This ego was not his pride, but rather his consciousness. On the other hand, his Tao heart didn't have an ego. It was instead an amalgamation of his temperament. It had tendencies and instincts, but it did not have consciousness in the usual sense. This was why Ryu hadn't sensed it in the past. Second, it was because he had crafted a sense of self that was beyond who he actually was. His opinion of himself was too high. In the end, the moment he began to doubt that version of himself, it all came crumbling down like a house of cards. His own soul had betrayed him because, in the end, it no longer recognized him. It felt that he was too weak. It felt that he was no longer Ryu Tatsuya. Only Ryu knew what was in his heart. Only he knew how important it was that he didn't lose his sense of self. But it was too late. That trial had truly been more sinister than he could have imagined. Its impact was delayed, but it had eventually come to collect. And worst of all, it had actually been triggered by someone so insignificant. That fact alone was the most important. It proved just how fragile his mental state had been. The last of the fiend race army was cut down. Seeing that there was nothing left, Ryu turned toward the city. Looking at this from above, Ryu knew exactly what his Tao heart was thinking. He had swallowed too many insults from the moment he had stepped into this world. Obviously, that wasn't something that his Tao heart was willing to take lying down. He was Ryu Tatsuya. How could he possibly be insulted to such an extent? And to let those that had insulted him live? What had happened to his sharpness? His edge? Ryu understood himself better than anyone else. He had tried to suppress himself, to become a different person after he had seen his incarnations, but the irony was that that was precisely what had brought him to this step. Escaping the karma of your own life was the most difficult. His Tao heart now was the culmination of all the experiences he had had, all the humiliation of his first life, all the anger of his second. That was everything that had come together to form who he, Ryu Tatsuya, was. Trying to deviate from that was easier said than done. If someone had trouble controlling their temper, could you just tell them to be better? If someone was addicted to a substance, could you just tell them to stop using it? If someone was in love with someone, could you just tell them to stop loving them? Deeply ingrained tendencies, reinforced through life experiences, couldn't be easily erased. And when you had a strong willpower like Ryu's and tried to do so forcefully, this just might be the result. The calmer Ryu became, the more his thoughts seemed to slip away from him, and the vaguer his feelings became. It felt like soon, his ego would fade away and all that would be left was the temperament he had formed in this life. In all likelihood, he would be far stronger. Without these petty feelings, and the tethers of who the heavens thought he was meant to be, he would become a true monster of cultivation. Maybe he would even instantly gain the strength to slaughter Tao lords. He could still remember his first life, how cheery he had been before his awakening ceremony. The Tatsuya clan had such a powerful bloodline that children were too rare. It could be said that the day he was born, he had gained thousands of mothers and fathers, all of whom doted on him as though he was their own child. And by extension, he had become the light of the clan as well, the only brightness in a family otherwise ruled by their fury and rage. In this true grade realm, he could see far into the future, projecting the man he would have become with that kind of start. He could see a smile that shone on the world, a charisma that made the masses feel at ease, a heart big enough to encompass the heavens themselves. Maybe he would have led Sacrum into a new era, charging forth with a spear and taking them to become the new true martial world, or maybe the 10th heaven. He would have grown quickly, under the wings of his parents and grandparents. The martial gods simply wouldn't have had enough time to suppress him. Was that the real Ryu Tatsuya? Or was it the one rampaging down below? Or were they both him? And if they were both him, was there really a him at all? Or did he blow in the wind, changing with the shift in the tides just like all his reincarnations before him? Ryu shattered the city's formation in a single blow and kicked down the gates. He roared into the skies, and all the existences in the holy world prostrated to the ground. What Ryu couldn't shake off as he grew calmer was the distaste in his mouth. He really hated this feeling. Chapter 1838 The Point. 1838 The Point. Ryu continued to watch this from a third perspective. By this point, he had realized that he hadn't actually been expelled from his own body. Rather, his soul had been forcefully sealed away. Right now, the reason why it felt that he was watching everything from a bird's eye view was because he was experiencing it through his eyes. Or, rather, an ability of his eyes. Third perspective. This comprehension came slowly, almost like a reminder that he wasn't fully in control of his faculties anymore. He couldn't rely on the mutations to his mind to gain an advantage, but instead had to rely on something much vaguer and far less tangible. By the time he finished having these thoughts, he was disgusted with the fact that he had wasted time on them at all. Was the solution really to let his Tao heart do as it pleased? Or was the solution to suppress his Tao heart and take control of himself again? What did it even mean to take control of him? Wasn't his Tao heart also a part of him? Wasn't it acting like this because of his experiences in life? In that case, wasn't it far more him than whatever tendencies he had had before? When he was a child, could that even be counted as Ryu Tatsuya? He had seen so little of the world, understood even less than that. His personality at that point seemed more built of chance than anything else, as though the heavens had just casually given him a special blank slate to start with. It was only after that that he could begin to make changes of his own. It was all so frustrating because there didn't seem to be an answer, and with his mind snatched away by his Tao heart, he didn't even have his usual comprehension abilities either. For the first time, he was stripped of all his talent, all his accolades, and he was forced to look at the world from the perspective of anyone else, to face hardship without extraordinary talent to fall back on. And suddenly, he seemed to understand the choices those of his past lives had made. He had seen them and their actions in this life, but he couldn't muster up anything but disdain for them. The realization that they were, indeed, him, didn't fill him with anything other than humiliation and unwillingness. But now, he seemed to really understand it. He could feel the fragility of the mind without the support of the Tao heart. He could understand how someone could blow with the wind and feel endless despair even when they didn't necessarily want to. He could see how someone could feel both disgusted and unwilling, and yet still do what they felt was necessary to survive. In fact, he faintly realized that if not for his memories of two lives, he would not just understand these matters, but he would even be accepting of them. However, just because he didn't mean his problems were resolved. Because as far as he could see, this only made everything all the more meaningless. It was like everyone was the same person. There might be little quirks and tendencies to differentiate them, but there was nothing fundamentally separating them, no large chasm keeping them apart. To someone else, this might sound great. It would be a feel-good, cheery lesson about how everything was equal and how you should treat your fellow man as such because you never truly knew what they were going through. Ryu could see that road. The road the Buddhas likely went down, true monks, but he just couldn't step down it. The memories of those lives he spent as a monk came to mind one after another, and he seemed to see through them all at the same time. Indeed, in the end, he was simply unwilling to take that step. The first time he had gone through these thoughts, he thought that that was a sign that he was special, that there was some part of himself that was consistent through his lives. Now he felt the same. The difference was that rather than seeing it as pride like he had chosen to before, he saw it for what it truly was, selfishness. The irony was that those that could go down this road and become true Buddhas were existences that were far better men and women than himself. They were able to embrace the equality of all living creatures even if it meant lowering themselves. And what was he doing, exactly? He was unwilling to take that step because he was selfish. He didn't want to admit that he was just like everyone else, that he was only able to make it so far because he was lucky to be blessed with good parents and good talent, that all of his pride and confidence were built on the foundation of cardboard boxes. He didn't want to look any of that truth in the eye, and it was more frustrating than he was even capable of putting into words. It was just a single step, and yet, no matter how he tried, he just couldn't take it. Ryu felt his soul breaking down, and for a moment, he felt the weakest he ever had in his life. He felt weaker than when he learned his clan had been destroyed, weaker than when his wife ignored his presence, weaker than when he watched his grandparents die in front of him one after another. More selfishness. He had seen this side of himself already. For him to feel worse now than when his own flesh and blood passed away before him. What kind of disgusting creature was he, exactly? Ryu felt his eyes water. It was an unfamiliar feeling. It had happened so few times in his life, and his mind was so arrogant in its abstinence, that even the origin flame couldn't seem to allow him to remember these thoughts and memories clearly. However, even compared to those vague memories, this was many times worse. It wasn't a reaction of the body, but one of the very soul. It was said that the eyes were the windows to the soul. When the eyes wept, they were only showing off a small piece, a tiny segment of the soul's emotion. But this was on another level. It wasn't just a wisp of emotion causing this, but rather Ryu's entire soul was teetering on an edge of no return. The foundation of his very life seemed to be cracking at its root, and he could do nothing about it at all. Thunder boomed in the skies and rain began to fall despite the cold. It wasn't until the rain hit the ground that it froze over, and Ryu himself didn't seem to notice at all. He sat there blankly. At the very least, he was no longer numb. But despite this, there didn't seem to be much of a difference anyway. Life felt completely and totally worthless. In that moment, he thought of his life partner and how resistant he had been in the beginning. Who were the heavens to tell him who he should love and who he shouldn't? The irony of it was that he ended up falling for her anyway. Who knew? Maybe if Yana's life partner was a man as opposed to a plant, she would have left him for them too. Too much felt entirely out of his control, so much so that it all felt entirely meaningless. He couldn't even control his own body anymore. They said that what you comprehended wasn't nearly as important as how you came to comprehend it. And sitting here now, Ryu had never felt this to be true as profoundly as he did now. How many years ago now had it been since Ailsa told him that he was too arrogant, that he was far luckier than most and that he should stop moping about? It was on the very first day of their very first meeting, in fact. But he had never truly taken it seriously. He seemed to have changed. But had he really? Was changing just a matter of smiling a bit more and feeling a bit cheerier from time to time? Was changing just not killing everyone for looking at you for a split second too long? Were any of these things truly changing? But the irony of it was that now that he truly did understand, he had no motivation to take those steps. What was the point? When he truly tried to change, his Tao heart took over. Even if he could get control of his body back, Would it even make a difference? If they were all the same, was there a point in changing at all? At this point, he didn't even care that this was his last life. He just wanted to be done with it all. His momentum slowly faded and his strength began to slip away, not because he was growing weaker, but because he couldn't be bothered to sustain it any longer. Even if this was his last, he was finished with this life. Ryu! An exasperated roar echoed in his ear, as though it had just pierced through a veil after countless attempts. The voice struck him like a bolt of lightning.